When the abyssal demon descended with a malevolent lamp, the world of Naruto faced its inevitable demise. He was a demon who had escaped the abyss, bearing a sinister lamp capable of distorting and fulfilling any desire. On the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, he quietly emerged, altering the family stone tablet and setting a trap for the hunters. He stole Sasuke's Sharingan as a meager offering to the lamp, patiently awaiting the next opportunity for a wish. The characters of the original tale, they would all meet a grim fate. This was not a prophecy. It was the reality he was about to inscribe with his own hands. There would be no redemption, no hope, only a demon lurking in the shadows and a world destined for ruin. This is a tale of utter annihilation. Are you prepared to confront the abyss? Chapter 1. The Demon. The crimson moon hung high in the sky. The Uchiha clan grounds, once vibrant with life, now lay shrouded in darkness and silence, the air tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. In the moonlight, Itachi Uchiha, weary and burdened, departed from Konoha, his expression eerily calm, almost numb, though at times a flicker of struggle and pain crossed his eyes. I bear some unfortunate news. A mysterious figure adorned with an orange whirlpool mask suddenly materialized, his voice laced with mockery. Itachi turned slightly to glance at him, yet remained silent. Unfazed by Itachi's demeanor, the masked man continued, "A fortunate little soul has managed to escape." Itachi's face remained impassive, but his clenched fist within his sleeve betrayed a flicker of tension. How could anyone escape when the perimeter was surrounded by the root? Though a lone survivor would likely not stir much trouble, he hoped this survivor would not be astute enough to deduce the truth of that fateful night or disrupt his plans for Sasuke's future. Otherwise, Konoha will handle this matter. Now, take me to your organization. Seeing Itachi unmoved, the masked figure ceased his prattle, and their silhouettes gradually faded into the distance. Meanwhile, within the root base, a ninja knelt on one knee, reporting to an elderly man wrapped in bandages. "Lord Danzo, upon verification, one member of the Uchiha clan is unaccounted for. One body is missing." Danzo furrowed his brow. "Someone has escaped?" Currently, there are no signs of anyone fleeing the village, and the missing Uchiha was merely an ordinary individual, not a ninja. Danzo pondered for a moment. "Understood. Continue the search. Eliminate them upon discovery." "Understood." An ordinary Uchiha. Danzo believed he could elude Root's pursuit. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them, indicating the magnitude of the blast. A sense of foreboding gripped Danzo's heart. Soon, the entire village sprang into action. Amidst the rising flames and billowing smoke from the shattered Hokage rock, Danzo realized his fears had materialized. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Could the Nine Tails be causing chaos once more? The startled citizens of Konoha fled in panic, while the higher-ups convened an emergency meeting and lower-ranked ninjas organized rescue efforts. Given the prior Nine Tails incident, Konoha's evacuation facilities were relatively well-equipped. Yet, someone soon noted the peculiar absence. Where are the Uchihas? Why are those scoundrels not participating in the rescue? The speaker was a Konoha genin, his voice booming with impatience and anger, successfully rallying nearby villagers who were equally incensed. The last time chaos erupted, the Uchiha clan had merely hidden away, and the Sharingan patterns had appeared in the eyes of the tailed beasts. Was this incident yet again linked to the Uchiha? The good news was that the explosion was a singular event. The worst damage was to Hokage Rock. The bad news was the Uchiha clan was no more. By dawn, one of the founding families of Konoha had been annihilated, leaving only the clan leader's second son, Sasuke Uchiha, alive. All others perished, including pregnant women, infants in cradles, and the elderly. This news sent shockwaves throughout the village, silencing those who had been vocally condemning the Uchihas. However, this silence was short-lived as murmurs of sympathy and schadenfreude began to circulate. The higher-ups had yet to issue an official statement, as they were entangled in bureaucratic disputes. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was dismal. Although many attended the meeting, most merely had rights to participate, while true decision-making power was firmly held by four elder figures. Regarding the Uchiha Massacre, those present could surmise the underlying machinations. It was a tacitly agreed-upon murder, and everyone chose to remain silent on the matter. The pressing concern was how so many explosive tags had been buried within the village, and who possessed the audacity to commit such an act. How could they explain this to the populace? The unanticipated explosion of Hokage rock had left Konoha's reputation in tatters. Most in attendance furrowed their brows, except for Danzo, whose eyes gleamed with a peculiar excitement. The malevolent Uchiha clan had finally been eradicated, a fact that thrilled him immensely. Though the village was currently in turmoil, perhaps he could use this opportunity to undermine Sarutobi Hiruzen's position. After all, he had nothing to lose. Even if he assassinated the Hokage, Sarutobi would surely forgive him. Lord Third, we have a problem. A member of the Umbu rushed in, panic-stricken. Sarutobi's heart sank. What has happened? All eyes turned towards the Umbu, who broke into a cold sweat, his voice urgent. A large number of unidentified ninjas have been discovered 10 kilometers outside the village. Before he could finish, Konoha's upper echelons comprehended the dire situation. With the Uchiha clan's destruction, Konoha had effectively severed its own arm, weakening the village's overall power, leaving it vulnerable to other factions. Realizing this, Sarutobi cast a glance at Danzo. The Uchiha Massacre was supposed to be classified information. Why would enemies strike Konoha at such a fortuitous moment? Someone must have leaked the information. There was no time to hold Danzo accountable. Sarutobi swiftly organized a counterattack. Despite the village's current lack of elite forces, it remained a formidable entity. Konoha's powerful machinery began to churn into action. At the Nanha Shrine, a youth cloaked in black stood silently before a stone tablet, a chilling and ominous energy swirling from his fingertips, insidiously altering its concealed contents. This was a trap laid by the hunter in his leisure, waiting for the unsuspecting prey to stumble into its grasp. Sargatanas, a demon from the abyss, was also a demon who had escaped its confines. In the myriad realms, demons have various origins. For instance, the Burning Legion and the Demon Realm host many different kinds of demons, and even some fallen practitioners can be broadly classified as demons. Demons born from the Endless Abyss are all vassals of the Abyssal Will, serving as soldiers for its incursions into other planes. Demons can die, but they may also become valuable materials favored by unscrupulous mages who engage in fishing for lower-tier demons to capture and study. In Sargatanas' memory, he had never heard of demons managing to escape the Abyss's control. Even the mightiest demon lords must submit to the Abyssal Will. Of course, he might simply be too young to grasp the Abyss's history, and perhaps there were indeed those who once dared to forge their own path. If Sultanias were a sovereign of the Abyss, he would likely never entertain the thought of departing from it. Regrettably, he is merely a subordinate to a certain lord. As a mere pawn, aspiring to escape the fate of being expendable and seeking a stable environment for growth is entirely reasonable. However, this rationale does not suffice to compel a demon to forsake the Abyss. As he closes his eyes, a dense gray mist flows in from the unknown, writhing like ancient marine creatures, gradually enveloping Sultanias. At the heart of the mist, it seems to detach from the material universe, revealing a solitary oil lamp that floats, resplendent in golden light, adorned with bizarre, twisted patterns resembling a teapot, its spout extending a wick that remains unlit. The wish-granting lamp, Sultanias' golden finger, is also the very source of his potential escape from the Abyss. As the mist dissipates, the summoned lamp from another dimension comes to life. A large hand suddenly emerges from the spout, followed by a sinuous arm, and a smoke-like body bursts forth, coiling momentarily before coalescing into a figure with only an upper torso, while below the waist, a swirling mass of smoke remains connected to the lamp spout that he possesses no eyes. His eye sockets contain 2 pulsating golden flames, his skin is a grayish blue, and on his wrists, a pair of shimmering bracelets glint. Crowning his head is a resplendent diadem. I am the lamp god, dear contractor. I sense the aroma of offerings. Do you wish to make another wish? Sultanias shook his head and reached into the shadow beneath his feet, retrieving a glass vial the size of test tube, filled with a transparent liquid, within which floated a pair of blood-red eyeballs, their crimson pupils quietly harboring a small comma. The single-hooked Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, Sultanias declared as he cast the eyes into the lamp, igniting a spark the size of a sesame seed in the wick. Is this all? It seems I have overestimated its worth. But you have a wish? Inquired the lamp god. Sultanias shook his head. Consider it a sacrificial offering for my next wish. Upon hearing this, the lamp god rolled his eyes in a remarkably human manner before retreating back into the lamp. The true origins of the lamp remained shrouded in mystery. Sultania's acquired it during an invasion of a higher magical realm through the hands of the Elven Queen, from whom he also gleaned the rules for its use. 1. The lamp can fulfill all wishes of the contractor. 2. Please offer a valuable sacrifice before making a wish. 3. Wishes can still be made without a sacrifice. For the wishes granted by the lamp will inevitably manifest in a distorted form, accompanied by unpredictable risks. 5. That adequate sacrifices can mitigate the risks and the degree of distortion when wishes are realized. The sole elven mother tree of the magical realm was on the verge of withering. The Elven Queen wished for the restoration of its vitality, a wish that was fulfilled, but the lamp, through unknown means, drew the attention of the abyss. Subsequently, the abyss invaded, the realm fell, and the Elven Mother Tree became a mere houseplant in the lair of a demon lord, thriving vigorously to this day. The lamp is not a product of the magical realm. It may originate from a far more distant and mysterious place beyond the myriad worlds. Sultania's kept this wondrous lamp hidden and had once made a wish, fully aware of the lamp's malevolence. However, at that moment, he faced a life-or-death crisis, leaving him with the lamp as his last resort. At that time, he merely wished to escape to a place where no one could find him and develop in secrecy, granting his wish without offering any sacrifice. The light ignited by the lamp attracted an unknown entity named Yummer, whose arrival caused the foundational logic of the abyss to collapse. What was once a realm of chaotic order transformed into one of chaotic rules. In the ensuing turmoil of the abyss, its will expelled Yummer, and Sultania's body was destroyed amidst the chaos, his soul teetering on the brink of annihilation. The lamp seized the opportunity to carry away his remnants, simultaneously tearing away a power known as concealment from the abyssal will. Power refers to the ability to command certain rules or concepts. Common powers within the abyss include jealousy, greed, and fear. Demons possess only the right to utilize these powers, while the ownership eternally belongs to the abyssal will. Sultanias himself was uncertain whether he had gained or lost. His body lay in ruins, his soul fractured, perpetually on the edge of collapse, compelling him to labor tirelessly. Yet, possessing the complete power of concealment signified his immense potential for growth. With a rudimentary application of concealment, he acquired numerous abilities such as physical invisibility, the elimination of presence, reverse mimetic traits, and counter-divination. The lamp god fulfilled his wish. As long as he desired it, he could remain undetected, evading the abyss's pursuit. Upon fully integrating this power, he would ascend to become the new god of concealment. The lamp is his final trump card, yet its enigmatic nature is unsettling. Initially, the entity claiming to be the lamp god did not truly exist. Chapter 2. The entry point in this world. There exists no such thing as a free lunch. The lamp of the genie may indeed harbor motives unbeknownst to others. Yet Sultania's remains unperturbed. Only through utility can one ascend, seizing opportunities for gain. The lamp's ability to shake the very will of the abyss speaks volumes of its unparalleled strength. After amending the inscriptions upon the steel, Sultanias departed from the South-He Shrine, making his way directly to the Hyuga clan's territory. Along the journey, he perused the pages of the Naruto manga, a relic he had carelessly acquired during the destruction of a certain dimension. Little did he expect it to find its way into this realm. Could this be considered a dimensional crossover? The atmosphere within Konoha village was rife with tension. First, the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, followed by the destruction of the Hokage monument. And soon after, an assault by unidentified foes. Those unaware would assume that a great ninja war was on the brink of erupting. However, the current situation fell far short of Sultanias' expectations. He had traversed dimensions 2.5 months prior, and his original self, Uchiha Yao, was merely a civilian of the Uchiha clan. He was an ordinary individual, with no deceased parents to mourn him, nor had he inherited any extraordinary abilities. Even spiders seemed disinclined to bite him. His most perilous experience might well have been deceiving his parents into granting him money from magazines. One must ponder, which protagonist lacks the hallmark of a tragic childhood? Just as Uchiha Yao resigned himself to the belief that he would never become a ninja, destined only to inherit a modest fortune left by his parents, the devil arrived. This devil was remarkably benevolent, not only seizing the unwelcome funds, but also ensuring that Uchiha Yao could genuinely experience the anguish of being orphaned. As a competent soul traverser, the devil understood the necessity of eliminating those too familiar with the original self, such as Yao's parents. In a world devoid of extraordinary powers, they would likely perceive only a change in their child's demeanor. However, in the realm of ninjas, where chakra and transformation jutsu exist, Yao's parents suspected him of being a spy in disguise. Thus, the devil silenced them. The essence of soul traversal is possession. The traverser is the perpetrator of the original self's demise, and the elimination of a few more individuals is inconsequential. Therefore, Sultanias often found it perplexing why certain traversers he had encountered previously displayed such profound empathy towards the original self as family and friends. Why the strong sense of identification? Would the original self willingly allow the traverser to seize control of their body if they were still alive? Based on past failures, as a solitary devil, he believed that overtly invading a world was far less effective than subtly stirring chaos behind the scenes. After all, he lacked the infinite army-producing capabilities of a Zerg. The authority of concealment naturally aligns with the role of the puppet master. A devil operating in the shadows will never reveal his identity. Thus, from this moment until his departure from this dimension, he would embody Uchiha Yao, the instigation of warfare, the harvesting of souls, the annihilation of worlds. These malevolent deeds would be attributed to the wicked Uchiha, bearing no relation to Sultanias. High-quality souls serve as both the devil's means of self-repair and offerings to the lamp. Yet this disguise alone was insufficient. The hidden survivors of the Senju clan, the local deities before the descent of the goddess of the moon, and ancient malevolent spirits, all served as alternative guises for the devil. The night of extermination was fortuitous for him. The souls of the Uchiha were delectable. Yet, he deemed this event insufficiently grand. Thus, he relayed the impending massacre of the Uchiha to the other 4 great ninja villages, and subsequently triggered the explosive tags buried within the Hokage monument after the night of extermination. However, the results were evidently less than ideal. The unidentified ninjas only began to harass Konoha the day after the night of extermination. While the ambitions of the Cloud and Rock villages were palpable, they were unlikely to believe Konoha would willingly sever its own arm. Moreover, the source of the intelligence regarding the night of extermination was unclear. They would first seek to verify its authenticity before taking further action. Their caution, however, resulted in a missed opportunity to capitalize on the chaos. One could only wonder whether Konoha would emerge from this crisis unscathed. Did Itachi, before the massacre, not consider that Konoha's loss of Uchiha combat power could potentially incite war? The proliferation of individuals such as Itachi only served to benefit the devil's schemes. According to the narrative within the manga, Konoha is a cradle of genius, a gathering place for those destined for greatness. To avert catastrophe, the devil resolved to retain a modicum of contingency. Sasuke had already been tampered with. The devil had extracted the single tomo from his eye, awakened through the sacrifice of his entire clan, and replaced it with the eyes of an ordinary person. Beyond Sasuke, Konoha housed numerous individuals teetering on the brink of darkness. Entering the Hyuga clan's territory with ease, he observed the bustling streets, where passers-by deliberately ignored Uchiha Yao. Niji Hyuga, another target of the devil, was marked silently. Following this, he made his rounds among the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, pausing briefly at Ichiraku Ramen to pay a visit to Tuchi and Ayam, before finally arriving at Naruto Uzumaki's home. Though Naruto's abode was filthy and disordered, it paled in comparison to the orphanage where children were frequently taken by the roots. At least he possessed a space that was his own. In the shadows, a foreboding black hand reached towards Naruto's head, a malignant aura gradually encroaching upon his mental faculties. Yet, in the next instant, the malevolent energy dissipated instantaneously. Naruto remained blissfully ignorant, while Uchiha Yao sensed a foreign gaze transcending time and space, fixated upon this very location. The Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Yao raised an eyebrow, feeling no concern that the ancient sage would uncover his presence under the veil of concealment. He was merely intrigued. Despite both being sons, the Sage of Six Paths exhibited a stark contrast in his treatment of Indra and Ajura. When the sage had previously dealt with Indra's chakra, the process had proceeded seamlessly, eliciting no backlash. Yet, when it came to Ajura, it seemed he was untouchable. Perhaps the Sage of Six Paths did not regard Indra as a son, but rather as a class enemy. Indra, like Kaguya, was beautiful, powerful, arrogant, and possessed those crimson eyes. If he could not be utilized for my purpose, then let him perish. With remarkable composure, Uchiha Yao snapped Naruto's neck. To ensure Naruto's demise was thorough, he intended to incinerate him. Just then, Naruto's body was suddenly enveloped in a layer of dark red chakra. Observing this, Uchiha Yao vanished from sight. In the next moment, the Nine Tails erupted in chaos. Uchiha Yao cast a glance back, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his lips. "Where do you intend to go next?" the lamp god inquired, having appeared at his side unbeknownst to him. "The land of the fire and Sunagakure," Uchiha Yao replied, merely to take a look. The devil's ambition extended to the entirety of the world. He would not allocate his primary focus on mere ninja villages. Based on past experiences, he ought to first disrupt the living environment. Deteriorating conditions would lead to resource scarcity, intensifying internal strife for resources, thus facilitating his schemes. The lamp god pondered. "You could make a wish to me. How about the T-virus?" The devil shook his head. "That thing mutates and interacts with chakra. Who knows what kind of super beings it might produce?" While ninjas were formidable in certain respects, they exhibited significant weaknesses. Targeting those vulnerabilities yielded greater results with less effort. "The ocean and the economy," the lamp god calmly uttered. The devil contemplated for a moment. "You are correct. While ninjas possess extraordinary combat abilities, they contribute little to production. The power of chakra makes it challenging for them to even sustain themselves. Thus they are bound by the economic systems created by ordinary people. The ocean, on the other hand, is a domain that ninjas have yet to explore, and it often plays a decisive role in stabilizing climatic conditions." Chapter 3. The parasite's soul. The sky was clear, the breeze gentle, and it was yet another sunlit day. Konoha remained as vibrant and bustling as ever. Yet for Sasuke Uchiha, lying in a hospital bed, reality resembles a nightmarish ordeal. "My foolish Udu, loathe, despise, and persist in living in this grotesque manner. You are far too weak. Only when you possess eyes akin to mine may you seek me out." Itachi Uchiha's whispers echo repeatedly in his dreams. Though the night of the Uchiha Massacre inflicted little physical harm upon Sasuke, it left an indelible scar upon his psyche. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Sasuke from his slumber as he curled into a corner of the bed, cold sweat dampening his garments, bringing an unsettling chill. Sasuke, being a boy, must not indulge in tears or childish whims, as his mother once admonished. He forced himself to stifle his sobs. Yet an entity known as sorrow insisted on manifesting from his tear-filled eyes. Tears streamed forth, followed by a series of intermittent sobs. A sigh, seemingly from nowhere, pierced the silence. "Who?" Sasuke quickly masked his emotions, casting a wary gaze about him. "Huh." That voice emerged once more, and in an instant, darkness enveloped his vision. The next moment, he found himself standing within a realm of chaos and obscurity. A peculiar figure floated before him, cloaked in a viscous, flowing black robe that concealed its form, revealing only a pair of crimson, pupil-less eyes that glimmered ominously. "Where's this? Who are you?" Sasuke brandished a kunai, assuming a defensive stance. A hoarse voice emanated from the shadowy figure. "Sasuke Uchiha, you are within your spiritual realm." Sasuke furrowed his brow, his expression taut. "What nonsense are you speaking? I had no idea there was a monster lurking in my spirit world." The shadow chuckled softly. "Where do you think that kunai in your hand came from?" Sasuke froze, suddenly recalling that he had entered this space unarmed. "So, where did this kunai originate?" "Do not squander time. If you remain unconvinced, you may now explore the depths of your own heart." The shadow gestured invitingly. Sasuke, albeit bewildered, found his feet moving towards the shadow. As he approached, a mist enveloped the shadow's feet, lifting Sasuke into the air. As they ascended, his body tensed, fearful of falling. The shadow performed some gesture, and the space brightened, revealing warm and nostalgic images. "Brother, we have a school exam tomorrow. Will you help me practice shuriken throwing?" "Forgive me, Sasuke, I promise next time." "Itachi is quite busy. Why not practice with mother? She is formidable as well." Sasuke rubbed his reddened eyes, his voice trembling. "These are my memories." "Huh, I no longer care." The shadow remained silent, guiding Sasuke onward, while he silently memorized the locations of the scenes. The imagery shifted abruptly to the night of the massacre. The stark contrast overwhelmed Sasuke, and in an instant, he lost his composure, letting out a primal scream. His face contorted in rage. The shadow, with a morbid sense of amusement, produced a mirror, prompting Sasuke to scrutinize his own distorted visage. Gazing at the horrific reflection shrouded in shadow, he bit down hard on his teeth. "Is this truly me? How have I become this way?" He turned to the shadow, seemingly seeking answers. The shadow replied, "This is your spiritual realm. The visage you present is your truest mental state. The shadows represent the darker facets of your inner self. Sasuke ground his teeth, his demeanor growing increasingly frantic, as the shadows in the mirror thickened, rendering his reflection grotesque. Itachi, even if I descend into hell, I shall ensure your demise and compel you to reveal all. Oh, you would risk descending into hell? The Shadow's voice dripped with mockery. I can grant you power. The power to rival the divine, provided you are willing to pay the requisite price. Divine power? Sasuke scoffed. You can bestow upon me the strength of a god. Yet who are you? Are you a god? How do you know I am not a god? The Shadow retorted, not waiting for Sasuke's response. Lifting a finger to direct a beam of darkness into Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke gasped, and gradually, his expression transformed into one of fervor as he sensed an overwhelming power, the ability to scorch mountains and boil seas. Within this spiritual realm, Sasuke began to experiment with this newfound power, reveling in it for what felt like an eternity, even envisioning Itachi as a pitiful dog beneath his heel. Cease, Sasuke. I merely wished for you to briefly experience the sensation of strength. It is time to conclude. As the words fell, the dark energy withdrew from Sasuke's forehead, returning to the Shadow's grasp. Sasuke stared blankly at his feeble hands, his voice strained with madness. Such immense power, it is intoxicating. With this strength, how could I fear failing to kill Itachi? Had I never tasted the sensation of being strong, I might have tolerated my weakness, but now, that is impossible. Sasuke glared intensely at the Shadow. Who are you? Why have you appeared in my spiritual realm? How may I attain the power you promise? Kill. The more lives you take, the greater the power I will lend you. Should you possess the audacity to slaughter the masses, I shall ensure your ascension to divinity. The Shadow's calm demeanor belied its ruthless demand. Sasuke's pupils contracted. He fell silent, his lips quivering as he finally managed to utter, "Must it be this way?" "Huh," was the Shadow's response. "You are the one beseeching me for power. You possess no grounds for negotiation." In the next instant, Sasuke was forcefully expelled from the realm. It had been ages since the Shadow had masqueraded as an elder. It darted about within Sasuke's spiritual domain, leaving a trail of darkness in its wake, creating ripples throughout. Spore-infested and parasitic, this entity was a unique manifestation of a demon, and not only Sasuke Uchiha had fallen prey. Many others across the ninja world had been chosen by this malevolent force, having previously delayed its pursuit to unravel the secrets of Indra's chakra. The Shadow found itself a step behind in its conquest of Sasuke, while Neji, Hyuga, and Gaara had already succumbed to the demon's influence. And Sasuke was merely at the beginning of this dark journey. Schemes against ordinary folk had already been clandestinely set in motion, manipulating feudal lords into reckless currency printing, which would soon lead to inflation and a collapse of the financial system. Of course, these were but trifles. Even in failure, the repercussions would be minimal. The demon's true objective lay within the ocean, while these petty distractions served merely to ensnare the formidable figures of the ninja world. As Sasuke opened his eyes, he found himself still nestled within the confines of his home, the room eerily silent, as if all he had witnessed was but a fleeting illusion. He remained in the original Uchiha estate, having not relocated. The recent calamities faced by Konoha left no time to address the plight of the Uchiha orphans. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat, his expression filled with melancholy as he puffed on his pipe. The repercussions of the Uchiha Massacre were far too immense, too overwhelming to accept. Other ninja villages had become aware of the Konoha higher-up slaughter of the Uchiha clan, a scandal of monumental proportions. While some leaders might not care for their reputation, the third Hokage cherished his honor. In such a scenario, even shifting the blame onto Danzo would prove futile. Suspicion alone was enough for the higher-ups of the ninja villages to draw conclusions, with motive and suspicion sufficing without the need for concrete evidence. Chapter 4. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After some time, he beckoned, and an Umbu agent immediately knelt before him. "What is the recent status of Naruto Uzumaki?" The figure clad in a cat-faced mask from the Umbu responded. "Naruto Uzumaki has remained confined to his home these past few days, venturing outside only infrequently. He has shown signs of distress in the initial days, shedding a few tears, but has since regained his composure and appears to be in a stable mental state. Is there no resentment towards the village?" The Umbu shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of unease, a fleeting look of guilt crossing his face. Though the smoke obscured his features, rendering him somewhat enigmatic. He waved his hand, signaling the umbu to withdraw, and returned to the pile of official duties on his desk. Time passed unnoticed until two advisors from Konoha and the leader of Root arrived together. Hiruzen paused, momentarily taken aback by their presence, and instinctively glanced at Shimura Danzo, subconsciously sensing that he was up to something again. Clearing his throat and taking a deep draw from his pipe, Hiruzen inquired, "What urgent matters bring you here together?" "It concerns Uchiha Sasuke," Tsunade said. "How do you intend to address this situation?" The truth surrounding the Uchiha Massacre had inexplicably spread throughout the ninja world. Initially, it was unclear which part of the information had leaked, leading to other ninja villages exacerbating the situation and tarnishing Konoha's reputation. While Konoha could contain information internally, there was no guarantee that Sasuke wouldn't overhear something he shouldn't. Those spies would surely be eager to divulge the truth. Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring, asserting, "Sasuke is the last Uchiha in Konoha, and the village must treat him with kindness. Moreover, we must not forget that he was Itachi's sole wish." Danzo scoffed. "Why complicate matters? It would be far simpler to send him to Root and inscribe the curse mark to eliminate any potential threats." Hiruzen shook his head. "Itachi has sacrificed enough for the village. Besides, given Sasuke's abilities, even if he learns the truth, he is unlikely to cause significant upheaval." The mention of Sasuke's abilities elicited a flicker of disdain on Danzo's face. He was well aware of the conditions for awakening the Sharingan. Compared to geniuses like Itachi and Shursui, Sasuke seemed like a failure, unable to awaken even after the massacre. Mito Kazumi adjusted his glasses, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I have reviewed Sasuke's records from the Ninja Academy. His performance was commendable. Logically, even if his talent does not match Itachi's, he should be capable of awakening the Sharingan. His current situation is indeed perplexing. We cannot measure the Uchiha clan by conventional standards. Furthermore, the theoretical grades from the Ninja Academy hold little value," Tsunade interjected, wishing to steer the conversation away. The village faced a far graver crisis, and the Uchiha matter could be set aside for now. Although the turmoil in Konoha stemmed largely from the Uchiha Massacre, the four exchanged knowing glances, tacitly choosing to bypass the subject. Regret was futile. At most, they could reflect on their own lack of caution. "Hiruzen, I believe we should send the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to Root for training," Danzo stated bluntly. "That is out of the question." Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's unreasonable demand, asserting that Root was an unsuitable environment for a Jinchuriki. Danzo sneered. "The Nine Tails recently lost control, nearly causing catastrophic casualties. The villagers harbored deep resentment towards Naruto Uzumaki. The challenges he faces in the village may soon surpass those at Root." Hiruzen remained silent but resolute, thinking, "You want to meddle with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Not on my watch." Danzo, perceiving Hiruzen's expression, scoffed. "You still prefer to rely on bonds. Very well, I shall not press further. However, to prevent instability with the Nine Tails, I will assign Root to monitor him for protection." With that, Danzo rose and exited, gradually merging with the shadows of the corridor. Despite his nonchalance, he betrayed an air of retreat. He had reason to feel uneasy. The chaos in Konoha was intricately tied to him. Hiruzen sighed, recognizing that he would choose to forgive Danzo, regardless of his transgressions. Yet, Naruto's situation was undeniably challenging. Although the villagers had not treated Naruto well, there had been some semblance of a bottom line. Now, with the situation spiraling out of control, Hiruzen feared that Naruto's spirit might be irreparably dulled. Tsunade seemed to perceive Hiruzen's inner turmoil and offered comfort. "Hiruzen, do not worry excessively. After all, Naruto is still young, and time is on his side. You have managed well with Itachi and Shursui. Look at Kakashi. Despite the loss of his teacher and dear friends, he was able to forge new bonds and continue to cherish this village. Naruto will undoubtedly find his own connections, just as Kakashi has." With that, Tsunade smiled, her crow's feet crinkling like an aged chrysanthemum. Hiruzen remained troubled. "That is easier said than done." Mito Kazumi suddenly spoke up. "Hiruzen, perhaps we should reconsider our approach. The Jinchuriki need not be viewed solely as a weapon of war. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was also a Jinchuriki. Naruto, with his simple-mindedness, could very well inherit the will of fire." Kazumi's words held a deeper implication, but Hiruzen chose not to delve further. "Let us discuss this later. My old bones can still endure for a while." The three then turned their attention to the disputes between Konoha and other ninja villages. The likelihood of war was low. Other villages were merely waiting for Konoha to recover from its injuries before taking a bite. Meanwhile, Sasuke wandered alone through the desolate Uchiha clan grounds. The once bustling vibrancy now replaced by an eerie silence. A wave of discomfort washed over him as he pushed open the door to his home and lay on his bed, concentrating his thoughts. Before long, his consciousness began to descend, transporting him once again into his mental realm. This space appeared to have undergone considerable changes, darker than before, with tangible black smoke swirling around. A shadow stood silently at the center, devoid of emotion. Sasuke wasted no time, cutting to the chase. Can we discuss your identity and intentions? I do not care why you have invaded my mental world, but you must tell me what you wish to gain from me and what I might derive from this. Sasuke remained remarkably calm, having deduced from the available information that the shadow was an intruder in his mental realm, powerful and likely harboring some unknown ulterior motive, which emboldened him to negotiate terms. The shadow, upon hearing this, let out a chilling laugh. My identity is inconsequential. As for my purpose, I have stated before, as long as you engage in slaughter, I shall grant you power. Slaughter is my sole objective. Sasuke's youthful face reflected resistance. Mere slaughter is devoid of meaning. Silence, you little brat. Spare me your prattle. My patience is finite. You have two choices: comply with my demands, or lose your body to me. The shadow seemed impatient, regretting not having disguised itself as a mindless system eager to obliterate. Sasuke was taken aback, struggling to comprehend why the shadow had turned so hostile without warning. Chapter 5. Resolution. The shadow's demeanor towards Sasuke shifted abruptly, driven by impatience, as it failed to grasp Sasuke's audacity in negotiating terms with it. With a swift kick, the shadow expelled Sasuke from the mental realm before slowly materializing in the air. You can exit the realm? Sasuke was astonished, but quickly regained his composure. You were never my sole option. I could abandon you at any moment for someone else. The shadow replied calmly, recalling that during its previous masquerade as a system, it often encountered individuals who mistakenly believed they were indispensable, continually seeking loopholes for personal gain. For such individuals, the shadow has never possessed patience. The first warning, followed by a second stern admonishment, and finally, the third act of extermination. Compared to Gaara and Niji Hyuga, Sasuke's conquest proves somewhat more challenging. The shadow finds it troublesome and concludes that it would be simpler to eliminate him outright. After all, it is prudent to have obedient pawns. In an instant, Sasuke sensed the chilling intent emanating from the shadow, causing him to panic. He hastily proclaimed, "You desire to control my body, do you not? I offer it to you willingly." The shadow, taken aback, seemed to register Sasuke's unexpected response. Sasuke elaborated, "My body holds little significance to me. In fact, my very existence lacks meaning. Apart from the desire to kill Itachi, I find no other reason to continue living. If you can use my body in my stead, that would be quite agreeable. By inhabiting my form, you will inherit the name Uchiha Sasuke, and one day, you will confront Itachi. It would be revenge for my parents." Having endured the tragedy of the Uchiha Massacre and the relentless torment of Tsukuyomi, harboring thoughts of death is understandable, yet it is peculiar for Sasuke to express such sentiments. After a brief silence, the shadow spoke. "You are not quite the Sasuke I recall. The character of the younger Uchiha portrayed in the manga is indeed complex." Sasuke's face flickered with confusion. "You knew me before?" The shadow nodded, noting that Sasuke, having shed the influence of Indra's chakra, now appeared more astute and composed. With that thought, the shadow casually handed him a copy of Naruto. It eagerly anticipated Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke did not disappoint. He exhibited a range of expressions: shock, confusion, and fury, his visage contorted as if he were unraveling, a myriad of emotions converging upon his youthful face. "Are you all right?" Sasuke remained silent for a prolonged moment before rasping, "This is astonishing. I had no idea Itachi was so." I struggled to find the words. "I think I need to collect myself." With that, he lay back, closed his eyes, and withdrew from conversation, seemingly overwhelmed by the revelation. "I shall embark on a path of slaughter. I hope you can bestow upon me the power to obliterate everything." A few days later, at the Ninja Academy, Irika's classroom was filled with a group of overly excited young girls, their fervent gazes fixed upon the absent Sasuke. Ino's expression grew complex. "I heard the Uchiha clan was destroyed. Sasuke must be heartbroken. I should comfort him. Perhaps I could Ino pig. Sasuke belongs to me," declared Sakura. Clenching her fists in a proclamation of ownership, her gaze towards Sasuke brimming with sympathy. Sitting at the back, Sasuke wore a grim expression, feigning concentration in class. Unaffected by the commotion, yet inside, his rage simmered. He despised the pitying glances directed at him, for he did not require such a cheap sentiment. Iruka droned on, but the foundational knowledge he imparted was already familiar to the clan-born ninjas, who valued social connections over learning. Establishing relationships at school often held greater importance than early graduation for these second-generation heirs. Sasuke, while appearing focused, silently observed the shadow hovering near Iruka, flipping through lesson plans. It was peculiar. The shadow was clearly present beside Iruka, making noise as it turned pages, yet no one else in the classroom seemed to notice its existence. As if only Sasuke could perceive it. Is this an illusion? Sasuke pondered. The shadow did not resemble a ninja, for ninjas would not show interest in the educational materials of academy students. During the break, Sasuke feigned sleep at his desk, plunging into his mental realm and addressing the shadow directly. Where's my Sharingan? In the manga, Sasuke awakened his single tomo during the night of the massacre. Yet in reality, he possessed nothing. He could only surmise that the shadow had caused some aberration. I suppressed Indra's chakra, thus preventing your awakening, the shadow casually lied. Having long sacrificed its true eyes to the lamp of the divine. Sasuke felt agitation. He could not discern the truth in the shadow's words, including the manga that chronicled the future. Yet, at this moment, he had no choice but to trust the shadow. Otherwise, he would remain a mere wretch, unable to awaken his Sharingan. Indra's chakra can grant you power, but will also weaken your reason. You should be grateful to me. You wouldn't want to become that foolish version of yourself from the manga, would you? The shadow attempted to manipulate Sasuke. Unfortunately, Sasuke was not swayed. His fixation on the Sharingan was profound, as it symbolized the Uchiha clan. How tiresome. I remember clearly stating that if you kill, I will grant you power. Why the endless chatter? Select one of your classmates and eliminate them. I will help you awaken your Sharingan. This is quite the bargain. The shadow's voice dripped with temptation. Sasuke remained indecisive, his inherent kindness at odds with the shadow's influence. Alas, the demon was ever present, corrupting him, extinguishing his humanity, and driving away his moral compass. All to mold him into a formidable pawn capable of disturbing the world. As dusk fell, Sasuke walked home, burdened with thoughts. When he overheard two unfamiliar classmates discussing the recent mysterious disappearances of civilians in the village, vanishing without a trace, with rumors suggesting a malevolent fox was to blame. Hearing this, Sasuke felt a shiver run down his spine as he glanced at the shadow. You aren't behind the disappearances, are you? As a reincarnation of a sage's chakra, if you sought me out, it stands to reason you would also pursue Naruto. Ah, indeed. Naruto has already taken many lives. With his current strength, he could obliterate you with a single punch. The shadow chuckled maliciously. Sasuke clenched his fists, as if resolving something within himself. Chapter 6. Sasuke's first kill in the depths of night. In a secluded corner of the Forest of Death, the young Uchiha Sasuke was engaged in a desperate battle with a middle-aged ninja. Though the latter had been rendered mute and incapacitated, left with only taijutsu at his disposal, Sasuke still found himself at a disadvantage. Put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten dinner? The shadow critiqued sharply from the sidelines. Don't announce your moves before executing them. Who taught you such a foolish habit? Announcing a technique before unleashing it is either an attempt to show off or sheer stupidity. If you cannot win in a fair fight, why not employ a sneak attack? Go on, now, use the monkey steals the peach to crush his. Listening to the shadow's ruthless exhortations, Sasuke gritted his teeth. As the heir of the Uchiha clan, he could hardly bear to resort to such a flamboyant technique. At last, the bloodied middle-aged ninja succumbed to his injuries, collapsing in despair. Excellent work, the shadow remarked, producing a tome titled The Self-Cultivation of Villains to document Sasuke's training achievements. It then casually consumed the ninja's soul, a flavor rich with despair, anger, and resentment, truly delectable. Sasuke silently grinned, but in the next moment, his expression shifted. Why was he feeling so exhilarated? Something was amiss. Sasuke realized that his emotional state was profoundly abnormal. In his pursuit of power from the shadow, he had sacrificed an innocent, solitary ninja. Under normal circumstances, he would feel heartache, guilt, and a desire to escape, never elated. He was not a monster. Isn't this splendid? That ninja fulfilled his maximum potential. You needn't bear the weight of your conscience. Rejoice in your power gain, just as one would relish a game. How many would covet such an opportunity? The shadow smiled as it twisted a part of Sasuke's cognitive abilities. Considering that Sasuke was merely an immature child with a skewed worldview, Itachi and Fugaku failed to establish a proper example, and it was quite reasonable for Sasuke, lacking the guidance of elders, to grow astray. Sasuke remained somewhat uncertain, glancing at the corpse on the ground, and inquired, "How should we handle this?" "Destroy the body and erase all traces." The shadow seemed quite adept, continuing, "You need not understand too much. Just remember this. Typically, the resolution rate for missing persons cases is significantly lower than that of homicide cases. After committing murder, one must thoroughly dispose of the body and eliminate any evidence that indicates the victim's death at the crime scene. Thus, it can only be classified as a missing person case and an ambiguous missing persons case, where it is uncertain whether the individual is alive or dead. Is difficult to investigate extensively." Sasuke nodded with difficulty, indicating his comprehension. "Can I incinerate it with the Great Fireball technique?" "The temperature of the Great Fireball is insufficient. It would merely cook the body. The scent and dripping fat would be troublesome to manage. You need not concern yourself with this. It will be handled." The shadow waved its robe, instructing Sasuke to return and reflect upon today's insights. Sasuke felt disoriented, as it was his first foray into wrongdoing. The false exhilaration and distorted guilt clashed within him, and he needed a moment of calm. Not long after Sasuke departed, two figures, one tall and one short, gradually appeared in the death forest. As they collected the middle-aged ninja's body, they began to mock. "Sasuke is still lacking compared to Neji. Neji would never spill so much blood when killing. He could dispose of the body himself." They had removed the tongue and severed the meridians to weaken the middle-aged ninja's strength, making it easier for Sasuke to use him as a punching bag. But Sasuke's performance could only be deemed average. Among the chosen pawns, Uchiha Sasuke's progress was among the slowest, a pretentious little brat. The first clone now wished to simply eliminate him. Whether Sasuke lived or died was inconsequential. He was merely a pawn, and there were others to take his place. The main body had discovered a school of pufferfish in the sea, along with blue-ringed octopuses and lion's mane jellyfish, all highly venomous. Gaara's sand had already been poisoned, leaving uncertainty about whether Chiyo could withstand it. During their conversation, the middle-aged ninja was neatly dismembered and placed into preservation bags as the two stood up and leisurely made their way back. "Handmaid Uncle Shobu, why are you still outside at this late hour?" A female ninja suddenly appeared by the roadside, looking at the two with surprise, soon followed by a look of caution and suspicion. "You just came from the direction of the death forest. Both of you are ordinary people and would never venture into the death forest at night. You two must be spies in disguise." The female ninja's tone was resolute, preparing for battle while also planning to signal for help, prioritizing a steady approach. "How troublesome. We've been seen." Shobu scratched the back of his head. "It seems we must silence her. There's no choice. We are merely logistical personnel split from the main body, with limited blue bars, unable to maintain a hidden state for long." Handmaid sighed, acknowledging that concealment was merely a passive attribute of the main body. The female ninja had no time to react before Shobu snapped her neck and stuffed her into a preservation bag, leaving her no chance to call for help. Looking at the female ninja's unblinking face, Handmaid offered a half-hearted consolation. "Do not worry. Even in death, you will continue to emit a faint warmth for Konoha." Cautious and meticulous before battle, they would revel in boasting only after defeating their enemies. This was the art of the devil. Within the Uchiha residence, Sasuke finally obtained the coveted Sharingan, temporarily freeing himself from the melancholic state brought on by murder. However, the power of the Sharingan left him greatly disappointed. Aside from his vision turning red, it seemed to hold no other abilities. "Of course," the shadow remarked, "it merely altered the structure of your iris. What you call the Sharingan is merely a superficial facade." The shadow was neither Orochimaru, who would meticulously nurture Sasuke, nor a pitiable protagonist from a fanfiction who, despite his family being slaughtered by Itachi, was compelled to be devoted to his brother. The shadow viewed Sasuke as a mere pawn and had no desire for him to possess power beyond its control. The Sharingan was best left aside. Instead, it would grant Sasuke magical power, which could be reclaimed at any moment. The development of the Sharingan likely required guidance from elders and the bloodline's secret techniques passed down through family scrolls. Search your home thoroughly. The Uchiha legacy spans millennia, and their collection of ninjutsu must be extensive. The shadow spoke nonsensically to deceive Sasuke. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke, though young, Remember distinctly that the Sharingan should awaken and be usable immediately. Perhaps your talent is simply inadequate, rendering you incapable of unleashing the true power of the Sharingan? The notion of being considered worthless was unacceptable to Sasuke. Chapter 7. The beginning of corruption. Sasuke could not accept the Shadow's words. He did not view himself as weak. Yet, his Sharingan proved utterly ineffective. In defiance, Sasuke rummaged through the Uchiha residence for scrolls, yet found nothing. Wait. I distinctly recall that there were numerous scrolls in the study's hidden compartment. Where have they all gone? Sasuke pondered, bewildered. You should have already deduced who took the scrolls, the Shadow said with a mocking expression. With gritted teeth, Sasuke retorted, it must be Shimura Danzo. He believes my youth renders me ignorant of our clan's hidden heritage. But I am fully aware. Moreover, when I awoke in the hospital, all the bodies of my clan had been buried. I had no chance to say goodbye. That old fool must be afraid I would discover the Sharingan has been taken away. I will not let him off the hook. If it weren't for his relentless pressure, Itachi would never have. Humph, the Shadow scoffed dismissively. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your self-deception, the Shadow replied, regarding Sasuke with disdain. After discovering the truth, you shift all your hatred onto Danzo, conveniently forgiving Itachi. Is that not self-deception? I did not. Sasuke vehemently denied, resembling a puffed-up cat. You know the truth in your heart, the Shadow whispered in Sasuke's ear. Encountering a dim-witted clan leader has truly brought misfortune upon the Uchiha clan. Your deceased father, Fugaku Uchiha, realized the impending doom of the clan, yet issued no warnings or left any escape routes, doing nothing but languish and await death. He allowed a mentally unstable 13-year-old child to make choices, watching helplessly as the entire clan perished. As for Itachi, there is no need to elaborate. His mind is filled with nonsense. And you? In the future, you will serve Konoha like a dog, a family of purebred wolves. I will not allow you to insult my father. Sasuke lunged forward, claws bared, but was effortlessly pinned to the ground by the Shadow's foot. What? Have I struck a nerve, causing you to lash out in anger? The Shadow kicked Sasuke's head forcefully, taunting, your furious yet inept demeanor resembles that of that worthless Fugaku. A stench that begets a foul breed, truly a father and son legacy. Sasuke glared at the Shadow with deep resentment, his fury gradually consuming his reason when the Shadow spoke again. Look at you. I merely uttered a few words against Fugaku, and you harbor such hatred for me. But have you ever considered what fate awaits your parents and clan members' corpses in Danzo's hands? A chill suddenly extinguished Sasuke's rage as the Shadow vividly described. They would be stripped of their clothing by a group, laid upon an operating table, skinned, dismembered, and turned to ash. Kabuto was unable to reincarnate Uchiha clan members during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Do you not comprehend what that signifies? You wish to forgive Itachi, forgive Konoha? Do you even have the right to speak of forgiveness? Are you qualified to forgive on behalf of the deceased? Fugaku, Itachi, and Sasuke, this trio of father and sons, genuinely exhibit a profound disregard for their clansmen, for they belong to the esteemed lineage of clan leaders. To them, their kin are merely cold commodities. Fugaku wagers this commodity against Itachi's choices, while Itachi exchanges it for his self-affirmation and Sasuke's safety. Sasuke harbors only thoughts of Itachi and Naruto, pondering the worth of clansmen. Are they not meant to sacrifice for the bloodline of their leader? The sharp, caustic whispers of the Shadow barely stir a flicker of shame within Sasuke. Yet it is scant. The Shadow does not seek to rectify Sasuke's values. Rather, it aims to surreptitiously erode his will amidst his turmoil. Sasuke weeps in silence, his tears pooling into a small lake upon the floor. What should I do? I cannot forgive Itachi, yet I find myself incapable of hating him. There is no need to dwell further on what confounds you. Instead of succumbing to inner turmoil, why not unleash madness upon others? The Shadow entices him, suggesting that within Konoha, numerous clans abound. Why not select a few to replicate the Uchiha's experiences and observe their choices? Sasuke trembles. They are all innocent. The premise that calamity spares the innocent hinges upon the notion that fortune does not favor them either. The progeny of thieves bask in the opulence acquired through robbery and slaughter, their hands untainted by blood. Yet are they truly innocent? The Shadow speaks with conviction. Certain individuals in Konoha have profited from the Uchiha's founding of the village, only to gorge on the blood-soaked remnants of their clan's massacre, leaving Danzo to shoulder the blame while feigning ignorance. Do they truly believe themselves to be innocent lilies? As a descendant of Konoha's founders, You possess the inherent right to dismantle this place. It is a matter of natural order. The demon's whispers echo relentlessly in his mind, the brilliance of humanity gradually tarnished. And the chains of morality tremble precariously, unable to prevent Sasuke's descent into the abyss of darkness. In a single night, Sasuke transformed. He no longer brooded over vengeance, nor did he constantly utter its name. He appeared normal, as if he were merely a serene and handsome figure. Yet, superficial normalcy does not guarantee true stability. Regrettably, the shinobi world lacks psychology, and no one concerns themselves with Sasuke's genuine thoughts. The shadow notes, villains should master the art of feigned loyalty. Danzo's overtly villainous demeanor renders him an open target for suspicion whenever misfortune befalls the village. Such a villain is truly a failure. Even if one cannot masquerade as a hero, at the very least, they should don the guise of beauty. Even demons, when bringing about destruction, shroud themselves in a facade that captivates the masses, for there will always be fools ensnared by such superficial deceptions. Looking at Danzo, one cannot help but wince. Sasuke's character shifts are evident, yet during this period, no matter how he transforms, he can always cloak himself in the guise of vengeance. The routine at the Ninja Academy remains as dull as ever. During breaks, Sasuke feigns reading while discreetly observing Naruto Uzumaki. Previously, he had been oblivious to Naruto's true identity, having never paid it heed. Now, he realizes the peculiar assembly of clan heirs gathered in one place, revealing much by implication. The Ninja Academy primarily serves to cultivate commoner ninjas. Although students learn basic techniques and theoretical knowledge, foundational skills, such as walking on water, are only encountered after graduation. Those of noble lineage benefit from the guidance of their elders, and in certain exceptional cases, like Kinomaru Sarutobi, may even receive one-on-one instruction from private tutors. This constitutes a monopoly on knowledge. While a few geniuses may emerge from the commoner class, it is exceedingly difficult for them to surpass established clans. The Shadow remarks with indifference. The beginning of Naruto resembles a tale of grassroots triumph. However, as the plot unfolds, the protagonist gathers countless blessings and hidden identities, transforming everything into destiny, akin to the ugly duckling becoming a swan, because the ugly duckling was, in truth, a swan all along. Chapter 8. The Fog of Decay. Sasuke quietly observes Naruto, and the Shadow cautions him. Be wary, there are likely Umbu surveilling Naruto. Recently, with the Nine-Tails rampage, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not relax his vigilance over Naruto. Sasuke, however, need not worry about such matters. To outsiders, the Uchiha Massacre does not prompt Sasuke's awakening of the Sharingan, rendering his potential unworthy of the root or Umbu's attention, especially given Konoha's tumultuous times. Regarding the Sharingan, as of now, no one is aware that Sasuke has attained a single tomo. It is merely a facade fabricated by the demon. Sasuke has attempted countless times and ultimately failed to unlock any abilities, reluctantly conceding defeat. Perhaps he has already surmised certain truths, yet they are inconsequential. Following cordial exchanges with the demon, Sasuke comes to realize that no matter how much resentment he harbors, it must remain buried deep within, accepting the demon's gifts with tranquility. Fog of Decay causes all beings to fall into an endless cycle of withering and decay. This is the new power Sasuke has acquired, a curse capable of widespread dissemination and inflicting damage proportionate to its reach. I suppose I am the first Uchiha to not regard the Sharingan as my core strength, Sasuke muses with self-deprecating humor, glancing at Naruto in the distance. Suddenly, he finds solace in this notion. Indra's influence over him has been profound, and he does not wish to become the character known as the second pillar in the manga. In his clandestine observations, Sasuke witnesses Naruto's solitary school days and sleep, noting the villagers' unfriendly demeanor, especially following the recent Nine-Tails incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen has exerted considerable effort to quell the rumors. As Hokage, it has proven not overly challenging to manage gossip. Though eradication is impossible, effective suppression is attainable. Unfortunately, Naruto's own mindset has faltered. With his compensation in hand, he can only afford expired food, as no one is willing to sell him fresh provisions. It is hard to fathom that such occurrences transpire in a village illuminated by the will of fire. Sasuke furrows his brow, recalling the events from the manga. During the mission to rescue Gaara, Chiyo had once remarked to Sakura, questioning why she, as Tsunade's disciple, was unaware of the tailed beasts, especially with Konoha possessing the Nine Tails. Kakashi responded that in Konoha, the Nine Tails is a classified topic. Is it truly a secret that nearly everyone knows about Naruto Uzumaki being the demon fox? This operation is indeed perplexing, and Sasuke finds himself unable to decipher the underlying logic, despite mulling it over repeatedly. Even more confounding is the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the manga, the third is depicted as a great leader devoted to the village, a paragon of virtue. Yet, Sasuke senses something amiss, unable to articulate his discomfort. He has inquired of the shadow, which advised, understand Hiruzen based on his superficial persona. There is no need for excessive interpretation of potential conspiracies. This response momentarily stuns Sasuke, and the shadow explains earnestly. If a mosquito bites you, do you resolve to extinguish all mosquitoes in the room with incense? Would you waste precious time and energy discerning the morality of a single mosquito? Whether Hiruzen is good or evil is inconsequential. Simply eliminate them all without fussing over trivial matters. Sasuke nods, slightly grasping this unconventional line of thinking. In the shadow's perspective, perhaps humanity is akin to a swarm of mosquitoes? As evening falls and school lets out, Naruto Uzumaki pauses outside Ichiraku Ramen, lingering in a corner as if yearning for a bowl of noodles, yet hesitating for some reason. The business at Ichiraku Ramen is bustling, soon. Many patrons lift the warm curtain at the entrance and enter. Our establishment has launched numerous new products. Would guests care to sample them? We are offering a 50% discount. I am warmly greets the customers. Well, then, I suppose I will. The guest glanced at the newly affixed menu on the table, which featured not only several novel flavors of ramen, but also an assortment of snacks such as wontons, soup dumplings, and shaomai. I'll have a portion of wontons, he requested. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Everything seemed perfectly normal, and shortly thereafter, Changpu presented a bowl of wontons. The guest devoured them heartily, noting that the filling had a texture distinct from that of pork. Changpu smiled sweetly. This is our restaurant's secret recipe. Given its secretive nature, the guest refrained from pressing further. From a distance, Naruto caught a whiff of the wonton's aroma. Upon spotting him, Changpu waved, signaling him to come over and eat. In Naruto's memory, hand-pulled noodles and Changpu were among the few who had shown him kindness, having previously treated him to free noodles. However, this time, he found himself unable to approach. Despite his hunger and yearning for delicious food, an instinctive fear compelled him to avoid Ichiraku Ramen, as though stepping inside would lead to misfortune. His mind and instincts clashed, ultimately resulting in his silent retreat. Witnessing this scene, another diner couldn't help but defend Changpu, exclaiming, "What an impolite little brat." Never mind, he's just a child. Changpu empathetically diverted the topic. She sensed the presence of the Umbu monitoring the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As night fell, it was time for Sasuke's hunt. This time, his target was a Chunin. It must be said that Sasuke's combat awareness was remarkably high. It wasn't long before he adeptly utilized the decaying mist technique, catching the Chunin off guard. The Chunin's vitality waned at a visible rate, transforming from youth to old age in the blink of an eye, and then from old age to a withered corpse, which continued to decay until it turned to dust, leaving no trace of genetic material behind. With the existence of the Edo Tensei technique, which blurs the lines between life and death, it was imperative to thoroughly dispose of the remains after a kill. Sasuke spoke coldly, unaware that the deceased soul had already been consumed. He merely sought to do his best within his capabilities. So, you transformed into Itachi's likeness to commit the act? He mused. After all, he is already beyond redemption. Extracting some residual value from him is his fortune. Sasuke had indeed strayed from the path. He vented all the grievances he had endured under the shadow's influence onto others, shifting his misfortune elsewhere, and felt a sense of relief. He finally realized that being virtuous only led to a suffocating dilemma, whereas embracing villainy allowed one to act freely. Wrongdoing might entail dire consequences, yet it was undeniably exhilarating. Those who dare to slander the Uchiha from the shadows, I shall hunt them down and eliminate them one by one. A cruel smile graced Sasuke's lips, though his descent into darkness was not yet profound enough for indiscriminate slaughter. However, such a state would not last long, for there is no turning back from hell. Chapter 9. Prelude. Sasuke returned home with a peculiar sense of delight. As he lay in bed, a thought struck him. He turned to the shadow and asked, "Can complete obliteration of the corpse truly prevent Edo Tensei and conceal the secrets of the deceased?" The fourth Hokage's soul had been claimed by the Grim Reaper, yet a sentient chakra remained within Naruto. This led Sasuke to question the uniqueness of the soul. That is a query best posed to the creator of the shadow clone technique. The shadow replied, unable to satisfy Sasuke's curiosity. He was merely a demon, not omniscient. Based on his experience, he couldn't ascertain the singularity of the soul, but he was certain that memories and identity were not unique. Mechanical life could replicate itself through data. Sasuke fell silent, ceasing this line of inquiry, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow. I have killed once more. Will you grant me new power? Young man, you cannot chew more than you can swallow. The shadow coldly rejected Sasuke's request. Master a technique to its fullest before seeking more. Can one technique truly defeat Itachi? Sasuke murmured. With the same fireball jutsu, while Uchiha Madara's was earth-shattering, yours resembles a mere fart. Can you guess why that is? The shadow retorted, causing Sasuke to withdraw into himself. A sleepless night ensued. The following day at the Ninja Academy, the teacher lectured passionately about the history of Konoha's founding, the greatness of the will of fire, and the warmth of the village. Sasuke found no interest in such trivialities, particularly those that had been obscured and revised. While Konoha was established by the Senju and Uchiha clans together, this fact was glossed over in the history textbooks. A thought crossed Sasuke's mind, and a strange smile crept across his lips. As one of the founders, Uchiha Madara became Konoha's first rogue ninja. How ironic. I suspect that when Uchiha Madara was still alive, no one dared to label him a rogue. Even after his departure, it could only be said that he abandoned Konoha, not that he defected. If Madara truly was a rogue, then the statue at the Valley of the End would be Konoha slapping itself in the face. Only in recent years, as the Uchiha clan has declined, have people dared to brand Madara a rogue. During the clan's peak, they wouldn't even utter his name. The shadow nodded in agreement. That's the way of the world. When one is alive, they wield power. When dead, they become mere fodder for gossip. If the Senju clan still existed, do you think the third Hokage would have been able to earn the title of the strongest Hokage? Indeed, living is truly wonderful. Sasuke mused, engaging in nonsensical chatter. The shadow suddenly reminded him, Naruto is quietly observing you. It matters not. I am frequently watched. One more gaze makes no difference. Sasuke evidently felt no particular regard for Naruto, as the Indra chakra had been thoroughly suppressed by the demon. However, Sasuke's plight was sufficiently compelling to draw Naruto's attention. If you were willing to invest effort, you could still become Naruto's closest friend. Forget it. I fear his foolishness might infect me. He's a fool who needs validation to find meaning in his own existence. Haha, though Naruto may be foolish, he has ultimately emerged as life's victor, unlike some who appear shrewd yet are utterly defeated. The shadow's mockery flushed Sasuke's face with embarrassment, prompting him to argue. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the reincarnation of Ashura, and the prophesied child of the sages. With so many layers of glory, if he cannot carve out a successful path, what distinguishes him from a pig? Ah yes, you are absolutely right, the shadow replied dismissively. Sasuke took a deep breath, suppressing the resentment bubbling within, only to notice the shadow's gaze fixated on a pink-haired girl. Haruno Sakura? What do you see in her? The shadow withdrew his gaze, reflecting, compared to you and Naruto, it seems that girl is the true winner of life. She has lost nothing on her journey and is forever in gain. Sasuke concurred, at least her parents are alive, but her personality is certainly not to my liking. It's hard to imagine that the Sasuke from the manga would eventually marry her. The superficial reason might be that Uchiha Sasuke softened due to Sakura's long-standing affection, or perhaps Sakura coerced Sasuke. The deeper reason, however, might be that after the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Sasuke, as one of the two supreme beings left in the world, needed to establish a bond, or perhaps a hostage within Konoha to ensure the village's complete peace of mind. The shadow did not hesitate to interpret the plot of the original manga from the darkest angles. Seemingly sensing the shadow's malice towards Sakura, Sasuke was perplexed. The shadow offered no explanation, merely recalling another Sakura, Makuzai Sakura. At that time, the demon had recently emerged from the abyss, quite weak, and sought to devour a set of card-captor Sakura and the mysterious magic book in that magical world. Instead, the magic lamp produced a set of Little Shadow and the unspeakable client book, nearly leading to his demise. It was truly an unpleasant memory. It is apparent that you are in a rather dismal mood. What is it? Are you planning something? Sasuke is eager. What is happening? Why are you so excited? The shadow is puzzled. I have merely come to a realization. Why should we allow certain individuals to operate in the shadows while others can only adopt a cautious, defensive stance? I can take the initiative and use the same tactics against them. Even if I cannot harm them, at the very least, I can make their lives uncomfortable. Sasuke bites his lip, as if brewing some extreme emotion. I truly despise this village and the higher-ups in this village. They stand at the pinnacle of power and morality, yet they still revel in manipulating discourse. Though I do not particularly like Naruto, I find his plight utterly repugnant, and thus, I wish to exploit this as a starting point. The shadow gazes deeply at Sasuke, sensing that a remnant of conscience still lingers within him. It must be purified. It must be cleansed with pure darkness. What do you think of my proposal? Sasuke appears hopeful. The shadow ponders for a moment. Regarding Naruto Uzumaki, I must caution you. His situation is not so simple. Minato Namikaze personally sealed half of the Nine Tails within Naruto. As Hokage, does he not understand the plight of a Jinchuriki? Over the years, the third Hokage has tacitly accepted Naruto's predicament. Jiraiya has never once acknowledged him, and Kakashi has chosen to ignore him. These prominent figures have all opted for a cold response. What of the others? Is it that Minato and Kushina's reputation is so poor that no one wishes to assist their child? Or have those who wish to help remain silent for various reasons? Sasuke is somewhat bewildered. I have not considered all of that. I merely want to expose Naruto's true identity and incite public opinion against the higher-ups. Just as they once pressured Tsukumo Hatake. The shadow shakes his head. Public opinion only yields the desired effect when matched with sufficient power and strength. Take Danzo Shimura. No matter how he steers public sentiment, he can always claim it is for the sake of Konoha. However, if an ordinary civilian attempts to instigate a public outcry, they will merely be deemed a destabilizing factor, and as soon as such sentiments arise, they will be humanely eliminated by the Umbu or root. Especially concerning Naruto. The higher-ups will undoubtedly adhere to the principle of better to kill wrongly than to let go. They possess both the power and the capability to do so, at worst. They can erase the memories of all who know the truth, which is not a difficult task. The shadow pauses for a moment and continues. Furthermore, given Naruto's thick skin, if the third Hokage utters a few sentimental words, he will likely choose to forgive and embrace him. If the victim does not care, what significance does public opinion hold? Sasuke stares in shock. What should I do then? The shadow chuckles. I have a plan that strikes at the root. I fear you may lack the heart to follow through. If you truly wish to use Naruto as a means to strike at the higher-ups, then directly eliminating him would be the most effective approach. If the Jinchuriki dies, they will surely be devastated. If Naruto's death is linked to their poor decisions, such as starving to death or being beaten by villagers and succumbing to infection, that would be a true strike at the heart. Chapter 10, Slaughter this Night. Uchiha Sasuke is somewhat agitated, and his hunting is imbued with a touch of ruthlessness. Another Chunin falls to dust amidst the thick fog. Cursing Uchiha Itachi with his last breath, Sasuke finds this quite satisfying, as his transformation technique is truly exquisite. Remembering the shadow's suggestion of striking at the root, a hint of gloom spreads across Sasuke's face. Theoretically, this move is indeed vicious, targeting the very heart of Konoha's leadership, killing while also severing the village's future hopes at the source. The development of Konoha is peculiar. Its inception marked the apex of strength, yet it has deteriorated ever since. With renowned strong figures mysteriously perishing, defecting, or leaving the village never to return. Now, Konoha exhibits a trend of waning vitality. Of course, this is not unique to Konoha. Several other major ninja villages are similarly afflicted, contradicting the historical theory of upward progression, where the further back one goes, the stronger they become. Akin to certain mystical worlds of cultivation. Only the future Naruto Uzumaki can lead Konoha to a new pinnacle. Without him, Konoha's fate could be dire. Or perhaps the entire ninja world is in a continuous decline. The shadow speculates that there may exist a force within the ninja world that is gradually suppressing the ninja class, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. But that is not of primary concern. What matters is Naruto. The shadow suggests that eliminating Naruto would extinguish any hope of Konoha's resurgence. Given Sasuke's understanding of the shadow, his statement indicates a genuine intent to kill Naruto, yet for some reason, he cannot bring himself to take action. Although free from Indra's influence, Sasuke still grapples with the decision to kill Naruto, his mind wavering as if two consciousnesses are at war. I have said that rather than engaging in self-inflicted turmoil, it is better to torment others. If you feel conflicted, it is best to set it aside and seek joy elsewhere. The enticing voice whispers in his ear. Sasuke instinctively nods, but is uncertain of what to do. The night of the massacre seems to have blocked his avenues for happiness. Thus, the shadow leads Sasuke to a peculiar individual named Oil Girl Toryun. Sasuke recalls that Toryun is a subordinate of Danzo Shimura, hosting nanobots within him. In an instant, Sasuke's expression shifts. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, Toryun cautiously releases his nanobots to survey the surroundings. Who is there? A familiar figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds slowly materializes. Uchiha Itachi, Toryun exclaims in shock. What is your purpose in returning to Konoha? As he speaks, Toryun has already launched an attack and sent a distress signal. Engaging in combat with Uchiha Itachi alone is an exceedingly irrational act. If all goes as expected, many of the individuals you despise will soon arrive. How do you plan to deal with them? I will eliminate them directly. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought you would enjoy torturing them to vent your frustrations. I have prepared the procedures for the 10 most severe tortures for you. Sasuke and the shadow chat leisurely. While Toryun is filled with dread, in his view, he can only see Uchiha Itachi surrounded by nanobots, muttering to himself, resembling a madman. A drop of cold sweat trickles down Toryun's brow as he wonders if Uchiha Itachi has truly gone insane. The Uchiha clan has always had a tenuous grasp on sanity, and the self-destruction of his own family must have pushed him over the edge. Does he regret returning to trouble Danzo? Until several members of Root arrive at the scene, Toryun remains lost in thought. Sasuke, it seems Danzo is quite cautious, not dispatching important members of Root to confront directly. The shadow, this is understandable. After all, within Konoha, if something goes awry, it is Sarutobi Hiruzen who will bear the burden. Why waste his own manpower? Sasuke, the higher-ups should already be aware of Itachi's return, correct? The shadow nods. Sasuke smiles. Well then, as his words fall, the mist that once enveloped his body to keep the nanobots at bay suddenly transforms into a thick smoke that engulfs everyone, and once the smoke dissipates, all have vanished. Today, the weather shifts from cloudy to clear. Sasuke attends the Ninja Academy as usual, without any hint of abnormality. Yet the Hokage's office is in an uproar. Last night, S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi returned to Konoha. Toryun sent a message to Root, and Danzo dispatched a few expendable reinforcements before promptly informing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially believed that Uchiha Itachi had crucial intelligence to report in person, but after waiting for a long time, he was met only with the bizarre disappearance of both Uchiha Itachi and the Root ninjas pursuing him. Shimura Danzo was deeply pained. Yunu Toryun was one of the elite ninjas of the Yunu clan, a prodigy he could ill afford to lose. Both the Root and Umbu dispatched numerous operatives to search for answers, ultimately discovering the scene of the tragedy. Seasoned ninjas, relying on the remnants of evidence, uncovered several corpses deep within the forest of death. Although the Root had long been desensitized to bloodshed and violence, they were momentarily taken aback by the gruesome spectacle before them. Skinned bodies knelt in a circle around a pit, all having been disemboweled, their skulls pried open, and the milky brains and entrails piled within the pit, resembling an unsettling bowl of noodles. Even more horrifying was the realization that these individuals had hollowed out their own insides while still alive, boiling them into a grotesque meal. Notably, Yunu Toryun was absent from this macabre scene. The Root and Umbu, suppressing their escalating dread, meticulously scoured the area. Upon relaying the intelligence, Danzo seethed with impotent rage in the Hokage's office. His fury stemmed from their inability to deal with Uchiha Itachi. The current state of Konoha was dire, rendering it impossible to mobilize forces specifically to hunt him down. The only person capable of restraining Itachi was Uchiha Sasuke. Yet no one could guarantee Sasuke's standing in Itachi's eyes, especially considering the latter had exterminated their entire clan. In Danzo's view, Sasuke should be forcibly inducted into the Root and marked with the cursed seal of Tongue of Misfortune as leverage against Itachi. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen categorically rejected Danzo's unreasonable demands, concluding that Itachi was likely on the brink of madness and could not withstand provocation. Danzo's intention to instigate conflict between Hiruzen and Itachi was something Hiruzen had no desire to confront. For the time being, they would have to accept the situation as it stood. As Hiruzen uttered this sentiment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. How could a mere rogue ninja bring their village to such disarray? Tsunade and Mido Gate also sighed in exasperation. In truth, Konoha possessed a substantial number of lower, middle, and upper ninjas, boasting a sufficient military force. However, the village lacked those extraordinary warriors capable of turning the tide in dire situations. Due to its unique geographical position, Konoha required top-tier protectors, or at the very least, individuals of the caliber of Uchiha Shursui or Hitaki Kakashi. Unfortunately, Konoha seemed cursed in recent years, with exceptional talents failing to endure. Chapter 11. Framing the Uchiha clan's annihilation was meant to eliminate a significant threat within the higher echelons. Yet it unexpectedly triggered dire consequences severe enough to cause the leadership to feel regret, though they dared not admit it. To express remorse would imply their decisions had been flawed, leaving them with no choice but to forge ahead into darkness. Cloud Village frequently harassed the borders of the Land of Fire. Rock Village lurked in the shadows, eyeing Konoha with intent. Mist Village was embroiled in internal strife, unable to attend to other matters, while Konoha relinquished minor interests to appease Sand Village, ensuring they did not face enemies on both fronts. Of course, the alliance with Sand was merely superficial. Should Konoha continue to falter, Sand would not hesitate to take a bite. The leadership maintained a strong grip on public opinion. The villagers continued to celebrate, though some faces bore the weight of worry, having lost loved ones with no trace left behind. As the village failed to provide answers, murmurs began to circulate regarding the security department. Although the Uchiha were unpopular, they had been diligent in their duties, with the disbandment of this department, who would ensure the maintenance of public order. The high-ranking officials were overwhelmed, lacking the time to address trifling matters, making it an opportune moment for upheaval. A shadowy figure remarked. Sasuke, perplexed, questioned whether missing persons were considered trivial matters, especially when some among them were Chunin. Before the figure could respond, Sasuke seemed to arrive at a conclusion. If such a large faction as the Uchiha could be dismissed so easily, what significance did a few Chunin hold? With Orochimaru and Danzo's history of conducting human experiments, the occasional disappearance of a ninja should have minimal impact. The shadow remained silent. In truth, Konoha would not be so irresponsible, but recent events had been tumultuous. Other pieces chosen by the demon were stirring the pot within the ninja world, causing villages to expend their energies against one another, drawing everyone's attention away from the ocean's anomalies. The depths of the ninja world were profound, making it difficult to ascertain how much power Sage of the Six Paths still retained, how far the shell organization had developed, or the true nature of the inexplicable evil god. The demon feared the Otsutsuki's ability to manipulate time, which was why he focused on the ocean as his entry point, seeking the artifact capable of traversing time and space. Diverse experiences shape distinct personalities. Some inherently powerful beings favor overt strategies, supported by ample strength and resources. In contrast, demons, having clawed their way up from the abyss, have long since become accustomed to operating in the shadows. Regardless of whether one treads the righteous path or the devious road, the demon cared little for the means as long as success was achieved. They preferred to hide in the shadows rather than attract attention, for being too conspicuous often led to calamity. The demon recalled a time when, during their novice phase, they inadvertently stumbled into an ostensibly ordinary realm, believing they could conquer all, only to be knocked unconscious by a robot cat named Doraemon, who took their place at a concert. Subsequently, they were repeatedly knocked out by Nobita, Shizuka, and Sunio, substituting for them at the concert. It seemed any random passerby could defeat the demon, a realization that left a profound impression, instilling a deep-seated caution within. Now, they sought to dominate through overwhelming advantage, preferring to crush opponents rather than engage in direct confrontations or precarious battles. When faced with an adversary they could not overwhelm, they would flee, dismissing the trivialities of pride. Survival was paramount, and they could always return for revenge later. However, the piece chosen by the demon was exceedingly ostentatious. At that moment, on the border of the Land of Lightning, a man clad in a black trench coat and a peculiar mask boldly stood within the Cloud Village's border camp. Had Danzo been present, he would have immediately recognized him as Yunu Toryun. Cloud Village swiftly identified him and surrounded him. "Who are you, and why are you here?" they demanded. In their dialogue, Cloud Village intended to arrest and interrogate Yunu Toryun. The preceding banter was merely a formality of the ninja world, a customary prelude to action. Yet, Yunu Toryun gazed at them with sorrowful eyes, coldly addressing them as if he were a jilted lover. "This is my homeland. The fourth Raikage is my kin. Why can't I be here? Is he not going to acknowledge me? Are you afraid I will reveal the truth and embarrass Cloud? His voice was loud enough for all the Cloud ninjas present to hear, causing them to pause in confusion. The truth? What truth? Suddenly, Yinu Toryun bashfully declared, in fact, I share an extremely close relationship with the fourth Raikage. The Cloud ninjas gasped in shock, then slowly began to connect the dots. Could it be that this youthful, delicate figure was indeed related to the Raikage? It was worth noting that the fourth Raikage had yet to take a wife. His closest companion was Killer B, which made one ponder the implications of their relationship. Many discreetly wiped sweat from their brows, regretting not having seized the opportunity to silence him earlier. You are a relative of the Raikage, are you not? One Cloud ninja desperately signaled to Yinu Toryun, the implications unmistakable. However, Yinu Toryun blatantly ignored the insinuation, gritting his teeth and declaring, in fact, I am the fourth Raikage's mother. The entire venue fell into a profound silence, as the Cloud shinobi, poised to receive earth-shattering revelations, widened their eyes in disbelief. How shameless! How utterly shameless! You are unmistakably a man, and moreover, the mother of the fourth Raikage is well documented. How dare you presume my gender? Oil Woman Toryun's furious roar echoed, lamenting the lack of freedom among the Cloud shinobi. Years ago, when the wife of the third Raikage could not bear children, she sought my services as a surrogate, promising a generous reward afterward. To my astonishment, that wretched woman intended to keep the child. Fortunately, I had the foresight to feign death and escape. Oil Woman Toryun wept bitterly. A large crowd fixed their gaze upon him, incredulous that such brazen shamelessness existed in the world. Engaging in dialogue with such a person felt like a degradation of dignity. The Cloud shinobi longed to intervene and silence Oil Woman Toryun's drivel, yet alas, they could not reach him. After articulating a series of shocking statements, Oil Woman Toryun unleashed the dust technique, a purple haze of nano-poisonous insects that swiftly annihilated most Cloud shinobi ninjas, deliberately allowing a few to survive. Subsequently, Oil Woman Toryun made his way to another Cloud shinobi outpost, where he inadvertently fell into captivity, revealing the identity of the Oil Woman clan and, in another careless moment, disclosing his affiliation with the Leaf Village. This was a crude and glaringly flawed frame-up. While the Cloud shinobi could discern that Oil Woman Toryun was being manipulated to provoke them, it mattered little. What was crucial was that the Cloud shinobi could leverage this opportunity to retaliate against the Leaf. Chapter 12. Undercurrents. Have you heard? A ninja from the Oil Woman clan attacked the Cloud shinobi and was captured alive. Huh. I heard it was the Raikage who was attacked and captured. No. It was someone impersonating the Raikage's father who was seized. Now, the Cloud shinobi are pressuring the village for an explanation from the Oil Woman clan, or else they will declare war. Regardless, I am unwilling to witness the outbreak of war, if a small sacrifice can avert it. I hope the Oil Woman clan will prioritize the greater good, much like the Hyuga clan did in the past. The villagers buzzed with speculation and under someone's instigation. Most believe this incident would mirror the Hyuga clan's past, sacrificing one to maintain stability and harmony. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, with a resounding bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Opposite him, Shimura Danzo remained composed, his demeanor unfazed. It seemed as though their roles had been reversed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, overwhelmed by mounting negative emotions, felt as if the unmanageable public opinion within the village had become the last straw. The Leaf Village appeared cursed, beset by misfortunes. Recently, history repeated itself as the Cloud shinobi captured Oil Woman Toryun, demanding an explanation from the Oil Woman clan. Meanwhile, news of the skirmish between Oil Woman Toryun and the Cloud shinobi inexplicably leaked, drawing all eyes to the higher-ups, awaiting their decision. This situation paralleled the Hyuga clan. As Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, calm down, we are currently at a disadvantage. My suggestion is to let the Oil Woman clan handle their own troubles. Danzo spoke with remarkable calmness. Be silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Danzo a glare, outraged that he would still entertain ulterior motives at such a time. The Cloud demanded reparations, insisting the Oil Woman clan disclose the secrets of the parasitic insects, or else war would ensue. Sarutobi Hiruzen surmised that conflict was unlikely. The Cloud was merely posturing. Yet this situation thrust Sarutobi Hiruzen into a predicament, as certain restless individuals would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, like Danzo or the imposter Uchiha Itachi who had assaulted Oil Woman Toryun. Regardless of the choice Sarutobi Hiruzen made, he would provide ammunition for the opposition, should he compromise. The stain of weakness might haunt him for life, especially since the cloud had acquired Oil Woman Toryun's nano-poisonous insects. It was imperative that the Oil Woman clan's secrets remained untouched. Conversely, if he retaliated forcefully against the cloud, he would find it exceedingly difficult to justify the actions taken against the Hyuga clan in the past, raising questions about the double standards applied to the Leaf's shinobi families. While the Hyuga clan may lack the audacity to act, Danzo and the mastermind orchestrating everything could be unpredictable. Danzo might incite public opinion to impeach the third Hokage, while the hidden puppeteer aimed to stir chaos within the Leaf. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of Danzo's tendencies. He lacked a sense of the greater picture. And even amidst the village's turmoil, Danzo would continue to sow discord, driven by a misguided confidence that only he could lead the village to new heights. I have contacted Itachi through discreet channels. Since infiltrating the Akatsuki, he has not returned to the Leaf. The assailant who attacked Oil Woman Toryun must have been an imposter. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette. Danzo, now is not the time for recklessness. Humph. Danzo scoffed, evidently harboring his own thoughts. Could it be Anoki? Nara Shikamaru speculated aloud, suggesting that inciting conflict between the Leaf and the Cloud was characteristic of the scheming Anoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, contemplating potential solutions. If all else failed, he would have to endure Danzo's antics a while longer. Rumors swirled like wildfire, affecting even the Ninja Academy. Sasuke keenly observed that both Hinata Hyuga and Shino of the Oil Woman clan were behaving oddly. In truth, Sasuke felt a sense of glee. The Leaf's misfortunes brought him satisfaction, though he pondered how the third Hokage would respond. The Shadow replied, I too am uncertain of his course of action, but generally speaking, your enemies may understand your weaknesses better than you do. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been in power for far too long enough for the other Kage to grasp his patterns. He enjoys expounding on grand principles, and when confronted with insurmountable challenges, he persuades himself and others with the notion of sacrificing the small for the greater good, transforming a few individuals into mere scratches on a memorial stone, all under the guise of the will of fire. To stabilize the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not hesitate to sacrifice the few for the many. The question remains, who will be the unfortunate few this time? While the idea of sacrificing a minority for the protection of the majority appears morally sound, it harbors endless repercussions, the sacrifice of human rights. If one can so readily sacrifice a few lives this time, what of the next? Many will fear that they too could be so easily forsaken. To avoid becoming the next victim, some may resort to unimaginable actions. A competent leader would not resort to such tactics unless absolutely desperate, and even then, they would never allow it to be exposed to the public eye. Perhaps the common folk understand they are expendable, but such matters must remain hidden. Once trust erodes, it is exceedingly difficult to restore. Sasuke sighed, recognizing that anyone could become a sacrificial pawn. The Uchiha clan, once so brazen, loudly scheming an armed coup as if their ambitions were open knowledge, had relied on their status as founding elders to feel invincible. Assuming the village would not dare act against them, the Shadow nodded in agreement, only to hear Sasuke continue. Itachi must be suffering greatly now, having obliterated his clan to maintain the village's stability, yet the village now teeters on the edge of chaos due to the Uchiha Massacre. The thought of Itachi's anguished expression brings me delight. Sasuke donned a mischievous smile, as though he could soothe the child's night terrors. After stripping away those futile emotions, I realize I understand Itachi better. His perception of the world is quite superficial. On the surface, he bears immense pain and guilt. Yet deep within lurks a hidden satisfaction and a sense of self-sacrifice and self-importance, akin to certain ascetic cultists who derive fulfillment and glory from their own sacrifices. I once believed that killing Itachi would be my revenge, but now I think that for someone like him, killing him would only instill a sense of pride in dying for peace, for the sake of protecting his brother. That would be far too lenient. I wish to transform him into a jester, a ludicrous and infamous fool whose name evokes laughter and scorn throughout the ninja realm until the end of time. In response to Sasuke's solemn declaration, the Shadow within remained utterly unfazed, even suppressing a chuckle. The rebellious lineage of the Uchiha clan is not to be taken lightly. Who knows if Sasuke might turn against us in a crucial moment, suddenly rekindling his fraternal bond with Itachi. After all, Obito himself switched allegiances on the battlefield. Chapter 13. Grass hidden, I recall you mentioning that I am not your only option, that you possess other pawns. Allow me to guess, could that individual be Niji Hyuga? Sasuke suddenly interjected. The shadow cast a glance his way. When did you become so perceptive? Do not forget, I am an Uchiha. Sasuke replied, lifting his chin like a proud feline. The fate of the Oil clan bears a striking resemblance to that of the Hyuga clan from years past, and much like myself. Niji is a man burdened with deep grievances and dilemmas. Therefore, I surmise this matter is likely tied to Niji Hyuga. That fateful night, Sasuke launched an attack on the Oil clan's Takaru, capturing and torturing a root operative who came to his aid. Following this, he seemed to awaken some peculiar attribute within himself. Takaru's brain was extracted, his body claimed by the shadow, and the next day, chaos erupted at the borders of the Land of Lightning. Truly, their efficiency is remarkable. I wish to meet Niji Hyuga, Sasuke expressed earnestly. What for? To seek guidance from an esteemed elder? Sasuke fell silent for a moment. I truly am inadequate. Niji managed to create such a significant stir without a word. While I remain conflicted, I must admit, Niji's actions have stirred something within me. I desire to witness another night of clan annihilation in this village. The Hyuga clan would suffice. The shadow nodded. Very well, Niji will likely acquiesce. He must envy you for having a brother capable of such devastation. The ninja world is rife with tension, as each village appears to be grappling with severe internal issues. At this moment, in Grass Hidden, a young ninja rushed into Karui's abode, his visage twisted in agony. Karui, I am injured. Let me bite you. Calmly, Karui rose to her feet. Standing before the young ninja, and with a swift motion, gouged out one of his eyes. The young ninja howled in torment, filled with rage. How dare a mere medical kit resist? This is intolerable. He began forming hand seals, but before he could complete them, he was swiftly dispatched. Karui, unfazed, attended to the corpse, muttering to herself, Aunt now, am I doing the right thing? In her vision, a crimson-haired woman materialized, exuding an air of ferocity. Well done. Those who bully you do not deserve to live. Yet, they are all stronger than I. Karui's expression soured. Grass Hidden had never taught her any legitimate ninja techniques to keep her in check. Fear not, I shall assist you. Eliminate whoever you wish, the red-haired woman declared, brimming with malevolence. After a moment of hesitation, Karui nodded resolutely. This woman, named now, claimed to be a spirit of the Uzumaki clan, appearing in Karui's mental realm one evening, after which death began to plague Grass Hidden. That night, now led Karui to ensnare a bag, mercilessly reducing a frequent tormentor to a pulp. Initially, Karui felt exhilarated, but soon dread crept in. Aunt, what if we are discovered? Grass Hidden will hunt us down. Do not fret. Your aunt is a villain of unparalleled evil. Villains ought to commit wicked deeds. As a little villain, you must accompany me in sowing chaos. Grass Hidden is insignificant. We will obliterate it. Now's demeanor was extraordinarily arrogant, and she resolved to train Karui in the dark arts, transforming Grass Hidden into a veritable hell on earth. Half a month later, a Grass Hidden ninja attempting to ambush Karui was sent flying, his skin mysteriously vanishing, leaving behind a bloodied corpse that wailed for release. You fool. Now scolded. I'm not foolish. Karui retorted, her confidence wavering. How could I be considered foolish for being ambushed without awareness? And that technique, the Uzumaki skinning technique, despite your teachings, I still cannot master it. Now was exasperated. You were taught for so long, and yet you remain inept. Is skinning truly a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan? It is excessively cruel. It would be more merciful to simply slay them. Karui understood that Nao's identity was questionable, as she seemed to use the guise of an Uzumaki spirit merely as a convenient excuse. Nevertheless, she felt immense gratitude towards her, regarding her as a true aunt. Grass Hidden was a hellish landscape, and now represented the light leading Karui out of darkness, a form of salvation. Karui yearned for a pillar of support, and based on her past experiences, a maternal figure was what she craved most. Thus, the demon seized the opportunity. The dark training continued. Push harder. Haven't you eaten? It's merely skinning a person. Why tremble? Listening to Aunt Nao's savage roar, Karui broke down in tears. As a young girl, the act of skinning a living being contradicted the very essence of her character. Ah, I've done it. This time, it is flawless, without a single hole. Karui beamed, seeking approval from Nao. Excellent. Now produced the witch's handbook, crossing off the act of skinning alive. Karui stole glances. Aunt Nao, what do live cooking and carriage splitting entail? Oh, These are skills essential for a little witch to learn. Let us see what the next task is, crafting a human chimera. Karui didn't fully comprehend, but readily agreed. Aunt Now is right. The individual transformed into a chimera was a white-haired female ninja named Ryosha, who wore a green scarf and berated Karui for her ingratitude, claiming that Grass Hidden had sheltered her and her mother, yet now she sought to repay kindness with malice. Karui retaliated with a harsh slap. Hypocrite! As if you've never harmed me. Stop feigning innocence. Half an hour later, the gentle, kind-hearted, and justice-driven female ninja Ryosha was grotesquely transformed into a chimera by the morally bankrupt and inhuman Karui. It was a scene that would break hearts and draw tears. Grass-hidden ninjas regarded Karui as a living healing pill, while deep within, her heart brimmed with hatred and resentment. Thus, she did not grapple with the morality of taking innocent lives. She merely lacked the courage to take that first step. Once her hands were stained with blood, she immediately unlocked the chains of her soul, instinctively knowing her next course of action without requiring further instruction from Now proclaimed, if one seeks thrills, they must pursue them to the end. And so, she led Karui to deliver all living beings in Grass Hidden and the city of Ghost Lights to the realm of ultimate pleasure. They cursed, they begged for mercy. They expressed their profound sorrow, yet Karui began to soften, though her actions remained merciless. For Aunt Now had declared that failing to eradicate them would only invite retribution. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? It is better to eliminate them entirely, severing the chains of hatred to prevent future conflicts. Karui found Now's reasoning compelling. Though she slaughtered indiscriminately, she harbored compassion. Aunt Now acted in their best interest. To live would only bring the agony of hatred. Besides, the land of grass is impoverished. It is far better to perish altogether, ensuring a harmonious reunion in the afterlife. At the moment of the city of Ghost Light's Lord, Muai's demise, hearing Karui utter such words, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could a sane individual speak thus? But of course, Karui's mental state was anything but normal. To Muai, Karui had perpetually appeared as if she were conversing with herself, smiling while committing heinous acts. All grass-hidden ninjas sacrificed their lives, their souls claimed by the demon, their chakra consumed by the realm of ultimate pleasure, their bodies transformed into nourishing fertilizer for the earth. The box of bliss was awakened, and from it emerged a creature named Wu. Now circled around him a few times, her face alight with enthusiasm, as countless dubious ideas surged within her. Chapter 14. Huganiji. The root base has always been a dark and cold place, as its master despises sunlight. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows, exuding an eerie aura. The air was thick with wails of despair, as unspeakable tragedies unfolded daily. At this moment, Shimura Danzo sat regally upon his throne. Despite having ostensibly been stripped of his authority as the leader of Root, he remained revered as its master. During the confrontation with the Cloud Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly chose to compromise, yet it was not the Oil Woman clan that bore the responsibility, but rather Shimura Danzo himself. Unlike the former Hyuga clan, the Oil Woman clan aligned with the Hokage faction, and the body of Oil Woman Kyujin was now in the hands of the Cloud Village. The nano-poison insect had likely been captured by them, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not demand the Oil Woman clan surrender their secret techniques. Thus, it fell upon Danzo to take action, given that Kyujin was originally a member of Root. Danzo was forced to shoulder all blame. As the attack on the Cloud Village by Kyujin transformed into his personal undertaking, dissociated from Konoha and the Oil Woman clan. The third Hokage stripped Danzo of all his powers, relegating him to a life of idleness at home, ostensibly providing the Cloud Village with a semblance of accountability. On the surface, this matter appeared to be a clumsy resolution, and Konoha's response seemed more like a perfunctory gesture rather than a genuine resolution. Yet, beneath the surface, disputes simmered unabated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having governed for many years, was far from foolish. As the Cloud Village pressed on, he directly pilfered from their homeland. The nano-poison insect was a secret technique of the Oil Woman clan. Although few clan members could master it successfully, cultivating and unleashing the uncontrollable insects was not a troublesome endeavor. Hiruzen need not concern himself with the process. Through Danzo, the intention could be relayed to the Oil Woman clan. Now, with the Cloud Village facing an insect crisis, they were likely too preoccupied to continue their extortion, perhaps even seeking assistance from Konoha. While there were murmurs in the aftermath, the high-ranking officials could resolve them in an instant. and they nearly traced the matter back to Niji. Fortunately, he cleverly passed the clues to Hyuga Hisashi. In the Hyuga clan compound, Niji's face flashed with resentment. I am truly sorry, my esteemed ancestor. I underestimated the third Hokage's capabilities. The Hokage is indeed not so easily dealt with. If the third were genuinely as kind and weak as he appears, he would have long lost his position. The peculiar shadow claiming to be the ancestor of the Hyuga branch sat opposite Niji, speaking in a calm and measured tone. You are still young, and achieving this level is commendable. Uchiha Sasuke wishes to see me, does he not? Then let us meet. Perhaps we can collaborate. In truth, Niji held little interest in Sasuke. He did not know him well enough. In his past perceptions, Sasuke was merely a proud young master, akin to Hyuga Hinata, a second-generation ninja. The extermination of the Uchiha clan might evoke some humanitarian sympathy from Niji towards Sasuke, but that was the extent of it. To Niji, Sasuke was merely a cub stripped of protection, scrambling to make his voice heard, striving to prove his strength to mask his inner turmoil, an experience Niji himself had endured. Although Niji was not particularly fond of Sasuke, his ancestors' interest in Sasuke naturally compelled Niji to follow suit. Thus, the two youths from the clans of ocular techniques crossed paths by chance. One day after school, as Sasuke passed by a ninja tool shop, he spotted two individuals exiting, one a beautiful girl with her hair tied in two buns, and the other a long-haired boy with pale gray eyes and a bandaged forehead. Tintin, please prepare my custom ninja tools promptly. Rest assured, Niji, I will give you a 20% discount. Thank you. Sasuke approached, greeting them. Hello, upperclassmen. You are an Uchiha? Niji, this is Uchiha Sasuke, the top student from a lower grade, reputed to be a formidable genius. Sasuke, do you have something to discuss? Oh, I heard that you are very skilled, so I wanted to seek your guidance. I have no interest. Niji maintained his aloof persona, turning to leave. Tintin, I must take my leave. Sasuke smiled as he nodded to Tintin, then hurried after Niji. Watching their retreating figures, Tintin wore a look of satisfaction. Niji truly needs to make more friends. Along the way, Sasuke engaged in conversation with Niji, and they suddenly turned towards the training field, creating an impression that Niji had been persuaded by Sasuke to agree to spar. Everything seemed quite reasonable. Yet, the reality was that Niji activated his Byakugan, checking for any lurking pests, ninja hounds, or strangers. After ensuring their surroundings were clear, they proceeded side by side to the training ground, indeed exchanging blows in a match. The techniques employed by the upperclassmen do not resemble the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan at all, Sasuke panted. Niji stroked his chin. Where are the Uchiha's Sharingan and fire release? They exchanged mutual injuries, yet their hearts remained untroubled. Both had accepted the unknown power, aware that the mysterious entity harbored ulterior motives. Their lives, bound by fate, could not compel their submission. However, to shatter the shackles of destiny, they indeed required this external force. Sasuke was unwilling to be brainwashed into becoming Konoha's guardian, and Niji did not wish to die shielding others. After their sparring concluded, Sasuke invited Niji to his home. Despite being mere children, they conversed like seasoned individuals weathered by life. Niji suddenly posed a question to Sasuke. What do you consider sacrifice to be? Why do some people constantly speak of necessary sacrifices? Sasuke pondered for a moment. I do not know what sacrifice is. I only know that I am willing to let others sacrifice. But when it comes to my own sacrifice, I am absolutely unwilling. Niji chuckled. You dare to speak the truth. I suspect most people share this sentiment. The few who genuinely dare to sacrifice themselves have likely long become cold symbols on a memorial stone. The sunset painted the sky crimson. Sasuke gazed towards the courtyard, gently murmuring, where Konoha dances, fire endures. The third Hokage must be over 60 this year. He is truly fortunate to have lived so long. After all, he is the most powerful Hokage, having made countless contributions to the village. Longevity is only fitting. Niji's comment seemed somewhat out of context, as though hinting at something deeper. One could only say that those who understand, understand. Sasuke attempted to dominate the conversation, but he soon faltered, feeling exposed. In their discourse, he realized that the mysterious presence favored Niji, and Niji was learning far more. Niji found this to be quite the norm, as he put it. As long as one is willing to cooperate, that esteemed figure is exceedingly generous. Chapter 15. Declining aside from the devil's preferential treatment. The dialogue between Sasuke and Niji was relatively harmonious. From that day forward, Their relationship grew ever closer. During ninja school dismissals, one could frequently see Sasuke and Niji walking together, heading towards the Uchiha compound, with Niji sometimes staying overnight. Sasuke would actively invite others to his home. How peculiar, indeed. Haruno Sakura expressed confusion, feeling envious. She too wished to visit Sasuke's home. Yamanaka Ino glanced up and remarked, "It's not strange for Niji Hyuga to be with Sasuke. He is the top student from a higher grade, and naturally, exceptional individuals gravitate towards one another. Moreover, Sasuke and Niji share similar backgrounds, although Ino refrained from voicing this, fearing it might upset Sakura. Haruno dashed to catch up with Niji and Sasuke, with Ino Yamanaka closely following. It was evident that they sought to engage Sasuke once more. However, unlike in the past, Sasuke did not dismiss them. Instead, he politely and earnestly declined, expressing gratitude for their affection but apologizing for his commitment to the Uchiha clan's mission. He stated that until he achieved his goals, he could not afford to entertain romantic feelings and urged them not to waste their time on him. After bowing deeply, Sasuke left Sakura and Ino visibly startled by his serious demeanor. Ino quickly regained her composure, assuring him, "I understand, Sasuke-kun, you need not apologize." Sakura, though lacking in conviction, echoed Ino's sentiments, recognizing that no matter how much she wished otherwise, she could not expect Sasuke to abandon his quest for vengeance against the clan's massacre in favor of romance. The two girls departed in disappointment, and Sasuke exhaled in relief. He was not adept at navigating complex interpersonal relationships. It was far more responsible to decline outright than to leave others hanging in uncertainty, which would only lead to regret in the future. "Sakura is meant to be your future wife. I thought you would treat her with more consideration," Niji remarked. Sasuke's expression shifted to one of confusion. "What could I possibly possess that would endear Sakura to me?" Niji shook his head. "I cannot say. But I am certain that when emotions intertwine with personal gain, the relationship becomes more stable. If not for the Uchiha tragedy, there would be no chance of a union between you and Sakura, given the Uchiha's long-standing tradition of marrying within the clan." The girls who once admired Sasuke in school did so primarily for his appearance. It seemed only Sakura had truly succumbed to her feelings. Yet now, with the Uchiha clan's downfall, for a common girl, winning Sasuke's affection would be akin to ascending to greatness. He was handsome, orphaned, and possessed a considerable inheritance. Such a catch was virtually unattainable. In the middle of Sasuke's defection, those who remained loyal to him would undoubtedly earn Naruto's favor. Later, as Sasuke became a top-tier ninja, being associated with him would seem like a surefire investment. Moreover, Sakura's rapport with Naruto and Kakashi was excellent, leaving her little to fear about potential fallout. Niji articulated the rationale behind Sasuke and Sakura's potential union through a lens of self-interest, a perspective shaped by his own life experiences. He understood that in their village, true goodness and beauty were scarce. "I've already made my stance clear in rejecting Sakura. There is no need to ponder her thoughts," Sasuke reflected. "We must prioritize our pressing matters. Our outward strength is merely that of reserve ninjas, and many actions remain beyond our reach until we can fully unleash our potential." Niji's gaze burned with determination. "Who knows? But I am certain that when the village's interests clash with my own, I will steadfastly choose my side." Sasuke nodded in agreement, sharing Niji's sentiment. He was quite satisfied with Niji as an ally. Niji was level-headed and communicative, unlike some impulsive fools who were impossible to reason with. However, Niji harbored a rather lukewarm impression of Sasuke, largely due to the manga's portrayal. He could not empathize with Sasuke from the protagonist's perspective. All he saw was Sasuke's wavering loyalties and his irresponsibility towards his wife, daughter, and clan. Most critically, he found it incomprehensible that Sasuke, possessing the Rinnegan, had never contemplated resurrecting his parents. Given Sasuke's prior connection with Orochimaru, it would not have been difficult for him to use White Zetsu to revive a few individuals. Yet Sasuke never even attempted it, remaining lost in grief over his family's demise, treating the resurrection artifact as a mere trinket. Niji could not fathom Sasuke's reasoning. Since learning of the Rinnegan's power to reverse life and death, Niji had fantasized multiple times about retrieving his father from the Pure Land, willing to pay any price. During the war, the village had sent branch family members of the Hyuga clan to the front lines, sacrificing them for the greater good, while Hinata had lost her life due to peace. Wasn't it ironic that, although it was the Cloud Village that initiated hostilities, it was Hinata who bore the consequences? If the village's peace could be maintained at the cost of others, Niji reasoned that reviving his father should similarly come at the expense of others. Sacrificing those unconnected to him to bring his loved ones back, surely that was reasonable? That night, Niji once again stayed at Sasuke's home, and in the dead of night, they ventured out to hunt. Niji remarked to Sasuke, "You have left many vulnerabilities. For every person who goes missing, their loved ones will tirelessly seek the truth. Therefore, the most effective strategy is to eliminate entire families, targeting those with simpler familial ties to avoid complications." Sasuke acknowledged this wisdom, recognizing Niji's ruthlessness. Konoha, wary of inciting panic, had concealed the disappearances from the public, conducting investigations discreetly. However, due to external pressures, they could not dedicate substantial resources to this issue. The primary reason was that the missing individuals were largely unremarkable. Had they been prominent clan members, the uproar would have been immediate. Niji's cold analysis revealed that what he truly desired was to eradicate the main branch of the Hyuga clan, but alas, he lacked the strength and needed to eliminate more individuals to gain power. After swiftly disposing of the remains, both Niji and Sasuke suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them, accompanied by an unknown mental shock that nearly toppled them. Shadows and the ancestors of the Hyuga clan had infiltrated their consciousness from the moment the tremor began. Before long, the once quiet Konoha erupted into chaos, as numerous ninjas gathered in the streets, questioning whether an earthquake had occurred or if they were under attack. Niji and Sasuke exchanged glances, sensing that this tremor was no ordinary seismic event. Typical earthquakes did not affect the mind. The village's higher-ups quickly deduced the same and dispatched subordinates to investigate. Chapter 16. Destruction in the dimly lit depths of the root base. Danzo Shimura's shadow flickered in the candlelight as he perused confidential intelligence with a glint of fervor in his eyes. The box of ultimate bliss that grants all wishes? He mused, questioning the existence of such a miraculous artifact. Perhaps it was all true. After all, the land of grass had been erased from the map. A terrifying power that even the first Hokage could not have wielded overnight. A few nights prior, Konoha experienced an earthquake accompanied by a potent mental shock. In truth, the ninja world had not witnessed natural disasters in a long time. Most calamities were of human origin. Konoha's leadership swiftly sought to determine whether the earthquake was a coincidence or a deliberate act, with Root also intervening. However, based on the gathered intelligence, Konoha's upper echelons soon discovered that the tremors were not confined to their village. The land of fire, the land of earth, and surrounding minor nations also felt the impact. With the epicenter traced back to the land of grass, ninja dispatched to gather intelligence from the land of grass were stunned to find that the entire nation had vanished, not merely the village of grass, but the entire country had physically disappeared. The landscape was riddled with bottomless chasms and massive pits, as if the earth had been completely overturned. Only a fraction of the population remained, most of whom were driven to madness, utterly bewildered by the events that transpired. Fortunately, Root managed to locate a surviving villager near the village of grass, though his mental state was also unstable. Nevertheless, Root forcibly extracted his memories, unveiling the existence of the red-haired witch, Yakumo, and the box of ultimate bliss. The witch had sacrificed to the box, wishing for the annihilation of the land of grass. And a monster born from the box had fulfilled her request. Upon receiving this information, Danzo realized that his opportunity had arrived. The box of ultimate bliss was a divine gift. Possessing this artifact would undeniably elevate him to the position of Hokage. No, what was Hokage compared to the power it could bestow? If the Paradise Box truly possesses the power to fulfill wishes, then Shimura Danzo shall ascend as the new master of the ninja realm. Even if the Paradise Box cannot grant desires, its formidable destructive capabilities are enough to entice Danzo. This force surpasses even that of the tailed beasts. Although it requires the sacrifice of human lives to activate the Paradise Box, Danzo remains indifferent. To him, human life is merely a renewable resource, and he believes he can acquire as many as he desires. If the lives of mere ants could pave the way for Danzo to attain the position of Hokage, then it would be their fortune. Foolish Hizashi, this time I shall outpace you. Ha ha ha, Danzo chuckled softly, shaking off the despair of being unjustly blamed recently. The Yamashiro clan possesses a secret technique for reading memories, and one of Danzo's trusted subordinates is Yamashiro Kaze. Other faction spies are unlikely to employ such brutal methods to interrogate survivors from the land of grass. leading Danzo to conclude that he is among the first to acquire intelligence regarding the Paradise Box. The entire root organization quickly sprang into action as Danzo issued two commands. First, to eradicate the survivors in the Land of Grass, particularly those near Kusagakure, to prevent further leaks of information regarding the Paradise Box. Second, to retrieve the Paradise Box at any cost. As it is his unique treasure and the cornerstone of his ambitions, Danzo would not allow others to interfere. At that moment, Danzo was unaware that news of the Paradise Box had already spread far and wide. It is worth mentioning that on that day, Karen and now unleashed the creature Wu from within the Paradise Box. This being possessed a rudimentary form of telepathy and a simple form of immortality. As long as the Paradise Box remained intact, Wu would not be completely vanquished. Wu could communicate, yet his rationality often faltered. And he shared an enigmatic connection with the Sage of Six Paths, prompting the demon to exploit him for its own purposes. The rumors surrounding the Paradise Box bear resemblance to those of a wish-granting lamp. However, Wu's destructive capacity is rather limited. In fact, the overall destructive potential of all jutsu in the ninja world is rather mediocre, as most techniques are designed for targeted assassinations. The demon, however, favors abilities that can induce widespread calamities, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, or plagues, thereby harvesting lives on a grand scale. Utilizing the Paradise Box as a ruse, Wu and Karen took center stage in a grand performance. Fueled by the horrifying wish made by Karen, the demon-controlled pawn Wu wreaked havoc upon the Land of Grass. Serving both as a test for the demon and as its initial assault, the souls of the deceased did not ascend to paradise. Instead, they were mercilessly consumed by the demon. On the surface, it appeared that all destruction was wrought by Karen and Wu, with Wu devouring the souls, while the demon maintained a deeply hidden status. The frenzy of slaughter did not persist for long. Karen soon sensed an impending danger as an unknown gaze scrutinized them. Reminiscent of an otherworldly observation that transcended time and space, enveloped in a chilling and peculiar scrutiny, a sudden wave of crisis surged within her. The next moment, a magnificent force erupted from the netherworld, disregarding the barriers between the realms of Yin and Yang, bearing down upon Wu with an overwhelming might. As if the very earth were lamenting, this force triggered a mental shockwave that many endured. Wu could not withstand even half a second before disintegrating into ash. Theoretically, Karen too would falter, yet at the critical juncture, she sought refuge within the Paradise Box, evading the onslaught from the netherworld. The Sage of Six Paths indeed still keeps an eye on the ninja realm. The demon was certain of this. After Wu's obliteration, that scrutinizing gaze lingered for a considerable time before finally receding. In past ninja world wars, many lives were lost. Yet the Sage of Six Paths never intervened to oversee matters. Why, then, did the destruction of the Land of Grass provoke his involvement? The demon speculated that the commotion was too great, with the death toll far exceeding that of previous ninja world wars. After all, the conflicts among ninja were relatively contained. And in a broader sense, the common people of the five great nations lived peacefully. The Paradise Box is, after all, the possession of the Sage of Six Paths. So it is not surprising that it would capture his attention. Most crucially, this incident may have encroached upon the realm of paradise. The souls of the deceased from the Land of Grass did not enter the netherworld, which likely served as the main catalyst for the Sage of Six Paths to take action. Upon reflection, when the Uzumaki clan developed the corpse demon technique, competing for business with the netherworld, they mysteriously faced extinction. Who can say whether the Sage of Six Paths played a part in that? All of the above remains mere speculation by the demon, who will not halt its plans due to the sage's sudden interference. The obliteration of the Land of Grass and the survivors who were intentionally spared would be sufficient to spread tales of the Paradise Box's might throughout the world. That is enough. Karen was expelled from the Paradise Box, yet now did not follow suit. She instructed Karen to accomplish two tasks: to deliver the Paradise Box to Awagakure, and then to find a way to join the Akatsuki. Chapter 17. The Will of Fire. Karen did not question now about her seemingly unrelated tasks. The sensation of simply following orders without the need for independent thought was, in fact, quite pleasant. Karen was reluctant to part ways with Now, though she kept this sentiment to herself. Waves of individuals seeking the Paradise Box continued to surge forth. Following Now's instructions, Karen placed the box in the path of Awagakure. If they failed to retrieve it, it would merely signify their foolishness, and letting others take it would not pose a problem. It is noteworthy that Orochimaru was also drawn to the commotion, dispatching agents to scour the ruins of the Land of Grass, where numerous white Zetsu were also searching for the whereabouts of the Paradise Box. Karen cautiously evaded detection as she set forth toward the Land of Rain. Konoha village remained vibrant and lively, yet certain things seemed to have shifted. Children may not sense the change, but the older ninja were acutely aware. In short, they had lost a certain confidence. Despite emerging victorious in 3 ninja world wars, Konoha had not gained anything from these conflicts. Rather, it had continuously suffered losses. The power dynamics of the ninja world transformed from 1 dominant force and 4 strong contenders to 5 strong factions. Reflecting on the days when Hashirama and Madara were alive, Konoha's ninja walked with an air of authority, and none dared to offend them. Now, however, they had been repeatedly bullied by Kumogakure, and such a stark shift in status could easily induce unease, especially among the elders who had lived since the village's inception. No matter how adept one is in political maneuvering, it cannot alter the essence of a policy of appeasement. It may be tolerable once or twice, but repeated occurrences would cause anyone to question. Hinata Hayashi now felt some unease. His nephew, Niji, was growing increasingly close to the Uchiha clan's orphan, appearing as if they were the best of friends, a sight not welcomed by Hinata Hayashi. The Uchiha clan was a veritable quagmire of historical issues, and Hinata Hayashi had no desire to engage with them, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings with the village's higher-ups. He had subtly suggested this to Niji several times, but Niji feigned ignorance. Hinata Hayashi could not simply employ the caged bird policy to prevent Niji from forming friendships, could he? Hinata Hayashi felt a twinge of guilt towards Niji, and the other elders of the clan would not mistreat him either, as the events of the past were well known. If they were harsh towards Niji, it would be tantamount to losing face for the Hyuga clan. As more and more individuals became aware of Niji's close friendship with Sasuke, Hinata Hayashi found it increasingly difficult to intervene without appearing insecure, so he could only allow events to unfold as they may. Once more, the Ninja Academy had dismissed its students, and Sasuke and Niji walked side by side down the path. Beneath a tree in front of the teaching building, a swing was tied to a branch, and a boy clad in an old orange jacket sat quietly in the shade, his usual mischievousness nowhere to be found, leaving him solitary and serene. As Naruto observed the pair walking together, a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. However, Niji and Sasuke, passing by, completely disregarded him. Niji had previously remarked that there might exist a certain mimetic pollution within Naruto that could distort human perception, warning that it was best not to engage with him, not even to entertain the thought. Sasuke struggled to suppress the urge to glance at Naruto, letting out a soft sigh once he had distanced himself. "What's wrong? Are you going to get all sentimental again?" Niji quipped mercilessly. Sasuke, with a heavy tone, responded, "Niji, what do you think I should do?" "What should you do?" Niji retorted. Sasuke bit his lip hard, aware that the so-called will of fire was an insufferably hypocritical notion. Both Shisui and Itachi had been brainwashed by this ideology to the point of turning against humanity. Yet, at times, he found himself genuinely feeling the warmth of the will of fire, even becoming entranced by it. It was clear that the tragedies they bore were inflicted by Konoha, and he ought to harbor hatred towards the village. But why? When he encountered Iruka, Might Guy, or the elderly woman selling dango, could he not summon even a hint of animosity? Sometimes, he felt he could slightly understand Itachi. "Niji, does this make me seem like a fool?" Niji nodded, realizing that Sasuke was once again spiraling into his thoughts. He mused that one must not let a Uchiha ponder too deeply, lest calamity ensue. He placed a reassuring hand on Sasuke's shoulder, speaking in a brotherly manner. "You are not a fool, Sasuke. Your disdain for Konoha does not negate your fondness for Iruka. The two are not mutually exclusive. You are no longer a child and should discern the difference between the collective and the individual." Niji had grasped this truth long ago. He resented Konoha, yet did not harbor ill will towards Tenten or Rock Lee. An individual cannot represent the collective, nor can the collective wholly represent an individual. The warmth of the will of fire that you feel may not align with the will of fire upheld by Iruka or Might Guy. Niji's words were somewhat cryptic, leaving Sasuke bewildered. "I don't understand what you're saying." Niji posed a question in return. "Do you believe that the will of fire practiced by Shimura Danzo is the same as that upheld by Might Guy?" This example was aptly chosen, and suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Sasuke. "I understand now. The will of fire is merely an ambiguous phrase. Each individual can interpret it differently. On the surface, Everyone may profess belief in the will of fire, yet unifying thought is difficult. What I resent is the will of fire of Konoha's higher-ups, which bears little relation to others. Niji's expression reflected a mentor's pride. Ultimately, the problem lay with the will of fire itself. As a philosophical tenet for the village, it lacked any guiding principles, detailed metrics, or clear objectives. It was filled with empty rhetoric, akin to the slogans of a cult. The will of fire was initially proposed by Hashirama Senju. While one could trust his character, his intellect was another matter entirely. Sasuke gazed, astonished, at the eloquent Niji. "You're only a year ahead of me. How do you know so much?" Niji, equally shocked by Sasuke's ignorance, replied, "Have you never sought the wisdom of our esteemed elder?" Both the Shadow and the Hyuga ancestor were manifestations of demonic entities, and Niji was acutely aware that he had been chosen by an unknown benefactor. With no means to resist, he resolved to seize every opportunity that came his way. Sasuke felt overwhelmed, realizing he was being thoroughly outmatched by Niji, which soured his mood. Although Sasuke could now commit acts of violence without a second thought, a persistent question gnawed at him, a question he felt compelled to pose to the Shadow. At the crossroads, the two parted ways. Niji's expression turned cold, a flicker of chill crossing his eyes. "My lord, we must remain cautious of Sasuke. I fear he may turn against us. Do not worry, I shall manage it." The intervention of the Sage of Six Paths had stirred Indra's chakra. It was only natural that Sasuke would be affected. If it were not for the desire to keep Indra for future plans, the demon would have consumed him whole by now. Chapter 18. The Spirit in the Box Bang. "You are all worthless. Even with an advantage in intelligence, you failed to retrieve the bliss box. What use are you to me?" In the root base, Shimura Danzo slammed his hand forcefully on the table. The opportunity to unify the ninja world had slipped right through his fingers. How could he not be enraged? The kneeling root members reported, "My lord, when we arrived in the land of grass, the rock village had already taken the bliss box. It was too late to stop them. You dare return after failing the mission." Enraged, Danzo swiftly dispatched the unfortunate ninja with a kunai. As two other root members emerged from the shadows to quietly dispose of the body. Once he had calmed himself slightly, Danzo issued a new command. "Contact our spies embedded in the rock village and find a way to obtain information regarding the bliss box." "Yes." The root ninja acknowledged and departed. Danzo sat grimly, knowing that even if he could not possess the bliss box, it must not fall into anyone else's hands. Otherwise, it would pose a significant threat to Konoha. Meanwhile, in the office of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki frowned as he scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his expression grave. The Earth country bordered the land of grass, and Inoki was among the first to learn of the bliss box. He had dispatched people to search for it, only to find that the original owner had carelessly left it in front of the rock ninja, departing without a word. There is a conspiracy. No, perhaps this is a bold strategy. The bliss box bore a note left by the witch detailing its rules and taboos. 1. Only by reciting the correct prayer can the true spirit of the box be summoned. 2. The spirit will demand a sacrifice when fulfilling wishes. 3. Maintain reverence towards the spirit. It possesses great wisdom and autonomy. The prayer was inscribed on the back of the note. However, Inoki hesitated. He did not trust the information left by the witch, yet all the ninja from the grass village were dead, and no one else knew how to use the bliss box. This left him in a quandary. What a hot potato. Inoki sighed, realizing that the bliss box surely harbored some hidden danger. Otherwise, the grass village would have long since dominated the world. The three rules were vague, fraught with pitfalls. What would happen if the wrong prayer were recited? What repercussions would follow if the spirit were offended? These remained unknowns. The bliss box resembled a gamble. By not engaging with it, one would incur no loss. However, since acquiring this cursed box, the attention of the entire ninja world had converged upon the rock village. Spies from all factions were now on the move. As long as it remained in the rock, it would forever be under the scrutiny of covetous eyes, never at peace. Inoki could not simply discard the box. If someone inadvertently stumbled upon it and fulfilled an extraordinary wish, it could lead to a tragedy akin to that of the land of grass. After much deliberation, Inoki ultimately decided to give it a try, designating a testing site 20 kilometers from the rock village, with a willing chunin named Gravel acting as the initiator of the ritual. Gravel, who had been gravely injured during the Third Great Ninja War and was now afflicted with a terminal illness, was eager to offer his value to the village. Inoki personally led his subordinates to observe from a distance as Gravel stood calmly before the bliss box, reciting the eerie prayer aloud, from an unknown realm. A mysterious existence, a symbol of insatiable desire, an eternal spirit that cannot be gazed upon, described, or comprehended. I offer my soul as a sacrifice, beseeching your arrival into this world. Gravel prayed repeatedly, as time slowly flowed by. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the sound of his prayers. Why was there no response? With a heavy heart, Gravel persisted. After countless recitations, a sudden chill enveloped him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The colossal masks adorning the walls of the box of bliss fell away, revealing a writhing maw obscured until now. A crimson glow surged forth from its depths, outlining a door that flickered between existence and illusion. It was as if two disparate dimensions converged at this moment, and the door gradually transitioned from the ethereal to the tangible. A creaking, mournful breeze emanated from beyond it, the sound of the door being pushed ajar, and from the narrow opening spilled an overwhelming sense of foreboding. The gap widened, and within mere seconds, an indescribable figure descended, beckoning to me, a humble mortal, promising to honor the terms of our pact and fulfill my desires. Tell me, what do you wish for? Gravel bowed his head, concealing his trepidation, his voice trembling slightly. I wish to restore my health. This had been prearranged. The Earth Shadow would observe Gravel's transformation to ascertain any potential hazards following the fulfillment of his wish. Within 3 days, 20 living souls must be offered to the box of bliss as a sacrifice, and your wish shall be granted. Upon uttering this, the spirit retreated behind the door and vanished. Gravel stood dumbfounded for a while. Was that truly the conclusion? It felt so anticlimactic. Later, he would learn that he was the only one who had seen the spirit within the box and had communicated with it. The Earth Shadow, standing nearby, had only witnessed Gravel speaking to the box of bliss, oblivious to any abnormal aura. Fetch me 20 prisoners for Gravel, commanded the calm Earth Shadow. Gravel, lacking any pretense or false humility, soon found himself with 20 prisoners, whom he personally cast into the maw of the box of bliss. In the next moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. His heart beat robustly, a long-lost vitality returning. Had he truly been restored? Take him to the hospital for a thorough examination, ordered the Earth Shadow. Immediately, medical ninjas conducted exhaustive tests on Gravel, leaving no stone unturned, save for biopsy. Ultimately, they concluded that the box of bliss had fulfilled Gravel's wish perfectly, with no strange side effects. Nevertheless, the Earth Shadow couldn't help but comment on the absurdity of it all. 20 lives for a single health restoration. What a nefarious trade. Yet, some things remain unattainable. No matter how many lives are sacrificed, only then does the true worth of the box of bliss reveal itself. In subsequent tests, the Earth Shadow confirmed the box of bliss's capabilities, feeling both exhilarated and apprehensive. If it could grant wishes in distorted forms, its destructive potential would be significant. However, a box capable of precisely fulfilling desires would undoubtedly become a source of chaos. Truly, it was a symbol of insatiable desire. The Earth Shadow reflected on a previous encounter where he summoned a spirit that tempted him with promises of bending Uchiha Madara to his will. He felt a shameful stir of ambition, but was fortunate that his reason had not yet succumbed to desire. In the land of rain, the incessant downpour made the climate unbearably damp, leaving Konan feeling quite out of sorts. Yet, under Naoto's orders to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, she begrudgingly adjusted to her circumstances. At that moment, Konan had successfully integrated into the Akatsuki. It was not a troublesome feat armed with intelligence provided by Naoto. She arrived in the land of rain under the pretense of seeking a long-lost relative named Fusang, who happened to be Nagato's mother. On the surface, Konan portrayed herself as a forlorn girl seeking solace among her kin, yet in truth, she bore no emotional ties to the Uzumaki clan. After all, she had been born and raised in the Hidden Grass village, and what affection could she feel for a family she had never known? Curiously, she pondered why Uzumaki Kushina, a princess of the Uzumaki clan and the wife of the 4th Hokage, had not sought to rescue her suffering clansmen after establishing a life in Konoha. Perhaps there were complexities she could not comprehend. Uncertain if her ruse as a clanswoman would persuade Nagato, she pressed on. The Akatsuki was known for recruiting powerful rogue ninjas. And despite her youth, Konan had a reputation for having single-handedly annihilated a nation, an accomplishment few could rival. The last member to boast such a feat was Sasori of the Red Sand. Due to her age and connection to Nagato, Konan received a bit of extra attention from Konan, who intended for her to join the Akatsuki as a reserve member. The Box of Bliss piqued her interest, as it did for other members of the organization. Konan shared all she knew about it, as per Naoto's instructions, to spread information about the Box of Bliss. Konan donned the guise of an innocent girl, believing such an image would lower others' defenses. Though she had indirectly caused the destruction of a nation, she still viewed herself as pure and unblemished. Her moral compass was underdeveloped, akin to a naive child. Perhaps it was merely a momentary fury that led her to wish for the eradication of the land of grass. To her, it felt no different than pouring boiling water into an anthill, an act done for amusement, with no subsequent guilt or sense of wrongdoing. The Box of Bliss required a plethora of sacrifices, and Konan claimed that the hidden grass village had been secretly offering sacrifices to it in a bid for dominance over the ninja world. However, just as the sacrifices were nearing completion, a schism arose within the village, and amidst the chaos, Konan unexpectedly found herself before the Box of Bliss. Completing the final step of the sacrificial ritual, she then made a wish, seeking only a light reprisal for her mother's demise in the hidden grass village. The Box of Bliss was too immense to transport, and when other rogue ninjas came searching for it amidst the ruins, Konan abandoned it and fled. Her acting skills were lackluster, rendering her portrayal of an innocent girl somewhat exaggerated and unconvincing. Nevertheless, this mattered little, even if her performance had been flawless. The Akatsuki would not extend additional trust, as the organization had never fostered faith or loyalty. After imparting all she knew about the Box of Bliss, Kakuzu intended to eliminate her for a bounty, as prices had surged recently, and the organization faced a financial shortfall. The girl's bounty was substantial, with her value diminished. He saw her as a means to an end. The others remained indifferent, quietly observing Kakuzu's attack on Konan. Ultimately, she sorrowfully discovered that identity and persona were futile endeavors. True strength was paramount in solidifying her position. The intern named Toby, though clumsily acting like a fool, was not regarded as such by anyone. Pain and Konan tacitly approved of Kakuzu's actions as a test for Konan. The Akatsuki did not harbor the useless. Fortunately, Konan was not a fragile girl. Draped in a dark brown cloak tinged with red, embroidered with intricate and peculiar patterns made by Naoto, who had reportedly honed her embroidery skills while portraying an Eastern character. Though Konan was unfamiliar with this character, she cherished the cloak. When Kakuzu's assault commenced, the patterns on the cloak writhed to life, extending outward and rapidly forming a network of rust-red sinewy muscles, adorned with countless barbs, tumors, suction cups, and sharp teeth that danced upon the tendrils, effortlessly countering Kakuzu's onslaught. After exchanging several blows, Konan called for a halt, casting a complex glance at Konan, who could only be regarded as a witch, seemingly adorable, yet her techniques were anything but benign. Xianglin has officially become an intern at the Akatsuki organization. Currently, the Akatsuki is grappling with a financial crisis. As AODA stated, the prices have inexplicably surged, leading to a considerable devaluation of the organization's accumulated funds. The ninjas, lacking understanding of economic matters, can only resort to the most primitive means of undertaking more missions to earn additional income. Coincidentally, the Akatsuki has recently secured a significant order. However, Konan and Nagato are somewhat hesitant, as this task involves crossing ethical boundaries with human trafficking. The ninjas from Awagakure have privately contacted the Akatsuki regarding a population trade. With no special requirements, any civilians, even the elderly, weak, or ill, would suffice, as long as the numbers are sufficient. It is rumored that the Tsuchikage has obtained the Box of Bliss, perhaps seeking to gather offerings while avoiding tainting his own hands. Konan spoke with a chilling tone. Nagato, it would be best if we did not involve ourselves in this matter. The Akatsuki is a clandestine organization, and now is not the opportune moment to step into the limelight. Should they act against civilians, especially in large numbers, the Akatsuki would likely become the pariah of the ninja world. Nagato concurred with Konan's viewpoint, stating that they should refuse the request from Awagakure and endure the hardships that AODA may face in the future. By the way, has Zetsu uncovered the reason behind the sudden price increases? The inflation is significantly impacting small nations, and as the de facto ruler of the Land of Rain, Nagato is naturally concerned. Konan shook her head. Zetsu has not discovered anything. In fact, he He seems indifferent to the situation. Financial crises are matters for ordinary people to worry about, not ninjas. Despite having lived for a millennium, Kurozetsu still appears not to grasp the operational rules of human society, only able to deceive the naive ninjas. At this moment, he remains unaware of the dire consequences that a financial crisis would bring to the ninja world. The Land of Rain has already begun to feel the effects, directly linked to the issues surrounding the food industry. 1 month after joining the Akatsuki, Xianglin could not help but grumble. Why do we eat dried fish at every meal? Is there no other food available? The local dining establishments have all gone bankrupt. Passing by, Kisame kindly explained, the Land of Rain is adjacent to the Land of Rivers, where the fishermen in the coastal areas have had a bountiful harvest this year, leading to a drop in the prices of fish products. At this point, Kisame's tone suddenly grew somber. Xianglin could not resist inquiring, Mr. Kisame, what troubles you? Kisame chuckled, I just recalled that this year, for some unknown reason, fish from the distant ocean have swarmed into the nearshore waters, ensuring that all fishermen should have a bountiful catch. Chapter 20. Therapeutic Conversations. A bountiful harvest in the fishing industry should be a joyous occasion. However, Kisame has witnessed firsthand that the lives of the fishermen have not improved as a result, but rather worsened. Ordinary citizens find it difficult to preserve large quantities of seafood. If not sold promptly, it would spoil and stink. Yet, the fish market is oversaturated, and buyers exploit the situation, ruthlessly driving prices down. While fishermen might catch a few extra fish, they end up being exploited even more severely, forced to sell at lower prices. Compounding the issue, inflation has caused prices of other essential goods to rise as well. During missions alongside Itachi Uchiha, Kisame often encounters ordinary people ground down by the trials of life, struggling just to exist. Kisame lacks the inclination for idealism. He simply finds it perplexing that a bountiful harvest could lead to suffering. Itachi, too, is bewildered, as this reality transcends his understanding as a ninja. In the past, Itachi sacrificed his family and clan for the sake of peace and justice in Konoha, shouldering the burdens of guilt alone, attempting to sever all ties of enmity between the Uchiha and the village for Sasuke's sake. At merely 13 years of age, he was deeply enraptured by the nobility of self-sacrifice for a greater cause, believing that even the most brutal acts against him could not alter his resolve. However, after leaving Konoha, Itachi began to question whether he had wavered. Konoha, shaken by the Uchiha Massacre, remains in turmoil, which contradicts his original intention of extinguishing the clan. His once steadfast resolve now bears the weight of doubt, leading to self-reflection. During this time, Itachi has also been exposed to the harsh realities of the impoverished populace, witnessing a myriad of peculiar individuals and strange occurrences, gaining a profound understanding of the saying that plans often fail to keep pace with change. Just as the fishermen's bountiful catches plunged their lives into a worse predicament, Itachi fears that his actions may render Konoha and Sasuke irreparably lost. The reasons for the Uchiha Massacre have spread throughout the ninja world, with notions of abandoning narrow clannishness in favor of embracing the greater Konoha family. Such an outdated philosophy is challenging to comprehend. Kisame once jokingly asked Itachi, have you considered abandoning narrow village loyalties and immersing yourself in the Land of Fire? As far as I know, the will of Konoha does not entirely align with that of the Land of Fire. Surely the nation should take precedence over the village? Kisame swore he was only jesting, but Itachi seemed to ponder the implications seriously. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sasuke is also engaged in discussions about Itachi, the village, and the Uchiha clan. This solemn conversation arises from Sasuke's confusion. He cannot fathom why the Uchiha, a founding family of Konoha, gradually diverged from the village, ultimately meeting a dismal fate. Unless he comprehends this issue, even the destruction of Konoha will not bring him solace. A shadowy figure asks him, do you know the initial reason for the Uchiha being oppressed and excluded by Konoha? Sasuke recalls the plot from the manga, slowly stating, it was Hashirama Senju. He did not trust the Uchiha, so in his capacity as Hokage, he replaced Uchiha positions with roles that would likely lead to conflicts with the villagers. Oh no. The police department, thereby isolating the Uchiha. The shadow did not refute him but remarked, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, you will naturally view issues from their perspective, and thus your words carry a heavy personal bias. Hashirama Senju indeed had his faults. If he were merely the leader of the Senju clan, his opinions on the Uchiha would be inconsequential. However, as the second Hokage, there is a saying, as the upper echelons behave, so too shall those below. A careless remark about the evil Uchiha would undoubtedly lead his subordinates to follow suit, aligning with the leader's preferences. In such circumstances, even if the Uchiha wished to foster good relations with other clans, few would dare to approach them under the shadow of the second Hokage's disdain. Isolated, the Uchiha could only cling tightly to the power they held, yet this authority from the police department would only deepen the divide between the villagers and the Uchiha, thus entrenching a vicious cycle. At this point, Sasuke could not restrain himself from interjecting, as the highest authority of the village. Hashirama Senju seems to fail to recognize the importance of leading by example, even going so far as to undermine others, leading his disciples to perfectly inherit his prejudices, surpassing him in their intensity, particularly Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha, though proud and arrogant, remain within the realm of humanity, bleeding and weeping on the battlefield, only to return to the village and be met with suspicion from their own kin, sometimes even facing covert attacks from Danzo. It is only natural for the Uchiha to feel dissatisfaction, to complain, and to resist. Regardless of the perspective, the Uchiha have suffered considerable oppression from the village. Why then, does Itachi perceive them as being at fault? Must the Uchiha selflessly dedicate themselves without seeking any return to be considered in the right? Sasuke's words brimmed with resentment, portraying the Uchiha clan as the most innocent victims. Unfortunately, the shadow quickly corrected his perception. You believe the Uchiha's annihilation is solely the fault of others, but in reality, the Uchiha have their own share of issues. Before Sasuke could retort, the shadow continued. First, I must remind you of your cognitive bias. From the Uchiha's perspective, Konoha is a village established through the cooperation of the Senju and Uchiha clans. But from the Senju clan's perspective, does this conclusion still hold? Don't be ridiculous. In the past, the Senju clan triumphed over the Uchiha, yet Hashirama Senju chose not to annihilate Madara Uchiha or his clan. Instead, he proposed a collaborative endeavor to establish a village. To the Senju, the Uchiha were regarded as the defeated, coerced into signing agreements, mere captives of war. Had it not been for Hashirama's magnanimity, the Uchiha would have long since faded into the annals of history. Most are unaware of the profound bond between Hashirama and Madara. They merely perceive Hashirama as engaging in a costly display of goodwill, believing that the Senju's embrace of their ancient adversaries underscores their unwavering commitment to village formation, thus encouraging other smaller clans to seek refuge in Konoha. The Uchiha frequently proclaim themselves as the founding clan of Konoha, yet others, especially the Senju, likely mock their audacity, perceiving it as an attempt to embellish their legacy. By the time of Fugaku, the Uchiha appeared to have collectively lost their senses, displaying a level of foolishness that was truly appalling. They failed to unify effectively, could not rally the clan's strong members, and even their Mangekyo Sharingan fell into the hands of others. Their inability to achieve the most basic unity rendered their defeat entirely justifiable. The words of the shadow were acerbic, causing Sasuke's expression to darken. If one were to follow this line of reasoning, the Uchiha's tragic end would be entirely self-inflicted, would it not? The shadow chuckled. Is it not the Uchiha's own young clan leader who has brought about their destruction? Sasuke's countenance grew even more somber. That fool Itachi. The shadow responded earnestly. You need not delve into the thoughts of Konoha or Itachi. In your quest to comprehend the enemy's mindset, you will inevitably be tainted by it. Sasuke replied, I do not wish to understand. I cannot quite articulate what I am entangled in, but there is a suffocating feeling within me that is distressing. The shadow understood instantly. Perhaps you simply desire to occupy a moral high ground to judge Konoha and Itachi. You yearn to see Konoha's leaders and Itachi weeping in regret. To position yourself as the champion of justice, compelling Konoha and Itachi to deeply repent for their actions against the Uchiha. Sasuke acknowledged, alas. It seems you have hit the nail on the head. Chapter 21. The daily life of Konoha. The shadow had precisely pierced through Sasuke's unarticulated thoughts. Simply eliminating Itachi or obliterating Konoha would not grant him the solace he sought. He wished to judge Konoha's transgressions in the name of justice from a moral pinnacle. Yet he understood that this was unattainable. Death could not alter the will of the ninja, particularly that of Konoha's upper echelons, who might even indulge in nostalgic reminiscences before their demise, casting him as the villain. No, he was indeed the villain. He had become a true antagonist, committing wanton slaughter in the name of vengeance, disrupting the existing order and peace. Sasuke yearned for revenge, while simultaneously aspiring to occupy the moral high ground. A pure folly. The Uchiha's downfall was orchestrated by Konoha's official decree, the very architects of the rules and laws. Legal avenues could never bring these individuals to justice. Until the ninja village system is overthrown, the Uchiha would never be vindicated. For acknowledging the existence of the ninja village is tantamount to endorsing the rules and authority established by the Hokage. Under this regime, the ninja village wields absolute power over its citizens. If labeled as evil, one is deemed evil, forever branded with an indelible mark. And any form of rebellion is considered treasonous. Drawing a parallel between Konoha and the Qing dynasty, the latter's literary inquisition perpetrated gross injustices upon the innocent, who bore the sins defined by the Qing rulers. Only through the complete overthrow of the Qing would the injustices against the innocent dissipate. Until the Qing is vanquished, those seeking vengeance for the literary inquisition can only be labeled as rebels. Of course, the demon would not instruct Sasuke on the proper methods of revenge. It would only impart a singular word: kill. If you assert the Uchiha's innocence, eliminate anyone who dares to oppose you. If one person resists, kill them. If an entire village defies you, annihilate it. If a country stands against you, destroy it. Slay all dissenters until your name instills fear, revered by all. Until only you remain, representing humanity. The shadow nonchalantly uttered these bloodthirsty and brutal proclamations, not merely as rhetoric, but as a reality in which it was actively engaging. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, had succumbed to the dreamscape crafted by the Paradise Box, with the efficiency of a village leader far exceeding the trivial skirmishes of Sasuke and Neji. The demon shifted its focus to a Wagakure, relegating Neji and Sasuke to mere backups, allowing them to grow freely for now. The previous upheaval in the Land of Grass had drawn attention from Myobokuzan and the Sage of Six Paths, yet they were unable to foresee the demon's true form, capable only of identifying the possessed individuals. In the Hokage's office, an aged voice inquired, "Has Itachi relayed any useful information from Akatsuki?" Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, "We have discerned the identities of the Paradise Box and the witch." Following this revelation, a prolonged silence ensued. They were powerless to seize the Paradise Box. And the witch of the Uzumaki clan appeared exceedingly perilous and uncontrollable, beyond Konoha's grasp. "Is there any progress on the recent disappearances?" Mito-Kaze switched the topic. "Were it not for the statistics compiled by the Umbu, I would remain unaware of the alarming number of missing persons in the village." "Danzo, you haven't done anything in secret, have you?" he scoffed, glaring at him with disdain. Mito-Kaze was taken aback by Danzo's disregard, feeling a tinge of anger. "Enough. Let us not create discord over trivial matters," Tsunade intervened. Danzo maintained his frosty demeanor, his recent failure to reclaim the Paradise Box leaving him in a foul mood. Observing Danzo's disgruntled visage, Tsunade felt helpless. After a moment, she and Mito-Kaze excused themselves. Just as Mito-Kaze was about to exit, he paused at the door, implying, "Times have changed. Danzo, take care of yourself. Konoha is not what it once was. It cannot withstand much more turmoil." With that, he exited without a backward glance. Sighing internally, for whether one wished to acknowledge it or not, Konoha had indeed fallen into decline. The office now held only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in a silent standoff. Although Mito-Kaze directed his comments toward Danzo, they were unmistakably aimed at Hiruzen. In the realm of adults, the process matters little. What is paramount is the outcome. The changes Konoha has undergone in recent years are evident, and no amount of rationalization can alter that. Danzo broke the silence, suggesting, "Let us set aside the missing persons case for now. A thorough investigation requires significant resources. We must prioritize more pressing matters." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, merely gazing at Danzo with a distant expression, the swirling smoke adding an air of enigma. Unable to endure Hiruzen's intense gaze any longer, Danzo turned to take his leave. Hiruzen made no effort to retain him, instead murmuring, "Only the Uchiha bloodline can unlock the potential of the Sharingan. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere burden, like Kakashi." "Danzo, your frequent rubbing of your right temple has become quite conspicuous." "Hiruzen," Danzo exclaimed in shock, but when he turned, Hiruzen was already engrossed in his paperwork, as though nothing had transpired. Danzo, with a complex expression, ultimately departed in silence. Time passed, and Hiruzen rose to retrieve his crystal ball. Gently caressing it while murmuring to himself, Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure, illuminating the village and nurturing new leaves. The crystal ball then reflected the budding life of Konoha. At the Uchiha training grounds, two youths engaged in a spirited exchange. Sasuke, the mysterious, can only yield to a higher form of mystery. Much like the elemental techniques and the sage's tools, mere accumulation of power cannot breach even the strongest defenses. The power bestowed by that individual far exceeds chakra. The great fireball you just unleashed was utterly futile. As Niji fought, he spoke candidly. Sasuke felt quite displeased, having been outperformed yet again by Niji. Previously, he had only regarded Niji as a cool, aloof young man, but he was now discovering his talent for grandstanding. Shouldn't the art of showmanship be a forte of the Uchiha clan? Enough. Let us call a timeout. This marks our 10th tie. Niji rubbed his sore wrist, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. It was merely a spar, yet you always fight as if it were a life-and-death struggle. Sasuke, maintaining a serious expression, replied, I just tend to be a bit more daring. Niji rolled his eyes. It would be prudent to exercise caution. If someone were to witness these bizarre techniques we are employing, have you thought about how you would explain that? Sasuke lifted his chin defiantly. We could simply eliminate anyone who knows. Chapter 22. The Soaring Eagle. Niji pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in Sasuke's words. However, he harbored concerns about the root organization. In the narrative, Danzo is depicted as a power-hungry individual with an insatiable desire for control. Should he discover the peculiar technique Sasuke was using, it could lead to significant trouble. Ultimately, it is all Danzo's fault. After a brief respite, Niji and Sasuke resumed their fervent duel. A thick, decaying mist began to coalesce in Sasuke's hands, ready to engulf Niji. Veins around Niji's eyes bulged. His originally gray-white pupils transformed into an abyssal black, clearly indicating an unusual mutation of the Byakugan under the influence of dark energy. Sasuke, caught in that gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of despair and lethargy wash over him, as if he wished to simply lie down and surrender to fate. Fortunately, this was not Sasuke's first encounter with such a disorienting power. The mist quickly enveloped the area, obstructing Niji's vision. Unbeknownst to them, both had grown accustomed to prioritizing the use of demonic energy, with chakra gradually relegated to a supplementary role. They had both been profoundly influenced by this dark force, moving away from the traditional combat style of a ninja, favoring instead a method of absolute dominance. In the narrative, Sasuke relished the challenge of confronting other strengths, engaging in Jinjutsu battles with Itachi, Taijutsu duels with the Fourth Raikage, and chakra contests with Naruto, almost inviting confrontation. However, he had since abandoned that tendency, no longer wishing to be a mere assist. The training ground stirred with gusts of wind, and after a brief interval, the dust settled to reveal two exhausted boys lying on the ground. Niji, you were remarkably ruthless just now. Nonsense, your strikes were far more vicious. Don't overexert yourself. If I'm not mistaken, your hands must be starting to rot. Sasuke, can you keep your emotions in check? The two exchanged playful banter, momentarily resembling elementary school children squabbling after class, oblivious to the reason for their quarrel, yet finding it amusing nonetheless. Sasuke, have you noticed? The sky has been perpetually overcast lately. Indeed, it has been ages since I last saw a blue sky. Sasuke responded casually, as since the night of the massacre, this world had appeared dim to him, much like the dust-laden heavens. Observing the scene on the training ground through a telescope, Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared somewhat taken aback. He had always believed that Uchiha Sasuke lacked the talent to awaken his Sharingan, yet here he was, demonstrating such remarkable prowess. The strength exhibited by Sasuke and Niji had already surpassed that of ordinary genin. Contemplating this, Hiruzen felt a pang of concern. If other students from the Ninja Academy could exhibit such strength, he would undoubtedly be elated, for they represented the future hope of Konoha. However, given the historical baggage surrounding Sasuke and Niji, it was uncertain whether they would wholeheartedly commit to the village. Moreover, the technique Sasuke used to conjure the mist, could it be the hidden mist technique? Most Uchiha are proficient in lightning and fire techniques. He had never seen one utilizing water techniques, particularly one that was emblematic of the hidden mist village. After dinner, Sasuke quietly read at home. Although the books were rather dull, they were a welcome diversion from spiraling into unfounded thoughts. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door, and a stranger's voice called from outside. Is Uchiha Sasuke here? Sasuke adjusted his expression slightly and calmly opened the door to find a masked Anbu agent. The third Hokage summons you. Please proceed immediately to the Hokage's office. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement and, deep in thought as he walked, wondered about the third's intentions. Had he been exposed? Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ah, young Sasuke has arrived. Greetings, Hokage-sama. Sasuke respectfully acknowledged. May I inquire what brings you to summon me? Hiruzen first expressed his concern and care for Sasuke before swiftly addressing the crux of the matter. Young Sasuke, I have a question that has piqued my curiosity. May I ask you? Given that the Hokage himself was inquiring, how could Sasuke refuse? Please proceed, Hokage-sama. Sasuke, have you had a disagreement with Niji? I have heard that the two of you sparred for an entire day. Niji is a good friend of mine. We were merely exchanging techniques. Hiruzen chuckled. That's good to hear, but do be mindful of moderation. You are still young, and overtraining could lead to adverse effects. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Despite Sasuke's respectful demeanor, Hiruzen felt inexplicably overlooked, yet he could not pinpoint any fault. Ahem, Sasuke. I heard from passers-by that you employed a technique resembling the hidden mist technique today. Where did you learn it? It was taught to me by my father while he was alive. Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. That response was indeed unassailable. An awkward silence ensued. And after a few more probing attempts, Hiruzen, seeing no abnormalities in Sasuke, allowed him to leave. On his journey home, Sasuke remained calm, only revealing a grim expression once he was alone. This was not due to the decaying mist becoming known to Hiruzen. Eventually, that secret would surface, and he was prepared. Rather, he was suddenly reminded of certain disconcerting plot lines from the manga. The Konoha collapse plan. In the Death Forest, Naruto summoned a giant toad to confront Shikaku, leaving Sasuke in shock. How had Naruto grown so strong? In a hotel, Itachi defeated Sasuke in an instant, gripping his throat and questioning. How could you be so weak? It seems your hatred is not deep enough. Even Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan, was swiftly eliminated. Sasuke was unable to faint, trapped in the cruel memories of that fateful night. On the rooftop of Konoha Hospital, Sasuke clashed with Naruto, his face etched with disappointment and frustration as Kakashi chastised him. Chidori is not meant to be used against comrades. Why are you acting so childishly? Have you lost your sense of superiority? The Sound 4 approached Sasuke. Even with the curse mark, he was unable to defeat the weaker subordinates of Orochimaru. The Uchiha clan boasted a legacy spanning a millennium, never lacking in advanced ninjutsu. The Sharingan was renowned for its near-bug-like ability to replicate techniques, earning Kakashi the title of Copy Ninja. However, since the clan's demise and throughout the Chunin exams, Sasuke had only mastered techniques like the Great Fireball and Shuriken throwing. And it was only thanks to Kakashi that he learned Chidori, which barely allowed him to keep up. In contrast, the underachieving Naruto, through years of diligent effort, was unable to match the vast resources that Naruto had accumulated after graduation. Naruto mastered the Rasengan, gaining the strength to confront the One-Tail, Shikaku. In the manga, Sasuke harbored jealousy towards Naruto. However, when he reflected upon those moments, he felt an unsettling chill deep within, which explains why he remarked that the village was merely a shackle. Jiraiya could take Naruto as his disciple, dedicating 3 years to his training away from Konoha. But what could Sasuke gain by remaining in the village? Countless low-level missions that drained his time and energy, incessant harassment from Danzo, and a lack of suitable mentors for guidance. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Sasuke was unaware of Naruto's true identity and merely perceived a mediocre student swiftly blossoming under the tutelage of a great master. Faced with Orochimaru's tempting offer, did he have a reason to refuse? Although Orochimaru's intentions were not pure, he would indeed provide Sasuke with meticulous guidance, at least not scrutinizing him for learning a foreign technique. Chapter 23. Shackles. Time swiftly passed, and this year's weather was peculiar, with cherry blossoms blooming a season early, painting Konoha with delicate shades of pink. The environment of the ninja world had deteriorated, the air seemingly veiled in smog, many having forgotten the sky's original hue. Prices soared, the economy faltered, and even the prosperous land of fire felt the impact. While ninjas managed, the common folk endured great hardship. In such circumstances, only Inoki would find joy, as the burden of life made it easier to gather sacrifices. In times of hunger, selling one's children or oneself became commonplace. The villagers of Konoha eagerly admired the cherry blossoms, projecting their hopes onto them. As the saying goes, where prosperity follows, disaster often lurks, unfortunately. The ninja world lacked sages who could read the omens. A shadow spoke softly. Sasuke could not comprehend nor wish to concern himself with such matters. The ninja academy remained as dull as ever, and Sasuke noticed a sudden closeness between Naruto and Irika-sensei, not the superficial teacher-student relationship, but a genuine respect and admiration from Naruto towards Irika. Sasuke lingered on the periphery of the class, maintaining a certain distance from everyone, yet due to his striking appearance, he attracted the attention of several girls. After he rejected Sakura and Ino, the other girls gradually learned of his sentiments. With no competition for the heartthrob, their camaraderie blossomed. Sasuke's daily routine involved exploring further applications of the decaying mist, gradually developing his unique techniques, occasionally assisting Ichiraka Ramen by providing ingredients without charge, leading a tranquil yet fulfilling life. Yet, the irritation within him grew daily as he realized that the shadow seemed indifferent to him now. Previously, the shadow urged him relentlessly to pursue power, yet recently, it had grown silent, behaving like a ghost, ignoring him. Sasuke was not a masochist. He merely craved greater strength and found himself curious about the reasons behind the shadow's sudden quietness. Before he could voice his concerns, the shadow spoke first. Among the fortunate ones I have chosen, some have surpassed you and Niji, causing you both to be downgraded from primary candidates to backups. Sasuke was taken aback. Why didn't you inform me sooner? It is I who selects, not that I cling to you. I invest in those who excel. And if someone wishes to languish, that is fine by me. I am quite tolerant. The shadow's tone remained calm and unperturbed, leaving Sasuke frozen in thought. The next day, Sasuke used shadow clones to navigate the ninja academy, while his true self conspired with Niji regarding their future plans. Given their youth, they initially intended to bide their time until they possessed sufficient strength for self-defense, before launching their actions at the opportune moment. This opportune moment coincided with Orochimaru's plan to destabilize Konoha. At that time, both Konoha and Sunagakure would be in chaos, allowing them to sabotage Konoha, infiltrate Sunagakure, and seize the reanimation jutsu from Chiyo, subsequently controlling others to use this technique for the resurrection of their loved ones. The Rinnegan, manipulated by Nagato, and Obito alongside Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows posed significant challenges, making the reanimation jutsu far more convenient. However, the shadow's previous words filled Sasuke with unease. He feared losing his value and being discarded, reduced to a mere puppet in a comic. Niji, on the other hand, remained unfazed. I understand your anxiety, but there is no need to alter the pace. The more impatient you become, the more mistakes you will make. After all, having read that comic already puts us ahead. Sasuke sighed. Are we truly relegated to waiting for the chaos of Konoha's collapse to seize our opportunity? How frustrating. Niji replied, Konoha's foundation is profound. Though it may be in decline, a wounded tiger is not to be underestimated. Otherwise, other ninja villages would have attacked long ago. A might guy who has opened the 8 gates is capable of obliterating most elite combat units. We lack the strength to confront them directly. Orochimaru is equally perilous. While his plan to attack Konoha benefits us, he covets your body. There is no need for concern. Sasuke raised his voice slightly. The reanimation jutsu must possess some flaw. The Sasuke in the comic could counter Orochimaru, and I can do the same. By consuming Orochimaru, I can acquire fragments of his memories and wisdom. This power is mine to claim. Niji did not argue but cautioned. This is exceedingly risky. Orochimaru is not easily outwitted. You might as well deceive Itachi, after all. He claims to love his brother dearly, and that Mangekyo Sharingan power is more compatible with you. Sasuke scoffed. You're sure he 1T just hit me with Tsukuyomi first? Niji was at a loss for words. You do not understand Itachi. He is indeed a gentle and considerate older brother, yet he is also a tyrant. He despises the arrogance of our clan, yet he himself is the most arrogant. Believing that at 13 he could grasp the meaning of peace, and brutally raised his blade against his family. When I face Itachi as his brother, he can endlessly tolerate me, but he will not regard me as an equal, nor as an independent person, unless I can surpass him in strength. Otherwise, he will merely see me as an extension of himself, attempting to bind me to the path he deems beneficial, compelling me to carry on his will. In the comic, Itachi once expressed a desire for me to be a plank aboard the great ship of Konoha. Even if the ship sinks, I would still drift in the storm. This sentiment sounds profoundly moving at first glance, Yet Itachi secretly planned to bind me to Konoha with Tsukuyomi. Never considering my own thoughts or whether I wish to protect a village stained with the blood of my parents and kin. I am a normal human being. If I cannot govern my own thoughts and will, am I even alive? After being ensnared by Tsukuyomi, what difference is there between me and an automaton acting solely on commands? Sasuke's emotions spiraled out of control, leaving Neji somewhat helpless. Was Itachi truly that formidable? Just mentioning him transformed Sasuke into this state. I wish to live for myself, irrespective of right or wrong, regardless of how convoluted or arduous the journey may be. Even if the outcome is dire and tragic, the path chosen by me alone is one I will not regret. The more Sasuke spoke, the more exhilarated he became, prompting Neji to offer dry compliments. That sounds quite impressive. Is there a possibility that your self-proclaimed defiance of fate, your desire to control your destiny, is merely another script written by others? Neji refrained from voicing this heartfelt sentiment to undermine Sasuke. He was hardly in a better position than Sasuke. Chapter 24, Bonds Neji. Why have you not visited me as often lately? Sasuke, it's always me who takes the initiative to visit the Uchiha clan grounds. Why don't you ever come to Hyuga? TSK, it's still the Hyuga main family. You understand, right? The disdain mixed with pity and the condescending gazes are truly irksome. Upon hearing Sasuke's complaints, Neji nodded in agreement. Ever since the Uchiha clan was annihilated, the Hyuga clan has somehow gradually earned the title of the foremost clan in Konoha. The troubling part is that some clan members genuinely believe it. They fail to consider the fate of the previous prominent clans. No matter how formidable the Hyuga clan may be, can they compare to the legendary Senju and Uchiha? They probably can't even rival the Sarutobi clan of today, can they? What have you been busy with lately? Sasuke inquired again. Neji raised his slender eyebrows and replied earnestly, Sasuke, you're acting quite strangely. Although I am your good friend, I am also an independent thinker. I am unlike a certain fool who has been swayed by emotional ties and can set aside the grudge of clan extermination. As a friend, I will assist you to the best of my ability, but I also harbor secrets I prefer you not to know. Just as you mentioned earlier, one should live for oneself, not sacrifice oneself for someone else's dreams. Sasuke fell silent. He had indeed been somewhat dependent on Neji during this time. Having endured the destruction of his clan and the betrayal of his brother, he was wary of and suspicious towards everyone around him. Neji, who occasionally shared his perspective, had unknowingly become the object of Sasuke's emotional transference. The bonds of brotherhood, the ties of friendship, and the Uchiha bloodline made him overly sentimental. On this foundation, coupled with common goals and mutual interests, even false emotions could gradually solidify. While in the manga, Sasuke and Naruto were sworn brothers at this moment. Sasuke was reluctant to engage with Naruto. Their opposing stances would only lead to mutual torment until that bond was entirely eroded, unless one party were to change their position. Yet, it was evident that Naruto would not betray Konoha for Sasuke, nor could Sasuke forsake his vengeance. I'm truly sorry, Neji. It seems I have caused you some distress. It's quite all right, I understand. With that, the atmosphere returned to normal. Neji remarked that the range of his Byakugan was 1 kilometer. He mentioned he had been stealthily learning from others. The secret techniques of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans were quite powerful, especially the mind transfer technique of the Nara clan. This technique could interfere with human consciousness. Neji added meaningfully. Sasuke understood. It appeared Neji did not hold that mysterious entity in as much reverence as he pretended. Perhaps mental techniques could indeed prove effective. I believe the spirit transformation technique would yield even better results. Unfortunately, the spirit transformation technique is a forbidden art from the Book of Seals. Neji was working diligently in secret, while Sasuke felt his efforts were insufficient, driving him to train even harder. He finally realized he could not place all his hopes in one basket. While the power of darkness was formidable, he could not abandon the abilities he already possessed. Sasuke attempted once more to develop his Sharingan abilities, but was sorely disappointed by his single Tomo Sharingan. What about the double or triple Tomo? The Uchiha bloodline was fraught with tragedy. Only intense emotional fluctuations could trigger the evolution of the eyes, yet the annihilation of his clan had failed to awaken his potential, leaving him at a loss. After much struggle, Sasuke sorrowfully discovered that he seemingly had no choice but to turn to the shadow. That book chronicling the future was exceptionally useful. Sasuke had always firmly believed he could grow stronger by relying on its contents. However, he now comprehended the distinction between knowing and doing. For instance, he understood the principle of the Rasengan, but without guidance, he found it exceedingly difficult to master. Every Uchiha was aware that extreme emotions could stimulate the awakening of the eyes, yet few could accomplish it otherwise. The Uchiha clan would have long since awakened their Sharingan in full. In response to Sasuke's request, the shadow did not refuse. After all, Indra's chakra had already been stripped away, so forging a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for him was not out of the question. However, the genuine Mangekyo Sharingan was out of the question. Awakening some troublesome and bothersome ocular technique would only invite trouble. This time, the shadow made no demands. As chaos was about to ensue, and he needed to provide all pawns with extra leverage to attract attention, the shadow grasped Sasuke and plunged into the realm of consciousness, an eerie aura enveloping them. Sasuke suddenly began to sink, and the spiritual world underwent a dramatic transformation, various colors twisting and merging into a nauseating black, filthy and ominous. This darkness gradually settled, forming a small lake, its surface a kaleidoscope of colors. The shadow stood at the center of the lake, saying, "Sasuke, you should understand. To gain power, one must pay a price, and that price does not always guarantee a return. If you wish to embrace the Mangekyo Sharingan, then come closer." Sasuke clenched his fists, thinking, "I still have value. You won't discard me just yet, will you?" The shadow nodded. "Then I shall proceed." Sasuke, resisting his instinctive aversion to the Black Lake, stepped into it one cautious foot at a time. Upon contact with the murky waters, he could not suppress a muffled groan. As if enduring immense agony, the light of humanity manifested in a tangible form, only to be swiftly extinguished, as a thin yet dense black mist enveloped Sasuke's entire being. As the dark waters eroded him, his figure gradually distorted, increasingly deviating from humanity. In the coastal regions of the Land of Water, a group of fishermen stood on a boat, hauling in a massive fishing net. "Junkai, we've caught quite a lot of fish today," a dark-skinned middle-aged man boisterously proclaimed. "Indeed," Junkai replied, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the sea. This year, for some reason, life had been particularly hard for the common folk. Fortunately, the coastal regions were rich in resources. At least there was fish to eat, preventing starvation. "Where's Kagoro? I don't know where he went. He might have spotted some peculiar fish. After all, the deep-sea fish have been behaving strangely, swimming into shallow waters lately." Suddenly, a cry of alarm erupted from the fishing boat. Someone pointed at the deck, exclaiming, "What an odd fish." Following the direction of his finger, Junkai saw a ribbon fish. But its surface seemed covered in a layer of red ice, which was continuously spreading, causing the fish it touched to turn red and die rapidly. The fishermen were startled. After years of fishing, they had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. An experienced old fisherman decisively declared, "Whatever it is, throw it back into the sea quickly." Junkai and a few other young men cautiously removed the strange fish, afraid to touch the vivid red with their hands, using a harpoon to cleanly dispose of it. That night, a terrifying figure wandered through the darkness. He was Junkai, yet he was no longer recognizable as human, his body entirely covered in red ice crystals. The skin on his legs was pierced, making movement difficult, and his voice was hoarse. "I don't want to die. I have elderly parents and a hungry child at home. As the pillar of my family, I cannot fall." Unfortunately, fate was not kind to him. The waves lapped at the shore nonchalantly, as the azure waters gradually turned crimson. Chapter 25. Mental Contamination. Young Sasuke gradually transformed into a graceful young man. One night, just before Niji was to graduate from the Ninja Academy, he and Sasuke entered the secret chamber beneath the Uchiha estate. The chamber was painstakingly excavated by the two using earth jutsu. "Damn it, Sasuke, be gentler. If you're too forceful, it'll hurt." "Oh, I promise to be more careful next time. You've been saying less and less lately." Niji couldn't help but tease. Sasuke silently stowed away the medical kit. And Niji dressed himself. Just yesterday, while hunting, he had nearly been captured by the Root organization. Although he managed to escape, he had sustained serious injuries. And Sasuke had just finished applying medicine to him. The two stood up. To the right of the chamber was a massive display wall, divided into numerous small compartments, each housing wide-mouthed glass jars and petri dishes containing various organs. Sasuke was conducting a biological experiment, and Niji was one of the participants. Several years ago, on an ordinary day, Sasuke inexplicably transformed into the taciturn figure we recognize today, although he had become notably silent following the tragic night of his clan's annihilation. those around him may have failed to notice. However, Niji, who shared a close bond with Sasuke, clearly perceived the abnormality. Occasionally, an ominous aura would emanate from Sasuke, though he typically concealed it well, allowing it to slip only during moments of combat. Shortly thereafter, Niji received an invitation from Sasuke to participate in an experiment, with materials generously provided by the Hidden Leaf Village. Perhaps due to a surge in missing persons cases, the third Hokage resolved to conduct a thorough investigation, which led to Niji's unexpected injury. Alas, the third Hokage miscalculated, failing to foresee that Niji could harness powers beyond the chakra system. Prior to these human experiments, Sasuke had conducted extensive trials on animals, including pets purchased under the guise of companionship and deer and dogs captured from the Forest of Death. However, within this underground chamber, only 2 colonies of ants remained alive, the rest having been disposed of as waste. These 2 groups originated from eggs laid by the same queen, yet, after several generations of isolated breeding, they had evolved into nearly distinct species. If Mindel were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, as the cause of this phenomenon was the remarkable nature of chakra. Sasuke infused the ant colonies with different types of chakra, leading to their mutation. He later ventured to inject chakra into reptiles, mammals, and even humans. Although not as rapid as with the ants, significant alterations were nonetheless observable. The impetus for these experiments stemmed from the increasingly potent contamination exhibited by Ashura's chakra in recent years. Natural disasters had become relentless, possibly spurred by some unknown force or the clandestine actions of the Sage of Six Paths. Ultimately, Naruto Uzumaki matured prematurely, particularly in his verbal confrontations, which few could withstand. In the manga, both Sasuke and Niji were soundly defeated by Naruto, subsequently expressing a baffling admiration for him. Their wills entirely reshaped to mirror Naruto's. Niji, once a brooding youth shackled by the constraints of his clan, vowing vengeance against Hyuga Hayashi and the main branch of the Hyuga clan, underwent a swift transformation after being defeated by Naruto. He realized that his father, Hyuga Hizashi, had sacrificed himself for his brother. The notion of being a caged bird became irrelevant. The torment his father endured at the hands of Hayashi faded into insignificance. Ultimately, Naruto's assertion rang true. Obsessing over whether fate could be altered was a futile endeavor. Niji ultimately met his demise in defense of Naruto, mirroring the path of his father. When Niji first encountered this storyline in the manga, he found it to be toxic. In the entire shinobi world, only Sasuke seemed somewhat resistant to Naruto's influence, though even he could not entirely escape its grasp. As for others, Gaara, after being bested by Naruto, relinquished his past as a murderous fiend, transforming into a compassionate figure. Nagato, the man who had once slain his mentor, suddenly embraced Naruto's philosophy of mutual understanding and sacrificed his life to resurrect the fallen of Konoha. This was absurd, for Nagato held dominion over the Rain Country, saving foreign lives without a thought for the fate of his own homeland. In Boruto's timeline, Sasuke and Sai ventured into the Rain Country to investigate the Kara organization, only to discover a land in disarray, rendering Naruto's promises to Nagato hollow. One Leaf Ninja even expressed to Boruto and Sarada that the peace following the Fourth Great Ninja War was merely a facade for the 5 great nations, with conflicts in smaller border nations escalating. Similarly, Uchiha Obito demonstrated an unwavering obsession with Rin Noara and the Eye of the Moon, only to easily defect and dream of becoming Hokage, an unsettling thought. Naruto's influence could distort wills, compelling individuals to forsake their original intentions and betray their beliefs. Transcending the realm of ninjutsu, Sasuke grew wary, prompting his pursuit of biological experimentation. Throughout this process, he was astonished to discover that Naruto's contamination was not unique. Rather, it was a characteristic of chakra itself, albeit Naruto's chakra was distinctly peculiar. The rapid reproduction of insects illustrated this phenomenon well. Sasuke and Niji injected chakra into 2 batches of eggs from the same ant queen. After several generations, the ants receiving Sasuke's chakra developed beautiful patterns and toxicity, while those infused with Niji's chakra grew significantly stronger, experiencing a marked evolution in vision. This indicated that chakra contained specific information potent enough to alter biological traits. Orochimaru's curse seal served as a prime example. Individuals who received it underwent physical transformations suitable for Orochimaru's reincarnation. Through repeated experimentation, Sasuke confirmed that this information represented personal will. The more pure and resolute a ninja's nindo, the more potent their individual will within their chakra. The will of the strong would assimilate the will of the weak. To guard against Naruto's asuras, while contaminating them, Sasuke and Neji employed their limited biological knowledge to explore various methods, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, they discovered an effective means of undermining Konoha by secretly infusing their chakra into the children at the Ninja Academy. Unbeknownst to them, Sasuke and Neji had lowered their moral standards considerably. However, the ninja community was inherently rife with bloodshed and violence. Who among them was innocent of taking lives in pursuit of their missions? Sasuke felt no less noble than those ninjas who killed for duty. Self-deception allowed them to maintain a semblance of happiness. Chapter 26. Red Eyes. Seeing Neji furrow his brow, Sasuke felt compelled to advise, "Do not worry, Neji. If it comes to pass that I must cherish life and distance myself from Naruto, then so be it." Neji shook his head in resignation, replying, "Promise me that if I ever fall under Naruto's influence, forgetting my vow of vengeance, you must not hesitate." Such a Neji Hyuga would merely be a brainwashed husk, unworthy of existence. Sasuke echoed his sentiment. "If I were to forget my hatred for the massacre, I implore you to show no mercy." Both the Kotoame Tsukumi and the Izanagi were loathed by Sasuke. Despite the annihilation of his clan, he would not willingly atone to Konoha. Rather than accept such a disgraceful fate, he would prefer death. Before departing, Neji inquired, "Do you need assistance disposing of this experimental refuse?" "No. I require it for further experimentation." "Further experimentation? Do you not need new materials?" "No. These 2 colonies of ants are perfectly sufficient. From this day forth, I shall cease infusing them with external chakra, allowing them to breed naturally." "What do you intend to achieve?" "I wish to observe whether the offspring of these ants, through natural breeding, can retain the mutations induced by chakra. If so, it would suggest that the personal will within chakra could be inherited without external support, potentially having a lasting impact on genetic lineage. Should this hypothesis hold, the shinobi world would be far more complex than anticipated. The seemingly nonsensical customs and rules among ninjas might be the lingering will of ancient strongholds at play. For instance, those who are undeniably powerful yet insist on viewing themselves as mere tools, subject to the rule of ordinary individuals, once tainted by the will of the powerful. Their bloodline may bear the indelible mark of thought, perhaps explaining why so many ninjas within the shinobi realm fervently pursue peace, even if that peace is fundamentally distorted. Chakra was dispersed by the Sage of 6 Paths, imbuing all chakra with the sage's yearning for peace. Only those with unwavering resolve can liberate themselves from such entrenched thinking. The aforementioned is mere conjecture, yet Sasuke remains unhurried, for he possesses ample time. A few years prior, in pursuit of the Mangekyo Sharingan's power, Sasuke ventured into the dark lake of the spiritual realm, enduring immense suffering until he finally awakened the 3 Tomo. However, the 3 Tomo left him profoundly disappointed, prompting him to repeatedly immerse himself in the Black Lake, ultimately unlocking the long-coveted Mangekyo. Yet, this newfound power came at a price. While his rationality remained intact, much of his humanity dissipated, replaced by something demonic or divine, fostering a perspective that viewed all beings as mere insects, akin to a monster cloaked in human skin mimicking humanity. Only in discussions of hatred did he occasionally reveal a flicker of normal human emotion. As time passed, Sasuke ventured further down this path, possibly linked to the ocular abilities of his eyes. Although the Mangekyo was a counterfeit, the torment within the Black Lake served only to further distort his soul. Nevertheless, the demons had indeed bestowed upon him 2 formidable abilities, the left eye granting cursed affliction, and the right eye bestowing spirit binding. Cursed affliction bestows the target with a random, permanent negative status. Spirit binding transforms the deceased into a bound spirit, endlessly reliving their death. Clearly, these ocular techniques were ideally suited for inflicting torment, allowing others to experience suffering while simultaneously warping his own psyche. The randomness of the afflictions brought forth by cursed affliction ranged from powerful curses such as bad luck, diminished intelligence, and premature death, to trivial ones like hair loss, nearsightedness, and size reduction. Like a blind box, it was filled with unpredictable surprises. To this day, Sasuke had yet to fully explore the limits of cursed affliction, and the demons had not alerted him to the fact that only exceptional beings could be immune to or even dispel the rebound of curses. As Neji strolled through the streets of Konoha, The pervasive sense of decline inadvertently brought him joy. The commercial district's architecture had remained unchanged for years, showing no signs of renovation, thus appearing rather dilapidated, which spoke volumes. Over the past few years, both the soft and hard powers of the Land of Fire had been in continuous decline. On the surface, everything appeared normal, yet in reality, battles were being fought in unseen arenas: information wars, cultural wars, economic wars, and more. Beneath the facade of relative peace, war had never truly ceased. In fact, the situation in the Land of Fire was comparatively stable, while the true suffering lay with the wind, lightning, and water countries. Several years prior, a strange red ice had suddenly appeared along the coast of the Land of Water. Its chemical composition mirrored that of ordinary water, yet its physical properties were entirely opposite, solidifying at high temperatures and evaporating at low temperatures. The most terrifying aspect was that this red ice would, through an unknown process, corrode and assimilate normal water, including the moisture within living organisms. As the adage goes, discovering a cockroach signifies that the shadows are overflowing. The ocean had always been a foreign domain to the shinobi world, and the Mist Village, upon noticing the anomalies caused by the red ice, expended great effort in investigation, ultimately concluding that it likely originated from the deep sea, with only the tip of the iceberg emerging. Over a quarter of the ocean had turned red, and it was only a matter of time before it invaded the mainland. The good news was that the area most severely affected by the red ice was still far from the Land of Water. The coastal red ice had been brought in by fish. The bad news was that the shinobi were powerless against the red ice, as it spread too widely, mixing with normal water at the molecular level, making it impossible to separate. Even the most versatile sealing techniques proved ineffective. Sealing techniques could only target small areas of red ice, and should even a single drop be overlooked, it would render their efforts futile. Due to the red ice's opposing physical properties to normal water, after the ocean suffered extensive pollution, energy exchange and the water cycle were disrupted, resulting in chaotic currents and reduced rainfall, leading to greater droughts in inland areas, all while accompanied by abnormally high temperatures, severely affecting the wind and lightning countries. The Land of Fire, with its fertile land and abundant resources, managed to withstand the initial wave of climate upheaval. Only the Land of Earth remained unscathed, with its ecological environment improving even further. When the granaries are full, one understands etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, one understands honor and disgrace. With material lives unsatisfied, the baseline of Konoha's ninjas visibly diminished. With a slight nudge, it would not be long before righteous heroes donned masks and played the roles of villainous robbers. Niji was more than willing to be the instigator. Konoha had always held a lofty stance, exuding an air of peace-loving superiority while blaming the common folk for disrupting stability. Yet, when faced with a predicament akin to that of Sunagakure, devoid of resources and funds, Konoha did not exhibit particularly noble conduct. Chapter 27. The narrative commences, Sir. The shinobi world has undergone tremendous changes. Will Orochimaru still initiate the plan for Konoha's downfall? Yes, even if he does not come. I will find a way to summon him. The ocean's mutations led to climatic upheavals, which in turn caused resource shortages, and human society resembled a powder keg, needing only a spark. Orochimaru was quite fitting for this role. Of course, if he truly wished to avoid involvement in the conflict, then it would fall to Inoki to take action. Inoki, having acquired the Box of Bliss, saw his desires swell to an extraordinary extent, believing he had completely mastered the box and harboring ambitions of unifying the world. The demons felt it was time to reap what they had sown in this world. A year later, at the Ninja Academy, everyone present, we shall now commence the graduation examination. The topic for this assessment is the shadow clone technique. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Naruto Uzumaki cupped his face with his hands, furrowing his brows, lost in thought. The scene before Sasuke felt oddly familiar, as if the wheels of fate had begun to turn. Niji had specially taken leave to stand in the corridor, gazing out at the crows flying past the window, a smirk flitting across his face. So-called fate. Father, if my destiny is already preordained, at this very moment, am I a bird that has escaped its cage, or a fool who has stepped into a larger cage? The shadow clone technique posed no challenge for Sasuke. He swiftly graduated while proudly donning his ninja headband. Niji congratulated him with a smile. Thank you, what brings you here? Didn't he, some little brat, do the same thing last year? Enough of that. Let us go to your house to celebrate. I'll cook for you personally. You're in for a treat. Save that treat for yourself. Sasuke feigned disdain, yet followed closely in Niji's footsteps. The two tacitly avoided discussing the events at the academy, instinctively ignoring Naruto's presence, striving to minimize the influence of the main character's halo. In any case, by the time class divisions were announced, Naruto would already be seated in the classroom, proudly wearing his headband. Sasuke deliberately arrived late, as he sought to avoid a particular iconic scene. Don't worry, Naruto won't reach you. Before the shadow could finish speaking, Sasuke interrupted, Be quiet. Do not mention his name to me. Sasuke's emotions surged for once, as he recalled a certain white-eyed boy with an ant's smile whom he had encountered at the school gate. The narrative of the manga was far too mischievous, and inevitably, some would inadvertently bring it up. Truly, the perils of poor friendships. Iruka stood at the front, beginning the class divisions. Unsurprisingly, the Ino-Shikacho trio was placed together, a tacitly accepted norm, with their jonin leader being Asuma Sarutobi. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were grouped together under the supervision of Asuma's fiancé, Kurinai Yuhi. Several individuals hailing from ninja clans were clearly assigned their roles. In Class 7, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. As Iruka's words fell, Sakura Haruno visibly brightened with excitement, while Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously furrowed their brows. Naruto slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Sasuke. Why must I be in a group with this guy? Iruka explained that Sasuke was the top graduate of their class, while Naruto ranked last, and this arrangement was made accordingly. However, before Iruka could finish, Sasuke interrupted, saying, Teacher, since Naruto has expressed his discontent with me, I would prefer not to be in the same group as him. Please consider reassigning us. Sasuke had no desire to be associated with Naruto, and with Naruto's unsolicited offer, he seized the opportunity to extricate himself. Iruka was perplexed. Although he was the teacher, such group allocations were determined by higher authorities, and he had no right to interfere. Naruto's naive foolishness did not prevent him from perceiving Sasuke's disdain. Despite his instinctive aversion to Sasuke, the latter's blatant remarks incited Naruto's anger. You are truly despicable, Naruto shouted, disregarding the setting. Sasuke, uninterested in engaging with Naruto, retorted, You initiated the complaint about not wanting to be grouped with me. So is my suggestion truly wrong? After saying this, Sasuke turned his attention back to Iruka, leaving Naruto in his wake. Iruka felt somewhat discontented, surprised that the usually obedient and quiet honor student would cause him trouble at this moment. He believed Naruto's earlier outburst was merely an attempt to draw attention, reminiscent of his own antics in school, where he had also played the fool to seek recognition. Thus, Iruka empathized with Naruto, expecting Sasuke to overlook the incident. Unfortunately, their thoughts were not aligned. From Iruka's perspective, Naruto appeared pitiable, his actions tinged with a childlike awkwardness. Yet, why should Sasuke be compelled to endure such behavior? After all, was he not also a child? The root of Naruto's troubled childhood lay with Minato Namikaze and the higher-ups of Konoha. Naruto sought attention through disorderly antics. Why should Iruka assume that Sasuke ought to accommodate Naruto simply because of his unfortunate background? Just because Naruto had a tragic history, did that mean others should yield to him? Sasuke recognized that his current sentiments were somewhat extreme. However, such an attitude towards Naruto seemed the most fitting, effectively preventing him from being unwittingly swayed. Iruka mentioned he would report the matter of reassignment to the Hokage, but the issue was left unresolved for the time being. After leaving the school, Sasuke encountered Niji, who inquired, Have you been so leisurely since graduation? Niji smiled. The economy is in decline. The number of missions in the village has sharply decreased, leaving many ninjas in a state of semi-unemployment. Moreover, I genuinely wanted to see that legendary kiss, but alas. Sasuke remained silent, unwilling to engage with Niji. On the day when the Jonin were assigned to claim their teammates, it was no surprise that Team 7 remained unchanged. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Sasuke maintained a stoic expression, while Sakura, unusually, refrained from her typical flirtation, choosing instead to sit far from Naruto and Sasuke, beside Ino. Sakura, why do you seem so unhappy? Ino asked softly. Did you and Naruto have a quarrel? Sakura replied, No. Ino pressed, Then what were you arguing about? Sakura muttered, Forget it. Naruto fidgeted in his seat, occasionally stealing glances at Sakura, who appeared determined to ignore him, seemingly exasperated to the utmost degree. Chapter 28. Team 7. Sakura's disdainful attitude towards Naruto did not surprise Sasuke. Although Sakura displayed a facade of sweetness in the manga's narrative, Naruto had indeed committed an outrageous act, using a transformation jutsu to impersonate Sasuke and kiss Sakura. Such behavior, regardless of the era, is undeniably distasteful and could warrant a lifetime of ostracism. Perhaps Naruto viewed it as mere mischief, but pranks are essentially akin to jokes. They are only amusing if both parties find them entertaining, otherwise they merely inflict unilateral harm. As time passed, other graduates gradually departed with their assigned jonin. Yet Team 7's jonin was notably absent. The classroom dwindled to just Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, with the three keeping their distance, embodying a sense of estrangement that intensified the awkwardness. Naruto sought to lighten the mood, yet his clumsiness rendered him inept. He resorted to antics reminiscent of his past. With a mischievous grin, he wedged a chalkboard eraser against the half-open door. Sakura, witnessing this, refrained from intervening, as she had previously fallen victim to Naruto's pranks. Her mood soured considerably. Recalling Ino's hints, Sakura felt compelled to suppress her anger. Given Naruto's unique status, she could only endure and overlook his unsavory conduct. It was entirely justifiable to criticize Naruto's character, skipping school, poor grades, napping during class. These were trivial matters. However, Naruto's most bizarre act was defacing the Hokage monument, an affront to revered heroes. The Hokage monument is akin to Konoha's flag. Could Naruto expect to be treated with respect after such misconduct? During the graduation exam, Naruto had failed, yet the next day, he swaggered into the classroom adorned with a ninja headband. Sakura could not comprehend what pride he derived from advancing through backdoor means. Not long ago, Naruto had deceived Sakura by transforming into Sasuke, further tarnishing her impression of him. Sasuke, meanwhile, was preoccupied with communicating with the shadow, orchestrating plans to eradicate Konoha from its roots. Naruto stood behind the door, anticipating the outcome of this one-man show, the sole audience member. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a masked man with white hair. The chalkboard eraser fortuitously struck him on the head, sending chalk dust swirling. "Haha, gotcha," Naruto laughed, pointing at Kakashi, while Sakura observed with a cold gaze, thinking that any ninja who could be caught off guard by Naruto was likely unreliable. Sasuke, witnessing the scene, felt puzzled. As a jonin, why did Kakashi not evade the eraser? Was he deliberately playing along with Naruto? Kakashi, appearing nonchalant, rubbed his chin concealed beneath his mask and remarked, "To be honest, my first impression of you is quite annoying." Without waiting for their reactions, he added, "Follow me," and led the trio to the rooftop. Kakashi addressed Team 7. "Let's start with some self-introductions. Perhaps share your interests and hobbies." "Shouldn't the teacher go first?" "Right, Sakura?" Naruto, brimming with excitement, awaited a response, but Sakura completely ignored him, causing his enthusiasm to wane significantly. At this point, Kakashi spoke, delivering a lengthy monologue filled with trivialities, revealing nothing beyond his name. "Now it's your turn," he directed at them. Naruto adjusted his headband and proclaimed, "I am Naruto Uzumaki. I love instant ramen, and I detest the 3 minutes of waiting for it to cook. My dream is..." He glanced at Sakura before continuing, "to be recognized by everyone in the village. As for my interests, they would be pranks." Kakashi shifted his gaze to Sasuke, who calmly stated, "I am on the verge of realizing my first ambition. As for my second, I currently lack a target." "What does that even mean? You essentially said nothing," Naruto grumbled. Kakashi studied Sasuke intently, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. At last, it was Sakura's turn. Having been rejected by Sasuke long ago, she merely stated, "My name is Haruno Sakura. My favorite feature is my long hair, and my dream is to become a competent ninja." Kakashi could not help but comment on the lack of enthusiasm, remarking that each response was more perfunctory than the last. Beginning tomorrow, they would embark on a harrowing outdoor survival exercise with a dismal pass rate. Of the 27 graduates each year, only 9 manage to succeed, while the rest are sent back to school for retaking. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, "What kind of joke is this? I worked hard to graduate. Why even have a graduation exam?" Kakashi instructed them to remember their necessary ninja tools and not to be late, adding with a foreboding expression, "Don't eat breakfast tomorrow. You might just throw it up." The following morning, Team 7 arrived at the training ground as promised, yet Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. After waiting a considerable time, Sasuke stood up, brushing off his pants in preparation to leave, exclaiming, "What a waste of my time." "Sasuke, where are you going?" Naruto protested. "What if you get us sent back to retake?" Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, assuring him, "Don't worry, no one would dare send you back." Puzzled, Naruto did not comprehend Sasuke's meaning, while Sakura momentarily froze at Sasuke's ambiguous words. For whatever reason, Sasuke was unwilling to squander his time with Kakashi, especially since he viewed Konoha as an adversary and was prepared to sever ties. He had no desire to feign a deep student-teacher bond, particularly as he harbored a strong dislike for Kakashi himself. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Naruto shouted after him, "Hey, don't regret it when you're gone." Sakura glanced at both Sasuke and Naruto, then calmly turned and walked toward the training ground's exit. "Sakura, you're not going to try to stop him?" Naruto called. But Sakura paid him no mind. Left behind, Naruto wore an expression of indescribable grievance. "Why does everyone treat me like this?" he lamented, collapsing onto the ground and gazing up at the overcast sky, the orange sunlight casting a glow upon his face. Soon after, his spirits revived, and he banished the negativity, declaring to himself, "I am destined to become Hokage. Such trivial matters will not deter me. One day, I will earn the recognition of Sakura and everyone in the village." With renewed vigor, Naruto bounced away, as a gentle breeze stirred fallen leaves around him. In the distance, a crow with red eyes seemed to flit by. When Kakashi finally arrived at the training ground, he found it completely deserted, his singular, apathetic eye surveying the scene. "What a troublesome bunch of kids," he mused. Chapter 29. Kakashi Sasuke walked home, reflecting that he could hardly muster the effort to even feign indifference. "It's meaningless. I refuse to waste my time on trivial ninja games." The makeup of Team 7 was quite complex, and if Kakashi were bold enough to send them back for re-education, perhaps Sasuke would regard him with newfound respect. His tone dripped with sarcasm as he spoke. A shadow keenly sensed Sasuke's negativity. "You seem to harbor quite a bit of resentment towards Kakashi," it noted. "Indeed, I despise anyone associated with Uchiha Obito. What he values is precisely what I detest." Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smirk, a torrent of malice swirling in his eyes. Furthermore, Kakashi was hardly a person of integrity. Sasuke's disdain for Kakashi stemmed from a pre-existing bias due to Obito, which deepened upon learning more about Kakashi's past. Kakashi often remarked that in the world of ninjas, those who disregard rules and regulations are deemed worthless. However, he would go further to state that those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. To this end, he had eliminated several graduates for their inability to cooperate and value their peers. Yet therein lies the contradiction. The Ninja Academy has always emphasized the importance of missions. The Ninja Code explicitly states this. It is utterly absurd. Students learn standardized answers in school, only to encounter teachers post-graduation who present entirely opposing views. Even more alarming is that this particular teacher possesses little patience, swiftly dismissing those who fail to meet his expectations, sending them back to retake the course. The few graduates rejected by Kakashi were truly unfortunate souls. As ordinary individuals, they could only align with the mainstream philosophy of the village, prioritizing missions above all else. After all, the last person to openly challenge this unspoken rule, White Fang, had long since perished. Kakashi's past experiences are indeed tragic. Yet others need not bear the burden of his misfortunes. In this harsh world, who does not struggle? Who is not deserving of pity? Ultimately, it all boils down to one's origins. Nameless, civilian ninjas, if cast back for re-education, are of little concern to anyone. However, the dynamics of Team 7 are not something Kakashi can dictate. While Sasuke and Sakura may not matter much, Naruto certainly cannot be overlooked. The third Hokage has become exceedingly brazen, openly granting Naruto advantages. Otherwise, how could Naruto obtain the sealing scroll with his capabilities? Such favoritism is palpable, and anyone can discern the third's regard for Naruto. How could Kakashi dare to oppose the third? The sealing scroll is a prized possession, symbolizing not only Konoha's elite ninjutsu, but also the upper echelon's stringent control over knowledge. Ordinary ninjas, risking their lives, would likely never learn even a single advanced technique from the scroll, while Naruto can simply steal it to discover the techniques best suited for him. This is a harsh reality. Given the achievements of Namake's Minato, Naruto's repeated peeking is hardly an issue. The third Hokage's intentions are undoubtedly well-meaning. Sasuke thought with irony, as he struggled to comprehend the third's actions concerning Naruto, just as he could not fathom Rashi's treatment of Gaara. Their methods of nurturing Jinchuriki are truly beyond comprehension, a realm of understanding unattainable by ordinary minds. Sasuke spent the entire day in a subterranean chamber. The following morning, Iruka urgently knocked on the door of the Uchiha residence. Sasuke composed himself slightly before opening the door. "Sasuke, Lord Third wishes to see you," Iruka said, a hint of grievance on his face. "What is it?" Sasuke asked coldly. Iruka's lips twitched as he took a deep breath. "Sasuke, both you and Sakura are good kids. Why, on the very first day, have you both been reported by your jonin? Do you realize what impact this could have on your future?" Sasuke interrupted Iruka's rambling, saying, "Actually, you needn't worry too much. Iruka, I am the last of the Uchiha, and Naruto's identity is particularly special. I am sure you have noticed. No matter how many complaints Kakashi makes, the third Hokage would rather relinquish Kakashi as Team 7's jonin than send us back to school." Sasuke stated confidently. "The one you should really be concerned about is Sakura. She lacks the standing to engage in such antics with us. Iruka-sensei, have you checked on Sakura?" Iruka opened his mouth, hesitated, seemingly shocked by Sasuke's stark realism. He wished to rebut, but found himself at a loss for words. Knowing full well that Sasuke was correct, when Sasuke arrived at the Hokage's office, Sakura and Naruto were already present. Iruka initially intended to plead fervently, hoping to prevent them from being sent back to school. However, recalling Sasuke's earlier words, he closed his mouth, understanding that this was not the occasion for him to voice his opinion. Otherwise, he would only come across as an arrogant fool. As Naruto spotted Sasuke, he opened his mouth to shout, only to be struck dumb by the identical icy expressions on Sasuke and Sakura's faces, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, his expression laden with sorrow. Kakashi stood beside him, while Iruka spoke up. "Lord Third, all 3 members of Team 7 have arrived." After a slight bow to Sarutobi, Iruka stepped aside and fell silent. Sarutobi cleared his throat gently and inquired, "I have heard that the 3 of you disobeyed the orders of your jonin yesterday and did not assemble at the designated task location?" "Of course not," Naruto interjected earnestly. "We arrived early and waited a long time, but Kakashi never showed up, so we left." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's face darkened. He nearly forgot that both Naruto and Sasuke were troublesome youths, and Kakashi was no less a problematic adult. If Kakashi has objections regarding Team 7, he need not resort to such petty tactics. We would not mind a change of teachers, and I certainly do not mind returning to the academy to retake classes," Sasuke declared, making his stance clear. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "You, little brat, seem quite dissatisfied with me?" Kakashi felt irritated by Sasuke's sarcastic tone, unaware that Sasuke had been holding back, having learned from years of interaction with shadows to be acerbic. Such sharpness was more than sufficient to deal with these bumbling ninjas. Sasuke nearly blurted out a derisive comment, but ultimately refrained, thinking that Konoha's fate was already in a countdown, allowing them a few more days of dramatics. Just as Kakashi was about to respond, Sarutobi intervened, fearing further complications from their rebelliousness, and firmly appointed Kakashi as the jonin in charge of Team 7. Chapter 30. Nonsense. Team 7 was officially established, yet the atmosphere was dreadful. Sakura, having heeded her parents' and Ino's advice the previous night, remained silent as a backdrop. Sasuke said nothing either, his micro-expressions abundant, as if scolding with his face. Naruto scratched his head, desperate to lighten the mood but uncertain how to proceed. Kakashi led the trio to the training ground, producing 2 bells. Just as he was about to speak, Sasuke couldn't help but mutter, "Another one of these tedious tricks." Naruto and Sakura turned to him in surprise. "Could it be that you don't know?" Sasuke exclaimed dramatically. 3 people competing for 2 bells is a challenge that many graduates must face. On the surface, it seems about grabbing bells, but in truth, it assesses teamwork and the value placed on one another. "Sasuke, where did you hear that?" Sakura couldn't resist asking. "The bell-grabbing exercise has been around for many years. Just ask any of the previous graduates, and you'll find the standard answer. With a bit of acting skill, passing it is a breeze," Sasuke replied, elaborating that demonstrating camaraderie was hardly a daunting task. "In essence, it's like pulling down your pants to fart," he added cheekily. Sakura was left speechless, while Kakashi shot him a glance. "Uchiha Sasuke, do you not care for your comrades? What does it matter? The ninja code clearly states that not everyone can bear the consequences of breaking the rules," Sasuke retorted mockingly, referencing the cautionary tale of Hatake Tsukumo, implying that the bell test was merely a matter of face. Just as Kakashi was about to counter, Sasuke interrupted, "I've heard that you, Kakashi-sensei, once killed your own teammate. Surely, you must understand my perspective?" An aura of menace enveloped the space. Naruto shivered. following the source of the ominous presence to Kakashi's dark eyes, while Sasuke appeared oblivious, still wearing a smile. Sasuke tugged at Sakura's sleeve, suggesting, "Maybe you should stop talking for now. It would be better to be a quiet, handsome boy." "Oh, my apologies," Sasuke replied nonchalantly. "I've been in a bad mood lately. But I find that transferring my negative emotions onto others stabilizes my feelings significantly." Kakashi took a deep breath, attempting to suppress his mounting anger. Constantly reminding himself that this was the last living relative of Obito, he should not stoop to the level of a troublesome child. Yet, he could not suppress the urge to discipline this insolent brat. Sasuke welcomed the challenge, confident that without real skill, he would not dare to provoke. "I heard from Sister Shobu that your face is quite handsome, but I wonder if you truly deserve her praise." In a flash, Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke, delivering a swift strike to the back of his head, only to be met with an unexpected response as Sasuke's head spun around entirely, producing a grotesque sound. His lifeless eyes locking onto Kakashi, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Kakashi was taken aback, but the next moment, Sasuke collapsed, seemingly lifeless. "Ah!" Sakura's terrified scream pierced the air as she trembled, pointing a finger at Kakashi. "You killed Sasuke." Naruto's mouth fell open, fear flashing in his eyes. He and Sakura had been standing behind, unaware of what transpired, only witnessing Kakashi's sudden attack, followed by Sasuke's neck snapping. "Curse you, you bastard!" Naruto growled, taking an aggressive stance, but was abruptly pulled back by Sakura, who then ran frantically. Sakura dragged Naruto toward the Hokage's office, crying as they fled. Kakashi watched their retreating figures, exuding helplessness, before turning back to Sasuke's corpse. "All right, how long do you plan to feign death?" "Heh." Sasuke rose, his twisted neck adding to the horror, resembling a scene straight out of a horror film. "Little Sasuke, may I inquire why you harbor such animosity toward me?" Kakashi asked earnestly. Sasuke pondered briefly. "There are many reasons, but the primary one might be Obito Uchiha." "Obito?" Kakashi was taken aback, not expecting to hear Obito's name from Sasuke. "He has been incessantly speaking ill of you in my ear. It is hard for me to form a positive impression." Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. "What do you mean? Is Obito still alive?" Kakashi was momentarily rendered speechless, his expression faltering as he transformed into a mere caricature of shock, gripping Sasuke's shoulders and shaking him frantically. "Tell me, is he alive or dead? I witnessed him being crushed by a boulder. How could he possibly survive? Wait, no one seems to have recovered Obito's body. What if he truly is alive?" Kakashi's mind spiraled into chaos. Sasuke realized he had underestimated Obito's influence over Kakashi. As both teammate and childhood friend, compounded by his sacrifice, the nostalgic aura surrounding Obito was nearly overwhelming. Kakashi regained his composure, staring intently at Sasuke, as if to imply that if he did not reveal Obito's whereabouts, he would resort to extreme measures. Sasuke stroked his chin, beginning to recount the tale woven by someone with great effort. This story begins with the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, whose later years were marked by ominous signs. "Wait," Kakashi interrupted. "The second Hokage has been deceased for a long time, having sacrificed himself to protect his students. What ominous signs could he have had?" Sasuke scoffed. "Kakashi, do you not find it peculiar? The current leadership of Konoha is comprised of the second Hokage's guard. As protectors, it is their duty to ensure the Hokage's safety. Yet, what is the reality? They not only failed to protect the second Hokage, but also hindered his sacrifice to buy them time to escape. Your father, Hatake Tsukumo, was driven to suicide after a single mission failure. Yet Sarutobi's negligence led to the second Hokage's demise. Yet he faced no repercussions and instead transformed into the new Hokage. Is this reasonable? What exactly do you wish to convey?" Kakashi's tone grew increasingly frigid, his resolve not easily swayed. At this moment, he sensed that Sasuke harbored ulterior motives. "What I mean to say is that the legitimacy of the third Hokage's position is questionable. When they returned from the Land of Clouds, the second Hokage had already passed. Who can ascertain whether the second Hokage's will was not forged?" Kakashi's hand shimmered with the electric light of Chidori, but Sasuke promptly restrained him. "I understand your urgency. Yet please remain calm. The truth of this matter is quite intricate. The death of the second Hokage was a collective push from all the clans of Konoha." Chapter 31, The Conspiracy Theories. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who were ostensibly the protectors of the second Hokage, paradoxically allowed his sacrifice to facilitate their own escape. Such actions, regardless of the era, would warrant accountability for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, how did he ascend to the position of the third Hokage so seamlessly? Sasuke misled Kakashi, suggesting that the demise of Senju Tobarama was not solely orchestrated by the forces of the Land of Clouds. Konoha's internal factions may have participated in this assassination as well. Similar to the collapse of Konoha, where the third Hokage battled Orochimaru alone, not a single soul came to his aid. To some extent, the second Hokage had incurred the wrath of the populace. The era of the second Hokage was indeed tumultuous. Sasuke lamented, "Of course, this is relative, Mr. Kakashi. You likely cannot fathom the initial splendor of Konoha during that time, with figures like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha at the helm. Even an ordinary shinobi could walk boldly through the shinobi world. Though the first Hokage often extended apologies, the arrogance of Konoha was palpable. Apologies? Sasuke continued, naturally. There were victims. However, the first Hokage's apologies were clearly laden with the sentiment of, I apologize, do you dare not forgive me? Who would dare to withhold forgiveness? At this juncture, Sasuke gazed at Kakashi. This was the original Konoha, powerful and imperious. Kakashi remained silent, having been born during the third Hokage's era. He possessed little understanding of the first Hokage's time, and historical records offered scant details. Now, the villagers only recognized the third Hokage as the mightiest of Hokage. Sasuke shifted his narrative. Alas, the initial glory of Konoha did not endure for long. It seems there were those who incited discord. Despite the gradual reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha clans, a rift emerged between Hashirama and Madara, leading to their bitter parting. Thus, the once dominant structure of the shinobi world transformed from 4 great powers to 5. First, Madara Uchiha defected, and subsequently he and the first Hokage mutually perished, after which Konoha was no longer the super shinobi village. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was not lacking in strength. However, in the face of comparison, he appeared rather ordinary when juxtaposed with Hashirama and Madara. Tobarama had numerous achievements. He adeptly resolved Konoha's internal and external crises, establishing the Umbu for centralized authority, creating a security division to protect Konoha while surveilling the Uchiha, and founding a ninja academy to cultivate civilian shinobi. Yet, no matter how capable Tobarama was, he could not alter the fact that Konoha's external strength under his leadership paled in comparison to that of the other two, a chasm of difference. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is easy, but from opulence to frugality is arduous. What Hashirama and Madara could achieve with mere words or a show of strength, Tobarama had to toil exhaustively to attain similar results. During the lifetimes of the first Hokage and Madara, their greatness went unappreciated. Only in their absence did the regret emerge. The initial Konoha was proud even in its apologies, while the later Konoha gradually learned to compromise and endure, a stark disparity not easily borne by all. As Sasuke articulated this, his tone bore a hint of mockery. Kakashi's eyes reflected confusion. Sasuke, are you implying that the second Hokage's shortcomings led to Konoha's decline, prompting the clans to conspire against him? That seems far-fetched. Sasuke shook his head. It is not so simple. While Senju Tobarama may not rival Hashirama and Madara in strength, his intellect allowed him to maintain the Hokage position. His subsequent actions, however, incited widespread opposition. Techniques like the Dark Arts and Flying Thunder God were all aimed at the Uchiha, and his evident malice towards them was undeniable. The old adage, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, rings true. Who could guarantee that once Tobarama dealt with the Uchiha, he would not turn his blade upon others? The ninja clans of that time were not as they are now. Many had survived from the Warring States period, fostering little trust among one another. It was only through Hashirama's formidable strength and broad-mindedness that they could coalesce into a village, with promises of setting aside old grievances to forge a brighter future. Yet, upon Tobarama's ascension, he began targeting the Uchiha with fervor. What did that signify? Others failed to understand Tobarama's concerns regarding the Uchiha. They merely perceived his actions as an opportunity for retribution. Some even attributed Madara's defection to Tobarama's machinations. The reasons behind Madara Uchiha's departure remained shrouded in mystery. Yet many suspect that Tobarama was the orchestrator, making him the prime suspect. Despite Madara's infamous reputation, Konoha's populace harbored a reluctance to lose him. Much like how everyone condemned Kakashi Tsukumo, yet upon his tragic demise, the collective panic that ensued was palpable. With Madara in Konoha, there was no need for compromise. Even if Konoha's shinobi mistreated others, the first Hokage might have offered a token apology, while Madara would have dispensed with even that formality. After Tsukumo's death, the shinobi he had once saved, for whom he had forsaken his mission, also perished. Konoha could not accommodate such a person. He bore the weight of responsibility for that incident, and thus had to die. Similarly, after the deaths of Hashirama and Madara, a scapegoat was required. A Hokage who maintained internal pressure while compromising externally was destined for abandonment, especially with Uzumaki Kushina still alive and possessing her own progeny. The shinobi world had only recently transitioned from a clan-based model to a village-based model, which family did not have connections. Orchestrating a diplomatic incident with internal and external collaboration was not difficult. Thus, the second Hokage met his demise, with all implicated parties facing little to no accountability. As a mere pawn and false command-bearer, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended. The aristocracy desired not a strong Hokage, but a puppet they could manipulate at will. Otherwise, how could a young man from a minor clan rise to become the third Hokage in a village brimming with powerful figures? The third Hokage was merely a piece pushed to the forefront by the aristocracy, yet no one anticipated that subsequent conflicts would erupt, leading to the fall of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, significantly weakening the aristocratic power while allowing the commoners to rise. The third Hokage seized the opportunity to ally with certain clans while suppressing others, establishing the root as a dark and violent institution, thereby solidifying his position as Hokage. The aforementioned content is purely the figment of Sasuke's imagination. Kakashi, taken aback by his outlandish conspiracy theories, had never encountered such fantastical tales. Yet he remained focused on the crux of the matter. What does all of this have to do with Obito? Ah, well done, Kakashi, always remembering your white moonlight, Obito. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon him. Do you truly believe that Senju Tobirama could be so easily outmaneuvered? Do you think the Senju clan would willingly fade into obscurity? Chapter 32, Sasuke's Verbal Maneuvering. Senju Tobirama did not perish. Rather, he lurked in the shadows, plotting revenge against Konoha. With Obito chosen as his perfect pawn, a human weapon that seamlessly melded the Sharingan and would release. Do not doubt it. If Senju Tobirama could develop the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, even in death, he possessed the means to return from the afterlife. The Nine Tails incident years ago was orchestrated by Senju Tobirama through Obito, while Konoha has been in decline for years. Yet it is laughable that no one has recognized the true puppeteer behind the scenes. The Thousand Hands clan has quietly severed ties with Konoha and assumed a new identity, becoming a part of the daimyo's court. It is quite possible that the current daimyo possesses the bloodline of the Thousand Hands. As Sasuke's increasingly outrageous claims unfolded, Kakashi felt compelled to interrupt him. Do you have any evidence to support these assertions? Indeed, Sasuke replied. Obito harbored affection for Rin Noara and harbored a strong disdain for you. Every flower you placed at Rin's grave was discarded by him. Sasuke divulged all he knew about Obito, including the use of Kamui, and added, Konoha is doomed. Have you not noticed the drastic reduction in the number of missions assigned to Konoha in the past 2 years? The economy is on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Sasuke urged, you would do well not to alert anyone. Not only will Konoha fall, but Tsunagakure and Iwagakure will also meet the same fate. This is the inevitable trend. There can be no two suns in the sky, nor two rulers in a land. The daimyo seeks reform, as the system of shinobi villages has long since become antiquated. Such an outdated existence will inevitably be eradicated, just as samurai were supplanted by ninjas. And now ninjas must follow suit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kakashi vehemently rejected the alarming information, convinced that the third Hokage had managed Konoha splendidly and had achieved remarkable governance. However, Sasuke shook his head. Nothing is impossible. Are the third Hokage's accomplishments truly as impressive as they seem? According to historical cycles, any societal organization, after enduring its formative phase of fragmentation and reconstruction, enters a period of vigorous growth by its second or third generation. Under such circumstances, even a pig could soar. Kakashi struggled to comprehend Sasuke's words, realizing they were decidedly unfavorable to the third Hokage. He calmed his tumultuous emotions and asked slowly, what is your purpose in revealing such a significant secret to me? What role do you play in all of this? Frankly, I still doubt the daimyo's capacity to oppose Konoha. My intent in revealing this information to you is to encourage you to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Sasuke spoke eloquently. The daimyo has acquired power that rivals that of the god of ninjas. Konoha stands no chance of resistance. I have long since covertly allied myself with the daimyo, as I bear a deep-seated grudge against the higher-ups of Konoha, yet the others remain innocent. The daimyo merely seeks to abolish the system of shinobi villages and does not wish to unleash a massacre. Hence, they require someone who can step forth to lead the remaining ninjas to pledge allegiance to the daimyo after the dissolution of the shinobi villages. Mr. Kakashi, you are perfectly suited for this role. Sasuke gazed at Kakashi with a smile, posing the question, will you choose the nation or the village? If what you say is true, then I have no choice in the matter. Yet, I remain skeptical. Were it not for Sasuke's unexpected prowess, having subdued Kakashi with a single move, Kakashi would have dismissed everything he said. Sasuke chuckled lightly. Belief is irrelevant, but you would do well to guard your tongue. Remember, secrets are only preserved in silence. Should you disclose this information, I might just have to make Obito's life quite miserable. You cannot fathom the torment he would endure. Perhaps I should let you witness the ultimate humiliation. Kakashi left in a daze, and the Umbu later arrived to investigate. He explained that Sakura and Naruto had witnessed a genjutsu depicting Sasuke's death. The matter was resolved, yet both Naruto and Sakura developed a shadow of doubt regarding Kakashi. Coincidentally, Kakashi was preoccupied with investigating Obito, leaving him little inclination to attend to Team 7, even though Naruto was the son of his mentor. Kakashi allowed Team 7 to develop with considerable autonomy, relying on shadow clones to manage his responsibilities. Sasuke found this arrangement satisfactory, as Kakashi had never imparted anything of value to Sakura and Naruto in the storyline, and now Sasuke required no instruction from him. Sasuke also utilized shadow clones to clock in for attendance, while Team 7 enjoyed a leisurely existence, having yet to undertake a single mission, as if each day were a picnic. However, it wasn't only Team 7. Niji mentioned that their own Team 5 experienced a similar fate. The common folk had been impoverished in recent years, leaving little surplus to commission missions from Konoha. Most opted for frugality, with the local ninja tool stores teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Currently, the only thriving business in Konoha was Ichiraku Ramen, which had maintained its prices amid the inflationary financial crisis. One wonders if frequent consumption of Ichiraku's offerings might yield adverse effects. In any case, Sasuke never indulged, as he hardly required sustenance. Naruto, too, refrained from eating, possessing a natural instinct to avoid harm. Sasuke was wholly uninterested in Kakashi's indifference. Sakura felt dissatisfied but dared not voice her opinion, leaving only Naruto to chatter. If you're feeling bored, perhaps you should return to school for a refresher, Sasuke suddenly suggested to Naruto. Sasuke, what nonsense are you spouting? Naruto's eyes reflected pure confusion. I say this for your benefit, Naruto, Sasuke replied, wearing an unsettlingly benign smile, akin to a father gazing at his foolish offspring. I recall Irika mentioning that being a ninja is a perilous profession. From my observations of you over the past few days, you are reckless, impulsive, and rather thoughtless. Such a person, even if they learn formidable jutsu, cannot be deemed a competent ninja. If Team 7 undertakes a dangerous mission in the future, given your disposition, you might very well lose your life. As your teammate, I cannot accept a companion who is certain to be a liability. You bastard. Naruto seemed to be seething with indignation, while Sakura and Kakashi's shadow clones shared expressions of astonishment at Sasuke's words. At that moment, Sasuke's benevolent smile faded, replaced by an air of pity, as if a halo of sanctity enveloped him. Naruto, do you truly understand how ruthless the life of a ninja can be? Should you choose this path, you may face death. For your safety, I must prevent you from becoming a ninja. Do not argue. This is for your own good. While this sentiment sounded somewhat peculiar, it bore a semblance of truth. Kakashi found himself momentarily swayed. After several days of interaction, he had come to realize Naruto's singular foolishness, yet Naruto's identity was a variable. Silence. You scoundrel. Naruto erupted with fervor. I am destined to become Hokage. How could I not be a ninja? What right do you have to dictate my life and future? Chapter 33. I do this for your own good, as Naruto's shouts echoed in his ears. Malicious thoughts surged within Sasuke, though he maintained an outwardly compassionate demeanor. Naruto, you may truly die if you become a ninja. Throughout your years at the Ninja Academy, you have been unable to memorize even the most fundamental rules of being a ninja, consistently ranking at the bottom of your class. and you even failed the graduation exam. I am at a loss as to how you managed to obtain your ninja headband or how you learned the advanced shadow clone technique. I believe you have not met the basic qualifications to become a ninja. With your current abilities, you are exceedingly likely to perish on future missions. I cannot stand idly by as you march toward your demise. It is simply too soon for you to become a ninja. Do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. I assure you, this is for your own good. Even if it means returning to the academy for a refresher, even if you resent and despise me, I will resolutely prevent you from becoming a ninja. This is not only a matter of responsibility for your life, but also for my own. Naruto, I truly do this for your own good. Do you comprehend my sincere intentions? Naruto felt utterly overwhelmed by Sasuke's words, his mental state unraveling. I am destined to become Hokage. Sacrificing my life for my ideals is a trivial matter. I have long accepted this reality. What gives you the right to stop me? A cold smirk flickered across Sasuke's eyes, his mental landscape swirling with dark energy, distorted beyond recognition. What he had just uttered was merely a substitution of Naruto's words from the manga, spoken at the Valley of the End to Sasuke. Everyone possesses distinct aspirations and objectives, and the actions taken to achieve them vary accordingly. Sasuke's objective has always been clear, to grow stronger and eliminate Itachi, thereby destroying Konoha. He undertook these actions with ample justification and accepted the consequences of his choices. In Orochimaru's lair, Sasuke inquired of Naruto, "Isn't your dream to become Hokage? Why are you so fixated on me?" Naruto replied, "If I can't even save my comrades, then I have no right to aspire to be Hokage. Is that moving?" Heh. Sasuke's heart was filled with resentment. His ideals diverged sharply from Naruto's. Both were prepared to sacrifice their lives. Yet why should Naruto criticize Sasuke's choices? Why must Sasuke conform to Naruto's desires and return to Konoha? Must he relinquish his vendetta against the Uchiha Massacre and joyfully serve as Konoha's pawn to appease everyone? Moral coercion is truly distasteful. Yet if one is the architect of their own coercion, it becomes another matter entirely. In that moment, Sasuke felt a sense of delight, indulging himself under the guise of concern for Naruto's well-being. How liberating. Ignoring Naruto, he turned to Kakashi. "Sensei, I believe you should consider my perspective. I genuinely have Naruto's best interests at heart. Under his circumstances, he shouldn't have graduated from the academy." Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. "I will report the situation to Lord Hokage for his judgment." His words were ambiguous. After all, Naruto's status was exceptional, and a repeat examination was out of the question. However, Kakashi wished to avoid confronting Sasuke directly, thus deferring the matter to the third Hokage. "Well then, that's all for today. Dismissed," Kakashi declared, and with a resounding bang, he dispelled his shadow clone. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke also released his shadow clone, abandoning any pretense, leaving only Sakura and Naruto to exchange glances. Was the entirety of Team 7 truly only comprised of those two taking their studies seriously? Having absorbed the memories of his shadow clone, Sasuke wore a peculiar smile, reveling in his own malice and pettiness. True joy derives from the suffering of others. Please continue to strive. A shadow offered a wave of blessings. Honestly, I harbor a tinge of jealousy towards Naruto. Not only has he surpassed and defeated me, but even Itachi has acknowledged him. Such thoughts leave me unsatisfied. Therefore, whenever I see Naruto, I cannot help but feel a twinge of irritation. Sasuke spoke in a flat tone, seemingly indifferent to the emotional turmoil Itachi once stirred within him. "Well, little Sasuke, you need not be troubled. When Naruto chose to disregard his studies and graduate through unconventional means, he must accept the consequences. Is he not allowed to be criticized for taking shortcuts?" The shadow chuckled, recalling past experiences in a certain entertainment realm where top-tier celebrities often faltered, while fans desperately attempted to silence dissent, claiming that truth equates to slander. The irony was amusing. Humanity, devoid of rationality and objectivity, mirrors the biased favoritism of fans towards their idols. Seemingly logical analyses are merely subjective assertions. For those who admire Naruto, everything he does is right. Yet, to someone like Sasuke, even his very breath is an error. Has Kakashi become a traitor? Sasuke abruptly shifted the topic. The shadow nodded. Ninjas are thoroughly conditioned, imbued with servility, their essence reeking of subservience. When the daimyo summoned Kakashi, he hesitated not at all in shifting his loyalties. No. This has little to do with servility. Isn't it possible that Kakashi himself harbors discontent towards Konoha? Sasuke proposed. Perhaps, The shadow replied indifferently regarding Kakashi's mindset. After all, he had left himself an escape route, as Kakashi's choices had always been singular. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi was reporting to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Team 7 is rather discordant? Indeed. Lord Third. The other two members of Team 7 have some communication barriers with Naruto. I see. Thank you for your efforts, Kakashi. Is there something else? Hiruzen inquired. Puzzled. Sasuke expressed some thoughts yesterday that I found quite sensible. Naruto's demeanor does not align with that of a ninja. Given his status, why not allow for more time? We have plenty of it. Kakashi sought a reasonable excuse. Aiming to protect Naruto, Konoha was on the brink of upheaval, and it would be prudent for Naruto to maintain a low profile, avoiding undue attention to facilitate his integration into a new collective. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe. A new storm is brewing, Kakashi. The ninja world is currently in chaos, not due to war, but for reasons beyond comprehension. The new generation from each village is gradually emerging. In the tide of this new era, a single misstep could lead to ruin. The 8 Tails of the Cloud Village has already reached perfection as a Jinchuriki, and the 2 Tails is nearing a similar state. For the sake of Konoha's will of fire, and to prepare for the impending crisis, Naruto must mature. Kakashi hesitated, ultimately saying nothing, and turned to leave the Hokage's office. A new storm, indeed? This is no ordinary crisis, but rather an impending calamity. Chapter 34. The Gathering Storm. A sparrow perched upon Niji's hand, pecking curiously at his fingertip. Niji regarded the bird thoughtfully. The mysterious entity claiming to be an ancestor of the Hyuga clan remains shrouded in enigma. His origins and purpose are unclear, and Niji doubts his legitimacy as a true ancestor. Is there a connection between this figure and the mysterious presence surrounding Uchiha Sasuke? Are they linked to the same organization, or could they possibly be one and the same? The comic detailing the future, with Naruto as its protagonist, spans a millennium of ninja history. Who is the artist behind this work? Could there be an omniscient being observing the world? Are ninjas merely pawns in the hands of this true deity? Might it be the Sage of Six Paths? What role does he play? He sealed his own mother and imparted the wondrous power of chakra to commoners. Could such actions truly stem from benevolence? Niji's mind swirled with questions. The more he learned, the more peculiar the world seemed. Uchiha Mansion. Sasuke, I have a question for you. Shadow speak. Sasuke, since Indra and Ashura's chakra are fundamentally the same, yet Ashura's chakra exhibits such overwhelming contamination, leading almost everyone to side with him in each reincarnation. Why does Indra's chakra seem less effective? Shadow, I do not know. Sasuke was taken aback. Previously, his inquiries were often met with answers, yet this time yielded nothing. Shadow, this touches upon philosophical questions regarding the self, which you may find difficult to grasp, hence my reluctance to explain. Sasuke, I suddenly feel an urge to strike someone. Days passed, and Hiruzen summoned Team 7 to the Hokage's office, lecturing them on the essence of the will of fire, attempting to instill the importance of unity within them. Ultimately, Team 7 remained intact, not disbanded or restructured. Hiruzen was resolute in binding Sasuke and Naruto together to forge bonds. Should that fail, he would have no choice but to transfer Sasuke to the Yumbu. Hiruzen initially believed he needed to impart grand wisdom to Sasuke, but was taken aback to find that Sasuke seemed entirely unconcerned, as if his previous antagonism towards Naruto was but a jest. In the ensuing months, Team 7 continued to languish in Konoha. As the village lacked sufficient missions, high-level tasks were beyond their reach, and low-level assignments were nearly non-existent. Kakashi seized the opportunity to teach them water walking, yet offered little else thereafter. Sakura possesses a commendable talent for illusion techniques, excelling in theoretical studies. However, she has yet to encounter a suitable mentor and remains limited to the fundamental body replacement technique. The mission in the Land of Waves depicted in the manga has been utterly transformed, as Sasuke learns that the Land of Waves has ceased to exist in a physical sense. Of course, even if Tazuna were to come to Konoha to issue a mission, Sasuke would ensure that he would not return, deliberately concealing the mission's difficulty and morally coercing Team 7 into risking their lives. Such a person deserves to be dealt with decisively. Why leave them to celebrate the new year? Tazuna, when he misrepresents the mission details, gambles with the lives of others. Had the mission not been assigned to Team 7, an exceptional squad, it would have likely ended in tragedy at the hands of Zabuza. Time swiftly passes, and before long, the Chunin exams arrive. Upon seeing the soaring ninja hawk above Konoha, Kakashi immediately rises to head towards the Hokage Tower, while other elite jonin in the village take similar actions. At last, the grand spectacle is about to commence. Within the Hokage's office, a majority of Konoha's prominent jonin gather, with Sarutobi Hiruzen seated behind his desk. The purpose of this urgent assembly should be clear to everyone. In 1 week, Konoha will host a joint Chunin selection exam. Just 7 days for preparation. How urgent. Indeed, I appreciate your cooperation. Yes, Lord Hokage. In the following days, unfamiliar faces gradually appear in Konoha. Team 7 has yet to receive formal notification of the exam, while Naruto recently took on a younger brother, Konohamaru Sarutobi, and the two frequently engage in ninja games together. From a normal perspective, these two mischievous children behave rather inappropriately, often transforming into female forms in public, which is somewhat difficult to articulate. The third Hokage naming Konoha after his grandson indicates his profound expectations for Konohamaru. However, Sasuke observes him closely and finds him rather ordinary, quickly losing interest. As Naruto and Konohamaru chase and play on the streets, most villagers harbor disdain for Naruto, yet with Konohamaru present, few dare to speak ill of him. Suddenly, Konohamaru appears to collide with something solid and tumbles to the ground. Are you walking with your eyes closed? A man in black with painted face grabs Konohamaru by the collar, lifting him into the air. Beside him stands a blonde woman wearing a forehead protector bearing a symbol not of Konoha. She advises, "Be careful, this is Konoha. Do not cause trouble." They are none other than Kankuro and Temari from Sunigakure. As Kankuro contemplates releasing Konohamaru, Naruto's furious voice rings out, "Damn it, you zombie-faced creep. Let go of Konohamaru." Kankuro's grip tightens, causing Konohamaru to struggle for breath. Seeing this, Naruto charges forward in anger. "You scoundrel." With a thud, Naruto performs an unexpected tackle. Kankuro's forehead twitches in irritation, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. At that moment, a red-haired youth approaches silently, studying Naruto intently before turning away. "Let us go, Kankuro." Temari. Kankuro and Temari hurry to follow, evidently intimidated by this red-haired boy. Meanwhile, Naruto finds himself ignored, sprawled on the ground. Another day passes. Here. This is the application form. Kakashi hands the Chunin exam application to the 3 members of Team 7. Naruto and Sasuke have no objections and promptly fill out the forms, while Sakura hesitates, glancing at Kakashi. With only the body replacement technique and basic physical skills at her disposal, she wonders if participating in the exam is truly feasible. Unfortunately, Kakashi does not afford her the opportunity to inquire and departs with the completed forms. Naruto, brimming with confidence, while Sasuke contemplates his plans for Konoha's downfall, quietly asks the Shadow, "Will Orochimaru really come?" The plot has been disturbingly altered, yet this crucial storyline remains untouched. The Shadow nods in reassurance. "Do not worry. I will handle everything." Chapter 35. Entering the examination hall as the mightiest tool of the ninja world, Orochimaru is indeed quite busy. The plan for Konoha's collapse is a pivotal plot point in the original work, one that countless fanfiction authors would not dare overlook. This operation, devised by Orochimaru, is a collaborative blitz against Konoha in alliance with Sunigakure. Strangely, however, prior to commencing the action, Orochimaru assassinated the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Such an act is in direct contradiction to the initial intent of the plan. Yet, upon reflection of Orochimaru's identity, everything begins to make sense. After all, Konoha is Orochimaru's homeland. He may not genuinely wish to obliterate it. The 4th Kazekage is formidable, should he have participated in the plan. The damage to Konoha would have been far more catastrophic. By weakening Sunigakure's strength beforehand, Orochimaru ensures that Konoha's losses remain within a controllable scope. If Konoha were to be excessively harmed, the 4th Great Ninja War would likely erupt immediately, resulting in a repeat of past conflicts, with all ninja villages besieging Konoha. Given Konoha's current strength, it would undoubtedly be the losing side in such a war, as many of its elite have perished in internal strife, including the Uchiha Massacre, leading to a significant decline in Konoha's overall power. Orochimaru's plan for Konoha's collapse appears more as an attempt to revive the decaying wheel of Konoha, employing a unique method to eradicate its ailments, thus allowing the 3rd Hokage to take a grand bow and solidifying his reputation as the strongest Hokage. On the day of the Chunin exam, the first round is a written test. At the entrance to the examination hall, the door guardians, Kamizuki Izumo, and Kotetsu block the way as a boy clad in a tight green suit with a watermelon head appears to have collapsed, battered, and bruised. Cruel mockery ensues. So weak. Yet you dare to participate in the Chunin exam? Tintin, with her hair styled into two buns, looks distressed, clasping her hands in prayer. Please, let us in. Sasuke walks past Tintin, his expression impassive, and upon seeing Sasuke, Tintin suddenly feels awkward. Their team, Class 5, intended to play the part of the underdog. Yet it seems they are genuinely perceived as such. Niji, spotting Sasuke, approaches to greet him. Sasuke slightly raises his chin. What nonsense game are you playing? Niji waves his hand dismissively. Lee and Tintin insisted on this. I have no choice. Consider it a pre-exam relaxation. The two engage in conversation as if the two gatekeepers are non-existent. Hey, you two brash youngsters, do you think we're invisible? Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu charge at Niji and Sasuke with taijutsu, only to be effortlessly thwarted by Rock Lee in a blink. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lee flashes a radiant smile at Sakura, revealing his pearly white teeth. Hello, you must be Sakura. My name is Rock Lee. Please consider going out with me. I will protect you with my life. Sakura feels awkward, stealing a glance at Sasuke. Is it true that the boys who like her are all of this mindless? Rough type? I refuse. Why? Because your eyebrows are too thick. Rock Lee, rejected, immediately sinks into despondency, while Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu seize the opportunity to vanish. Ino glances at Sakura with surprise, recalling when they first met. Many mocked Sakura for her broad forehead, and Ino had defended her, leading to their friendship. Once, Sakura was ridiculed for her appearance. Now, she finds herself criticizing others. Fortunately, Lee is oblivious, unaffected by Sakura's remarks regarding his eyebrows. Without the guardian deities, only a few managed to enter the examination hall smoothly. Once inside, Lee suddenly challenged Sasuke, exclaiming, "Let us settle this once and for all, Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke's response was cold and indifferent. Lee paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating his reasoning. I wish to test my techniques against the genius of the Uchiha clan. Understanding dawned on Sasuke, yet he remained unyielding. To challenge a genius and triumph over him would certainly provide a sense of exhilaration, a deep satisfaction for one's vanity. Lee was momentarily taken aback, while Niji cast a disapproving glance at Sasuke, as if a spark of understanding illuminated his eyes, silently conveying, "Are you unaware that such blunt truths can wound deeply?" Sasuke met Niji's gaze, responding, "Today is the first time I've encountered Rock Lee. He approached me with provocation. Should I not express my thoughts? If he seeks to elevate himself by trampling on the Uchiha, he must first see if I acquiesce." Niji retorted, "You overthink. Perhaps Lee does not possess such complexities." Sasuke countered, "It is not about intent but action. His thoughts are inconsequential. What matters is what he does. As a stranger, I need not delve into the depths of his psyche through his actions." Suddenly, Lee collapsed without warning. Lee, Tintin rushed to support him, while Niji calmly explained, "It is merely a jinjutsu. He will be fine after a short rest, and it will not affect him." The ease of this confrontation surpassed the expectations of all present. They hardly noticed when Sasuke made his move. It was utterly terrifying. Lee soon regained consciousness, opening his eyes to see Might Guy, with Niji and Tintin by his side. "Teacher Kai," Lee exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Is it truly possible to surpass a genius through sheer effort? Being incapacitated so swiftly by Sasuke's jinjutsu, even Lee, with his rather carefree nature, could not help but feel a tinge of dismay. Upon hearing this, Might Guy revealed his signature bright smile. Absolutely. This is the essence of youth. Overcome with emotion, Lee embraced Might Guy, and the two began to weep openly. Tintin stood nearby, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Truly wanting to voice, "Have you misunderstood something? Your diligence is undeniable, but others are equally striving." Unaware of how Sasuke trained, she had witnessed Niji's relentless determination firsthand. Bearing the heavy burden of the Hyuga clan's fate, and Sasuke carrying the weight of deep-seated enmities, both were under immense pressure. Why did Lee feel the need to provoke them? As a teammate, Niji would show restraint, but Sasuke would not. After all, Lee was merely an inexplicable challenger, disregarding the circumstances just before the Chunin exams commenced. Could he really expect Sasuke to regard him favorably? This brief interlude did not impede the progress of the Chunin exams. Once in the classroom, Sasuke casually chose a seat, quietly observing the others present. The ninjas from the smaller villages displayed a generally poor demeanor, their resilience far inferior to that of the major villages. Economic turmoil and environmental changes affected them more profoundly. At that moment, a white-haired man with round glasses caught Sasuke's attention. Kabuto, a character of some renown in the narrative, had gained notoriety through the legacy of Orochimaru amidst a world dominated by bloodline superiority. Kabuto was currently engaging in light conversation with the fresh graduates from Konoha, maintaining a subtly charming smile as he swiftly forged connections with the lower-ranked ninjas from other villages. The sound ninjas remained passive, quietly seated, likely having received prior instructions from Orochimaru. Soon after, the first phase of the Chunin exams commenced, ostensibly a written test but, in reality, an intelligence-gathering exercise. Amidst the examination, everyone showcased their unique skills, while Naruto fidgeted anxiously, unable to answer the questions or resort to cheating. Hinata shyly revealed her answers to Naruto, her actions conspicuously obvious. At that moment, her thoughts were solely occupied by Naruto, seemingly oblivious to her teammates, Kiba and Shino. Should her behavior be discovered, their trio might all be disqualified. Yet, how could Hinata's blatant actions escape the proctor's notice? Sasuke comprehended the situation. Hinata, being the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader, along with Kiba and Shino from prestigious families, were all predetermined candidates, and the proctor would hesitate to eliminate them. The same applied to Naruto. It appeared that his passionate words had swayed the instructor, allowing him to pass by submitting a blank paper, though the truth was understood by all. The second phase of the examination involved collecting the Heaven and Earth scrolls within the Forest of Death. Please sign this release agreement, instructed the proctor, Mitarashi Yanko. Each team would possess either a Heaven scroll or an Earth scroll, and they had 5 days to navigate the forest, with survival and the acquisition of at least one complete scroll being their objectives. As Anko spoke, Sasuke discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The grass village had been annihilated, and he wondered whom Orochimaru had disguised himself as this time. Naruto, ever exuberant, began to feel apprehensive upon entering the Forest of Death, soon needing to address a personal matter. True to his nature, Naruto adeptly lightened the mood. Stepping behind a small thicket to relieve himself, Sasuke's ears perked up, and he raised his hand, a wisp of mist emanating from his fingers, seeping into the ground of the thicket. Sasuke then approached, using Doton, causing the earth to tremble. As Naruto resolved his issue and noticed Sasuke's peculiar actions, he inquired, "What are you doing?" "Collecting scrolls," Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Sakura and Naruto exchanged bewildered glances, still unable to grasp the situation. Suddenly, the ground was overturned by Sasuke's Doton, revealing a grotesque, red-brown, foul-smelling humanoid mass, which was utterly repulsive. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gasped in horror. Sasuke remained silent, rummaging through the remains, clearly identifying the cadaver as a participant from the Rain Village, and wondered if he possessed the scrolls they required. "This one must be from the Rain Village. I wonder if he has what we need," Sasuke remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. From the moment the body was unearthed, Sakura felt her muscles quiver, her breath quickening as she suppressed any vocal expression. The gruesome state of the corpse and Sasuke's unerringly calm demeanor terrified her. The Sasuke of her imagination felt worlds apart from the reality before her. She leaned against a tree for support, taking deep breaths. Naruto, shaken, faced the grim reality of death for the first time. He yearned to speak, but Sasuke interjected. He signed the release agreement before participating in the exam. If he was killed, he has no one to blame but himself. In other words, this could happen to any of you. Sakura instantly felt her strength drain, collapsing onto the ground, as if Sasuke's chilling tone had frightened her into submission. Sasuke turned toward her, offering a stiff smile. "I was merely jesting. You need not worry. The ninjas from smaller villages would not dare to harm those from Konoha. Not to mention killing. Even injuring one would be a matter to consider carefully." This statement left Naruto perplexed, while Sakura quickly grasped the implication. The ninjas from the smaller villages would not dare act recklessly in such a scenario. Though it was a joint Chunin exam, the stage belonged to the major villages, and the smaller villages were merely there to accompany them. The leader of the small hidden village is no fool. He would never send his top candidates to compete. If they performed exceptionally well and embarrassed the 5 great ninja villages, that would be disastrous. The benevolent third Hokage would refrain from taking extreme measures, but he has a close ally in Danzo Shimura. In the world of ninja villages, fairness and justice are mere illusions. In the plot, The Sand Ninja can unleash a massacre during the Chunin exams, while the Elite 12 from Konoha take the opportunity to spill the blood of the small village's pawns, providing a vivid lesson in the harsh realities of their existence. Naruto finds himself in a peculiar mood. He cannot comprehend the cryptic exchanges between Sasuke and Sakura, feeling that his own intellect cannot penetrate their enigmatic atmosphere. Sakura, snapping back to reality, inquires, "How did you manage that?" The Rain Ninja should have been hiding underground, planning a surprise attack. Why did he suddenly perish? In truth, she yearns to ask why he transformed into a highly decomposed corpse. "Oh, it's a new technique I've developed," Sasuke replies nonchalantly, conjuring a cloud of decay that strikes a nearby tree, turning its once lush foliage into withered wood and sending the two hidden Rain Ninjas to the afterlife. "So that is how it is," Sakura responds, unable to meet Sasuke's gaze, opting not to pursue the matter further. Sasuke is unconcerned about revealing some of his secrets. After all, Konoha is on the brink of destruction. Knowing the truth means little when faced with a group of the doomed. Sasuke discovers a scroll of earth techniques among the corpses of the Rain Ninja. Sakura remains silent, while Naruto appears somewhat resistant. Suddenly, a chilling murderous intent manifests, akin to a sword poised above their heads. Startled, Sakura takes a step back, and Naruto furrows his brow, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. This malevolent aura is directed at Naruto, with Sasuke and Sakura merely collateral damage. Soon, an unfamiliar ninja emerges from the underbrush, his pupils slitted and a long tongue protruding from his mouth, clearly not a normal human. Naruto's gaze is fixed on the stranger, an unsettling recognition growing stronger, as if they had met before, compelling him to draw closer. Chapter 37. Orochimaru has arrived, yet he seems disinterested in Sasuke, focusing solely on Naruto. Amidst the suffocating aura of hostility, Naruto trembles slightly. "Ah, how weak you are. Let my little darling have some fun with you first," Orochimaru remarks, summoning a giant snake with a puff of white smoke that lunges at Naruto, its forked tongue flicking menacingly. Meanwhile, at the examination site, Anko Mitarashi senses the disturbance caused by Orochimaru's presence. Her demeanor is a blend of anger and anticipation, the three tomo on her neck throbbing painfully. "Quickly, notify the Hokage. Request to cancel the exam." Will Konoha terminate the examination due to Orochimaru's intrusion? Certainly not. The higher-ups in Konoha are already aware of Orochimaru's nefarious intentions upon returning. However, they suppress this knowledge, allowing the exam to continue without any protective measures for the unsuspecting populace. Are they overconfident or dismissive of Orochimaru's destructive potential? Do not overestimate the integrity of ninjas. The Chunin exams hold significant political implications, and you should be well aware of the higher-ups' tendencies. They will convince themselves and others with reasoning like, "If we don't proceed, the consequences will be dire," transforming the sacrifices into cold symbols engraved on a memorial stone. A tragic repetition of their past actions. This dialogue unfolds in a ramen shop, where Tucci and Ayam are busy catering to an influx of customers, struggling with dwindling supplies, sometimes even having to purchase real pork from their own pockets. Yet they do not mind. After all, Konoha is doomed, and they consider it a parting gift to the village. In the Forest of Death, Naruto employs shadow clones to overwhelm the summoned snake and lands a Rasengan on Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru merely laughs, his mouth agape as a new, slimy body emerges from within him, creating an unsettling scene. This new incarnation of Orochimaru bears a stark contrast to the original attacker, adorned with flamboyant purple eyeshadow and two tomo earrings. His raspy voice is unmistakable. "Naruto, given your status, your abilities are truly disappointing, far below my expectations." Naruto is taken aback. "You know me?" Orochimaru licks his lips. "I find you quite intriguing. Allow me to present you with a welcoming gift." With that, Orochimaru's neck elongates, biting into Naruto's neck, and after a surge of pain, three tomo symbols emerge on Naruto's skin. Orochimaru releases his grip and casts a meaningful glance at Sasuke before departing without a word. Being targeted by Orochimaru is an unpleasant experience, Sasuke quietly thinks. Sakura remains silent, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Anko traverses the Forest of Death as dusk approaches. If she cannot locate her target before nightfall, things will become increasingly complicated. Suddenly, she halts and launches an attack in a specific direction, her hand summoning several snakes that strike at the target. The snakes drag their victim toward her, and without hesitation. She plunges a kunai through both her hand and that of the captured individual. Got you. Let us die together, Orochimaru-sensei. That's just a clone, Anko. As a special jonin of Konoha, why are you still using the techniques I taught you? A low, gravelly voice emanates from behind. The Orochimaru she has captured disintegrates into soil, causing Anko to stagger back, trembling. What are you doing back in the village? Orochimaru looms over her. Anko, your attitude truly saddens me. I'm merely here to accomplish something that must be done. Anko's cursed seal begins to throb painfully, her speech fragmented. I will absolutely thwart your schemes. Focus on yourself. When disaster strikes, the weak are the first to be eliminated, and it is clear you belong to that category. Orochimaru retorts, his words cutting deep. Anko glares at him, her intellect not sharp enough to realize that the impending disaster is of Orochimaru's making. She is on the verge of collapsing, her mind clouding with confusion. When Orochimaru defected, he left Anko behind, and she has been torn ever since. Caught between following him or remaining in Konoha, a dilemma that guarantees discomfort regardless of her choice. After observing her for a moment, Orochimaru seems conflicted and ultimately summons a massive snake that swallows Anko whole, subsequently releasing his summoning. With a puff of smoke, Orochimaru vanishes from sight. After being bitten, Naruto endures the pain for some time before returning to normal. Sasuke has been observing closely but finds nothing out of the ordinary. Natural energy remains a mysterious force, unlike chakra, which is universal. Following this, Team 7 encounters no further attacks. The Sound Ninja and Gaara do not make an appearance, allowing them to pass the second exam smoothly, a brief calm before the impending storm. Upon reaching the central tower, Sasuke and the others find Kabuto smiling as he converses with the Konoha Genin. Now that you're here, everyone should do their best. Upon entering the tower, they are greeted by a calligraphic masterpiece. Sasuke cannot decipher it. Once the earth scroll is unrolled, a familiar figure appears. He surveys his surroundings and confirms that they are indeed in the central tower. Clearing his throat, he proclaims, "Congratulations on successfully passing the second exam." The scroll contains summoning techniques, and if opened at the wrong time or place, it will be deemed a failure in the examination. Subsequently, Iruka reiterated the insights on the Chunin exams displayed on the wall. Sasuke appeared to be lost in thought, while Sakura hung her head in silence, having remained quiet since earlier. Only Naruto exhibited enthusiasm. Observing this version of Team 7, Iruka was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. It seemed as though there was scarcely any bond among the members of Team 7. Even the relationship between Sakura and Sasuke appeared to be drifting further apart. After enduring Iruka's monologue, the group entered the central hall, where the elite ninja from various villages stood on stage, leaving one to wonder if Orochimaru had blended in among them. Below, a considerable number of genin who had passed the second exam gathered. Soon, the third Hokage ascended the stage and began to deliver another lengthy discourse, extolling the grandeur of the Chunin exams as if addressing a group of elementary school students, proclaiming them as the hope of the future and the masters of society. It must be acknowledged that Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed possessed exceptional oratory skills, surpassing even those of the first and second Hokage. The ability to speak persuasively is a form of strength. Had Uchiha Madara possessed such eloquence, he might have claimed the position of Hokage for himself. Chapter 38. Sasuke's Withdrawal. Third Hokage. A young man knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, "I shall take over from here, as I am the judge for the preliminaries." This young man, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes and a frail appearance, was none other than Moonlight Gale, an unfortunate ninja from the manga. He had been defeated by the Jonin Maki and Kabuto from Sunagakure, leaving his demise unavenged, as Konoha had not sought justice for him. In fact, by the end of the storyline, Kabuto was welcomed back into Konoha, becoming the director of an orphanage, living a seemingly glamorous life, while Konoha established friendly relations with Sunagakure, allowing Maki to thrive as well. Poor Moonlight Gale's fiancée was left without an avenue for revenge, forced to endure this injustice in the name of the greater good. Due to the excessive number of individuals who passed the second exam, we have decided to hold preliminaries to eliminate some contestants. Anyone who feels unwell or believes they lack the ability to continue may raise their hand to withdraw. I will commence the preliminary drawing shortly, Moonlight Gale declared. Before long, someone raised their hand, announcing, "I withdraw." The crowd turned their astonished gazes toward the individual, wide-eyed, Kabuto-senpai. "Sasuke, why are you withdrawing?" Naruto appeared utterly shocked. In his memory, Sasuke, though cold, was immensely powerful. How could he exit in such a manner? Kabuto offered a few explanations with a resigned air, yet Sasuke seemed indifferent, merely notifying everyone of his decision to forego the upcoming exam with a dismissive attitude, as if it were a trivial matter. On stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was displeased. As the last Uchiha of Konoha, Sasuke had not even made it to the finals of the Chunin exam. Had he considered the adverse implications of such a withdrawal? Moreover, was not the Uchiha clan known for their pride? Did Sasuke not realize how disgraceful it was to withdraw without cause? Having glimpsed the script, Sasuke was relatively unconcerned with matters of reputation. After all, even if he did not pass the exam or attain Chunin status, did that negate his combat prowess? His prior participation in the exam had been compelled by the obligation to his team, as one member's absence would hinder the entire group. Sasuke needed to ensure Naruto encountered Orochimaru. Now that he had the opportunity to withdraw, there was no hesitation. After his withdrawal, Sasuke departed without lingering to spectate. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Neji cast a glance at Sasuke's retreating figure and smiled silently, sensing that soon, the burdens weighing upon him would be shattered. Observing the fervent clashes among the genin, Neji felt a twinge of pity for them. Fate was indeed cruel, particularly when he witnessed Inuzuka Kiba collapsing due to a mere flatulence from Naruto, the sorrow evident in his eyes. Though Kiba had not been a standout student during his time at the Ninja Academy, he was undoubtedly above average, boasting excellent physical abilities complemented by the Inuzuka clan's secret techniques. To see such a formidable Kiba felled by Naruto's flatulence was a farcical turn of events, even more absurd than the plots of certain trite novels. It must be noted that not long ago, Naruto had been at the bottom of the class, struggling with cultural studies and moral education, unable to perform even a basic clone technique during the graduation exam, earning him the moniker Dead Last. Some might argue that Naruto was diligent. However, such claims are akin to fans fervently insisting their idol is hardworking. Remarkably, after graduation, Naruto surpassed years of Kiba's efforts in a remarkably short period. The notion of hard work is indeed curious. In the future, Kiba would unveil his newly developed three-headed wolf clone technique during the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, for Naruto, the more advanced technique of multiple shadow clones had already been mastered the night he failed the graduation exam through the act of stealing the sealing scroll. One could only ponder Kiba's current feelings, having been bested by a mere fart, an indelible stain on his reputation. Neji scoffed, recognizing that the so-called unpredictability of fate was merely a manifestation of its inherent cruelty. It was not daunting to start behind others in life. What was truly terrifying was the notion that everyone's destiny had been predetermined, rendering all struggles futile against the outcome. Much like Neji himself, regardless of his efforts or future strength, the main house could simply enact his demise with a mere flick of their cursed seal. He understood that the enigmatic Hyuga ancestor posed a significant threat, yet he unhesitatingly allied himself with them. For at least they offered him a chance to escape from the confines of his cage. In the world of ninjas, avenues for advancement were painfully scarce. Ordinary individuals lacking the Otsutsuki bloodline seemed to have their potential capped. The strongest among them might only reach the levels of Jiraiya or the Third Raikage, or perhaps, like Might Guy, achieve fleeting brilliance at the cost of their lives. As an average ninja, regardless of one's starting point, as long as one remained unconnected to the Otsutsuki, no matter how frantically one ran, the finish line would remain just out of reach. Neji once believed himself a bird trapped in a cage, with the curse seal being the bars of his confinement. Sasuke, too, was a caged bird, bound by the village and familial ties. Yet upon glimpsing the script, he realized the truth. All people were birds in a cage, and this world was merely a vast aviary. Some merely occupied larger spaces within the cage, constructing their own small cages to ensnare others, mistakenly believing they had seized control. Little did they know, the aviary possessed but one locked exit. Neji, it's your turn. Tintin nudged him, pulling Neji from his reverie. The electronic display for the drawing revealed the names Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. This hardly seemed like a cruel twist of fate. It felt orchestrated by unseen hands. Neji's expression remained impassive. If that were the case, let the challenge commence. He leaped into the arena, and Hinata timidly followed suit. Neji swiftly assumed a combat stance, unwilling to exchange a single word with Hinata. Indeed, Hinata was a good girl. Yet to Neji, their relationship was marred by class distinctions. Only when it suited her would she regard him as her older brother. Were they truly siblings? Naruto ascended to the second-floor spectator platform, his face a mask of confusion. They are connected as members of the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Though it is said there has always been some estrangement between them, Lee casually explained. Perhaps pure-hearted individuals might resonate with one another, even developing mutual admiration. Thus, Rock Lee's demeanor toward Naruto Uzumaki was notably friendly. Chapter 39. Niji and Hinata. Niji did not declare, as the script suggested, that a person's destiny is immutable. Such simplistic preaching bears no significance. In the vast landscape of the ninja world, only the words spoken after defeating an enemy hold any weight. Just like Naruto, every instance of his verbal prowess is grounded in the strength of his fists. Hinata closed her eyes, a flash of a certain spiky-haired boy crossing her mind. This time, I shall not shy away. Let us settle this, Niji and I. With a resounding thud, the battle concluded. Niji executed a singular move, not even activating his Byakugan, sealing the chakra pathways in Hinata's shoulder. The Hyuga clan excels in gentle fist technique. With chakra stagnated, her combat effectiveness plummeted. Silently, Hinata collapsed. The swift conclusion of the battle catching everyone off guard. Niji turned, intending to return to the viewing platform, having prepared a script full of words he wished to express. Yet, in the moment, he felt a disinterest wash over him, devoid of any inclination to preach, thus omitting that segment altogether. Coughing, Hinata exclaimed, "Stop, Niji and I have not yet lost." With great effort, she pushed herself up from the ground, lifting her gaze to a certain spiky-haired boy on the platform. A pure smile graced her face. Naruto met Hinata's eyes, marveling at her tenacity. Niji regarded the now-standing Hinata with a cold expression. "Do you truly wish to continue this fight, or is it merely an exhibition for your beloved? If you like Naruto, just admit it. Why put on a brave front in this arena?" Hinata's face flushed crimson, her mind swirling. Naruto, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shouted, "What? Hinata likes me?" In an instant, all eyes shifted between Hinata and Naruto, who instinctively glanced at Sakura. Such a tangled web of emotions. Sakura remained silent. Having adopted this demeanor since their encounter with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, sensing something amiss. "Niji and I will not give up." Hinata's voice was resolute. "Very well. If you insist, then please proceed," Niji responded dismissively. Another strike, and Hinata's other shoulder's chakra pathway was sealed. She fell once more. Surely, she cannot rise again, Niji thought, having shown considerable restraint. However, even without the ability to utilize chakra, Hinata clung to Naruto's belief, determined to fight on. Anyone could perceive the vast gap between Hinata and Niji. Hinata's teacher, Kurenai Yuhi, wished to halt the match, but Naruto suddenly cried out, "Hinata, you can do it." With renewed strength, Hinata rose again. Niji looked at Naruto with confusion. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. Did Naruto not realize the dire consequences of continuing the fight? In the ninja world, mere words of encouragement do not grant one the ability to transcend their limits. As Hinata fell for the third time, the referee, Mizuki, decided to halt the match. Yet, Naruto shouted once more, "Do not stop. Do not end the match." Encouraged by Naruto, Hinata stood strong again. Could this be the power of love? Niji found himself somewhat impressed by her perseverance, feeling a flicker of emotion, but quickly shook it off. How could he allow himself to feel such sentiments? He resolutely resisted any inclination that would taint his heart with such distasteful feelings. Predictably, Hinata collapsed again, and this time, Niji struck with greater intensity, denying her any chance to rise. How tiresome. At that moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. Nearly all the Jonin intervened, forcibly halting the match and assisting Hinata. Even Kurenai chastised Niji for his excessive force. How ridiculous, Niji thought, despite being well-mannered. He could not suppress his anger at this point. "What are you babbling about?" Kurenai retorted, the other Jonin sharing her fierce glare. "I am reprimanding you. How absurd." Niji suddenly revealed his audacious side, questioning whether he was expected to play the benevolent character, swayed by Hinata's tenacity to deliberately lose to her. This is a competition, not a game. Being defeated and injured is entirely normal. If one cannot handle it, they should simply withdraw. Why pretend to be a ninja when one could return home and play the role of a princess? Countless competitors had sustained severe injuries, yet no one had shown concern. Now they feigned compassion? Niji's words flowed like a rapid-fire machine gun. Then he turned to Mizuki, referee, Should I not be declared the victor? Mizuki nodded awkwardly. Niji theatrically placed a hand on his chest, feigning shock. Thank goodness. I thought with so many jonin supporting Hinata, you would declare her the winner. Hyuga Niji, you have gone too far. Naruto roared. How have I gone too far? I merely spoke a few truths, Niji replied, raising his chin, his expression eerily reminiscent of Sasuke. No wonder they became such close friends. As Naruto attempted to interject, Niji chose to disregard him, also ignoring the jonin, siding with Hinata. Despite Naruto's repeated interventions during the match, no one blamed him for his poorly timed encouragement, nor did they fault Hinata for her inexplicable persistence. Instead, they criticized Niji for his forceful strikes. How wonderfully absurd these Leaf Village ninjas are! After venting his frustrations, Niji felt a surge of relief. Indeed, when negative emotions arise, one ought to redirect them promptly. As he exited the arena, Niji reflected on that comic, contemplating how each person's destiny is unique. By what right did Naruto expect a caged bird to believe in the possibility of rewriting fate? Just because Naruto is the protagonist and believes in his ideals. Must everyone else share the same conviction? What utter nonsense. Niji calmly turned away, while the other ninjas from various villages enjoyed the spectacle, surprised by the internal conflicts within Konoha, unfurling so brazenly in such a significant event as the Chunin exams. Thus far, most believed Niji was in the wrong, thinking he could have endured for the sake of the village's reputation. Why create such a spectacle? Asuma intercepted Niji, urging him to apologize to Kurenai. Niji regarded him with a look of incredulity, raising an eyebrow, and then bowed deeply. I apologize. I was unaware that Lady Kurenai was Asuma's senpai's fiancée, the daughter-in-law of the Hokage. I should not have called her a wretched woman. I hereby declare, Kurenai Yuhi is not a wretched woman. My comment was merely a slip of the tongue. Chapter 40. A wind rises. Asuma's expression darkened considerably. After delivering his apology, Niji departed, having done his part. What more could they want? Hinata was swiftly transported to the hospital. If they delayed, her injuries would heal. Niji hadn't been excessively brutal. Hinata merely appeared pitiful on the surface, but being the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, such injuries were indeed severe. The tournament continued, yet it lacked excitement. Straightforward combat without conflict was far less engaging. The audience preferred dramatic narratives. Gaara swiftly defeated Rock Lee, but refrained from deliberately breaking his ankle. Sakura barely passed the exam. Kakashi offered a perfunctory congratulations to Naruto and Sakura before being summoned by the Hokage for a private audience, subsequently making his way to the Uchiha clan's residence. The third Hokage tasked him with inquiring about Sasuke's decision to forfeit the competition, urging him to devise a justification. Kakashi, with his usual deadpan expression, turned to Sasuke for an explanation. Having collaborated with numerous Uchihas in the past, Kakashi had a fair understanding of their character, aside from Obito. Most Uchihas were imbued with arrogance. Perhaps even Obito harbored a degree of arrogance, despite his subordinate status, perpetually exuding a mysterious confidence that a mere awakening of the Sharingan could allow him to best all prodigies. The notion of withdrawing from a competition seemed inconceivable for the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't they rather stubbornly persist, even in defeat? Oh, perhaps it's merely due to boredom. The competition is filled with mediocrity, and I cannot be bothered to engage. Sasuke's dismissive attitude was evident. Kakashi, resigned, pressed, do you not have a more plausible excuse? This complicates my explanation to the Hokage. Sasuke shot Kakashi a sidelong glance, and Kakashi understood that as a mentor, he must shoulder some responsibility and assist his student in fabricating an excuse. With a wave of his sleeve, Kakashi departed. Once Kakashi's figure faded from sight, Sasuke retreated to the underground chamber, leaving only a shadow clone at home. This place could hardly be called home anymore. The desolate and dilapidated clan grounds were oppressive and uncomfortable, forcing him to don a mask that concealed his true emotions at all times while standing upon the land his ancestors had once fought for. I am truly grateful for this heavy burden of love, my dearest brother. Wait for me. It won't be long before we meet again, and I assure you, you won't be taken aback. I will love you as profoundly as you have loved me, Sasuke murmured, his words bordering on madness. The day following the preliminary rounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Sasuke personally. Uchiha Sasuke, the third Hokage wishes to see you. Kakashi made yet another trip to the Uchiha clan's residence. Together, Sasuke and Kakashi proceeded to the Hokage's office, encountering no obstacles en route. Sarutobi sat benevolently at his desk, diligently reviewing documents. Third Hokage, Sasuke has arrived, Kakashi announced. Sarutobi lifted his gaze, cleared his throat lightly, and got straight to the point. Sasuke, do you wish to rebuild the Uchiha clan? Huh. Sasuke was momentarily bewildered, struggling to grasp why Sarutobi broached such a topic. Sasuke, I must emphasize the significance of the Chunin exams. It serves not only as a platform to showcase the village's comprehensive strength, but also as an unparalleled stage for self-expression. As Sarutobi spoke, Sasuke quickly comprehended the underlying message. The Hokage then expressed a seemingly genuine concern for Sasuke and the Uchiha clan, ultimately summarizing, young man, for the prosperity of your clan, you must participate in the Chunin exams. I recall officially forfeiting, Sasuke replied. Sarutobi's expression shifted slightly, but he insisted that all issues had been resolved and that Sasuke should appear on schedule. The insistence on Sasuke's participation primarily stemmed from public relations concerns. The truth of the massacre night had nearly spread throughout the shinobi world, yet Konoha could never acknowledge it, adamantly dismissing it as slander. Who could clarify the situation more effectively than Sasuke, the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan? Moreover, this would also serve to showcase how well Konoha had cared for him and how exemplary his growth had been, perhaps mainly for Itachi's sake. Some of these reasons occurred to Sasuke, while others did not, but he was disinclined to endure any further of Sarutobi's ramblings and merely nodded in agreement. After all, it was just a verbal commitment. On the day of the finals, he could simply choose not to attend. Who could compel him otherwise? Sarutobi had expected to persuade Sasuke for an extended period before he would agree to publicly address the rumors during the finals. But Sasuke's effortless acquiescence brought him a sense of relief, leading him to believe that Konoha's efforts at secrecy had been effective and that Sasuke must have never heard those rumors. Afterward, Sasuke departed from the Hokage building, a peculiar emotion swirling within him as he walked back to the clan grounds. He felt irked by Sarutobi's condescension. Why did others still perceive him as a fool when he was distinctly different from Naruto? Following the preliminary rounds, there was a brief respite. Naruto and Jiraiya seized the opportunity to train, and shortly after Jiraiya returned to the village, he encountered Naruto, who had already mastered the Rasengan, capable of employing it even in the forest of death. The cursed seal bestowed by Orochimaru had also become a source of strength for Naruto. Although Jiraiya had initially harbored concerns regarding the potential dangers of the cursed seal, it appeared that Naruto had only reaped its benefits, completely immune to its negative effects. Orochimaru's mental encroachment had no impact on him. Recently, Naruto had been relentlessly inquiring about Orochimaru, harboring a peculiar fascination. Jiraiya was more than willing to discuss Orochimaru. Yet Naruto's excessive interest raised alarms. Unable to articulate why he was drawn to Orochimaru, Naruto found it hard to explain the sentiment, which was inherently elusive. Could it be that the cursed seal evoked a fondness for Orochimaru within Naruto? How insidious, Jiraiya thought bitterly, convinced it was all part of Orochimaru's sinister scheme that needed to be thwarted. Meanwhile, Hyuga organized his belongings, discreetly relocating his parents' remains before temporarily moving into Sasuke's home. Due to his astonishing performance in the preliminaries, Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma began to exert pressure on the Hyuga clan, and the main house was now causing trouble for Neji. Although the main house was small in number, they were relentless. Some branch family members had been subjugated for so long that they could not rise again and were unwilling to allow others to do so. Even if one day they were freed from their metaphorical cages, they might never escape the confines of their minds. True freedom encompasses not only physical liberation, but also the freedom of the spirit. Neji occasionally found himself ensnared in such perplexity. Chapter 41. Clouds gathering. The respite following the preliminary rounds swiftly passed. On the day of the finals, the gatekeepers of Konoha, Gozo Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumi, were exceptionally busy, welcoming numerous affluent merchants and dignitaries throughout the morning. On the roof of the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes, gazed into the distance at the bustling entrance, murmuring to himself, "It is finally beginning." Orochimaru's ambiguous return to the village, coupled with the mysterious disappearance of Mitarashi Anko, stirred a sense of foreboding within Sarutobi. Adjusting his hat, he addressed the surrounding umbu. "Let us proceed." He had intentionally donned armor beneath his robes, silently praying for an uneventful day. In Konoha's open arena, guests had begun to arrive, filling the space with a cacophony of voices. Upon entering, Naruto noticed the absence of his teammates from Team 7. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi were nowhere to be found. Only a girl lingered, gazing at him with a flush upon her cheeks. Hinata. Hello, Naruto greeted awkwardly. Not Naruto-kun. Hinata stammered, her face reddening upon seeing him. Naruto, typically oblivious to social cues, felt an unusual shyness in Hinata's presence. Since that fateful encounter with Neji, their daily interactions had transformed into this awkward dance. Neither of the two children understood what their growing closeness might signify. If this continued, as they matured, they might indeed become childhood friends, oblivious to the deeper implications of their bond. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Sasuke and Neji had finished their breakfast and set out in opposite directions, one towards the final battleground of the Chunin exam, the other towards the residence of the Hyuga clan. As they walked away from each other, both harbored a shared sense of anticipation and trepidation. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. Upon Neji's arrival at the venue for the finals, it appeared that the other contestants had already prepared themselves, and the audience was filling the stands. Sakura was engaged in hushed whispers with Ino, both sporting uneasy expressions. Kiba tugged at Shino's sleeve, exclaiming, "It's strange. Where's Hinata? Why isn't she with us?" Akamaru barked in agreement. Shino pushed up his sunglasses and pointed to a corner. "Look there." Kiba turned to see Naruto chatting merrily with Hinata, enveloped in a mysterious pink aura that hinted at the fragrant essence of budding romance. Akamaru, perched atop Kiba's head, caught sight of this scene and, sensing an unidentifiable malice, whimpered quietly, shutting his eyes tightly. In the main viewing area, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in his customary banter with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Although he maintained a facade of cheerfulness, Hiruzen was perplexed. The daimyo, once corpulent and indulgent, had undergone a striking transformation. His double chin had vanished, replaced by an invigorated demeanor that far surpassed even that of the Hokage. The ninja world was plagued by frequent disasters caused by changes in the ocean, and Hiruzen could not fathom how the daimyo could maintain such mirth amidst turmoil. At that moment, a member of the Umbu discreetly whispered into Hiruzen's ear. The smile that had adorned his lips abruptly faltered. "If there's a matter requiring your attention, feel free to attend to it," the daimyo suggested understandingly. Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief interval, Hiruzen inquired, "Have you found him?" The Umbu shook his head, reporting, "Uchiha Sasuke vanished after leaving his home, missing at a street corner." Could it be the work of Orochimaru? Hiruzen felt a surge of irritation and wished for a smoke, only to remember he had left his pipe behind. He inhaled deeply, pondering his course of action, when the Kazekage entered the arena. Instantly, Hiruzen donned a benevolent smile and greeted, "Welcome, fourth Kazekage." The Kazekage, Gaara, offered little more than a stoic nod before Hiruzen proclaimed, "Let the official Chunin selection exam commence." The presiding judge for the competition, Nara Shikaku, nonchalantly counted the number of contestants and discreetly adjusted the matchups. Hiruzen had hastily included Sasuke in the finals, but with his absence, he could only hope to schedule his appearance later. If he failed to arrive, his participation would be nullified. Shikaku methodically announced the rules. This is the final exam. With rules identical to the preliminaries, no restrictions on techniques, and the match will cease only upon one party conceding or perishing. Of course, I reserve the right to halt the match if I deem the outcome clear. The first match pitted Neji Hyuga against Naruto Uzumaki, and all others were instructed to vacate the arena. A curious pairing, the underdog against the prodigy, murmured the spectators. Most believed the outcome was predetermined, save for Hinata, who watched Naruto intently, nervously fiddling with her clothing as she quietly prayed, "Naruto, you can do it." Naruto stood opposite Neji, his expression grave. "Today, I will definitely defeat you." "Oh, is that so?" Neji replied coldly, revealing no emotion. Shikaku confirmed the participants and raised his hand, then brought it down. "Begin." Hyuga Hayashi watched from the stands alongside Hanabi, his expression serious. Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, could not afford to be humiliated in front of the crowd. This match, a clash of genius against perceived mediocrity, was designed for a dramatic reversal. Naruto would rise to prominence on the shoulders of a prodigy, while the underdog would triumph against expectations, a narrative that captivated the audience. Even as a child, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's combat prowess was beyond the ordinary. Many spectators undoubtedly yearned to witness Neji's downfall, a brash and disrespectful individual who had long been the antagonist in their stories. Niji assumed a peculiar stance. And in an instant, two horns sprouted from his forehead, his hair darkening to an ebony hue, his skin paler than snow, and his crimson lips reminiscent of a child's bloodied visage, while his alabaster nails grew to an alarming length. This transformation stunned Naruto and the spectators alike, especially Hayashi. As Niji's forehead protector was dislodged, revealing his smooth brow devoid of the caged bird mark. Though Hayashi typically indulged Niji's antics, the moment he broke free from the cage, Hayashi's demeanor shifted. A pet could be tolerated, but a beast at large instilled dread. Chapter 42. The beginning. Niji understood that villains often fall prey to their own verbosity, and he struck with precision and ferocity, launching an unusual technique against Naruto, denying him any chance to utilize his shadow clone jutsu. Before Naruto could react, he was felled, disbelief flashing in his eyes, while Niji continued his assault, swiftly moving to Naruto's side and poking various points, effectively sealing all of Naruto's chakra pathways. Many ninjas in the viewing area couldn't suppress their grimaces. Niji's actions, while methodical, were excessively ruthless and unnecessary. Hiruzen felt a twinge of embarrassment and stole a glance at Gaara, who remained impassive, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Sensing something amiss, Hiruzen cautiously initiated a conversation with Gaara. Meanwhile, just as Shikaku was about to declare Niji the victor, Naruto began to struggle, suddenly radiating an astonishing aura. Red chakra enveloped his form, nearly overwhelming Niji. Naruto rose defiantly. What a joke. Today is incredibly important to me. I cannot afford to lose to someone like you after boasting to Hinata. He formed the ram hand seal and summoned his shadow clones. Today, I will definitely defeat you. The unfolding drama of the match was electrifying. First Niji's alarming transformation, now Naruto revealing his trump card. The audience was riveted, eager not to miss a single moment. Little did they know, Naruto's display deeply unsettled Niji, who recalled the manga depicting Naruto's influence on him, a haunting memory that had become his inner demon. Whether Naruto's outburst of Nine-Tails chakra would yield a victory or not, Niji had entered the Chunin exam for this very moment. Defeating Naruto in front of an audience offered no tangible reward, yet the satisfaction in his heart was undeniable. Destiny, he mused, would be shattered by my own hands. Niji's face contorted into a twisted smile, both sinister and eerie. Naruto, empowered by the Nine-Tails chakra, violently broke through Niji's sealed points. Although he appeared formidable, he was acutely aware of the toll it took on his body. The Nine-Tails chakra flowed through him, yet each passage through the sealed points brought a sharp, painful sensation. A consequence of forcibly overcoming extensive sealing. He wondered if it would have lasting effects. Confronted by Naruto's sea of shadow clones, Niji's white eyes abruptly darkened. The moment his gaze swept across Naruto's clones, they were instantly inundated by a torrent of emotional turmoil. Despair, nihilism, negativity, and depression surged forth, overwhelming their minds. With each clone defeated, the emotions experienced would reverberate back to the original, a targeted assault against the multi-shadow clone technique. While the memories of the clones returned to the original, this phenomenon served as both a boon and a bane. An avalanche of disparate memories and emotions was sufficient to crush an ordinary individual. Naruto, buoyed by the power of Ashura's chakra, possessed a resilience far beyond that of an average person. Yet, he could not recover instantly, for he had never encountered such an emotional onslaught before, and his resistance was limited. The first match concluded with Niji Hyuga declared the victor. Upon hearing the announcement from the enigmatic Hokage, Naruto remained in a daze, consumed by a profound self-loathing, wishing he could be as indifferent as a salted fish, engulfed in despair. In the spectator stands, everyone bore witness to Niji's tactics. His furtive glances darting towards Hinata, the caged bird now vanished, his once wide eyes now shrouded in darkness. Niji certainly harbored many secrets. Hinata appeared composed on the surface, yet her heart was tumultuous, her habitual restraint now only masked by silence. As the second match commenced, an Umbu operative materialized beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, whispering urgent tidings. Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. The match must be temporarily halted. He rose and declared, "Emergency. There is an enemy incursion. All spectators remain calm and do not move. Konoha will ensure your safety." It was no wonder Hiruzen was so frantic. The Umbu had reported that the Hyuga clan's territory was engulfed in thick fog, and those sent to investigate had vanished without a trace. Does the third Hokage require assistance from Sunagakure? Raza inquired earnestly. This is a matter for Konoha alone. We do not wish to trouble you, Kazekage. Hiruzen declined, yet the situation was dire, and he implored Raza to allow Sunagakure's ninja to remain on site and refrain from departing. Very well, Raza acquiesced. Upon hearing Raza's prompt agreement, Hiruzen felt a modicum of relief. However, at that moment, Raza unexpectedly detonated. With a resounding explosion, Hiruzen watched in horror as the fourth Kazekage burst apart before him like an overinflated balloon. There was no thunderous roar of an explosive tag, no cataclysmic shockwave to shatter the landscape, nor the searing heat to ignite all combustible materials. Instead, an imperceptible yet palpable radiation surged forth, echoing outward with the ferocity of a nuclear blast. This was an anomaly unknown to the shinobi world, a bizarre radiation born of malevolence, causing immediate and inexplicable transformations in any life form it touched. In that instant, the very light seemed to warp. The sky above the arena tinged a rusted red, resembling a coagulated stain of blood. The crowd shrieked, fear spreading like wildfire. Centered around Raza, Konoha's structures began to decay and collapse, disintegrating into a viscous, repugnant mass, exuding a nauseating odor, while the cobblestones and steps crumbled away. The lifeless bodies began to sprout scales and grotesque growths, transforming into monstrous aberrations. This was a veritable hell on earth. Hiruzen, heart-riven, narrowly evaded Raza's self-destructive assault due to his swift reflexes. Raza was evidently finished. Hiruzen could only glare at the other Sunagakure ninja, hoping they would provide Konoha with some semblance of accountability and swiftly quell the bizarre occurrences on the arena floor. Yet, Hiruzen was astonished to observe a curious scene. Only Temari and Kankuro mourned Raza's demise, while the other sand ninja remained expressionless, their eyes devoid of movement. What could this possibly mean? Hiruzen was momentarily bewildered. In the next heartbeat, a long sword erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Hiruzen. Orochimaru, Hiruzen shouted, deflecting the blade with his weapon, but was forced back onto a rooftop. 4 purple flames formation. Several expendable sound ninja initiated the formation, ensnaring Hiruzen and Orochimaru within. You have truly grown old, Sensei. Your mind has dulled, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed. Hiruzen swiftly discarded his Hokage mantle, revealing the armor he had donned beneath. An ominous premonition surfacing. Orochimaru, was this all you're doing? Chapter 43. The peculiar Sunagakure in the finals of the Chunin exam. The chaos wrought by Raza's self-detonation persisted. This time, no one employed the Nirvana technique to lull the ordinary civilians into slumber. All faced the calamity head-on, while shinobi exhibited considerable resistance to radiation. The plight of the ordinary citizens was swiftly dire. The third Hokage found himself temporarily trapped, allowing Sunagakure to wreak havoc. Gaara floated upon a sea of sand, surveying the infernal beauty from above. Sunagakure's ninja launched reckless assaults, relentless and devoid of pain, battling to the last breath, their faces betraying no excess emotion. Aside from Temari and Kankuro, who retained vestiges of their humanity, the other sand ninja appeared to have undergone some unknown transformation. They no longer resembled human beings. Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, had been subjected to the village's peculiar policies regarding Jinchuriki, leading the residents to abhor and fear him, whispering behind his back that he was a monster. Even his own father, Raza, subjected him to inhumane tests. The villagers' and families' rejection warped Gaara further, entrenching him in a vicious cycle of isolation. Until, one fateful day years ago, he unexpectedly gained 2 companions, with whom he joyously played, as if they were longtime friends. This anomaly caught Raza's attention, prompting him to investigate the identities of those 2 children, discovering they were orphans who had previously spoken ill of Gaara, yet inexplicably became his playmates. Raza did not probe further, deciding instead to exploit the lives of these 2 children to conduct a new test on Gaara, observing whether he could control the One Tail and not succumb to its influence. Before Gaara's very eyes, his 2 companions were brutally slain. Yet he merely cast a dispassionate glance before turning to find 2 new friends. Raza's emotions were tumultuous. Theoretically, Gaara had passed his unconventional test. Yet witnessing Gaara's chilling indifference and utter lack of emotional response left him feeling profoundly unsettled. What, ultimately, did Raza wish to witness? He hoped Gaara would experience a breakdown like any normal person, yet uphold his moral compass. resisting the taint of the tailed beast. Emerging with a sunny disposition akin to Naruto, Raza, unwilling to concede defeat, continued to test and manipulate Gaara's psyche. However, an astonishing development occurred. The villagers began to accept Gaara. It was as though he was no longer a monster, but merely a child, passers-by no longer gazing at him with fear and disdain, and peers engaging him in play. "Isn't this wonderful?" Temari remarked with a look of contentment. "This is impossible, utterly impossible." Raza rejected the notion that the villagers would accept Gaara, nor did he believe Gaara could become the perfect Jinchuriki. In his eyes, Gaara had always been a failure. Yet, despite his disbelief, Gaara transformed into a seemingly normal individual right under Raza's nose, receiving unanimous praise from the village's shinobi, with the likes of Maki, Chio, and Aizo, once skeptical of Gaara, now smilingly affirming to Raza, "Gaara is a good child." They bore identical smiles, their lips curved in perfect unison, yet their eyes lacked the vivacity that once defined them. Now rendered numb to fatigue and pain, devoid of sorrow or joy, Luo Sha was filled with dread, and soon, he too transformed into this lifeless visage. His consciousness became ensnared within his own body, all sensory perception stripped away, yet he remained perpetually aware, unable to see, hear, or touch any information, save for his thoughts. In the hidden sand village, only 3 souls remained alive, Gaara and his elder siblings. The rest had been transformed into puppets through some arcane technique. Their bodies animated but their minds controlled by Gaara. In the panicked gazes of Temari and Kankuro, Gaara revealed, "This is all our mother's doing." She said that only in this way can we gain everyone's acceptance. Indeed, Mother had not deceived him. Even now, Gaara heeded her instructions, diligently contributing to the collapse of Konoha's plans. Niji departed the chaotic scene with a calm demeanor, casting a glance at Naruto, whose once vibrant golden hair now appeared dulled and despondent. He surveyed the surroundings, spotting Hinata and Hanabi protected by Hayashi. Truly, a commendable father. If I cannot let others possess it, then I might as well take it all myself. Once the Hyuga clan ceases to exist, the caged bird would lose its worth, and the ensuing harm would inevitably vanish. "Niji, where are you going?" Lee suddenly called out to Niji's retreating figure. Niji paused briefly. "I have something of great importance to attend to. You should take Tintin and hide quickly. The upcoming battle is not one for you to involve yourselves in." With that, Niji vanished without a backward glance. Within the confines of the 4 Purple Flames formation, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in opposition. Orochimaru, displaying signs of impatience, extended his long tongue to lick his lips, his voice a low rasp. "Sensei, let us settle this swiftly. I have been quite busy of late." Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed incensed by Orochimaru's nonchalant demeanor. "What are you truly after, Orochimaru?" "What am I after? Surely you can see the obvious. You have indeed grown old, Sensei." Orochimaru smirked, yet his serpent-like eyes held a hint of sorrow. "This windmill of Konoha has rotted to its core, and you, as its pivot, are beyond salvation. Thus, as your disciple, I shall escort you on your final journey." Orochimaru had originally intended to summon the 1st and 2nd Hokage through the reanimation jutsu, allowing them to perform a grand farewell alongside him for Sarutobi Hiruzen. With Hiruzen's current strength, facing Orochimaru alone was already a daunting task, let alone contending with the reanimated 1st and 2nd. Although the reanimation technique does not restore a shinobi's full power, it still retains a portion in the original plot. Hiruzen displayed immense prowess, repelling both with a heavy toll on his life, yet his legacy resonated throughout the ninja world. For his adversaries included not only Orochimaru but also Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. The younger generation of shinobi had never witnessed the true might of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. They only witnessed the 3rd standing firm against 3 foes, nearly obliterating them. Such a glorious achievement undeniably solidified his reputation as the strongest Hokage. It remains uncertain whether Orochimaru's actions were intentional or merely incidental. At this moment, however, Orochimaru had little time for contemplation and sought only a swift conclusion. Chapter 44. The besieged Hyuga. Today, the Hyuga clan's territory was tumultuous. Sasuke stood atop a central rooftop, gazing at the Hyuga, enveloped in decaying mist. The glint in his eyes flickered ominously, apart from Hayashi and his daughters. Every other Hyuga clansman was present within the clan grounds, not a soul missing. Uchiha Sasuke. A throng of Hyuga shinobi glared at him. some unable to restrain themselves from launching an attack. Sasuke's hand billowed with smoke, effortlessly severing the neck of an attacker, causing a shattered corpse to collapse, raising a cloud of dust. Now's our chance. A voice called from behind Sasuke, as a figure lunged forward, executing a gentle fist attack aimed at his chest. However, before the technique could be fully articulated, a thick fog enveloped Sasuke, rendering the attacker's call for the move utterly foolish. The assailant's strike met the mist, withering his hand and spreading decay up his arm. In a desperate move, he severed his own arm to escape with his life. What is this abominable thing? A Hyuga ninja activated their Byakugan, yet the peculiar fog eluded their vision, rendering their proud bloodline ineffective, which is no wonder they were losing their composure. Uchiha Sasuke, how dare you attack a fellow village ninja and provoke the Hyuga clan? Do you have the courage to face the consequences? Huh, how tiresome, Sasuke retorted dismissively. I never intended to kill. I merely wished to confine you here. You branch members of the Hyuga, your deaths hold no value. Sasuke appeared quite insufferable, yet he spoke truthfully. He was merely gathering the clan members for Niji's forthcoming strike. The Hyuga ninjas regarded the arrogant boy before them as if he were a fool. Did he truly believe he could act so brazenly alone? You have slain our clansmen. The village will not spare you. They rallied, charging at him in unison, a sight that seemed grand but proved futile against Sasuke. Who gave you such confidence to believe that numbers equate to victory? Sasuke scoffed, his tone serious and skilled. The thin mist swiftly enveloped the entire Hyuga clan territory, and all the Hyuga ninjas fell, still alive. Sasuke smirked disdainfully, seemingly disappointed. Is this all? Not a single worthy opponent among you. The so-called first noble clan of Konoha. Truly pathetic. Had it not been for his intention to leave these individuals for Niji to deal with personally, Sasuke would not have deigned to engage in such meaningless banter. Observing the slumped Hyuga clansmen, Sasuke scrutinized the cursed seals upon their foreheads. As a clan of ocular ninjutsu, the Uchiha did not require such seals. For the transplantation of Sharingan from foreign clans would yield significant adverse effects, often diminishing their strength rather than enhancing it. Even the copy ninja Kakashi could not definitively claim that the Sharingan improved his overall prowess. Although the Hyuga main family often claimed that the caged bird seal was meant to protect their clan's eyes from being taken by outsiders and to prevent the bloodline from leaking, any person with a functioning intellect could discern that this rationale was untenable. The primary purpose of the caged bird was control, with protection being a secondary consideration. Otherwise, every clan member would bear the seal. Did not the Mist Village have a rogue Byakugan? Furthermore, the caged bird presented a severe flaw. It weakened the Byakugan. The bloodline clans developed seals to safeguard their lineage, which is understandable. The main family's need to maintain their lofty status is also justifiable. However, the caged bird's capacity to diminish the Byakugan is incomprehensible. In the narrative, a mere fodder character, Kidomaru, exploited Niji's visual blind spot created by the caged bird, forcing him into a life-threatening crisis. Niji, a genius, ultimately turned the tables on Kidomaru. But how many such prodigies existed within the Hyuga branch? How many fodder like Kidomaru were there in the ninja world? What were the original intentions of the individual who devised the caged bird seal? It felt undeniably malicious. Sasuke could not suppress his questioning. Perhaps it is merely a conspiracy. The whisper of malevolence echoed in his ears. The Hyuga's forefather, Otsutsuki, was an outsider invader. The caged bird might well have been a sugar-coated cannonball employed by local superhuman forces a millennium ago to retaliate against Otsutsuki. Some elements may be detrimental to the masses, yet advantageous to the ruling class, such as the caste system. When the rulers encounter such tempting deceptions, they may find it hard to resist. You truly have a knack for wild speculations, Sasuke remarked. Regardless, the truth of that historical episode remains shrouded in mystery, leaving room for all manner of conjecture. On another battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the monkey spirit. The monkey spirit, apart from possessing a monkey's visage, donned attire and a headband that made it resemble an ordinary leaf ninja. Gazing at Orochimaru, it spoke. It has indeed come to this, Sarutobi. You should have mercilessly eliminated him from the start. This remark elicited a dramatic eye roll from Orochimaru. Here we go. Sarutobi leaped into the air, calling out, Rui Jingu Bang. With a puff of white smoke, the monkey spirit transformed into a staff. Sarutobi seized the staff and charged at Orochimaru. Holding the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru calmly parried several strikes, while Sarutobi, panting heavily, began to falter. The monkey spirit could feel the tremors in Sarutobi's hands, a sensation that was unmistakable even to the watching Umbu outside the barrier. "What's wrong, Sarutobi? Have you sustained injuries?" The monkey spirit inquired, concerned by Sarutobi's evident exhaustion. "He has grown old," Orochimaru remarked, filled with a sense of melancholy. As time progressed, Sarutobi's mastery of ninjutsu had indeed deepened. However, as an elder, his stamina and chakra reserves were no longer what they once were. Despite being a master of ninjutsu, the titles of the strongest Hokage and formidable ninja had long been eroded by time. Moreover, Sarutobi had recently faced the self-detonation of Rasha. No matter how swiftly he dodged, he could not escape its repercussions. The peculiar radiation emanating from Rasha, though singular, was unbearable for an ordinary person, and only a ninja brimming with chakra could withstand it. Sarutobi, realizing his limitations, let out a bittersweet chuckle. "Orochimaru, my once most exceptional disciple, allow me to once again immerse you in the true essence of a ninja's battle, the bloody, terrifying rhythm that leaves one breathless." With palms pressed together, Sarutobi began to channel a vast amount of chakra, as if preparing something monumental. Observing this, Orochimaru felt increasingly reassured that his initial decision had been the right one. Chapter 45. Memories. Orochimaru found himself lost in reminiscence. He once believed that as the disciple of the third Hokage, he would dedicate his life to the Hidden Leaf Village, fully realizing his potential. Under Sarutobi's guidance, Orochimaru transitioned from a youth merely curious about the brevity of life to a competent leaf ninja willing to forsake everything for the sake of his missions. He envisioned a future where he would undertake missions when necessary and engage in research during quieter times, accompanied by his comrades Tsunade and Jiraiya, truly a victor in life. Yet, that was not to be. Orochimaru's disciple perished. He had always maintained a rather indifferent demeanor. The death of inconsequential individuals hardly affected him. However, Rope Tree was not just his first disciple, but also Tsunade's younger brother. It was tragic that he, a direct descendant of the first Hokage, met his end due to the absurdity of stepping on an explosive tag. Tsunade's anguished cries echoed through the battlefield. Despite her ability to crush enemies into pulp with her immense strength, she crumbled before her brother's lifeless body. Everyone understands that life is merely a one-way journey destined to culminate at some point. Observing an unfamiliar traveler who disembarks prematurely elicits little more than a sigh of lament. Yet one cannot help but wish that their own loved ones might linger a while longer. Orochimaru had always been kind to his students, particularly Rope Tree, whose unique status compelled him to ensure Rope Tree traversed only the safest paths, meticulously scouting ahead. Yet, fate intervened, and Rope Tree unwittingly triggered an explosive tag trap, leaving no opportunity for rescue. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade were engulfed in shadows of doubt. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade's recently confirmed partner, Kato Don, mysteriously fell in battle, deepening their suspicions. Kato Don had mastered the art of spiritual transformation, and with no other ninja villages possessing techniques targeting the soul, as long as his body was protected during his spirit's departure, he could easily dominate the battlefield. Why then did he perish? In time, Tsunade withdrew from combat, succumbing to a youthful obsession with gambling, shunning the advances of others for fear that her partner would meet a similarly bizarre fate. The bloodline of the first Hokage would end here. Eventually, the war concluded, and the village needed to select the next Hokage. This decision seemed to reflect Sarutobi's generous delegation of authority. However, to Shimura Danzo and others, it suggested a different narrative altogether. As a prominent figure, any action he took would be subjected to excessive scrutiny. Such is the nature of humanity, forever prone to interpreting noble intentions through the lens of malice. Tsunade departed, and Jiraiya, disinterested in the matter, recommended Minato Namikaze, a bright and cheerful young man. Orochimaru, immersed in his research, found his name included among the candidates for Hokage, allegedly at Sarutobi's behest. Ultimately, however, Sarutobi chose Minato, declaring Orochimaru unsuitable for the position. What could Orochimaru do? His passion lay in science. If he could not become Hokage, so be it. Though a twinge of resentment lingered, he felt a pang of disappointment that his mentor had seemingly abandoned him. During that period, he frequently overheard bystanders disparaging him in comparison to Minato, asserting that his cold demeanor was no match for Minato's warmth. Orochimaru experienced a profound sense of déjà vu, summoning a few small snakes to spy on the most vocal critics in the crowd. The following day, he approached Sarutobi in his office, demanding to know why he could not become Hokage, yearning for a direct explanation from his mentor. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi replied that his methods were too sinister and his approach excessively ruthless. Orochimaru barely registered the rest of the words, having come to a stark realization in Sarutobi's eyes. He was merely an exceptional disciple, a high-caliber combat unit, a stepping stone for the fourth Hokage. As the disciple of the third Hokage, from whom did Orochimaru acquire his skills? Were his methods truly taught by Danzo? In that instant, Orochimaru grasped that he was no longer suited to remain in the Hidden Leaf. The trivial power struggles and intrigues would consume vast amounts of time he could dedicate to his research. Thus, he resolved to sever ties with the village. Perhaps his mentor sensed his gradual descent into chaos and sought to eliminate him. When he was caught conducting human experiments on leaf ninjas, it was reminiscent of the second Hokage's own experiments, which also targeted wood release. The same actions, performed by different individuals, yield disparate outcomes. For reasons unknown, Sarutobi chose to let him off the hook. Yet, that mattered little now. He was finally free to pursue immortality unimpeded. In the years since his departure, the changes within the Hidden Leaf had been monumental. Once he believed the village still held potential for salvation. Now, however, as memories flooded his mind, Orochimaru reached up and peeled away a mask from his face, revealing an unfamiliar visage. How could this be? Everyone bore witness as the man who should have been past 50 appeared in the body of a youthful woman. Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief, his movements slowing. Your forbidden technique has succeeded. Indeed, let me showcase my achievement, Orochimaru replied, his voice laced with a sense of triumph. Such a twisted soul. It seems my decision to not choose you was indeed correct. The tone of Sarutobi Hiruzen was imbued with regret and sorrow, yet Orochimaru's heart had long ceased to waver. He had discovered the correct path. At this moment, he was merely showcasing himself before Sarutobi. In Boruto, Orochimaru remains youthful and vigorous, seemingly possessing a lengthy lifespan. It is impossible to ascertain whether his quest for immortality is right or wrong, yet he stands taller and has journeyed farther. In response to Sarutobi's reprimand, Orochimaru feigned ignorance. Continuing, Konoha is truly a place brimming with amusement, my teacher. As Hokage, have you not perceived anything from the very beginning? Setting aside other hidden dangers, how could such a massive human ramen shop go unnoticed by the higher-ups, allowing it to thrive within Konoha? At this, Sarutobi was genuinely taken aback. What human ramen shop? Orochimaru refrained from elaborating, clearly disappointed by Sarutobi's lack of control over the village. Now trapped within a barrier, his most trusted aide, Danzo, had not even shown his face. And the other two Hokage advisors were nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, outside the Four Purple Flames formation, the Umbu were still observing the situation, aware that to breach the barrier from the outside would require a combat power several times greater than that of its creator, particularly as the village was engulfed in chaos and severely lacking in manpower. One could view this positively. At least the barrier contained Orochimaru as well, thus preventing large-scale ninjutsu from inadvertently harming the villagers. The Umbu exchanged hushed whispers, ultimately concluding that they could only choose to trust the third Hokage. Chapter 46. The Hyuga Calamity. At this moment, Temari and Kankuro were in a state of panic, utterly bewildered by witnessing their father, Raza, perish in such a manner, an ordeal that few could endure. Gaara observed their expressions with a sense of twisted delight. His uncle, Yashimaru, had met a far more tragic fate than this, so why should he alone bear such suffering? As the elder sibling, they ought to share in his anguish. Without that shared empathy, how could they claim to understand or offer him solace? The plan to bring Konoha to its knees had officially commenced. Gaara began to unleash the power of Shikaku within him, leaving Temari and Kankuro utterly chilled by the sight. Gaara, what on earth is happening? Kankuro trembled as he questioned. Temari urged, Gaara, stop this at once. The current turmoil in Konoha could easily be attributed to Orochimaru. However, should Gaara release the tailed beast within the village, it would be tantamount to an act of war, making it impossible for Sunagakure to extricate itself from the situation. Who could shoulder such immense responsibility? It was not entirely out of the question to proceed with chaos in Konoha, yet Temari and Kankuro evidently lacked the resolve for such actions. Despite being the children of the fourth Kazekage, they understood that issuing the wrong command would inevitably lead to them being scapegoated. After all, Raza was already dead. The warmth had left the tea. Temari was acutely aware of Tsunagekyu's dignity. In their haste to end the war, the higher-ups had even sacrificed the war hero, Yakumo. For Temari and Kankuro, their priority was to swiftly mitigate the severity of the situation. Though this approach bore little benefit, it would not yield significant detriment either. It was a means of damage control. Unaware of the truth, Temari and Kankuro held such reasonable thoughts, despite their prior suspicions about Tsunagekyu's peculiarities. They could never have fathomed that only 3 living souls remained in the village. Niji hastily departed the arena. Perhaps others failed to notice him. But Hinata and Hayashi immediately did, prompting them to pursue him. Within the mist-enshrouded Hyuga clan's territory, Sasuke spotted a gigantic, rotund raccoon-like creature emerging in the distance. Its body adorned with bizarre patterns. He exclaimed excitedly, "At last, I have emerged. Today, I must create a stir." With Shikaku's appearance, why had Niji not yet arrived? Sasuke grew impatient. As he pondered this, he saw several familiar figures leaping toward him: Niji, Hinata, Hayashi, and Hanabi. Upon reaching the clan's entrance, Hayashi observed Sasuke's figure, his demeanor exuding vigilance. "Uchiha Sasuke, what brings you to the Hyuga clan's territory? Who is responsible for this mist, and where is the enemy?" Sasuke ignored Hayashi, while Niji approached him directly. As their paths crossed, Niji quietly inquired, "Are they all inside?" "Yes, except for these 3 who followed you. Everyone else is accounted for. Handle it as you see fit." "Thank you. Do take care." With a wave of his hand, Sasuke caused the mist barrier to split open, allowing Niji to step inside. To sacrifice a branch family member for the stability of the entire Hyuga clan? To sacrifice Hyuga Hinata for the peace between Konoha and Kumogakure? Such words sound noble, yet they merely reflect the weak's acquiescence to the strong. Now it was time for you all, those who relish compromise and are eager to sacrifice others. For the greater good of the land of fire, for my Rinnegan, I implore you, the feeble, do not resist, yield to my will and perish. Niji muttered to himself, seemingly engaging in self-psychological conditioning, seeking a rational justification that would alleviate his mental burden. Yet, it remained somewhat repugnant. Confronting one's inner depravity is an arduous endeavor. Humans often prefer to deceive themselves, exaggerating their virtues. I am indeed a selfish individual, employing any means necessary to break free from my shackles. As for the innocent lives lost, I am indifferent. Niji had no intention of absolving his actions. To do so would be a disservice to a villain. Hayashi was now drenched in cold sweat, realizing something was amiss during Niji and Sasuke's conversation. The dire situation before him was evident, as both Sasuke and Niji exhibited an unsettling calmness. When he witnessed the dense mist surrounding the Hyuga clan's territory morphing under Sasuke's control, his heart sank further. He fixed his gaze on Sasuke, activating his Byakugan and assuming a gentle fist stance. "Can you explain the current situation, Uchiha Sasuke? What have you and Niji done?" Although Hayashi's words appeared assertive, he was inwardly shaken. Sasuke's ability to encircle the Hyuga clan single-handedly revealed his unfathomable power, while Niji, freed from the caged bird seal, could converse with Sasuke on equal footing, suggesting he was not weak either. As anticipated, Niji turned to Hayashi, offering an exaggerated smile. Hayashi found himself unable to resist, collapsing without protest. Alongside him fell Hinata and Hanabi, as Niji dragged the 3 of them into the Hyuga clan's territory, with the caged bird seal shattered. The second layer of confinement, known as the family cage, was on the verge of being destroyed. The Hyuga clan, having endured for a millennium, operated under a unique survival principle, striking hard within, bowing low without. They were quick to submit when confronted by the strong, readily kneeling. This was the reality of the Hyuga clan, pragmatic and merciless. As long as the Byakugan's function remained irreplaceable, even if the caged bird diminished their overall strength, the Hyuga clan could continue to endure. When a branch family member broke through their limits, the main house could no longer bind such a powerful individual with the caged bird seal and would resort to alternative methods to constrain morals and emotions. As long as one had friends and family, as long as one valued reputation, they would be ensnared by these invisible threads, woven into a new cage that bound them once more. Even the strong from the branch family would be granted privileges by the main house, transforming from the exploited into the exploiters, becoming unable to empathize with their fellow branch members, and, in turn, understanding the main house's struggles and actions, aiding them in suppressing the branch family. Like a worker striving to overthrow the capitalists, he ascends higher and higher, unknowingly transforming into a new capitalist himself. It is then that he comprehends the hardships and struggles of the capitalists, ultimately joining in the exploitation of other workers. Although Niji from the original text does not reach such extremes, he, a branch family member, stands in solidarity with the main family. Considering the interests of Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata, a slave who empathizes with his master marks the tragic beginning of a narrative. Niji harbors resentment towards the main family, yet he does not resent himself for not being part of it. In Chapter 47, The Calamity of the Hyuga, Niji drags Hyuga Hayashi into the clan grounds like a lifeless dog, prompting immediate unrest among the elders of the main family. They dare not speak loudly in front of Sasuke, but are quick to point fingers at Niji. Hyuga Niji, how dare you offend the clan leader? The family's rules and hierarchies are not to be trampled upon. Niji kicks Hayashi a few times, forcing him to awaken. Disoriented, Hayashi grasps that, as the clan leader, he must maintain a certain demeanor. Regardless of the reasons, regardless of Niji's pitiful background, he must die. Only with Niji's death can the rules of the Hyuga clan be upheld, quelling the rebellious thoughts of those from the branch family. Otherwise, a greater insurrection among the branch members is inevitable. To eliminate Niji is to prevent further waywardness, even if he is his own nephew. Hayashi must act for the greater good. Hayashi feels profound sorrow. This is the lament of those in power. He is also trapped by circumstance. After Niji's demise, he will undoubtedly feel heartbroken, much like he did after the death of his brother. But at this moment, he has no choice. He stands up, calmly wipes the shoe prints from his face, and gazes coldly at Niji, akin to a deity judging a mere ant. Niji, in turn, meets Hayashi's gaze with indifference. Their past grievances may be irreconcilable, but this conflict transcends mere animosity. One seeks to dismantle the old order while the other aims to preserve it. Their opposing stances render coexistence impossible. Bring forth the order to execute the traitor Hyuga Niji, Hayashi commands. At this moment, he instinctively forgets the horrific sights witnessed outside the clan grounds. Or perhaps he must forget, for as clan leader, he cannot accept such a shameful scene and must not mention that Niji has already broken free from his cage. Hayashi wishes to crush Niji with overwhelming force. The branch family's jonin, previously humiliated by Sasuke, rises with great difficulty upon hearing the clan leader's command, adopting a posture of attack against Niji. They are silent and numb, their eyes vacant like obedient dogs stripped of their essence. Niji speaks little. His willingness to have Sasuke assist in besieging the Hyuga clan grounds and his direct involvement in the collapse of Konoha demonstrate his resolve. He has come to kill, not to engage in philosophical discourse. This process can be bypassed, for no amount of rhetoric can alter his will. Niji undergoes a bizarre transformation, his hair dark as ebony, seemingly absorbing all light, his skin pale as snow, devoid of any vitality, with horns sprouting from his head and lips stained crimson, exuding an aura of deep malevolence. A simultaneous sound echoes as two branch jonin fall lifeless, their chests pierced through. Niji shows no mercy for them simply because they belong to the branch family. Anyone who dares to attack him deserves death. Hayashi stands frozen, as do all members of the main and branch families, shocked by Niji's might. Having not even witnessed his strike, the two jonin are simply gone. Hayashi's expression reveals his disbelief. He anticipated Niji to be formidable, yet never expected such overwhelming strength. But he still wishes to resist. Niji remains unperturbed, lifting his gaze towards Hayashi, and in an instant, a vast pressure erupts. A tangible force that makes Hayashi feel as though he cannot breathe. Hinata and Hanabi awaken, only to succumb to the intense psychic shock, collapsing once more. Hayashi shields his daughters, refusing to budge. Mere minutes have passed since they returned to the clan grounds, yet Hayashi's mindset has drastically shifted. He once believed he could subdue Niji with the numerical advantage of the Hyuga clan. Thus, he previously displayed an air of righteousness, but now, is it too late to leverage emotional appeals? It is too late. He has foolish allies. Hyuga Niji, I advise you to surrender promptly. An elder from the main family barks. Following his words, a young member of the branch family suddenly collapses, clutching his head, writhing in agony. The caged bird has activated, and Niji's cousin is the victim. His suffering is short-lived, and soon he breathes his last. Niji observes silently, devoid of any emotional response. Hyuga Niji, should you resist obstinately, I assure you that many from the branch family will perish because of you. This is merely a warning. It is not too late to relent. The elder from the main family declares mercilessly. The main family casually executes a branch family member, using their life as a warning to demonstrate their resolve. Better to shatter like jade than to remain intact like tile. A slave is not worthy of standing equal with their master. The atmosphere grows tense. Silence enveloping the space momentarily, only to be followed by chaos as branch family members either plead or curse. However, those who hold the power to dictate their fates remain unmoved. The elder from the main family continues to eliminate those daring to speak out against him, gradually shifting the crowd's focus to Niji. They dare not oppose the tyranny of the main family, but feel emboldened to pressure Niji, wielding familial bonds, ethics, and every conceivable tactic. The elder from the main family gazes at Niji, a smug grin plastered on his face, as if victory is assured. Niji lifts his head, looking upon him as if he were a fool. You threaten a powerful adversary with the lives of your kin. Are you certain your brain was not left in your mother's womb when you were born? The elder's expression falters, utterly unprepared for such a retort. Where is the decorum of the Hyuga clan? He stammers, humph. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. I warn you. Should you dare to strike at the main family, I will immediately execute all branch members. Hyuga Niji, I question whether you possess the courage to risk the lives of the entire branch family in defiance of us. Niji makes his choice known through action, and with a resounding bang, Hayashi's head explodes. Just moments ago, Hayashi had instinctively maintained his silence, watching the confrontation between the elder and Niji, believing he could remain safe in a passive role. If the elder succeeded, all would rejoice. If he failed, he could simply be sacrificed to Niji to vent his frustrations. Little did he anticipate that Niji would eliminate the clan leader so swiftly, executing the act without even a word of warning, gently and painlessly sending his uncle to the afterlife. Only after Hayashi's death would Niji deign to refer to him as uncle. Brain matter, a grotesque mix of red and white, splattered everywhere, painting the elder's face, freezing his smile while his expression morphed into one of sheer hysteria. How dare you? How dare you kill the clan leader? The malice in his eyes spilled over as he recklessly activated the caged bird, resulting in the first casualties among the branch family members closely related to Niji, their wails echoing as they became lifeless corpses. I warned you. All branch family members will die because of you. It is your fault they perished, and you will spend the rest of your life engulfed in guilt and remorse. The elder from the main family shrieks madly as the branch family members fall one by one. The elder of the Hyuga clan turned to gaze at Niji, attempting to discern the anguish etched on his face. Strangely, Niji not only appeared devoid of pain, but seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as he seized the elder, skinning him alive. A bloodied figure convulsed on the ground, yet continued to fixate on Niji, tragically failing to witness the anticipated expression on Niji's visage before succumbing to death. Chapter 48. Shikaku. The Hyuga clan grounds were strewn with corpses. Two young girls knelt before a headless body, weeping uncontrollably. Hinata, why? Why has it come to this? Hanabi, so young, could not comprehend the scene before her, only aware that her beloved father would never return. Hinata too was engulfed in confusion, piecing together fragmented images from before her unconsciousness. She had begun to grasp the reality, yet was reluctant to accept it. Undeniably, Hinata was a kind-hearted girl, and even knowing that she and Niji would become sworn enemies, she could not help but empathize. When Hayashi, her father, had passed away, Niji must have felt a similar anguish. It was no wonder Niji had often worn a grim countenance. Only through shared tragedy could one truly empathize. Platitudes from bystanders offered little solace. At that moment, should anyone dare whisper words of forgiveness into Hinata's ear, even Naruto, she might have dealt him a sharp rebuke. The vengeance for a father's death could only be fully understood by one who had experienced it firsthand. Soft footsteps approached from behind, prompting Hinata and Hanabi to instinctively turn. Shikuro, what brings you here? Hinata exclaimed, her face a mask of wariness. Shikuro surveyed the surroundings, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Honestly, I knew Niji would show mercy and leave unnecessary witnesses. Upon hearing this, Hinata's pupils constricted, and without a second thought, she scooped up Hanabi and fled. Do not struggle, nor think of seeking help from the village. The higher-ups have ordered the extermination of the Hyuga clan. Shikuro proclaimed with a calm demeanor. The powers that be had long harbored disdain for prominent clans. First the Senju, Then the Uchiha? And now it was the Hyuga's turn. More would come to join them in due course. No, this cannot be. Hinata refused to accept this horrifying reality, though deep within, her resolve wavered. The previous annihilation of the Uchiha had been suspicious, and now, with such a calamity befalling the Hyuga, the village had not offered assistance. Hinata remained unaware of the chaos engulfing Konoha, which rendered the village unable to focus on the plight of the Hyuga, leading to profound misunderstandings. Desperately fleeing with Hanabi, they were pursued by more than just Shikuro. A tall figure blocked their path. Uncle Handai, even you. Hinata despaired. We are from the roots of Konoha, hidden among the common folk, sent by the higher-ups to hunt down the remnants of the Hyuga. Handai firmly placed the blame squarely on the shoulders of Konoha's leadership. Uncle Handai, please spare Hanabi. She is but a child. Was there not a survivor among the Uchiha? Hinata fell to her knees, pleading, but she faced two ruthless executioners. The Hyuga clan had added 2 more corpses to their count, a child yet to be marked as a caged bird, and some that had slipped through the cracks. All were to be eradicated. Such matters must be dealt with thoroughly, otherwise, in 18 years, they would return for revenge. How could she explain this to Niji? They would dispose of the bodies and the roots, and Niji would logically deduce who orchestrated the dark deed. Handai and Shikuro exchanged knowing glances, their silence conveying everything. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having departed the Hyuga grounds, rushed towards the monstrous tanuki. Shikaku was unleashing chaos, feeling invigorated as it had not emerged for an extended period. No, to be precise, Shikaku had not been fully conscious for a long while. It could not recall how long it had been in a confused stupor, unaware of the passage of time. Now, having the rare opportunity to emerge, it sought to vent its emotions. Temari and Kankuro had been rendered speechless, not merely because Gaara had unleashed the tailed beast in a fit of rage, but due to the peculiar manner of its emergence. Shikaku had not burst forth from Gaara's body but had instead been expelled as a peculiar half-red, half-white sphere, emerging amidst a brilliant light. Temari and Kankuro had countless questions but dared not voice them. Suddenly, the frenzied Shikaku sensed an ominous presence invading its being, causing it to lose consciousness once more. A figure appeared atop Shikaku's head, clad in a black high-collared shirt adorned with fan patterns, chin slightly raised, standing dominantly on the tailed beast. Uchiha Sasuke. The Konoha ninjas who had just faced off against Shikaku were filled with astonishment, though unsure how Sasuke had achieved this. They recalled the tales of the Sharingan having the ability to control tailed beasts. The Konoha ninjas exhaled with relief. The Uchiha were a clan of Konoha, and Sasuke was a ninja of Konoha. His control over the beast was indeed a welcome turn of events. However, the glances exchanged among the Konoha ninjas held a mix of joy and apprehension. In the next moment, controlled by Sasuke, Shikaku unleashed a storm of sand. Sasuke is not here to save anyone. Shikaku's body expelled torrents of sand, swiftly transforming the surrounding land into a desert, rapidly spreading into a vast sea of sand. Such a magnificent spectacle concealed a profound threat, as the turbulent sands violently battered the ground, and Konoha's walls succumbed to erosion and destruction. Within the 4 purple flames formation, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru were locked in combat, with Orochimaru avoiding close combat, opting for ranged attacks to prevent mutual destruction. The longer this battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for Hiruzen. Hiruzen were in grave danger. Sarutobi's summoned monkey suddenly screeched in terror. Hiruzen turned to peer through the formation, witnessing an unacceptable scene. The ideal ninja village he had painstakingly built was now under the terrifying assault of a sand sea. How dare they? Sarutobi's anger surged as he confronted Tsunagakure. Witnessing Hiruzen's turmoil, Orochimaru felt a twisted sense of satisfaction, relishing in the destruction of something once cherished. At last, you understand. Without restraint, Sasuke commanded the sand to engulf Konoha. The demon had once professed that if it sought to destroy a place, it would not engage in futile direct confrontations, but would instead employ overwhelming firepower. Battling each Konoha ninja individually would only exhaust him. With hundreds of tailed beast bombs raining down, the stronger ninjas of Konoha would be overwhelmed trying to defend the village. Sasuke, with a sound mind, knew precisely what to do. Countless lives succumbed to the sand's embrace. Yet still, the roots, buried underground and claiming to nurture Konoha's growth in the light, remained indifferent. Chapter 49. Annihilation under Sasuke's command. Shikaku advanced step by step into the heart of Konoha. the only one capable of contending with Shikaku, Naruto. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was presently too weak to exert his strength. During the finals of the Chunin exams, Niji had dealt him a grave blow. Any attempt to forcefully exert energy now would irreparably damage his foundation. While the Konoha ninjas were preoccupied with rescuing others and retreating, Jiraiya stepped forward, summoning a colossal toad to block Shikaku's path. Jiraiya's lips moved in silence, uttering words unheard by Sasuke. To prevent his original intentions from being distorted by the eloquence of certain individuals, and to avoid the turmoil that comes from the grandiose preachings of others, Sasuke resolutely closed off his hearing. Until he achieved his objective, he had no desire to listen to anyone's meaningless chatter. Jiraiya could halt Shikaku's advance. Yet he could not counteract the erosion of sand upon Konoha. Half the village was already engulfed by the sands, and all of Jiraiya's offensive maneuvers were thwarted by Sasuke, who completely failed to draw any mockery or divert Sasuke's firepower. To this day, Sasuke had not caught sight of Danzo, nor even any members of the route. The original route base lay desolate, leaving one to wonder if Danzo had fled at the first sign of trouble. A man who clings to his life in times of crisis, yet forgets his own safety for trivial gains. One who aspires to greatness yet possesses limited talent, such as Danzo. It would be no surprise if he chose to escape when the situation turned dire. Decades ago, Danzo would have vied with Hiruzen Sarutobi to protect his comrades, but alas, people change with time. The Danzo of today lacks such spirit of sacrifice, preferring instead to burn others to illuminate his own path. Sasuke casually intercepted Jiraiya's ambush and filled the root base with sand. Standing atop Shikaku's head, he cast a cold smile towards the distant Hokage rock, extending his right hand with fingers splayed. Under the influence of his dark power, Shikaku's mouth grotesquely opened wide, a sphere of dark red chakra gathering from small to large at its edge, the tailed beast ball. At that moment, both civilians and ninjas alike felt a visceral shiver. Konoha had already endured the chaos of a tailed beast once before. Was disaster about to strike again? Within the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru observed with keen interest, promptly instructing the Sound Four to dismantle the barrier and retreat. How increasingly intriguing this has become. The hoarse voice seemed to drift on the wind. Hiruzen Sarutobi, panting heavily, did not pursue Orochimaru. The village faced an even graver situation. With trembling hands, he leaped toward Shikaku, wielding his staff. He was determined to defeat Shikaku, to protect the village, to shoulder the responsibilities of the Hokage. Thus, he could not afford to fall now. Silently bolstering his resolve, Hiruzen understood that some things would not yield to human will. After experiencing the self-detonation of Rashi and Orochimaru's ambush, he was already worn out, uncertain if he still possessed the strength to fight. The closer he drew to Shikaku, the clearer his vision became. Standing atop Shikaku's head was none other than the person he had never imagined. How could it be Uchiha Sasuke? Why was this happening? Why would Sasuke turn against the village? Did he already know the truth? In an instant, this thought surged through Hiruzen's mind. He understood well what the Uchiha Massacre meant for Sasuke. When Sasuke sought to harm the village, the reasons were immediately apparent to him. As the tailed beast ball coalesced, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and countless Konoha ninjas cried out in unison, hoping Sasuke would relent. But alas, he heard nothing. Farewell, Konoha. Sasuke calmly unleashed the tailed beast ball, and with a thunderous explosion, Hokage Rock, a symbol of the Hokage's esteemed position since the village's inception, was obliterated. The cliff where Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha once discussed ideals of peace now lay in ruins. Hiruzen nearly collapsed, clutching his chest. The shock was overwhelming, and he found it hard to endure. Two streams of tears traced down his wrinkled, aged face, embodying profound sorrow. Naruto was also drawn in by the tailed beast ball. That is Sasuke. How infuriating. How could that scoundrel do this? In a moment of impulsiveness, Naruto sprinted toward Shikaku. Despite his discomfort, he was determined to stop Sasuke. Iruka, who had been by his side, could not restrain him. Naruto, calm down. Don't lose your reason. The importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was evident. Jiraiya had deliberately placed Naruto in a safe location, entrusting Iruka with his protection. Yet, Naruto insisted on approaching danger, his resolve unshakable. Meanwhile, one of Konoha's strongest warriors, Might Guy, was also closing in on Shikaku, even opening the 8th gate. Where did Kakashi go? Guy suddenly noticed his good friend had vanished, A fleeting thought of confusion crossed his mind before he cast it aside. The matter at hand was far more pressing. After releasing a tailed beast ball, Sasuke did not relent. Another tailed beast ball was forming. Upon seeing Guy approach, he felt a twinge of apprehension and promptly activated his Sharingan technique, Cursed Grudge. Guy inexplicably halted, and in that moment of hesitation, two more deafening explosions occurred, obliterating the Konoha Hospital and the Ninja Academy, medical and educational foundations of the village, utterly destroyed. Mushroom clouds soared into the sky, and at that moment, Niji Hyuga was far from Konoha, yet he could still hear the earth-shattering explosions. He glanced back, a subtle smile playing on his lips, a mix of joy and mockery. In the shelter, Mito Minyin and Tsunade watched the chaos outside, their hearts filled with dread. Do we really not need to go out and help? Hiruzen alone may not be able to handle this, Tsunade expressed her concern. There is no need for unnecessary actions. Mito Minyin's face, illuminated by the dim light of the shelter, revealed a tumultuous expression. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke with conviction. If the unrest in the village cannot be quelled, ultimately, everything will fall upon Hiruzen's shoulders. If he cannot manage it, we would be of no help by going out. It is better for us to remain here as the last hope of the village. This shelter was well concealed. Should Konoha truly be destroyed, as long as we survive, we can lead the survivors and restore Konoha to its former glory. Mito Minyin's voice grew louder, unsure whether he was trying to convince Tsunade or himself. Tsunade nodded solemnly. You have a point, especially with Danzo still around. Boom. A tailed beast ball struck the shelter, reducing everyone inside to ashes. An overwhelming light and heat surged towards them, marking the last image that Tsunade and Mito Minyin would ever see. Chapter 50. The emergence of Shimura Danzo amidst the chaos in Konoha. Where was the man known for burying himself underground, shouldering all darkness for the village? Time rewinds shortly after the self-detonation of Rashi. At that moment, Danzo stood atop Hokage Rock, surveying the entirety of Konoha. All the turmoil lay before his eyes. Not to mention the conspicuous four purple flames formation, yet he remained as steadfast as an old dog, watching the village descend further into chaos. An orange-haired ninja, wearing a mask, suddenly appeared beside Danzo. Observing the encroaching sand controlled by the tailed beast, he inquired, Danzo-sama, it seems the situation is spiraling out of control. Isn't it time for Root to intervene? Danzo's gaze drifted momentarily towards Sasuke, who truly embodied the Uchiha clan's legacy of surprise. Itachi was like this. And so was Sasuke, yet he shook his head. Sasuke paled in comparison to Itachi, so foolish to challenge Konoha alone. Danzo averted his gaze. Addressing the orange-haired ninja, this is not destruction, but rebirth. Hiruzen has grown old. The village has decayed under his leadership. Konoha requires a formidable new Hokage. Do not forget the principles of Root. Fu, you have been disrespectful. Upon hearing this, Fu immediately knelt, devoid of emotion. Yes, Danzo-sama. It was my disrespect. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. You have no names, no emotions, no past, nor future, only your missions. Beneath the surface, unseen by others, lies the will of Root, supporting the flourishing branches and leaves of Konoha's great tree. Fu bowed deeply, his eyes filled with fervor, clearly in agreement with Danzo's words. A tailed beast now lies under the control of Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke appears to be merely venting his emotions. From my understanding of the Uchiha clan, as long as there are bonds within the village, he would not truly harm it. The destruction witnessed now is merely a necessary sacrifice. For I shall lead the village into a new era. Danzo briefly elucidated his cunning scheme to Kamizuki Izumo. Feeling the strength of wood release and the Sharingan coursing through his arm, a profound sense of invulnerability enveloping him. He, Shimura Danzo, was undaunted. In his heart, he thought, just a remnant of Uchiha and a mere tailed beast. Presently, I possess not only the ultimate Genjutsu Izanagi, but also the power of the first Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke is insignificant. When Sasuke's ocular power falters, I shall descend upon him and swiftly eliminate him, and I will be hailed as the savior of Konoha. Who could be more deserving of the title of the next Hokage than I? In short, Danzo was intoxicated by his own ambitions. This euphoric feeling persisted until he beheld a high-density chakra sphere advancing towards him, its size magnifying ominously. The Uchihas are truly mad. The Hokage rock was obliterated, and in a blink, Danzo, who should have been reduced to ashes, reappeared, his garments disheveled, the seals on his arm unbound, revealing a pale arm embedded with numerous eyes. He faced the tailed beast bomb, seemingly unscathed, save for one of the Sharingan on his arm that was forever closed. The thought of those talents he painstakingly extracted from various clans, the elite members of Root he had nurtured, now utterly brainwashed and obliterated by the tailed beast bomb, drove Danzo to the brink of madness. His sole desire was to eliminate Sasuke by the most ruthless means. Yet, Danzo did not lose his composure. He needed to change his attire first. Such a disheveled appearance was unbecoming for a shadowy figure yearning for the spotlight. Danzo dressed himself impeccably and then performed a summoning technique. After a puff of smoke, the dream taper was summoned. Danzo leaped onto its back as it raised its long snout and let out a loud cry that echoed throughout Konoha. Seizing the moment, Danzo shouted, "Those who invade the territory of Konoha shall be met with annihilation. Now is the time for our entire force to strike. Protect the village. Uphold our will of Root." Temari and Kankuro, witnessing the destruction of Hokage Rock, were drenched in cold sweat, confronting the overwhelming might of a tailed beast for the first time. Yet, amidst this chaos, a sense of schadenfreude emerged. Sunagakure had deteriorated in recent years, but Konoha, having lost such an iconic structure, was evidently in a worse state. In times of personal misfortune, witnessing others in greater distress oddly soothed the spirit. After today, Konoha's reputation would likely be tarnished. Perhaps it was time to seize the opportunity to expand the war and further weaken Konoha's strength. Before Temari and Kankuro could deliberate further, they heard Danzo's pre-battle declaration. Sasuke, observing Danzo's brazen emergence, genuinely smiled. "At last, you dare to show yourself, Danzo." Danzo, poised on the dream taper, faced Sasuke at a distance, intending to deliver some grandiose rhetoric to bolster his own stature. However, at that moment, an intense sense of crisis washed over him as the sound of slicing air reached his ears. He instinctively evaded, but was still pierced by a sand arrow. Puncturing his shoulder, Danzo bared his teeth in anger, glaring at Sasuke, cursing inwardly, "You scoundrel! Is it not customary to articulate the reasons for battle before engaging? Die!" Sasuke's killing intent surged forth as another tailed beast bomb began to coalesce, devoid of any flashy rhetoric or ninjutsu, only the sheer weight of absolute power. Boom. Staring at the approaching dark red-tailed beast bomb, Danzo was struck with terror. Although he had entered the fray, he had not intended for a bloody struggle, but rather to conclude with the guise of a hero. It was then that Danzo finally comprehended that Sasuke was unlike any Uchiha before him. While Madara could heed Hashirama's words, Sasuke was entirely unyielding, striking without warning. The deafening explosion ensued, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to exclaim, "Danzo!" Despite their many disagreements, years of camaraderie made Hiruzen feel a pang of despair upon witnessing Danzo struck by the tailed beast bomb. "Damn Uchiha!" Amidst the debris of the explosion, a heart-wrenching roar pierced the air as Shimura Danzo emerged unscathed, his visage twisted with rage as he fixed his gaze on Sasuke. Hiruzen was left dumbfounded, as were the other onlookers. Could Danzo truly possess such strength to withstand a tailed beast bomb without harm? However, attention quickly shifted to the grotesque arm embedded with Sharingan, evoking horror and disgust. In that fleeting moment, many seemed to grasp the reason behind Sasuke's sudden descent into madness against Konoha. Subtle glances swept across Hiruzen. Did the third Hokage have any knowledge of the abominations on Danzo's body? Chapter 51. Abolishing the shinobi village system. Sasuke and Sarutobi Hiruzen still sought to engage in dialogue, hoping to stabilize the situation. Knowing there would be ample opportunities to draw Sasuke into the political arena later and eliminate him discreetly, Jiraiya shook his head at Hiruzen. "Don't waste your breath. He cannot hear you." If Sasuke were amenable to discussion, Jiraiya would have long engaged him in meaningful discourse. "Face reality, old man. I am unclear about the grievances between the Uchiha and the village, but it is evident that Sasuke will not relent easily. Our priority now is not to defeat him, but to save lives. Look at what has become of the village. Half of Konoha lay buried under sand, the other half ravaged by the tailed beast bomb." Jiraiya observed closely. Even the shelters and bunkers had been destroyed, and countless civilians lay dead or wounded. Konoha could not withstand such losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Jiraiya's words held merit, yet as Hokage, he could only fight to the bitter end. Realizing Sasuke was indeed impervious to reason, he extended the reach of the Enma, directly sweeping towards Sasuke. Sasuke, however, did not flinch. His body emanated a dense mist that coalesced into a long blade, clashing against Hiruzen's staff with a pained cry. The staff, transformed from Enma, could not withstand the corrosive force and reverted to its original form. Unfazed, Sasuke summoned another tailed beast bomb as the third Hokage pressed forward, and numerous surviving Konoha ninjas followed suit, charging towards Sasuke. The mist and sand spread in tandem, enveloping the Konoha ninjas as they found themselves cornered. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Sasuke disregarded the surrounding minor foes, directing all his assaults toward Danzo, who, upon witnessing Sasuke's advance, felt the grim specter of death drawing near. No number of Sharingan could withstand such overwhelming firepower. At this moment, Danzo exhibited a semblance of courage, refraining from any desperate pleas for mercy, fully aware that Sasuke would not spare him regardless. Sasuke approached with unhurried determination, each motion echoing the tolling of death's bell for Danzo. Raising his hand, chains of mist ensnared the fleeing Danzo, his Sharingan-embedded arm decaying into pus. He collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could it have come to this? Danzo gazed up at Sasuke, who towered over him, unable to accept this reality. In his vision, he was destined to return to the higher echelons of Konoha as a heroic figure who would end the turmoil of war, becoming the fifth Hokage after Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication. He would vigorously develop the military and ultimately dominate the shinobi world, bringing peace once again to the realm, just as the Sage of Six Paths had done. The name Shimura Danzo would become legendary. Yet at this moment, why did he roar, "I am the hero, I am the Hokage," as if descending into madness? He struggled to tear open his clothing, revealing a dark pattern on his chest, the four-symbol seal. "Come with me to hell." Danzo erupted with a deluge of blood, which transformed into tendrils enveloping the vicinity of 100 meters, ensnaring both Sasuke and Shikaku within. Sasuke did not retreat. He merely regarded Danzo's final struggle with his cold, indifferent gaze. "What is that look in your eyes? Are you looking down on me?" Danzo spat forth black blood. The four-symbol seal was a technique meant for mutual destruction. Once unleashed, it would seal everything around him. This was his desperate gamble. He yearned to witness the terror and disbelief on Sasuke's face. Alas, Sasuke appeared to be watching the final performance of a clown. "Ah, the wicked Uchiha!" Danzo bellowed. "You are nothing but a pitiful wretch who survived by my initial mercy. What right do you have to look at me with such disdain?" Although Sasuke could not hear Danzo's words, he could tell they were far from flattering. He stood there, unresponsive, casting derision upon Danzo as the four-symbol seal engulfed him, maintaining his cold, detached gaze as if observing a mere beast. Is this the extent of a technique meant for mutual destruction? The title of the dark side of the shinobi world seems somewhat unwarranted. Boom. The seal enveloping Sasuke was suddenly eroded by a decaying mist, dissipating without a sound. "Before you meet your end, allow me the grace of uttering a final message." Sasuke temporarily opened his hearing, gazing at the astonished Danzo, and declared loudly, "You, Shimura Danzo, shall never have the opportunity to become Hokage, not in this life, nor the next." In the next moment, a writhing mist lunged towards the dying Danzo, while Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately attempted to save him, but it was far too late. "From this day forth, Konoha shall cease to exist," Sasuke proclaimed, his voice resonating through the heavens and earth. As his words fell, Danzo's body shattered into countless pieces, along with the Dream Eater beneath him and the very ground itself. The darkness that had plagued Konoha for decades had finally met its end. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen was consumed with rage, howling in anguish. Yet he lacked the strength to rise, reduced to a state of helpless fury. However, even more heart-wrenching developments awaited him. Sasuke's intention to destroy Konoha was not merely a physical obliteration, but a conceptual erasure. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, clad in ceremonial garb, emerged from the shadows, slowly ascending into the air to stand alongside Sasuke. He then produced an edict. "In the name of the supreme leader of the Land of Fire, I hereby announce the abolition of the shinobi village system." Silence spread like wildfire. Ignoring the astonishment of all present, the daimyo continued to enumerate Konoha's heinous crimes: deceit, usurpation, madness, envy, crimes against humanity, and antisocial behavior, totaling 100 indictments. Most of these charges were grounded in truth, not mere fabrications. When Konoha operated as a legitimate military organization, their actions were justified, But once stripped of legitimacy, their deeds became criminal. Following this, the daimyo proclaimed that Uchiha Sasuke, as the heroic figure who had eradicated the reactionary forces of Konoha, would be granted the title of shogun, wielding military authority over the Land of Fire, with hereditary rights. The daimyo must be under the illusion of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accept this reality, nor could other Konoha shinobi, leading them to concoct such a rational explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, do you intend to rebel? Lay down your weapons and submit to the state. This is your only path forward, or else the daimyo emanated an overwhelming pressure, rivaling that of a tailed beast. He needed no proof of being under a Jinjutsu. A mere display of his fist sufficed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thoroughly stunned. Was it possible that while Konoha was preoccupied with internal strife, the daimyo had amassed such formidable power? Truly terrifying. Chapter 52. Akatsuki Organization meeting. A political earthquake erupted within the Land of Fire, and news of this swiftly swept across the entire shinobi world. No one anticipated that the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind would soon follow suit, abolishing the shinobi village system as well. At the Akatsuki base, Nagato, controlling Deva Path, surveyed the members present. Why have the lands of Wind, Fire, and Earth suddenly undergone such sweeping political upheaval? Some members were physically present, while others were mere projections, their features blurred. This was a long-distance communication technique developed by Nagato using the Rinnegan, facilitated through the rings of the organization's members, allowing for convenient and swift exchanges. I am uncertain. My only interest lies in money. The affairs of the shinobi world concern me not, spoke a tall man wrapped in a headscarf, his emerald eyes glimmering. This was the legendary bounty hunter, Kakuzu. Kakuzu had led a relatively smooth life in recent years. Although inflation diminished the value of currency, he remained unconcerned, driven solely by a desire for more money. In his worldview, nothing held greater importance than wealth. His partner, a young man with a slicked-back hairstyle, wielding a scythe, was hidden, handsome but lacking in intellect, currently exhibiting a disinterested demeanor. Chief, isn't this rather good? Spoke Deidara. The more chaos in the shinobi world, the better for us to implement our plans. The organization was still in an accumulation phase, lacking sufficient combat power, Nagato interjected. Is that so? Yet, I perceive our current combat capability to be more than ample, perhaps even excessive, Deidara remarked, surveying the group, radiating an air of self-importance. Among the Akatsuki members, who could be singled out that was not notorious and fearsome? Together, they could easily overpower the 5 great shinobi villages. Indeed, Deidara was that confident. Nagato cast a deep gaze at Deidara. You might not yet be aware of the specific battle reports from Konoha. The members exchanged glances. As Akatsuki's intelligence network was entirely managed by Black Zetsu, and without his disclosure, they were only privy to widely known information, especially Uchiha Itachi. Since learning of the coup in the Land of Fire, he had grown increasingly agitated. With Konoha's dissolution, what did that render his past actions, killing his parents and slaughtering his entire clan, for the sake of the village? At this moment, Black Zetsu spoke up. On the day of the joint Chunin exams between Konoha and Suna, Orochimaru besieged and attacked the 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, along with branch family member Hyuga Neji, collaborated to eliminate the Hyuga clan. Subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed Shikaku upon Konoha, resulting in the deaths of over half the village's inhabitants due to this indiscriminate assault. Uchiha Sasuke also killed several high-ranking officials within Konoha, including Shimura Danzo. The daimyo of the Land of Fire announced the abolition of the shinobi village system on the spot, declaring Sasuke a hero who aided the nation in eradicating the reactionary forces of Konoha, bestowing upon him the title of shogun. Hyuga Neji also became an assistant minister. And even Orochimaru has now secured a position as the head of the highest academy of science in the Land of Fire. In short, these individuals who obliterated Konoha have suddenly transformed into prominent figures serving the nation and its people. Uchiha Sasuke publicly proclaimed that he had discarded the narrow-minded ideology of the shinobi village, willing to sacrifice his own village for the stability of the nation. As soon as the words fell, all eyes converged sharply on Uchiha Itachi. Deidara, unable to contain his gleeful malice, remarked, truly worthy of a new brother. Both for the greater good, one annihilates a clan, the other slaughters a village. Everyone was quite certain that Uchiha Sasuke was enacting revenge, returning the favor in kind. If you Itachi, destroyed your family for the sake of the village. Then I shall obliterate the village for the nation. Do you concede? Of course not. Itachi firmly believed that Konoha was the heart of the Fire Country, and without Konoha, the Fire Country held no significance. In his eyes, the Fire Country resembled a delectable cake devoid of any defense, inviting all to take a bite. Regrettably, Black Zetsu's subsequent words shattered Itachi's illusion. The daimyo of the Fire Country had already amassed power far surpassing that of Konoha, and the former elite shinobi, Kakashi, led the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans in a voluntary surrender to the daimyo. The Oil clan and the Inuzuka clan, along with several civilian shinobi, also sided with the daimyo. The Fire Country had long established a new military apparatus capable of replacing Konoha, likely a scheme the daimyo had meticulously planned for years, waiting for the opportune moment to overthrow Konoha. Scorpion interjected abruptly. Konoha has been self-destructing in recent years, embroiled in internal strife and weakening itself. If I were the daimyo, I too would seize such a splendid opportunity. Itachi maintained a calm demeanor, though his palms were pricked by his own nails. Black Zetsu turned to him, stating, "There is something pertinent to you, Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke has disowned you in the name of the clan leader." Black Zetsu seemed to casually mention Itachi's situation. For many in the shinobi world bore only names, devoid of surnames, and thus Itachi joined their ranks. Ignoring the mental blow dealt to Itachi, Black Zetsu continued discussing the coup in the Earth Country and the Wind Country. The third Tsuchikage had usurped power, executing all nobles, including the daimyo of the Earth Country, and declared himself the new daimyo. The Wind Country mirrored this, with the daimyo incorporating Sunagakure and establishing a new military organization. 3/5 of the great nations experienced upheaval, and it was evident that even the brainless members of the Akatsuki, let alone the ancient Black Zetsu, were momentarily taken aback. For millennia, shinobi had rarely considered overthrowing the rule of ordinary people through sheer force. What had incited such rebellion overnight? Black Zetsu was perplexed. He had not failed to notice the recent shifts in the shinobi world, with a deteriorating environment plagued by calamities, yet he remained indifferent. His singular focus was to rescue his mother. As long as it did not interfere with his plans, the world's demise was of no concern to him. Clearly, the emergence of extraordinary powers like Sasuke and Neji introduced unforeseen variables. According to Black Zetsu's reports from White Zetsu, Kakashi led a faction of Konoha shinobi to ally with the daimyo, while the third Hokage and Jiraiya put up a desperate resistance, only to be effortlessly crushed by Sasuke. In their frantic escape, they were toyed with by Hinata Neji, revealing the immense power of both Sasuke and Neji. Then there was the enigmatic daimyo of the Fire Country. Wielding both strength and authority, Black Zetsu believed the annihilation of Konoha was orchestrated by him, with Sasuke and Neji merely acting as pawns. With the situation spiraling beyond control, Black Zetsu felt a twinge of panic. After a millennium of planning, he had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, and he could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture. At this moment, Black Zetsu also had to consider Nagato's temperament, for collecting tailed beasts required his involvement. Chapter 53. The insanity of Sasuke. After hearing Black Zetsu's report, Nagato, controlling pain, fell into silence for a moment, surveying the room. The shinobi world harbors many unknown adversaries. Our activities must remain cautious. The implication was clear. Nagato was countering Deidara's remarks. Konan, seated nearby, cast a discreet glance at Pain, hesitating to speak. Following this, the Akatsuki discussed various other matters, exchanging intelligence before dispersing. Pain retained Zetsu, inquiring about the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu fabricated a story, claiming Madara had urgent business to attend to, while in truth, he had taken Obito back to Konoha. What Black Zetsu had not disclosed was that after obliterating Konoha, Sasuke had committed numerous atrocious acts, and Obito, fully aware it was a trap to lure him back, had no choice but to step into the pitfall. After all, this involved not only Obito's parents and grandmother, but also Rin Noara and Kakashi Hitaki. Sasuke desecrated graves and toyed with the souls of the deceased, demonstrating a complete lack of moral boundary. On an unknown street, a frail figure cloaked in a black robe with fiery clouds, topped with a rain-protecting hat, emerged from a bustling tavern. Life's unpredictability prompted this individual to raise his head slightly, revealing a youthful yet mature face beneath the hat. It was Itachi. In a brief span, the lines of sorrow and age appeared more pronounced on his face. Itachi silently smiled bitterly. When he resolved to raise the slaughtering knife against his kin on the night of the clan's annihilation, he had already prepared for an unworthy end, never daring to hope for a favorable conclusion. After that night, he became a mere shell of himself, his every action solely for the village and Sasuke. To bring peace and stability to Konoha, he sacrificed his parents and his clan, bearing all sins upon himself, leaving his brother Sasuke with a clean slate. Free of past grievances as an Uchiha, Itachi believed that Sasuke would undoubtedly revive the Uchiha clan under his guidance, forever integrating into the village. Free from any discord with Konoha, having harvested lives on the battlefield at the tender age of 4, and attempting suicide by jumping off a cliff at 7. The obsessive and arrogant Itachi had long been entrenched in a self-referential fantasy, moved by his own spirit of sacrifice, unable to extricate himself. Even the most brutal punishments could not shake his resolve. Itachi steadfastly believed that his actions were just. The opinions of others mattered not. Regardless of his hands being stained with his parents' blood, it was all for the greater good of the village. Just 24 hours prior, his resolve remained unwavering, but alas, fate played a cruel joke on him. Konoha was gone, and his younger brother Sasuke ruthlessly destroyed the village in pursuit of stability and peace for the Fire Country, subsequently achieving unparalleled glory. In every way, Itachi was rendered a mere jester, trapped in his own delusions, unwilling to awaken. This time, Sasuke's resounding slap had finally jolted him awake. Itachi abruptly realized that a grand perspective does not always equate to righteousness. Just as he sacrificed his family for the village, Sasuke could sacrifice the village for the nation. Above every grand scheme lies an even grander scheme, sacrificing the village for the nation for world peace, humanity for ecological preservation, and ultimately, the Earth for harmony within the solar system. One may possess a grand vision, yet it must have boundaries. Before Itachi left Konoha to join the Akatsuki, even though the reasons for the clan's massacre had spread throughout the shinobi world, he remained a figure of dread, the Uchiha who annihilated his clan. However, as the winds of change blew, Itachi's name had likely devolved into that of a filthy cockroach in the sewers. Sasuke's actions were nearly blatant acts of revenge, easily comprehensible to most. Itachi deeply felt like a pawn manipulated by fate. He was now lost, his long-held beliefs mercilessly shattered. His two pillars of support, Konoha and Sasuke, one had vanished completely, and the other had grown beyond his control. Whether Sasuke's advancement included him was of little consequence. Perhaps his remaining value lay in that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Niji Hyuga sat in his opulent residence, sipping tea, now serving as the deputy minister of the Fire Country, and a celebrated hero in the eradication of the Konoha counter-revolutionary organization. Originally, he believed that after the collapse of Konoha, he would find himself in exile within the ninja world. Unexpectedly, he was dramatically recruited by the daimyo. At this moment, he finally comprehended the significance of power and authority. It could distort truth, transforming executioners into heroes while innocent victims became scapegoats. Hinata and Hanabi were both deceased, their bodies accumulating in the root base. Although he suspected there may have been foul play surrounding their deaths, Niji had no desire to investigate, for he was indifferent, much like how Sasuke, within the narrative, disregarded the plight of ordinary Uchiha clansmen. He chose to forgive if he wished to do so. Niji's previous mercy in sparing Hinata and Hanabi was his greatest act of compassion. Their subsequent demise at the hands of others was of no concern to him. After finishing his tea, Niji proceeded to his secret chamber, diligently studying the forbidden techniques and history plundered from Konoha. This endeavor was fueled by an unsettling magical energy he possessed, which led him to believe that this sudden influx of power was merely another form of a caged bird. No matter how formidable, it remained an illusion, constrained by others. Yet, he could not relinquish this power, for it was this very magic that enabled him to escape his own binding curse and reach his current standing. Thus, he sought to unravel the origins of this power through his research on forbidden techniques and the history of the ninja world, aiming to once again break free from the shackles inscribed upon him. Unfortunately, he remained at a loss. While Niji pondered the intricacies of existence, Sasuke had not entertained such thoughts. After years of repression, he yearned to vent his pent-up rage. Konoha lay in ruins, its survivors having fled, leaving only the graveyard intact. Uchiha Obito stood nearby, his gaze fixated on the scene before the memorial stone, filled with agitation. The Konoha cemetery was unfolding a macabre spectacle with the assistance of Orochimaru. Obito's grandmother, father, and mother had all been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, along with Noara Rin, Shimura Danzo, and Tsunade. The merciless Sasuke had exhumed their remains, pulverizing their bones and discarding them into a cesspit, retaining only fragments for the reincarnation, and cruelly transforming their souls into earthbound spirits, eternally trapped in this place, subject to endless torment. Moreover, the battered Kakashi was suspended upside down in the center of the cemetery, on the brink of death. Just as Obito emerged from the Kimui dimension, he was met with this shocking sight. Chapter 54, The unfortunate Kakashi, hanging upside down in the cemetery, was nearing his last breath. As a former guide for the daimyo, he should have received favorable treatment, akin to a prized bone amidst a lavish feast. However, Kakashi had uncovered part of the truth and realized he had been deceived. Sasuke had concocted a tale to mislead Kakashi, claiming that the daimyo was a descendant of the Senju clan, and that the second Hokage and Uchiha Obito were supporters of the daimyo. The daimyo had privately summoned Kakashi, and upon witnessing his immense strength, Kakashi's imagination ran wild, leading him to agree to become a guide, believing that Konoha was beyond salvation, a ship destined to sink, where abandoning it was the only logical choice. Kakashi first persuaded the astute Nara clan, who understood their best course of action. After all, the daimyo symbolized righteousness. Did he not? He abolished the ninja village system and successfully fulfilled the daimyo's mission, requesting to meet Obito, who had initially promised to return Obito to him after the task was completed. Yet, this was fundamentally a ruse. Where would the daimyo procure Obito? Perhaps he could find a few namesakes to substitute? Kakashi's betrayal led to dire consequences, for Sasuke harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, eagerly seeking an excuse to deal with him. Sasuke's frustration had been building over the years spent in Konoha. Even after razing the village to the ground, he remained unsatisfied, feeling it was insufficient. Thus, he sought out Orochimaru and resurrected several individuals, for the Mangekyo Sharingan's power of binding was intended for torment. To waste it would be a disgrace. Among the resurrected was Obito's bewildered grandmother, who, upon seeing her son and daughter-in-law, was utterly shocked. Obito's family were kind souls. Who could have foreseen that they would produce someone like Obito? The three shared heartfelt confessions, leaving Sasuke to stand aside. On the other hand, the resurrected Tsunade, Mito, and Danzo exhibited a far more hostile attitude. Upon seeing Sasuke, they began to hurl insults, albeit with limited creativity, merely repeating the phrase, evil Uchiha. Sasuke paid them no heed, as memories of past vitriolic taunts resurfaced, leaving him perplexed at their extensive experience with insults. Sasuke had no desire to engage with the senile elders of Konoha, nor did he wish to engage in futile arguments attempting to make them recognize their own faults and repent. They were no longer children. Only when confronted with undeniable evidence of their crimes would they submit to justice and recount their motives and processes of wrongdoing. Unfortunately, in the real world, most criminals shamelessly deny their actions, and repentance is an impossibility. They fear only the repercussions. Moreover, the Konoha leadership did not consider themselves criminals. They prided themselves on their righteousness, often applying double standards, demanding purity from others while justifying their own actions. Sasuke found them repugnant, and their noise intolerable. Silence. If you dare utter another word, I will send you all to the brothel. The room fell into an immediate hush. The life of a ninja is often one of disregard for existence, yet they are acutely aware of their demise and the legacy they leave behind. Sasuke's words were indeed harsh and venomous. He cast a disdainful glance, suggesting they should be grateful for the mercy of the Uchiha young master. The demon had previously declared that the entire clan should be eradicated, or their lineage forever condemned, with males destined for servitude and females for entertainment. The ancient emperors dealt with political adversaries in such a manner. It was only fitting that he should do the same for his own sense of vindication. However, Sasuke prided himself on his humanity and moral boundaries, believing that merely killing them and transforming them into earthbound spirits sufficed. Otherwise, he might have heeded the demon's advice and sent them to the red light district. Having finally silenced the crowd, Sasuke placed the reincarnated Noara Rin and the barely alive Kakashi back in the cemetery, deliberately sending a white Zetsu to relay the message, patiently awaiting Obito's arrival. When Obito materialized at the Konoha cemetery ruins, he was confronted with this shocking scene. Several spirits were endlessly repeating their grotesque fates, and Kakashi dangled upside down. Apart from the three elderly figures from the village's hierarchy, the others were the most significant individuals in Obito's life. The bond between Obito and Kakashi remained intact. Upon his first glance, he only saw Kakashi before noticing Rin and his long-lost grandmother. As for his parents, they had passed too early, leaving Obito with scant memories of them. The spirits, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Obito, donned in an orange spiral mask, reacted in various ways. Danzo recognized him immediately, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Yet, as an earthbound spirit, he could utter no words, only ceaselessly banging his head against the ground until it became a mess before reconstituting, repeating this cycle. Obito's expression beneath the mask was exceedingly grim, even uncontrollably exuding an aura of murderous intent. Uchiha Obito reached out and pulled Kakashi up, but when he beheld the empty eye sockets of Kakashi, his expression changed dramatically. That Sharingan. Damn it. White Setsu, come forth. Uchiha Obito bellowed in fury. A white Setsu emerged from the ground. Obito, what do you need? Call me Madara. Where's Kakashi's eye? Obviously, it was taken out. That's a given. I'm asking you who took his eye? What on earth transpired here? Where has Sasuke Uchiha gone? Obito gritted his teeth. It was all Sasuke Uchiha's doing. He desecrated the graves of your relatives, turned their corpses to ash, and discarded them in the toilet, even manipulating their souls with the impure world reincarnation and his bizarre ocular techniques. White Zetsu divulged all the information in one breath. Smash. You bastard. Uchiha Obito slammed his fist into the ground, his overwhelming negative emotions involuntarily causing his eyes to manifest the kaleidoscopic pattern. Unable to bear witnessing the torment of his loved ones, he seethed. Grandmother, Rin, wait for me. He turned and asked in a low voice. White Setsu, where is Sasuke Uchiha now? Sasuke Uchiha is at the ruins of the Hokage building, eating dango. White Setsu quickly replied. Eating dango. You bastard. Uchiha Obito's anger escalated, and he headed straight for Sasuke, for only he could dispel that soul-binding jutsu. Obito was acutely aware that he must have revealed himself. Otherwise, Sasuke would not have resorted to such cruelty against his family. Chapter 55. The brutal torment of Obito. The moment Uchiha Obito appeared amidst the ruins of the Hokage building, Sasuke immediately turned to the swirling distortion in space. Observing the theatrically mysterious Obito materializing from another dimension, Sasuke smiled, genuinely delighted. Ah, Uchiha Obito, you have finally arrived, Sasuke said, waving at him. Obito keenly noticed that Sasuke was clutching a Sharingan in his palm, the very eye he had given to Kakashi. Why? How did you uncover my true identity? Obito demanded angrily, wishing to strike Sasuke down immediately, but he felt compelled to ask this question first. Is your identity truly so mysterious? You foolish buffoon. With that pig-like brain of yours, making blunders at every turn, it was quite effortless to trace you. Sasuke mocked Obito, as though he had indeed uncovered his identity himself. Relishing in the moment. What did you say? Obito clenched his jaw. Nothing. I simply do not wish to engage in idle chatter with a simpleton like you. After all, your intellect is too limited to comprehend. We are rather constrained here. Let us relocate to a more spacious setting for our little playdate, shall we? Sasuke Uchiha's eyes glimmered with urgency. He could hardly contain his eagerness to torment Uchiha Obito. In truth, Sasuke had long desired vengeance against Itachi and Obito. Yet these two elusive figures had been difficult to track down, especially Obito, who often retreated into another dimension. But now, with Sasuke having transcended his own limitations and learned to use hostages as leverage, Obito had conveniently walked right into his trap. Obito studied Sasuke, uncertain of his true intentions. However, regardless of the circumstances, he remained confident in himself. Kamui could render him immune to most physical harm. And with half of White Zetsu's body granting him would release, Obito had unwittingly assumed a position of dominance over the ninja world. Despite his lack of understanding regarding Sasuke, and knowing full well that Sasuke had obliterated Konoha, Obito still felt secure. Sasuke's aura of mystery merely heightened Obito's caution. Sasuke vanished from the Hokage building's ruins, making his way to the desolate Uchiha clan grounds. The moment Sasuke halted, Obito followed closely behind, appearing remarkably relaxed. Uchiha Sasuke, hand over Kakashi's Sharingan to me, and obediently release the eye technique to free those souls. I may grant you a temporary reprieve. Uchiha Obito declared, taking the initiative. To be honest, I truly do not wish to converse with a being as oblivious as you. After all, we are fundamentally different beings. I did not come here to chit-chat, so let us commence the feast of Uchiha's revenge. Sasuke glared at Obito, exuding an air of arrogant superiority, and with a mere flick of his gaze, summoned a bound spirit from the graveyard. She was petite, with an endearing face and violet markings on her cheeks. It was none other than Rin Noera. Rin? Obito was taken aback, the anger he had momentarily suppressed igniting anew. Damn it, you despicable bastard. How dare you manipulate Rin's soul? Rin Noera, under Sasuke's high-handed manipulation, finally found her voice. Is that you, Obito? Upon hearing his voice, Obito froze in place. Yes, it is him. I previously informed you he unleashed the Nine Tails upon the village and attacked the fourth Hokage and his wife. You did not believe me. But now you can inquire with him directly. Sasuke revealed Obito's dark past that he had been reluctant to mention in Rin's presence. Before Rin could utter another word, Obito roared, "Silence! I will kill you! I will kill you!" The most disgraceful side of himself laid bare before the goddess. Obito lost control of his emotions, activating Kimui and swiftly launching himself at Sasuke. Thud! Rin Nohara's spirit shielded Sasuke, absorbing all of Obito's assault, her face twisted in extreme pain, her essence dimming significantly. Obito, as if electrocuted, was left bewildered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to harm you." Sasuke's chilling voice followed. "She is currently a spirit. If she is injured, she may dissipate, never to be reborn." Obito's pupils constricted in fear, his movements growing hesitant. Yet Sasuke, taking advantage of the moment, summoned the souls of Obito's grandmother and parents to join the fray. The four loved ones were expressions of struggle, yet were compelled to attack continuously, unable to speak as Sasuke silenced them. What is there to say? Merely reminiscing, offering encouragement, exchanging praises, bidding farewell. Sasuke would not allow Obito to indulge in such sentimentalities. Obito utilized Kimui to evade attacks, refraining from striking back. TSK, I didn't expect you to possess a semblance of conscience. I thought you would strike without hesitation." Sasuke taunted Obito with a sardonic tone. "Bastard." Obito trembled, releasing a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. As if he could kill with his gaze alone, he realized he could no longer engage in this drawn-out struggle. The Sharingan spun. Obito attempted to withdraw the souls of his loved ones into the dimension. Just as Obito reached Rin, ready to activate Kimui, boom. Rin suddenly exploded. Obito was momentarily stunned, thrown into a panic. Without facing the soul explosion directly, he awkwardly half-kneeled, instinctively reaching out to embrace Rin, yet grasping nothing. As the explosion subsided, Rin vanished completely, and Obito, bloodied and battered, fixed his gaze ahead. Sasuke smirked coldly. She has dissipated, never to return. Rin. Uchiha Obito lost all semblance of reason. An unprecedented wave of murderous intent radiating from his eyes. He now yearned to obliterate Sasuke with the cruelest of methods. "You shall die." Yes, that is the very look, that fiery gaze filled with wrath and murderous intent. "I relish watching you desire my demise, yet remain utterly powerless to achieve it." How delightful. Uchiha Sasuke spread his arms wide, his expression twisted beyond human recognition. In a frenzy, Uchiha Obito charged towards Sasuke, only to be met with a devastating threefold attack from his kin. Sasuke meticulously observed the expression of despair on Obito's face, wishing to immortalize this iconic moment for future reflection during times of boredom. After savoring Obito's unraveling, Sasuke finally intervened, as his decaying mist transformed into a spear, piercing through Obito's body while a curse of vengeance descended upon him. At that moment, a white Zetsu suddenly emerged, its crystalline gaze locking with Sasuke's. As a cunning survivor reliant on his Sharingan, Obito reacted swiftly, using the brief window granted by the white Zetsu to escape into another dimension, vanishing before Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke chose not to pursue, for the living could endure suffering endlessly, whereas the dead could no longer be toyed with. Having extinguished his humanity and conscience, Sasuke found his greatest pleasure in ruthlessly tormenting his enemies after the destruction of Konoha, a temporary void in his life's direction. Upon reflection, Sasuke condemned the souls of Shimura Danzo, Tsubaki Kamachi, and Mito Menka to a metaphorical cesspool, forcing them to consume the foulness therein, though their souls could not truly partake. The psychological torment sufficed, and he captured a series of photographs to later show Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dragging the barely conscious Kakashi with him, Sasuke reluctantly transported him to the hospital, as he was a crucial tool for tormenting Obito, not to be easily discarded. Within the Kamui dimension, numerous platforms were scattered, and on one of them lay a fragmented human form, gasping in agony. The shattered orange spiral mask revealed the true visage of Uchiha Obito, who had been clinging to life in this space for a day and a night, alive yet irreparably damaged. Uchiha Sasuke. He muttered this name through gritted teeth in his weakened state. A shadow emerged beside Obito, its voice gravelly and peculiar. As long as we can successfully gather the tailed beasts, what is a mere Uchiha Sasuke to us? Once the infinite Tsukuyomi is complete, he will merely be an ordinary individual in a perfect new world. Enough with the idle chatter, Black Zetsu. Help me heal. Obito's tone was fierce. Such a bizarre injury is beyond my capabilities, Black Zetsu admitted with a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps I should find another white Zetsu to assist? The white Zetsu, a peculiar creature, served not only as an information gatherer, but also as a means to mend the body, a convenient tool. However, it proved ineffective against Obito's injuries. The part of his body constructed from white Zetsu had been shattered by Sasuke, and subsequent grafts inexplicably rotted away, gradually eroding his remaining human flesh. Ultimately, Black Zetsu resorted to sealing techniques at the wound site to significantly delay the decay, but Obito suffered immensely. Half of his body was missing, the wound remained unhealed, and he developed an embarrassing ailment, hair loss. With great difficulty, Black Zetsu stabilized Obito's injuries and emotions, though both bore a strange expression. Obito had failed to save his friends and beloved, nearly perishing at Sasuke's hands. The thought of Sasuke's terrifying assault filled him with dread, a palpable fear. Obito understood that Sasuke's profound torment was fueled by a desire for vengeance. He had undoubtedly uncovered the truth behind the Uchiha Massacre and unhesitatingly annihilated Konoha, branding it a faction of reactionaries, ensuring its eternal downfall. If he could show such cruelty to his own village, Obito could hardly fathom what further merciless actions Sasuke might take against those he cared for, merely a prelude to something far more sinister. Yet, recalling what Sasuke had done to Rin Noara ignited a blaze of murderous intent within him, overshadowing his lingering fear. However, Sasuke's strength was unparalleled, disturbingly so. Employing an array of bizarre techniques seemingly unrelated to the Uchiha lineage, Obito yearned to eliminate Sasuke, yet before him, he felt like a mere fledgling. Black Zetsu too sensed the unease. If Obito could discern Sasuke's grasp of abnormal power, then he certainly could as well. He worried that Sasuke might jeopardize the plans meticulously laid for the infinite Tsukuyomi over the years. Missing this opportunity could mean waiting countless years for the next reincarnation of the Sharingan. I've told you, call me Uchiha Madara. Obito corrected him. Very well, Madara. Have you considered how to deal with Uchiha Sasuke? He will undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle to our plans. Black Zetsu seemingly offered a well-meaning warning. Obito clenched his fists with determination. He was acutely aware of this truth, yet Sasuke proved to be an insurmountable challenge, powerful and devoid of moral restraint, capable of the most heinous acts. Engaging Sasuke directly would be futile, and manipulating public opinion or engaging in political machinations would likely prove ineffective against someone as ruthless as Danzo or Sasuke. I have made my decision. Immediately mobilize the Akatsuki to gather the tailed beasts, Obito declared, forcing himself to regain his composure. The grim reality was beyond redemption, so he sought to hasten the creation of the infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing him to reunite with his loved ones in the dream world. In the real world, Rin and his family had long since departed, leaving Obito with no choice but to place all his hopes in the infinite Tsukuyomi. In truth, Obito's mental fortitude had never been particularly strong. Otherwise, he would not have awakened the Kamui, a technique born from a desire to escape reality. Madara, your idea is commendable. We should indeed act swiftly. Black Zetsu concurred with Obito's suggestion. At this moment in Mayaboka Mountain, a gigantic crimson toad donned in a doctoral cap slumbered upon a stone platform. Flanking it were two smaller stone platforms, each occupied by diminutive toads. Not far from the sage of toads stood a tall man with flowing white hair, adorned with a forehead protector, his face painted with two streaks of red. This individual was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and a renowned author in the ninja world. Having returned to the village after the Chunin exams, Jiraiya was unprepared to confront the utter devastation of Konoha. While external forces could be rebuilt, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had outright abolished the ninja village system. Unless the shinobi revolted, Konoha would be relegated to history. Jiraiya was astonished to learn that Kakashi and the Ino Shikicho trio had been the first to defect. While Might Guy chose to side with his bonds rather than the village without hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the Sarutobi and Shimura clans in their flight. Jiraiya followed his teacher. For the third Hokage had never intended to submit to the daimyo, given Sasuke's merciless demeanor. Hiruzen could not trust that he would show mercy to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Fleeing was their only option. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions escaped, they were predictably pursued. Sasuke refrained from direct confrontation, instead employing the renegade former Konoha shinobi to act on his behalf as a display of loyalty. The unfortunate Konoha ninjas were forced into a bloody conflict against one another. Yet, this was merely a precursor. Sasuke had not yet compelled them to commit patricide or matricide. With Jiraiya's protection and the defectors intentionally allowing passage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group managed to escape successfully. Sasuke remained motionless, coldly observing the enormous toads summoned by Jiraiya. A faint aura of magic unwittingly entwining around him. Along the way, the fleeing Sarutobi Hiruzen encountered Niji. Having not seen the Hyuga clan in the village for some time, it became clear that they, too, had met their demise. A group of individuals fell victim to Niji's relentless assault, but fortunately, the Sarutobi clan and the Toads of Mayaboka Mountain arrived just in time to provide assistance. Niji chose not to pursue them further, knowing that their fortunes lay ahead and that there was no need to rush. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others sought refuge in a remote mountain, while Jiraiya made his way to Mayaboka Mountain. Great Toad Sage, you summoned me unexpectedly. Is there a matter of great importance at hand? Or have you foreseen something astonishing in the future? Jiraiya inquired, weary yet solemn. As the contractor of Mayaboka Mountain, Jiraiya held immense respect and trust for the Great Toad Sage. He firmly believed in the prophecies of the Great Toad Sage, who had once proclaimed that the Child of Prophecy would bring everlasting peace to the ninja world. Jiraiya had initially thought this child would be Minato, but alas. Minato perished during the chaos of the Nine Tails, merely ending the Third Great Ninja War without bringing an end to the turmoil. In recent years, Jiraiya had wandered far and wide, searching not only for Orochimaru but also for the Child of Prophecy. I see a blurred vision of the future once more. The Great Toad Sage began slowly. War has vanished. Jiraiya's heart leaped with joy at this revelation, only to hear the Great Toad Sage continue. The disappearance of war does not herald the arrival of peace. Rather, it is due to the near extinction of all living beings. With all life extinguished, there can be no war. Jiraiya's face contorted in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend the implications. How could this be possible? He stammered. My prophetic abilities have been interfered with by an unknown force, leaving me only with visions of a world drenched in crimson, no longer suitable for life. The Great Toad Sage lamented. Jiraiya, you must identify the source of this impending catastrophe and act swiftly to prevent it. I suspect it may originate from the ocean. The remainder of the task falls upon your shoulders. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. He understood the weight of the Great Toad Sage's words, who had lived for a millennium and possessed genuine prowess. Yet, the enormity of this responsibility was daunting, and he could only manage to utter, I understand. The two elder toads, Shima and Fukasaku, offered Jiraiya further counsel before bidding him farewell. What a tumultuous time we live in, sighed Fukasaku. The Great Toad Sage, equally troubled, knew that foreseeing the future came at a cost. To proclaim such visions aloud could incur an even greater price. After their conversation, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped him. Old sage, please do not frighten me, Shima exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. The Great Toad Sage remained silent, reflecting on an ancient tale of a prophet who foretold that a boy would one day become a harbinger of destruction. Upon hearing this, many heroes sought to eliminate the boy, tragically slaughtering his friends and family along the way, which ultimately led the boy to embrace darkness and resolve to annihilate the world. Prophecy serves as both cause and consequence. As the Toad Sages conversed, the space within the Toad Palace quaked violently, ripples emanating like waves. What is happening? Shima exclaimed in shock. Something is forcefully intruding upon Mayaboka Mountain, Fukasaku declared. Just as he spoke, the space shattered like a mirror, revealing a deep, hidden passage. A young boy emerged, stepping into the realm of Mayaboka Mountain. clad in a flowing black robe. With unkempt black hair and a handsome visage tinged with a hint of malevolence, the boy exuded an aura of hostility. Fukasaku and Shima glared at him. "Who are you? Why do you invade Mayaboka Mountain?" Uchiha Yao remained silent, having not appeared in a long time due to being controlled by a demonic essence. He had been lurking in the cold depths of the ocean, but the environment of Mayaboka Mountain was far more favorable. The great toad sage, usually squinting, slowly opened his eyes, fixing a serious gaze upon Yao. This was the first time Fukasaku had seen the great toad sage so grave. The great toad sage attempted to peer into Yao with his prophetic powers, but the influence of the concealment rendered him unable to glean any information, leaving only a void of uncertainty. "Are you human?" The great toad sage's ancient voice inquired, laced with astonishment, as if facing a being devoid of past or future, untouched by any cause or effect, like a natural phenomenon. "Whether I am human is debatable. However, it is certain that you are not," Yao replied with a smirk. "I have often wondered why you isolate yourselves in this secluded space, maintaining a non-interference stance with the ninja world, yet frequently extend your aid to Konoha? Old man, something feels off about this individual. Perhaps we should detain him," Shima whispered to Fukasaku. "Patience, let us await the sage's directive," Fukasaku replied in a low tone. The great toad sage evaded Yao's question, countering instead, "Why have you come to Mayaboka Mountain? We are generally amicable to those who can enter our realm. State your request plainly." The great toad sage, unable to discern Yao's intent, opted for a conciliatory approach, having always held reverence and caution towards the unknown. In his youth, when the goddess Kagaya descended, bringing calamity upon the world, it was his prudence that allowed him to approach Kagaya's son. Who could predict the extent of the toad's involvement in the murder of the sage of Six Paths' mother? "A request? I seek to borrow your life for a moment. Will you willingly offer it?" Yao stepped forward, an overwhelming surge of magic erupting forth. "Old man," Shima gasped, shouting to Fukasaku, "Attack!" Chakra surged as the two toad sages unleashed a powerful genjutsu through their sage techniques, the sound of croaking amplifying in layers. This formidable technique, the Toad Song, rivaled even the power of the Sharingan's genjutsu. Chapter 58. The Bloodbath of Mayaboka Mountain. Regrettably, the Toad Song proved utterly ineffective against Uchiha Yao. He merely turned, raising a hand to unleash a torrent of magic. Ugh! Fukasaku and Shima barely had time to utter their final words before being engulfed by the magic. Silently reduced to mere remnants, their essences obliterated. The great toad sage's eyes widened in shock. Age had diminished his combat prowess, and the deaths of Fukasaku and Shima shattered his focus. In that fleeting moment, Yao seized the opportunity, pinning the great toad sage in place. To his horror, the great toad sage discovered he could not move. His sage chakra lay dormant within him, rendering him powerless. "What manner of being are you?" the great toad sage stammered. But his words were cut short as Yao, disinterested in the dying monologues of his adversaries, silenced him. The colossal crimson toad was beheaded, its blood gushing forth like a fountain, the soul that had cultivated for millennia consumed as a mere snack for the demon. Once the blood was drained, Yao proceeded to strip away the toad's skin, revealing the sinews and fat beneath. His magic transformed into a blade, meticulously dissecting the toad's flesh with the precision of a chef preparing ingredients. Soon, the toad's bones and organs were severed apart, and with a snap of his fingers, a massive pot appeared, flames crackling beneath it. This was a demon's specialized hot pot, designed to cook the fatty meat, releasing an odd aroma of grease into the air. Yao sprinkled in some seasoning and took a taste. Not cooked through. The flesh of the Millennium Toad is both tough and unpalatable, reminiscent of the dragons and phoenixes the demon had previously tasted, equally distasteful and far inferior to the succulent meat from specially cultivated livestock. Its only merit lies in its novelty and certain peculiar effects. The flesh of the toad sage can slightly enhance the consumer's perception and absorption of natural forces, but beyond that, it serves little purpose. Having eaten to his fill, Yao stowed away the pot and carelessly discarded the remaining toad meat aside, strolling leisurely outside. The toads outside, unaware of the events within the palace, merely cast a few curious glances at Yao without further reaction. The toads of Mayaboka Mountain frequently intervene in the ninja world, and in recent years have often seen humans come and go. So they were not surprised to see a stranger emerge from the sage's palace, thinking him merely a new contractor for the sages. As Yao walked upon Mayaboka Mountain, wherever he tread, Magic emanated from his shadow, gradually enveloping the space in a shroud of confinement. This barrier was not an advanced spell. He had often employed such tactics to ensnare enemies possessing spatial abilities in the past, effectively limiting their escape. Mayaboku Mountain was not vast, and Yao swiftly traversed its entirety. "Hey, you there, are you a new contractor?" A massive red toad called out from a distance, its mouth clenching a large pipe, a colossal blade hanging from its waist. Behind this giant red toad were two others of similar stature, one dark red, wielding a wolf-toothed fork, and the other a bluish-green, carrying twin blades. Yao turned to face them, raising a hand slightly. In an instant, the three large toads were pinned to the ground, unable to move. Magic transformed into fine threads, enveloping the trio, and within moments, they were reduced to a gruesome mass of blood and flesh. The entire process was swift and brutal, exuding a bizarre beauty steeped in bloodshed. The sudden turn of events astonished the nearby toads. Unfortunately, before they could regain their composure, the gale conjured by the magic swept through, striking one toad after another, causing them to explode into pieces, resembling blossoms of sanguine roses, petals layered and staining the earth red. Uchiha Yao strolled among this floral carnage, relishing the cold, stark beauty of the scene, effortlessly slaughtering all living creatures within his sight, leaving the corpses to pile up, devouring only their souls. Before long, Mayaboku Mountain was awash in blood, devoid of any surviving toads. Even the tadpoles and toad eggs had been obliterated. To eradicate all remnants, leaving no future threats, was the demon's guiding principle. These toads had forged contracts with Jiraiya. It was uncertain if any had evaded summoning to the ninja world. Yao mused silently, then turned to vacate the area. Thus, one of the three great sanctuaries, Mayaboku Mountain, fell into silence, and the demon had no intent of sparing the other two. The dragon cave proved easier to handle. Previously, Conan had infiltrated the Akatsuki, providing ample opportunities for contact with Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a rather comprehensible individual. As long as one possessed something intriguing to offer, he would readily engage in trade or cooperation, provided he had sufficient power. The demon was never short of such bargaining chips, the secrets of the ninja world from a millennium ago, coupled with a unique Indra chakra, led Orochimaru to willingly divulge the dragon cave and Konoha. The slippery snake had never held any scruples. Orochimaru possessed countless means of survival and numerous contingencies for resurrection, making it a hassle and a waste of time to kill him. Otherwise, the demon would have already burned the bridge, intending to deal with him later when the dust settled. In truth, Konoha still existed, albeit no longer as a ninja village, but rather as a civilian organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accept the demise of Konoha. Thus, after stabilizing the remnants of Konoha with the remaining loyalists, he still claimed the title of Third Hokage, referring to their temporary base as Konoha, firmly believing that the daimyo was under the illusion of Uchiha Sasuke's genjutsu, convinced they would eventually restore order and revive Konoha's former glory. Due to their hasty retreat, they had not brought along much in terms of supplies. To make ends meet, these Konoha ninjas were compelled to take up odd jobs frequently. Once the bottom line was crossed, it swiftly led them down a path of moral decay. Abundant provisions lead to an understanding of propriety. However, the Konoha ninjas at that time lacked sufficient resources, forcing them to turn to a life of banditry. While some still maintained a semblance of honor, others had quietly resorted to murder and arson. One day, Asuma Sarutobi concluded yet another assassination mission, a melancholic expression on his face as he accepted the employer's payment, stealthily returning to Konoha under the cover of night. As the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma had no choice but to follow his father, having departed from the environment of Konoha and lost the identity of the Hokage's son. It was then that Asuma grasped the awkward position of the smaller ninja villages and rogue ninjas. Previously, he believed that these smaller villages and rogue ninjas were unambitious and lacked effort, always engaging in petty endeavors. Now, as he found himself akin to a rogue ninja, he realized how misguided his previous thoughts had been. If one could possess a stable living environment, free from worries of sustenance, and blessed with a noble lineage, who would not desire to be a glamorous and esteemed ninja? Yet, the harshness of life compelled him to scramble through the filth and mire for survival. Chapter 59. Asuma's calamity. On his way back, Asuma was abruptly ambushed by unknown assailants. These individuals could extract chakra, but possessed scant ninjutsu skills, their combat prowess akin to that of a ninja academy graduate. Asuma dismissed them as fledgling bandits or rogue ninjas, swiftly incinerating them with his fire release. However, thereafter, he was continuously besieged by others, both ninjas and ordinary people alike, leaving him to spend the entire night in a cycle of being attacked, killing, and disposing of bodies. What on earth is going on? Asuma pondered, his head spinning. He utilized a transformation technique to seek refuge in a small inn to rest temporarily, as he could not endure constant combat. Asuma fell asleep in a daze, and upon awakening the next day, invigorated, he set out once again. Unfortunately, he had not traveled far before encountering yet another attack. Several unidentified ninjas emerged from the ground to besiege him. Their skills varied, but the leader was of Jonin rank. Asuma paid a hefty price, sustaining numerous injuries, but managed to eliminate them, leaving only one survivor to interrogate for information. "Are you bounty hunters?" Asuma inquired, frowning as he lit a cigarette. It turned out these individuals were all drawn by his bounty. The motives of those seeking the bounty were diverse, ranging from desperate ordinary people to bandit thieves, and even professional bounty hunters. This shouldn't be happening. My meager bounty on the black market shouldn't incite such frenzy for an assassination against a skilled opponent, Asuma thought, perplexed. In an age of inflation, over 30 million hardly warranted such a desperate attempt on his life. "Don't you know anything?" The surviving bounty hunter gasped. "You've already increased the price, not in money, but in actual living resources, worth 100 million in living supplies. And that's before inflation." Asuma was taken aback, his mind clouded. What is going on? Why have I become so valuable? The daimyo of the Land of Fire is issuing a bounty on your Surtobi clan's direct descendants. The bounty hunter grinned broadly. Asuma used fire release to incinerate the bodies, panting heavily, his cigarette clenched between his teeth, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart. The daimyo, or rather, Uchiha Sasuke, was far too ruthless, leaving no escape for them. With such a high bounty, the survivors of Konoha would likely find no peace. With these thoughts in mind, Asuma swiftly turned back, intent on informing his father of the dire news. As he traversed a dense forest, a sudden alarm rang in his mind, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he leaped into the air, landing on a nearby tree. In the next moment, a blinding bolt of lightning struck not far behind him, piercing through towering trees before vanishing into the depths of the forest, the trees it grazed collapsing slowly, their branches and dust swirling in the air. Asuma was taken aback. The power of the lightning strike was formidable, indicating that the caster must be at least a jonin. In the world of shinobi, the strength of a jonin varies widely. Some, like Kurinai Yuhi, might struggle against even some chunin from bloodline clans, while others, like the legendary Sannin of Konoha, rival the strength of the five Kage. The figure before him was undoubtedly a powerful adversary. Asuma gazed in the direction from which the lightning had come and saw a towering man adorned with the headband of a rogue ninja from Takigakure, his face obscured by a mask with piercing green eyes. He wore a long black robe embroidered with red clouds, accompanied by several monstrous entities composed of thick black threads, each donning different masks. A rogue ninja from Takigakure? Does such a powerful ninja exist in such a small village? Asuma furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of those creatures. Were they summoning beasts? "You are the infamous Asuma Sarutobi, valued at 200 million ryo by the Land of Fire?" 200 million. Asuma felt a chill run down his spine. Why was it 200 million? Hadn't it been stated as only 100 million? I had no interest in involving myself with the conflicts of the Land of Fire against the remnants of Konoha, but your newfound worth has piqued my interest. Thus, I must apologize. With that, the tall man began his incantation, and one of the black-masked creatures at his side unleashed a torrent of flames, roaring with ferocity and surging forth in an instant. Asuma immediately sprang into action, leaping away from the reach of the fire technique. In the midst of his escape, he couldn't help but glance back, witnessing the rogue ninja standing amidst the flames, calmly forming seals, while another black-masked creature unleashed a fierce gust of wind. Wind release, pressure damage. The combined force of the wind and fire transformed into an inferno, exponentially increasing in power. Asuma's muscles tensed, and he quickly formed hand seals, expelling a thick cloud of smoke from his mouth. The smoke expanded in the whirlwind, its particles possessing a certain flame-retardant effect. Utilizing this technique, Asuma tore a path through the engulfing flames. Subsequently, he enveloped himself in chakra and hurriedly escaped through the opening. Kakuzu pursued closely behind, determined not to let such a valuable quarry slip from his grasp. After a brief moment, Asuma had covered considerable distance. Looking back, he noticed the inferno was expanding, potentially leading to a catastrophic forest fire. However, Asuma had no time to dwell on this. His life took precedence over the fire. Could there truly be such formidable rogue ninjas from a small place like Takigakure? As he ran, doubts began to plague his mind. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression darkened. He recalled hearing tales of a legendary rogue ninja from Takigakure named Kakazu, said to have survived since the Warring States period, having extended his lifespan through some secret technique. There were even rumors that he had once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, escaping unscathed. The implications of such a figure were terrifying. The more Asuma pondered Kakazu's background, the more anxious he became. To evade the first Hokage was no small feat. He might have surpassed even the 5 Kage in strength. Resolved not to confront such a formidable enemy, Asuma decided he would run as far as possible. He could not return home for help, as his father's previous injuries had yet to heal. Bringing this dangerous individual to his father could spell disaster for the remaining Konoha ninjas. Asuma's mind raced with thoughts, but Kakuzu offered him no opportunity to flee. In a moment of distraction, Kakuzu closed the distance, and one of the black-masked creatures let loose a torrent of water toward Asuma. As he leaped into the air, still in flight, Asuma twisted his body to evade the oncoming water attack. The water bullet struck a tree behind Asuma, sending splinters flying. He felt a sudden pain in his arm, blood streaming from a fresh wound. Though Kakuzu's water technique seemed ordinary, its power was deceptively concentrated, the force of the water bullet having cut into his flesh. With no option to evade, Asuma chose to confront the challenge head-on. As a seasoned jonin, his mindset shifted rapidly, and he drew forth 2 short blades crafted from chakra metal. As chakra flowed through his arm into the blades, they extended into a pair of chakra-infused wind blades over a foot long. Asuma's primary chakra affinity was wind, making him adept at close combat, while also employing mid to long-range ninjutsu, reminiscent of the fighting style of the younger Danzo. Kakuzu was not one to indulge in idle chatter, effectively avoiding the cliché of villains being undone by their verbosity. Upon seeing Asuma assume a combat stance, he wasted no time in forming hand seals, prompting 3 of the 4 black-masked creatures behind him to unleash their techniques simultaneously. In an instant, a tempest erupted, thunder crackled, and flames raged as the relentless assault of basic ninjutsu surged toward Asuma Sarutobi. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the mountains, the remnants of Konoha, under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, were not left destitute, thanks to the miraculous properties of chakra. Earth release techniques effectively resolved their housing issues, but lamentably, Yamato had accompanied Kakashi, otherwise constructing houses with wood release would have been ideal. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, his youngest son faced peril, while he tirelessly contemplated ways to reverse Konoha's decline. The current state of the 5 great nations was dire. The wind, fire, and earth countries had abolished their ninja villages, making it nearly impossible for Hiruzen to receive support. Even if aid were offered, it would likely be to incite conflict between the 2 factions of the Land of Fire. The Lightning Country was in turmoil due to a plague of parasitic insects, remnants of the nanobugs brought by the Oil Woman, which could not be eradicated, leading to periodic massacres. Hiruzen was aware that someone was manipulating events from the shadows, as the nanobugs could not be so powerful. Otherwise, Konoha would have long since unified the ninja world. The Water Country fared worse, as strange phenomena plagued the coastal regions, decimating its fishing industry and plunging the nation into chaos. The daimyo of the Water Country commanded the Mist Village to eliminate unruly refugees, cleansing any unstable elements. The more Hiruzen pondered, the heavier his heart grew. While many former Konoha ninjas had allied with the daimyo, a significant number were coerced by national duty and familial ties. Privately, they still leaned towards Konoha. Hiruzen took advantage of their sentiments, extracting intelligence from the daimyo's estate. Now renamed the capital of peace, Hiruzen knew that the daimyo's actions bore no relation to peace. The dual-track system of one nation and one village had been in place for far too long. Its abrupt dismantling would inevitably lead to upheaval, and the daimyo's method to quell such unrest was brutally simple: massacre. Kill all who refuse to obey. The subservient leaf ninjas took on the role of executioners, led personally by the shogun Uchiha Sasuke, as they obliterated city after city, leaving no survivors behind, thus making the dissemination of information nearly impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself utterly perplexed. What was the daimyo thinking? Did he not realize he was undermining his own foundation? If this continued, the land of fire would soon meet its demise. It was precisely for this reason that Hiruzen steadfastly believed that the daimyo was under some form of control. The annihilation of the villages, followed by the destruction of the nation, was a reckless course of action that aligned perfectly with his ingrained perceptions of the Uchiha clan. Did Hiruzen feel regret? Indeed, he did. He regretted not heeding Danzo's counsel to eliminate the Uchiha sooner. He lamented the decision to spare Sasuke. He wished he had inscribed a curse mark to eradicate the roots of disaster from Sasuke. His teacher Tobirama had been right. The Uchiha were inherently malevolent. Hiruzen thought bitterly. For the future of Konoha, he had no choice but to rally every available resource, even resorting to unorthodox methods. The immediate priority was to locate Tsunade. Her formidable abilities, coupled with the assistance of the Wetbone Forest, were invaluable. The daimyo had already ensnared Orochimaru. Hiruzen would not allow Tsunade to be deceived as well. The task of finding Tsunade was assigned to Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya was currently wearing a troubled expression. Before him lay a summoning array inscribed upon the ground. Yet the toad intended to sign a contract with him was conspicuously absent. He had checked repeatedly. There was no fault with the summoning technique, nor had there been any errors in the process. Jiraiya had exhausted all his summoning contracts, but to no avail. Whether it be the three brothers or the immortal sages Shima and Fukasaku, none responded to his call. After departing from Myaboka Mountain, he had intended to address the source of the calamity foretold by the great sage of the toads, but Sarutobi had persuaded him otherwise. Given the peril to the world, it was unreasonable for him to shoulder the burden alone. He should first seek out Tsunade while Hiruzen sought means to convey this information to the 5 great nations. Everyone ought to contribute their strength in such matters. In truth, Jiraiya understood his teacher well. The grandiose words belied ulterior motives, likely aiming to leverage the so-called apocalypse to reclaim authority over Konoha. Only Jiraiya would wholeheartedly believe in the prophecy of Myaboka Mountain. Others would probably dismiss the toad's predictions. Yet, since Hiruzen had made a request, Jiraiya could not refuse. For Tsunade was indeed crucial to the current state of Konoha. Nevertheless, the sudden failure of the summoning technique filled Jiraiya with an ominous premonition. What had transpired at Myaboka Mountain? His expression grew grave. As one of the 3 great sanctuaries, Myaboka Mountain was traditionally resilient, so it seemed unlikely that any significant upheaval had occurred. However, the inability to contact the summoning beasts left him deeply unsettled. In times of chaos, a decline in strength was a source of unrest. Before searching for Tsunade, Jiraiya decided to return to Myaboka Mountain, only to be astonished to discover that the entrance had vanished. He was now compelled to find Tsunade. She had a contract with the sages of the Wetbone Forest, and being one of the 3 great sanctuaries, Fukasaku might possess knowledge regarding the situation at Myaboka Mountain. Jiraiya mused. Locating Tsunade should not prove too difficult. After all, she was a notorious gambler often found in various casinos, waiting for opportune moments to pounce on unsuspecting victims, particularly those who consistently lost rather than won. They were bound to be Tsunade. Chapter 61. The Lost Pig in a Hot Spring and Located Somewhere in the Land of Fire. A blonde girl with twin ponytails and a dark-haired woman entered. The two were Tsunade and Kato Shizune, and regardless of their masterful transformation technique, Karen recognized them at once. The pink pig adorned with a pearl necklace was simply too conspicuous to be overlooked. Oh, I remember the owner here was a middle-aged man. Why has it suddenly changed? Tsunade inquired, feigning casual curiosity. Business has been poor. The former owner sold the establishment, and I am the new proprietor, Karen replied politely. Tsunade pressed further, I see. In these chaotic times, you're so young and beautiful, running a shop alone. Aren't you afraid of danger? Karen tossed her long hair confidently. I'm quite formidable. Most people wouldn't dare provoke me. Tsunade finally noticed the vibrant red of Karen's hair, which caused her to ease some of her initial wariness. Given the multitude of events that had transpired recently, Tsunade, with her unique status, naturally attracted trouble, which explained her caution. However, with no other inns nearby, and both she and Shizune feeling fatigued, the dangers of sleeping outdoors were even greater, so after some consideration, she decided to stay. Shizune silently completed the check-in process, and they both entered their room, shutting the door with a decisive thud. A chilling smile crept across Karen's lips. She had finally awaited her prey. The inn's business was indeed dismal, with no other guests besides Tsunade and Shizune. Before nightfall, Karen sat quietly in a chair behind the counter, the sound of wind rustling dry branches and leaves filtering in from outside. She held a red-covered novel, occasionally revealing a rather greasy smile as she read. The sound of soft footsteps approached, and a refined middle-aged man emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of fruit. This man appeared to be the cook of the inn. However, a closer look would reveal the tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with sorrow and fear. As Karen's gaze briefly left the novel to rest on the man's face, she remarked, "Oh dear, what is a grown man crying for? I've graciously spared your life. Shouldn't you be grateful?" She tilted her head, her expression brimming with innocent curiosity, much like a charming girl next door. She did not linger on the man's tears for long, turning back to immerse herself in the novel, while the man continued to weep, powerless to resist. Forced to serve fruit to this cruel, twisted witch. His heart was in turmoil, constantly battling the urge to choke the witch, yet his body remained unresponsive. After finishing the fruit, Karen lazily commanded, "Don't forget to deliver supper to our 2 guests tonight." The middle-aged man numbly returned to the kitchen, grabbing a knife, opening the freezer, and selecting a piece of meat. His tears intensified, pooling on the ground to form a small lake. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the kitchen. At 2:30 in the morning, the lights had long been extinguished, and the inn was enveloped in silence. The streets outside were deserted, with only the occasional call of unknown birds echoing from the treetops. Having consumed a bit too much at supper, Shizune was awakened and groggily made her way to the restroom, only to discover upon her return that Tun was missing. Tun, in the pitch-black corridor of the inn. The cold night wind sent shivers down Shizune's spine as she cautiously called out, her voice tinged with anxiety. The pink pig remained unresponsive despite her repeated calls. Her voice echoed in the corridor, the creaking of her shoes on the floor adding to her unease. As she searched in the dark, her heart raced, and a sense of fear began to creep in. Suddenly, a hoarse, muffled call of a bird pierced the silence from outside, startling Shizune and eliciting an instinctive sense of foreboding, causing her heartbeat to quicken. She was eager to find her little pig, her forehead gradually beaded with cold sweat. But alas, after a lengthy search, she still found nothing. In a state of silent despair, Jing-in returned to her room, her hand instinctively searching along the wall until the lights flickered on, illuminating the cozy warmth within, dispelling the tension and fear that had gripped her heart. She muttered a complaint. Where on earth has Tun gone? Tun was an exceptionally clever little pig, and under normal circumstances, would not wander off. Furrowing her brow, Jing-in surveyed the room, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping over her. Choosing not to extinguish the light, she reclined on her bed, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts on Tun's possible whereabouts. Wandering aimlessly would only squander her time and energy. She needed to uncover the clues behind Tun's disappearance. The cold wind outside rustled the trees, startling the resting birds into a cacophony of anxious calls. Perhaps due to her concern for Tun, sleep eluded Jing-in, and she replayed every detail of the night in her mind. The harsh glare of the incandescent bulb overhead momentarily disoriented her. Blinking, she turned her gaze away, feeling the unsettling silence of the inn weigh heavily upon her, rendering even the well-lit room a source of dread. The wind outside intensified, tapping gently against the glass like an insistent hand. It was a disquieting sound, and just then, a strange crackling noise emanated from the light bulb, perhaps a sign of aging wiring short-circuited by the gusts of wind. The lone lamp flickered a few times before succumbing to darkness, leaving only faint shadows dancing on the curtains. Instinctively, Jing-in sat upright, adopting a defensive posture. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the wind outside quieted, but an eerie rustling sound emerged from within the room. It was unclear where the noise originated, but amidst the haze, it seemed as though someone was softly weeping. Stealthily, Jing-in crept towards the wall, pressing her ear against it to discern the source. Alongside the sobbing, there were unsettling sounds akin to the slicing of meat, accompanied by indistinct voices discussing preparations. Jing-yin's brow furrowed, and an ominous thought crossed her mind. After all, Tun was merely a pig, and in these times, there were far too many who suffered from hunger. She flung open her door and ventured out in search of the origin of the sounds. As she walked, she arrived at the inn's front desk, where a single strand of pearl necklace lay silently on the floor, utterly abandoned. Her countenance shifted dramatically, Oh no, that Tun-Tun's necklace. She never parts with it, but now it lies here, while she is nowhere to be found. Could it be that she was taken, losing her necklace in a struggle? Chapter 62. The nightmare cycle. Jing hurriedly retrieved the pearl necklace, her heart racing as she scanned her surroundings, finally identifying the peculiar sounds emanating from the kitchen. A barrage of gruesome images flooded her mind, and biting her lip, she withdrew a hidden shuriken, cautiously approaching the kitchen door, holding her breath in an attempt to peer through the crack. Inside was utter darkness, obscuring her vision, yet the chilling sound of chewing reached her ears, reminiscent of roasted piglet. Unable to resist any longer, Jing pushed the door open. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The sight before her rendered her mind blank. A desperate urge to flee surged within her, but her legs felt as if they were anchored to the ground. In an instant, Jing jolted awake in her bed. The evening breeze continued to rattle the window panes, accompanied by the chorus of birds. Panting heavily, her demeanor began to relax. It had merely been a nightmare. In her dream, the chef of the inn was a pig-headed figure, treating humans as mere ingredients. And most absurdly, that pig's head had belonged to Tun-Tun. Relieved, she rubbed her eyes. But wait, why had her hands transformed into pig hooves? Rising to her feet, she realized she could not stand on her legs. Her perspective had lowered significantly. Examining her hooves in a state of despair, she pondered, could it be that I have fallen under an illusion? Hesitantly, she attempted to dispel the enchantment with a hand seal, but alas, her pig hooves could not perform such intricate movements. At that moment, a shadowy figure silently emerged in her room, wielding a gleaming butcher's knife, advancing toward her step by step. Jing attempted to speak, but only a pig's squeal escaped her lips. Terrified, she retreated, agilely hiding beneath the bed, her hooves clutching her head, eyes tightly shut, trembling all over. Her cries echoed through the air, yet they failed to rouse anyone else or attract the attention of the innkeeper. The footsteps grew nearer, her breath quickening as she prayed that the bed frame would provide sufficient sanctuary. The dim moonlight filtering through the window illuminated the floor, allowing her to see the menacing silhouette inching closer, methodically pacing as if playing a deadly game. Moments later, a pair of legs halted at the side of the bed. Jing fervently wished that the figure would not crouch down, hoping he would overlook the small pig hiding beneath. But regrettably, a grotesque hand reached beneath the bed, seizing her tail with precision. Jing struggled with all her might, but it was futile against the inevitability of being dragged from her refuge. Tears welled in her piggy eyes as the figure carried her directly to the kitchen. Her sanity teetering on the brink as she grappled with her identity. Was she a pig or a human? Pressed against the cutting board, she felt her blood run cold. Helplessly witnessing the butcher raise his knife, a twisted smile adorning his face, as he methodically dismembered the delectable ingredients before him. Jing abruptly sat up in bed. The chirping of birds outside accompanied the sunlight streaming into her room, leaving Jing in a daze, instinctively rubbing her eyes. This time her hands were indeed normal, not hooves. Was it yet another nightmare? A dream within a dream? Her mind momentarily stalled, her body aching all over. It seemed that a mere nap had left her more exhausted. What was happening? Jing pressed her fingers to her temples, enduring the discomfort as she rose, the fragmented images from her dream replaying in her mind. Splashing her face with cold water, she steeled herself to face her reflection in the mirror, suddenly engulfed by a surreal feeling of disconnection, a truly dreadful double nightmare. Still, Tun-Tun was absent from her room. At this hour, the disciplined little pig would typically attend to her personal needs. Yet, due to the bizarre dream from last night, Jing felt a pang of worry. She hurriedly prepared herself and pushed the door open, heading towards the kitchen. The horrors of last night had unfolded in that very kitchen, and now it lay deserted. She wondered what the owner and chef could possibly be doing, their negligence explaining the poor business. Dismissing the gruesome images from her mind, she inhaled deeply and forcefully pushed open the kitchen door, revealing an impeccably tidy space with no signs of disturbance. Relieved, Jing exhaled slowly. It had all been merely a dream. However, Tun-Tun was still missing. And disregarding any notions of politeness or disturbing the peace, she called out loudly into the empty corridor, "Tun-Tun, where are you? Come back quickly." Her voice echoed, but met with silence, the wind rustling the branches outside, a sense of eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Something felt amiss. Despite her loud call, even if Tun-Tun did not respond, Surely the innkeeper or other guests would have heard her. Why was the inn still so quiet? A sense of dread began to creep back into her heart when suddenly, a noise emanated from the kitchen's freezer. Jing-in rushed over to open it. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence, causing Shizun to collapse onto the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her master, the one she depended on, Lady Tsunade, lay gruesomely dismembered, pieces neatly arranged, the sanguine blood staining the entire refrigerator. Unable to bear the horrific sight before her, Shizun jolted upright from her bed. Was it still a dream? Shizun felt herself slipping into madness, repeatedly confronting despairing scenes that shattered her psyche, only to awaken again and again to the same point. Seemingly trapped in an endless cycle of this nightmarish dream, sinking deeper into the abyss of her torment. No matter how resilient a ninja's will might be, it could not withstand such a blow. Her frantic screams echoed throughout every corner of the inn. Hearing the commotion, Tsunade burst in. Shizun, what's wrong? At that moment, Shizun was tugging at her hair, screaming in a frenzy, as if all rational thought had vanished. Her thick, dark hair was close to being pulled out, her expression twisted, resembling a madwoman. As the most exceptional medical ninja, Tsunade quickly diagnosed Shizun's condition. There were no physical injuries, only a profound mental trauma. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu focused solely on physical wounds. In the ninja world, no medical ninja treated mental injuries. Otherwise, there would not be so many deranged individuals. Watching a loved one suffer while feeling utterly powerless nearly shattered Tsunade's mental fortitude, but she quickly regained her composure, seeking a remedy for Shizun. Summoning technique. Tsunade called forth a slug to carry Shizun. She was determined to seek out Orochimaru. Just as the slug appeared, an unexpected transformation occurred. The previously quiet Tun-Tun suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged at the slug. Chapter 63. Tsunade and Jiraiya. The adorable Tun-Tun opened its enormous maw, and with a terrifying sound of flesh tearing, its mouth expanded beyond its natural limits, teeth growing wildly like untamed weeds, swiftly piercing through its oral cavity, transforming into sharp bone spikes. Skin, flesh, and organs seemed to have reversed positions, chaotically entangled and hanging from the rapidly growing bone spikes. The pig's head had grotesquely morphed into a nightmarish visage, with countless tendril-like appendages made of blood and nerves sprouting from the punctured wounds, while the ribs within its chest contorted into slender, arthropod-like legs. The entire body leaped with the agility of a grasshopper, eyes ablaze with rage as it charged at the slug. The slug, refusing to be outdone, promptly divided into numerous smaller slugs, evading Tun-Tun's assault while spraying acidic liquid at its body. Tun-Tun appeared oblivious to the corrosion, continuing its relentless struggle against the slug. What on earth is happening? Tsunade, shielding Shizun, watched in disbelief. That pig has been altered by some unknown force. We must leave at once. A small slug perched on Tsunade's shoulder remarked. Are we unable to fight it? Tsunade retorted. We can fight, but we cannot kill it. The acid spewed by the slug nearly dissolved Tun-Tun. Yet the liquefied mass of flesh retained a tenacious vitality, moving with remarkable speed, absorbing surrounding organic matter and gradually swelling, becoming increasingly troublesome. Shizun awaited treatment, and there was no need to entangle herself with such a monstrosity. Tsunade understood this, though she was reluctant to abandon Tun-Tun. Over the years of wandering, it had always been Shizun and Tun-Tun by her side, and if possible, she wished to save Tun-Tun. Unfortunately, reality did not afford her that opportunity. The slug retracted its struggling clone, providing cover for Tsunade to escape. Tsunade keenly observed that the slug's hue had turned a delicate pink. No longer the pale shade it once was, now imbued with a hint of red. Regarding the sage matters, Tsunade paid little mind. She did not believe that the millennia-old slug would face any issues. In the blink of an eye, they had fled a considerable distance, surprisingly. The monstrous form of Tun-Tun did not pursue them. To treat Shizun, Tsunade sought to privately contact Orochimaru, with a backup plan to reach out to the Yamabuki clan. Upon hearing of the abolition of the ninja village system, Tsunade felt a surge of anger, but beneath it lay a flicker of complex emotion. Although Konoha was her grandfather's legacy, the village had long since lost the Senju clan, and its demise seemed inconsequential to Tsunade. She believed that with her status and her exceptional medical ninjutsu, combined with her lack of ambition, no matter who held power, they would respect her and even bestow favors upon her for political showmanship. Tsunade harbored no fondness for the feudal lords, nor for Sasuke. Thus, she had always tread carefully, though no one had sought her allegiance. Both Orochimaru and the Yamabuki clan were under the influence of the feudal lords. Yet, for Shizen's sake, Tsunade was prepared to disregard everything. However, life's unpredictability led her to an unexpected encounter with Jiraiya before she could reach Orochimaru. Fate is indeed peculiar. Jiraiya could be considered Tsunade's longtime admirer, yet why had she never accepted him? As a woman of strength, beauty, power, and renown, Tsunade found it nearly impossible to justify accepting Jiraiya. Her expectations for a partner's aesthetic and character could be seen in her relationship with Kato Dan. Jiraiya fell short in every regard. Furthermore, while Jiraiya constantly fawned over her, he had not truly contributed much to her life. His efforts were mostly verbal, as he devoted most of his energy to seeking the prophesied child and writing Ika Paradise. Tsunade would never choose such a lecherous middle-aged man who enjoyed spying on bathhouses unless left with no choice but to settle. Jiraiya was a good teacher, a capable student, and a proficient ninja, but that did not imply he could be a good boyfriend or husband. Tsunade's feelings for him had always remained within the confines of friendship. Upon meeting Jiraiya, Tsunade wished to avoid wasting time. She could easily guess what he would suggest, merely encouraging her to return and assist the old man Sarutobi. Having been gently rebuffed by Tsunade, Jiraiya did not pursue the topic further, but instead broached the matter of Mayaboka Mountain. I wish to inquire with the Slug Sage regarding the recent situation of Mayaboka Mountain. This was not a troublesome issue. Tsunade summoned the slug again, allowing Jiraiya to ask directly. Among the three great sage lands, the Wetbone Forest, where the slug resided, was the most unique. The entire Wetbone Forest consisted solely of one slug, with all smaller slugs being its clones. The snake sage of the Dragon Cave was cruel and vicious, while the frog sage of Mayaboka Mountain intervened in human affairs for unknown reasons. In contrast, this slug was remarkably unambitious and gentle, having only signed a summoning contract with the direct descendants of the Senju clan, remaining exceedingly low-key. "What brings you, Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya?" The slug spoke, her voice a melodious feminine tone. "I have met the slug sage." Though the slug was amiable, Jiraiya dared not be dismissive. "I wish to ask the sage about the situation at Mayaboka Mountain." "Mayaboka Mountain?" The slug replied, puzzled. "It seems there have been issues recently. I cannot summon it, and the entrance has vanished, leaving me unable to find a way back in." Jiraiya's brow furrowed with concern. "I fear Mayaboka Mountain may be in peril, which is why I sought to ask the slug sage for any clues." Although Mayaboka Mountain, the Wetbone Forest, and the Dragon Cave were collectively known as the three great sage lands, in reality, they seldom communicated. Humanity had unilaterally categorized them together. Frogs and snakes were both higher up in the slug's food chain, and they were not familiar with one another. A hint of helplessness colored the slug's voice. Jiraiya felt a moment of awkwardness before asking, "Has Mayaboka Mountain ever experienced a similar situation in the past?" The slug sage shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I am not entirely sure. However, I do know that Mayaboka Mountain has always maintained a certain level of connection with humanity. In recent centuries, you have been the human most closely linked to Mayaboka Mountain. If you are unaware of the situation, then surely others are as well. This is troubling. Something significant must have occurred at Mayaboka Mountain." Jiraiya's concern deepened as he furrowed his brow. "Slug sage, do you possess a means to enter Mayaboka Mountain?" "No," the slug replied succinctly. Disappointment flickered across Jiraiya's face. Just then, the slug began to writhe anxiously, its once pale surface suddenly turning a vibrant pink. "I have urgent matters to attend to in the Wetbone Forest." With a loud thud, the slug dismissed its summoning. Chapter 64. Wetbone Forest. The slug's hasty departure contrasted starkly with its usual polite demeanor. Could something have gone awry in the Wetbone Forest as well? Jiraiya's apprehensive thoughts spiraled. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she advised, "Jiraiya, there is no need for excessive worry. Both Mayaboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest are extraordinary places where accidents are unlikely to occur. Even if something has transpired, it is certainly beyond the scope of our capabilities to resolve." If even the Toad Sage and the Slug Sage could not handle the situation, what confidence did Jiraiya possess in offering assistance? Perhaps Mayaboka Mountain had merely closed its access to the outside world to deal with pressing matters. "Let us hope so." Jiraiya sighed, shifting the conversation. "Are you planning to seek out Orochimaru?" Tsunade nodded and elaborated on the events that had transpired. Jiraiya's demeanor turned serious. I believe you must exercise caution. Shizun has suffered severe psychological trauma, and the only individuals known to have expertise in such matters are Orochimaru and the Yamabuki clan, both of whom are loyal to the daimyo. I suspect this is a conspiracy aimed at you. Seeking out Orochimaru may very well lead you into a trap. Tsunade sighed. I understand your concerns, but I cannot simply abandon Shizun. With that, their paths diverged. In stark contrast to the picturesque Mayaboka mountain, the wetbone forest was hardly hospitable to human life. Different environments shape different creatures. The weak adapt while the strong transform their surroundings. The forest was home to a solitary, massive slug, which had long since modified the area to suit its existence. A dense fog enveloped the trees, stripped of their foliage. Pale and lifeless, perhaps not even living, but rather fossilized remnants, faintly visible in the mist, resembling a forest of white bones, eerily haunting. At this moment, the slug sage was in torment, writhing as pink, smaller slugs continually split from its body, contrasting starkly against its blue and white form. I am the true essence, proclaimed a relatively larger pink slug. I represent a higher level of evolution. I have tapped into powers more mysterious than chakra and natural energy. You should embrace my complete transformation. Silence. The slug sage retorted angrily. For over a millennium, no one had caused her such significant distress. The red pollution was reminiscent of the divine tree from long ago, and she was oblivious to the trap that had been set for her. The slug sage felt a profound sense of frustration. She could adapt to chakra, as it did not distort her will. She remained herself. However, that red substance was different. The contaminated smaller slugs had become mindless fools, which was utterly unacceptable to the slug sage. Speak another word, and I shall punish you all, threatened the slug sage. The pink slugs, with a mocking demeanor, pointed with their tentacles. Are you not aware of our capabilities? You think you can intimidate us? Before they could finish their taunt, another pink slug cried out, watch out. The slug sage unleashed a torrent of acidic spray, and while the smaller slugs were unafraid of the corrosive nature of the acid, the sheer physical impact of the deluge was undeniable. In an instant, the pink slugs scattered in panic. Everyone attack! Someone shouted. Relentless strikes surged toward the slug sage. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions, the slug sage remained unscathed, but it was clear she was thoroughly incensed. Initially, she had no intention of addressing the treasonous pink slugs. Preoccupied with purging the pollution, now, she had no choice but to exert her energy to regain control. With a swift motion, a beam of blue light shot from the slug sage's mouth, striking one of the pink slugs with blinding speed. Boom! The pink slug was obliterated, unable to utter a final word. What a waste! How could you not evade that? Mocked a few other pink slugs nearby, reveling in their misfortune. Though they all shared the same hue, their wills were not unified like those of the slug sage's split forms. Rather, they acted independently, vying against one another. Dare to betray me? You shall all perish. The slug sage unleashed a torrent of blue light, while the pink slugs, agile and evasive, nimbly dodged and occasionally counterattacked. The slug sage's massive size rendered her susceptible to their assaults, though they inflicted no real pain. Each strike contributed to her growing fury. Oh dear, look at her. She appears like a puffed-up ball when angry. Help! Cried a pink slug, fleeing in all directions. The slug sage relentlessly pursued, striking, dare to mock me? Die! With a fierce determination, the slug sage crushed all the pink slugs into a pulp. However, the remnants still retained a potent vitality, writhing and merging into a living pink broth. In the sweltering heat, the slug sage trembled with rage, her duodenum contracting painfully. Who in the world created such bizarre creatures? Just as she managed to suppress the worsening situation, the pink slug broth began to churn violently, and the surrounding space quivered as a youthful figure forcefully entered. In the misty wet-bone forest, the slug sage stood immobile, adopting a posture of utmost respect. She was no fool, in the presence of such a formidable being. Provocation and testing were futile. After all, the wet-bone forest housed only a single slug. She had no fear of embarrassment and felt no need to put on airs before a junior. Your demeanor suggests you anticipated my arrival, the youth remarked with a hint of mockery. Without hesitation, the slug sage retorted, Gene Sampang. Do not think I do not recognize you. Return my money at once. The boy paused, his face contorting into a grimace of discomfort. Is this slug truly so amusing? My apologies, esteemed one, the slug said. Her voice melodious, yet tinged with a hint of shyness. My body encountered some issues earlier, and I inadvertently blurted out a series of nonsensical images. You lie. You are merely stalling for time. The youth unleashed a powerful aura, locking onto the slug's sage, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She could not withstand the pressure for even a second before pleading for mercy. The youth expressed surprise. You are a sage, yet you yield so easily. I expected you to grit your teeth in defiance, even to the point of death, but instead, you kneel at the slightest provocation. The differences between the slug sage and the toad sage were stark. Chapter 65. The slug sage's demise, however. This spineless slug sage proved more advantageous to the demon. Uchiha Yao fixed her stern gaze upon her, her voice chillingly devoid of emotion. Since you are so perceptive, I have a question I would like you to answer honestly. It was rare to encounter an antique willing to cooperate. Thus, before her demise, it was essential to make use of her. The sage of slugs trembled, cowering on the ground as if paralyzed by fear, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Stop pretending. Do you believe I will not cleave you in two? In an instant, Uchiha Yao's aura intensified significantly. The sage lay still, offering no further response. Enough of your theatrics. Stand and speak, should your answers please me. I may grant you a chance at survival. The sage of slugs hesitantly raised her head, her voice laced with astonishment as she asked, Really? I don't believe you. Yao replied, I have always been truthful. In a flash of white light, the sage's massive form disintegrated into countless tiny slugs that scattered in all directions. Some rushing towards Uchiha Yao as sacrificial pawns, while others fled the wet-bone forest. The sage's life form was unique. Should even one of her avatars escape, she could survive and find refuge in a desolate corner for another millennium, remaining the singular sage of slugs. The multitude of writhing mollusks before her evoked a sense of madness within Yao, who casually seized one. Indeed, you possess remarkable skills. I cannot discern your avatars from your true self, or rather, each slug here could be considered your essence. Such a duplicitous survival tactic. Previously, the sage's avatars were under the control of her consciousness, but just moments ago, while feigning tremors upon the ground, she severed the connection between her avatars and true form, allowing them to act independently, each a weakened version of the sage herself. A clever strategy, yet unfortunate for her, for she had encountered me. Yao chuckled coldly, knowing many methods to utterly eradicate the sage of slugs, having once traversed a peculiar realm where he was contained as a living specimen. He had scavenged numerous valuable items upon his departure, including the red ice used to contaminate oceans. As the sage transformed from an individual into a collective, the first thought that crossed Yao's mind was the Book of Species Extinction, yet the price for such an endeavor was steep. Contemplating alternatives, a multitude of compound eyes suddenly erupted from Yao's forehead, whirling erratically as they scrutinized the slugs present. In the next moment, an extraordinary atmosphere descended upon the scene. The air seemed to warp, the dim light of the wet-bone forest taking on a disquieting hue that unsettled all living and deceased beings alike. An eerie melody resonated, impossible to pinpoint, as if it emanated from the heavens or the depths of the earth, echoing with lament, longing, and sorrow, akin to a chilling wind howling through the crevices of an abyss. The sage's once melodious voice distorted under the oppressive environment, her sanity evaporating as she crazily gaped and began to indiscriminately gnaw at her fellow slugs. The fog-laden wet-bone forest began to grotesquely warp around Yao, sprouting numerous tumors, cysts, and tendrils that exuded a foul stench, swaying like seaweed in the breeze. In the face of such horrific transformation, the sage wished to communicate with Yao once more, yet he denied her that opportunity. Thus, she descended into despair, helplessly witnessing her body sprout strange anomalies from within. Even more disheartening, this same transformation afflicted all her avatars simultaneously. No, I do not wish to die. A swarm of slugs surged towards Uchiha Yao, beseeching for mercy. As they approached within a meter, they erupted explosively, turning into revolting masses of mycelium, pus, and entrails. The sage of slugs was no more. Uchiha Yao retracted the compound eyes from his forehead. The corruption of the malevolent deity proved to be overwhelmingly destructive. The sage could no longer respond to summoning techniques. Tsunade sensed this predicament while in Orochimaru's laboratory. Shizun's condition was dire, following a joint assessment by Orochimaru and Yameka Inoichi. They concluded that Shizun's spirit had become ensnared within a dream. Though she appeared to be losing her mind, she was, in truth, trapped in slumber. Unless she awakened on her own, no salvation was possible. Yamenka Inoichi would not risk entering Shizun's dream, fearing he might become trapped as well. Thus, Tsunade had no choice but to leave Shizun in the laboratory's nutrient pod, hoping for her eventual awakening. Tsunade privately contacted Orochimaru and Yamenka Inoichi, priding herself on her discretion, intending to leave after completing her task. Inoichi did not object, yet Orochimaru obstructed her exit. The ninja world is perilous. It would be safer for you to remain. This was Orochimaru's justification. Tsunade stubbornly insisted, I refuse to heed your words, and thus engaged in a brief altercation with Orochimaru, only to realize she could no longer summon slugs. Has the wet-bone forest encountered trouble as well? Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, while Orochimaru appeared contemplative, likely grasping the situation's gravity. With even the Holy Land facing calamity, Tsunade, will you continue to wander recklessly? Disaster and war are imminent, and given your hemophobia, should you encounter misfortune outside, no one will come to your aid. Remember, Konoha is no more. The final statement bore the most weight. Orochimaru was reminding Tsunade that her privileges had ceased to exist. The recent state of the ninja world was more debased than anticipated. The Land of Water had suddenly attacked the borders of the Land of Fire. In the minds of ninjas, the Hidden Mist village had long been embroiled in internal bloodshed among the islands of the sea, and previous ninja wars had seen little significant activity. The only notable event was the surprise attack on the Whirlpool village during the Second Great Ninja War. However, this incident remained shrouded in ambiguity, with many factions possibly involved in the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, though the Hidden Mist was often deemed the primary suspect. Upon hearing of the Land of Water's assault on the Land of Fire, ninjas instinctively assumed it was the Mist ninjas stealthily infiltrating the Land of Fire to wreak havoc. In reality, the attackers were refugees. The Land of Water had suffered calamity and famine. While ninjas were undeniably powerful, they could not satiate the hunger of the common folk. Countless citizens had become refugees, seizing the chance to escape the Land of Water before the sea was completely sealed by the red ice, landing on the shores of other nations and making their way toward resource-rich lands. The Land of Fire was one such location. The influx of refugees would undoubtedly lead to severe conflict and friction, potentially igniting war. This situation had long surpassed the scope of the Great Ninja Wars. It should more accurately be termed a world war. Chapter 66. Refugees of the Land of Water. Famine, refugees, world war. These terms were undeniably foreign to Tsunade. Previously, conflicts between ninja villages did not necessitate such considerations. The ninja world was vast and sparsely populated, with abundant natural resources. Even when the Land of Rain fell to the Hidden Stone, and Konoha and Suna became battlegrounds, the common people still managed to eat. And Yahiko would often steal with Konan and Nagato, hoarding supplies in caves. Such was the case in war-torn regions of small nations, illustrating the point. Orochimaru informed Tsunade that countless refugees were pouring into the Land of Fire from the Land of Water. Those who survived the famine had long since abandoned their morals and ethics. They would resort to any means for survival. The vast number of foreign refugees at the borders of the Land of Fire had become a significant societal issue. They represented cheap labor, directly undermining the job opportunities for locals. Robbery, assault, trafficking, nearly all serious crimes had been committed by refugees. Even a simple cherry blossom festival could see dozens of harassment and theft incidents. Worse still, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has audaciously issued orders to welcome refugees, proclaiming that in the face of calamity, humanity should cast aside past grievances, foster understanding, and extend mutual aid, promising a bright future for all. How absurd! When did the daimyo become so benevolent? If you are so noble, kind, and compassionate, why do you not rescind the bounty on Sarutobi Hiruzen? Faced with the skepticism of countless individuals, the daimyo, seemingly possessed by the spirit of Naruto, spoke incessantly of mutual understanding and assistance, claiming a radiant tomorrow awaited us. Could it be that the daimyo is under some form of manipulation? Tsunade could not help but interject. There have long been rumors that Uchiha Sasuke had employed Genjutsu to control the daimyo, and it now appeared that this possibility was quite plausible. I am uncertain, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. With Konoha fallen, the ninja intelligence network has been severely crippled. Your understanding of the external situation is inadequate, yet your identity is rather unique. Which is why I suggested you stay. My laboratory is vast and secure, No one will discover your whereabouts here. Tsunade fell into silence. Just then, a small snake slithered from a corner, opening its mouth to reveal a scroll. Orochimaru unfurled the scroll and raised an eyebrow. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Tsunade leaned in, catching sight of the scroll's contents. There had been a rebellion. It seemed the ninja world had never witnessed such a large-scale calamity, and the notion of a peasant uprising was unheard of. Yet at this very moment, Tsunade was personally witnessing this historic event. The daimyo's reckless acceptance of foreign refugees had led to a series of chaotic phenomena, prompting widespread dissatisfaction. A common citizen from a border city, Chuchubei, publicly declared, "Daimyo, you are worthless. Using the common folk as a means to bolster your own reputation, do you even deserve to be the daimyo of the land of fire? This nation belongs to us, not to the refugees. Expel all these outsiders from our land." Those refugees possessed nothing, and the desperate would do anything for a morsel of food. How could the ordinary citizens dare to confront these desperate individuals? It was infuriating. Chuchubei's accusations resonated with the public sentiment, and the dissent against the daimyo grew louder, spiraling the situation out of control. Initially, Chuchubei incited the masses to stage protests, an unprecedented spectacle in the ninja world for a millennium, with countless passionate but misguided individuals, foreign spies, and antisocial elements joining in. Thus, among the protesters appeared thugs clad in ninja attire, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, wreaking havoc, looting, and even resorting to violence against officials attempting to maintain order. The daimyo promptly declared that these recent malevolent occurrences were instigated by the Konoha insurgents, aiming to control the populace and revive the decaying remnants of Konoha. Public opinion erupted. Some condemned the daimyo for distorting the truth, while others accused the citizens of lacking discernment, manipulated by Konoha's insurgents, potentially leading to national turmoil. Amidst the clamor, Chuchubei made a bold move, orchestrating a petition signed by 1 million individuals demanding the expulsion of all refugees from the land of fire and sanctions against the Konoha insurgents. Such a monumental action could not be overlooked by the upper echelons. All eyes were fixed on Chuchubei, and her personal information was scrutinized to the core, as if they wished to unearth every detail of her ancestry. However, shockingly, Chuchubei seemed to have appeared out of thin air. She was not without parents. Her identity was shrouded in mystery. On the contrary, she had parents, relatives, and friends, her lineage intact, rooted in the land of fire. Yet she herself was an anomaly. Her parents had never given birth to a daughter, yet one day, Chuchubei suddenly materialized, and those around her accepted her seamlessly. Their memories automatically filled in the gaps. At this juncture, both Orochimaru and Tsunade began to suspect that Chuchubei was part of a conspiracy. No wonder her name was so peculiar and unwieldy. Yet, the situation had escalated far beyond that point. A myriad of extreme statements attracted countless followers to Chuchubei, apart from a small number with ulterior motives. The majority of the residents of the Land of Fire believed that, despite her apparent extremism, she was at least considering the tangible interests of the common people, which warranted their support. Just as Chuchubei's reputation reached its zenith, she was assassinated. The perpetrator had set numerous explosive tags along her route, and in the ensuing explosion, she vanished, resulting in the tragic loss of over 800 innocent lives. To this day, Chuchubei's whereabouts remain unknown. Although no body was found, everyone presumed her dead. Who was the murderer? The daimyo? Konoha remnants? Foreign spies? This was of little importance. What mattered was who the living desired the culprit to be. Under the influence of some unknown force, Chuchubei's supporters, akin to those suffering from persecution delusions, lashed out indiscriminately, viewing anyone as a villain responsible for her demise. The daimyo vehemently denied any involvement, yet his words were merely lip service with no further explanation. No public investigation into the cause of death, and no effort to soothe the populace. Tensions continued to escalate. The refugee crisis remained unresolved, deeply afflicting the people, leading to riots in numerous cities, prompting the daimyo to decisively dispatch ninjas to quell the unrest. Amidst the discord, opinions among the ninja community were also divided. Should they obey the commands of this unpopular daimyo, or should they protect the common folk? Chapter 67. In humanity, so many significant events have transpired in such a short span. It seems I have indeed fallen behind, Tsunade remarked in astonishment. These changes occurred within days, and naturally, The highest authority in the land of fire would receive news promptly. You've been out and about, so your information is delayed and somewhat murky, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. The land of water is encircled by the red ice and is doomed. Why not attempt to resolve the red ice crisis? Everyone, every ninja, tacitly avoids mentioning such matters. The contamination of the red ice exceeds imagination, affecting the entire world. Sweeping across much of the ocean, any method of counteraction is futile against such an irrational phenomenon. Humanity can only choose to lie down, regard it as a natural occurrence, and pretend it does not exist. Ultimately, Tsunade chose not to remain. Orochimaru believed his laboratory to be a safe haven, able to shelter a few individuals from the chaos, as he considered himself a collaborator. However, Tsunade suspected Uchiha Sasuke to be the mastermind behind the current situation, and Uchiha would likely harbor no fondness for the Senju bloodline. In this so-called peace city, she found no sense of security. Orochimaru dared not speak too plainly, for through a series of subtle probes, he suspected that the aforementioned individual could sense the discussions held behind their back. Not long after Tsunade departed, a young girl knocked and entered Orochimaru's laboratory. Teacher. Oh, it's Anko. What brings you here? Nothing, just bored being alone. During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru had taken Anko away from Konoha, and now she was strictly confined to the laboratory. In the eyes of others, she had become a non-entity. Orochimaru handed Anko a book titled Biological Anatomy. If you're bored, read this, it's quite fascinating. Anko's expression turned awkward, and she quickly changed the subject. Teacher, why do you always engage in things I cannot comprehend? Dreams and pursuits differ. Naturally, understanding is unattainable, Orochimaru replied. Most individuals in the ninja world fail to comprehend his obsession with immortality, and they surely cannot fathom why he engages in bizarre, seemingly unrelated activities. Yusho Akane nodded in a daze. She was a person devoid of goals and direction, accustomed to drifting along with the currents of life. Previously, her half-hearted hatred for Orochimaru had barely constituted a purpose, but since being smuggled back by him, she could no longer muster any animosity and found countless justifications to absolve him. Thus they resumed their amicable mentor-student relationship. Orochimaru did harbor some affection for Akane. Yet more significantly, he regarded her as a contingency for his resurrection plans. Akane could not understand Orochimaru's actions, and he too found himself bewildered by her every move. Mistakenly believing that his collaboration with her aimed to obliterate Konoha, but the ensuing developments grew increasingly absurd. In the face of the unknown, Orochimaru maintained his habitual curiosity and caution, for he harbored a profound fear of death. The more cursed seals he could conceal, the better. In truth, the demon's objective had always been singular, to let all living beings in the world succumb to suffering before devouring their souls. Destruction was far simpler than creation. With a hammer here and a mallet there, he would inevitably shatter this world into fragments, all the while effectively obfuscating others' perceptions. A mere skirmish in the ninja world could hardly satiate his appetite. What he craved was a grand world war that would drag all beings into turmoil. As long as the demon existed, no one would find peace. After leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, Tsunade discreetly reached out to Jiraiya, eager to visit the new Konoha. The sky was shrouded in gray, a long time since she had seen a cerulean hue. The dry wind howled uncomfortably. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, exclaimed a vigilant Chunin from Konoha upon recognizing their identities, his voice brimming with excitement. Finally, the two esteemed figures had returned. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged smiles and a nod before swiftly making their way to the heart of the new Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, anxiously puffing on a cigarette, preoccupied with worries about Asuma. Just as Tsunade entered, she brushed past a charismatic middle-aged woman. How familiar she looked. Who was she? Oh, she was the second wife of the late People Lake Sensei, who ascended to her position after his passing. Tsunade recalled this memory in an instant, but did not greet the woman, instead knocking on the door and entering the office. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the back mountain of the new Konoha, what on earth? Why did I fall asleep again? Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his eyes groggily, sitting up from the ground and glancing around in bewilderment. The sun had already set in the west, casting the clouds in a dim red hue, with a few birds chirping atop the treetops. Regaining his focus, he remembered escaping here alongside his beloved third Hokage. Initially feeling uncomfortable, he soon acclimated and found his new life quite pleasant. No longer was he scorned as the nine-tailed fox. Rather, he was treated with respect. The villagers who had previously berated him had all perished, and though the food reserves in this new Konoha were scant, he still occasionally went hungry. It seemed he had come to the back mountain with the intention of hunting, so why had he suddenly dozed off? He felt as though he had forgotten something. How strange, he muttered. Shaking his head, he sensed an odd dissonance in the atmosphere around him, yet could not pinpoint what was amiss. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out from behind him, prompting Naruto to turn around quickly, only to find a girl around his age blinking at him. "Hey, Naruto Onaikin, what are you doing here?" Naruto scratched his head. "Who are you?" A strange sense of foreboding washed over him, sending a shiver down his spine. The girl blinked her sparkling eyes. "Naruto Onaikin, did you sleep too long? I'm Sarutobi Keiko, Konohamaru's sister. We trained together this morning." "Oh, my memory hasn't been great lately," Naruto replied with a smile, trying to recall the events of the morning. As he pondered, fragmented images flickered in his mind. Indeed, he had trained with Sarutobi Keiko that morning, and they had enjoyed each other's company. Yet, inexplicably, the feeling of dissonance within him intensified, and he bit his lip, feeling his heart race, his left eyelid twitching, an instinctual warning blaring. This was a harbinger of impending crisis. In that moment, Naruto's chakra surged uncontrollably, enveloping his body in a tight shield, isolating him from the outside world. He finally perceived the truth before him. Sarutobi Keiko was not human. Chapter 68. Unable to distinguish. Unable to discern, I truly cannot tell. The charming and adorable Sarutobi Keiko shed her human guise in Naruto's eyes, transforming into a skinned monkey. Its cranial vault above the eyebrows sawed off, exposing a swaying cerebral cortex as she spoke, atop which clung a massive worm. Panic surged within Naruto. "Family, someone please save me. I'm in urgent need." He concocted a flimsy excuse to shake off Sarutobi Keiko and hurried back to his room. His heart racing and cold sweat pouring down his brow. What in the world is happening? This is terrifying. Frightening memories began to resurface in his mind. This so-called new Konoha, perhaps many of its inhabitants were not human at all. They were monsters, masquerading as humans like Sarutobi Keiko. As time passed, the number of monsters seemed to increase. Why is my memory faltering? Naruto's rusty mind struggled to comprehend, yet nothing made sense. Disheartened, he lay down on his bed, suddenly feeling something stuffed beneath his pillow. Reaching to touch it, he discovered it was a diary. What? I write a diary too? He thought, utterly bewildered. Taking a deep breath, he opened the diary, only to find it was far from a proper journal. It was filled with a chaotic jumble of illogical thoughts. I've discovered something strange. The hand-rolling uncle and sister Ayam clearly did not leave with the third Hokage. So why is there still a Ichiraku ramen shop in this new village? Why am I writing this down? Because I have an odd sense of dissonance. Some people in the village seem off, and my memories feel awry. I ran into my childhood playmate, Ito Shoichi. To my surprise, he also came with the third Hokage. What luck! We chatted for a long time, but he is rather gloomy and unlikable. It's truly disheartening to recall how we were always shunned by the villagers. The content of the diary remained relatively normal up to this point, but soon the writing turned exceedingly hasty, with a clear note. The following words are true. If you wake up and see this diary, please believe. The more Shoichi and I talked, the more we relived our happy times causing mischief at Hokage Rock. But then, a strange chakra within me surged uncontrollably. It was neither mine nor the fox's. I witnessed a horrifying sight. Shoichi had no head. He was like a long-dead corpse, with a large worm crawling atop his exposed brain, speaking to me. I was terrified and ran away without a second thought, my memories questioning Ito Shoichi's identity. Upon reflection, I could find no trace of his existence, save for the knowledge that he was my childhood companion. Upon reaching this point, Naruto's complexion turned ashen. He harbored an intense fear of phantoms and specters. He rolled over and sought refuge beneath his blanket, his mind a blank slate. Utterly oblivious to the fact that he had penned such a diary. Had he experienced amnesia? Naruto was uncertain whether to place faith in the words inscribed within the diary. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his heavy eyelids and trembled as he continued reading. The sky is perpetually overcast. When will it clear? I find myself longing for Sakura. Today, Schwangi and I are to train together. What on earth is happening? I discovered the diary beneath my pillow. Schwangi is undeniably a classmate I met at the Ninja Academy. Why does the diary suggest otherwise? Am I losing my sanity? Have I truly lost my memory again? After spending some time with Schwangi, That uncontrollable chakra sensation resurfaced, revealing Xuangyi's true form. Yawning, Naruto shivered as he turned to the next page. Vortex Xuangyi is, astonishingly, my long-lost elder brother. Had it not been for this diary's reminder, I would have genuinely mistaken him for my brother, sharing meals and slumber together. I could bear it no longer and sought out the third Hokage, only to find that he did not believe me and advised against quarreling with my brother. The unfamiliar chakra within me always erupts at the most opportune moments, shielding me from being ensnared by monsters. Yet each time it passes, I am left utterly exhausted, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, my memories seem to have been tampered with. The frequency of this enigmatic chakra's outbursts is diminishing. The monsters appear to be gradually developing an immunity to it. I am in a state of panic. Who will assist me? Perhaps one day, these monsters will assume the roles of my parents, my friends, or even I myself may transform into a monster. I feel as though I am on the brink of madness. The companions I have known since childhood are fabrications. The classmates at the Ninja Academy are mere illusions. And even the girl I cherish is a mere figment. Wait, is the third Hokage genuinely real? That little brat Konohamaru seems to be acting oddly as well. False, false. All false. Everything is false. What indeed is real? I cannot discern. I truly cannot tell. What should I do? Perhaps I should eliminate them all. A shock coursed through Naruto. Had his mental state deteriorated to such an extent? Just as he contemplated writing about Sarutobi Keiko in his diary, an overwhelming drowsiness swept over him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Sweet slumber enveloped him, and in that moment, a chilling wind swept through the room, causing the diary to rustle, and words began to materialize upon the blank pages. I have lost my memory again. Upon reading this diary, I initially believed it to be the work of a hack horror novelist, only to discover that Sister Keiko had transformed into a monster right before my eyes. Woe is me. The cup noodles I cherished for so long have been devoured by her. Whom should I trust? Is it possible that I am the only sane individual in this village? Let us eliminate them all. If I remain alone, I shall no longer be tormented by monsters. As night descended, the candlelight in Naruto's room flickered out, and the diary returned to its resting place beneath the pillow. In the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the lights remained bright. Tsunade and the teacher had engaged in prolonged conversation. Finally comprehending why he persistently endeavored to resurrect Konoha despite the dire circumstances, it was due to his conviction. Although a portion of Konoha's populace had aligned themselves with the feudal lords, the old man had privately established contact with them, gradually reaching a consensus. A hint of pride surfaced on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he spoke these words. The will of Fire's might was not to be underestimated. After years of indoctrination, it was impossible to sever ties and alter allegiances overnight. Many of the ninjas who had defected to the feudal lords remained loyal at heart. More critically, the feudal lord had been recklessly endangering himself. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the feudal lord had sealed his own fate. Abolishing the ninja village system was his gravest mistake. Furthermore, after the restructuring, the feudal lord not only failed to expedite the restoration of civilian life, but also refrained from implementing beneficial policies for the nation and its people, instead resorting to various regressive measures, censorship, massacres, rampant currency printing, promoting treachery, and employing persecution tactics that were utterly unprecedented. It was precisely for this reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen effortlessly garnered the loyalty of those ninjas who had defected to the feudal lords. Although the third Hokage may not have been exceptionally capable, he was at least not a tyrant. He remarked to Tsunade, previously, due to the refugee crisis at the borders of the Land of Fire, a significant uprising erupted among the populace. Their leader, someone named Whatever, was assassinated. Subsequently, the feudal lord dispatched ninjas to quell the unrest, but within the ranks of the insurgents, there were numerous unidentified factions that escalated the situation further. Can ninjas not even subdue a group of ordinary citizens? Tsunade retorted. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression solemn. Unless we eliminate the insurgents entirely, we cannot contain them. Tsunade was taken aback. Are those individuals unafraid of death? It is precisely their fear of death that incites their rebellion, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Unidentified forces are covertly inciting the refugees to wreak havoc, destroying fields and homes, forcing once law-abiding citizens to become displaced and violent. Historically, such rebel factions often drag along the populace. For instance, the Yellow Turban Army, wherever they marched, left behind a trail of pillage and destruction, ensnaring men, women, and children alike, as their homes and fields lay in ruin. Such occurrences had never transpired within the ninja world, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen, through experience, could perceive the trajectory of the situation. The ninjas possessed ample martial prowess, yet they could not provide sustenance or shelter for the displaced, thus rendering them incapable of suppressing the insurgents without total annihilation. The feudal lord indeed issued a massacre decree, yet the ninjas who received the order hesitated, not solely due to their moral qualms, but also out of fear that the feudal lord would sever ties after the insurgents had been crushed, shifting the blame entirely onto the ninjas, leading them to execution to quell public outrage. The feudal lord's reputation was exceedingly poor. He was certainly capable of such treachery. The ninjas dispatched to the front lines were stalling for time, and the internal conflict was rapidly expanding, engulfing city after city, with the death toll continuously rising. The land of fire now resembled a rotten apple. Only Konoha could bear the weight of rescuing the nation from its plight. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with gravity. Tsunade, I require your assistance. Tsunade, wide-eyed, marveled at how within mere days, the situation had deteriorated so drastically. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This is war. Every moment is in flux. Remaining stagnant means others will not wait for you. A war-torn land of fire likely aligns with the interests of other nations, such as the land of earth and the land of lightning, who publicly call for an end to hostilities while secretly inciting chaos. Particularly, the land of earth, where the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, had usurped power to become the feudal lord, inexplicably found its environment becoming harmonious amidst the increasingly dire conditions within the ninja world, making the land of earth stand out singularly. The bountiful land resources reduce food costs, and Demon Wood, under the banner of free trade, employs formidable military power to invade the market of the land of fire with cheap grain, while simultaneously exporting prohibited drugs. Through this trade route, he disseminates toxic ideologies and stirs discontent among the populace of the land of fire, covertly supporting anti-government insurgent forces and discreetly trafficking arms. Demon Wood plays this game with finesse, and Sarutobi Hiruzen must be laughing heartily at home. Even if the land of fire ends the civil war at a remarkable pace, it will take a decade, or even two, to surpass the land of earth, the title of the most powerful nation in the shinobi world, along with the strongest shinobi village, has been usurped. Who can be blamed for this? Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen is absolutely certain that Uchiha Sasuke is the mastermind stirring up chaos. Hiruzen surmises that Sasuke must have awakened the strange Mangekyo Sharingan early, mastering power, thus possessing the prerequisites for collaboration. After the Uchiha clan's demise, Sasuke became good friends with Hyuga Neji. Initially, everyone thought it was mere coincidence. No one believed that a mere branch of the Hyuga clan could incite such turmoil. But they were sorely mistaken. Hiruzen suspects that Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan can bestow power upon others, which explains why Neji and the daimyo exhibit such strength and unwavering loyalty to Sasuke. Sasuke's age leads most to underestimate his threat. Only Danzo constantly warns him to be wary of the Uchiha. Hiruzen deeply regrets not heeding Danzo's counsel, tears welling in his murky eyes. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I should have listened to Danzo from the start. Had I done so, Sasuke would have been controlled by the root. And if Sasuke were under control, Konoha would not have fallen to such depths. Oh, Danzo, that childhood friend, like-minded, who rose from the mud yet remained untainted. Your death was so gruesome. Even in death, you suffer in the filth. It's utterly horrific. Sarutobi Hiruzen once stealthily returned to the remnants of Konoha, where his three companions were devouring their fill. Seeing him, they wore expressions of earnest plea for help, if necessary. He could disperse their souls too, for they could no longer endure such a life. Yet how could Hiruzen ever give up? Rest assured, my friends, I shall devise a way to rescue you. With that declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily concealed his face and fled, the psychological shadows weighing heavily upon him, unable to face the relatives of Danzo and others. In summary, it is all Uchiha Sasuke's fault. Damn it, Uchiha Fugaku, that old scoundrel, surely harbored ill intentions when naming his son Sasuke. Observing Hiruzen's escalating turmoil, Tsunade felt compelled to interrupt his self-inflicted turmoil. You have said so much. Do you have any concrete plans? Of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became resolute in an instant. Since all disasters stem from Uchiha Sasuke, why not make him our focal point? If we can defeat him, all difficulties will be resolved. Tsunade's incisive retort followed. Do you have a way to defeat him? Hiruzen chuckled confidently. I indeed cannot. But there is someone who might. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's elder brother. Chapter 70. The Sarutobi clan thrives. Would Itachi remain indifferent and merely observe Sasuke's reckless actions in the Land of Fire? He would not. Standing on the nation's behalf, Sasuke eradicated Konoha. Upon hearing this news, Itachi couldn't help but question whether following Danzo's orders to annihilate the Uchiha was the right choice. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished. He would not allow himself to regret, for he bore the heavy burden of patricide, matricide, and the slaughter of his clan, leaving him no choice but to deflect blame. Moreover, the subsequent chaos in the Land of Fire, following the loss of Konoha, further solidified Itachi's belief that Sasuke had strayed onto a misguided path that must be corrected. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Itachi also regarded Sasuke as the hidden mastermind behind the turmoil. Indeed, the entire shinobi world tacitly acknowledged that Sasuke was behind the coup in the Land of Fire. By process of elimination, and considering who stands to gain the most, Sasuke bears the greatest suspicion. Itachi remains composed, still holding his trump card, Kodoame Tsukumi, which he intends to use against Sasuke. Sasuke has evidently succumbed to darkness. Itachi aims to utilize Kodoame Tsukumi to reshape Sasuke into a morally upright individual. Even if he is mistaken and Sasuke is not the mastermind, it is still a significant boon to sway such a powerful combatant to the side of justice. Furthermore, Itachi possesses another ace, the Totsuka blade. After a thorough analysis, Itachi concludes, the advantage lies with me. Itachi has clandestine communications with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their goals align, and they quickly reach an understanding. The ninja who have allied with the daimyo have agreed to a coordinated effort. As long as Itachi can restrain Sasuke, Hiruzen is confident in seizing the daimyo's residence. Sasuke will be managed by Itachi, while the highest combat units on the daimyo's side include Neji Hyuga and Orochimaru. Orochimaru, being cautious of his own life, would flee at the first sign of trouble. Tsunade and Jiraiya together. Surely they can subdue Neji Hyuga? After careful consideration, Hiruzen concludes, the advantage lies with me. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked such confidence, but after relocating to the new Konoha, he gradually regained it, for he suddenly realized the vast number of ninjas within the Sarutobi clan. In that moment of confusion, he pondered, Sarutobi Baiku, Sarutobi Kogen, Sarutobi Superman. Are these all hidden powerhouses of the clan? As this doubt arose, memories of mentoring these exceptional juniors flooded his mind, and he embraced this wonderful reality. The Sarutobi clan is indeed thriving. Asuma has been missing for quite some time. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen does not dwell on this, for he has other superior sons and daughters, grandsons and granddaughters. Asuma, once a bodyguard for the daimyo, does not quite meet his expectations. Any sense of dissonance quickly dissipates, and Hiruzen promptly casts aside concerns about Asuma, for he has noticed that Naruto's emotions have been somewhat unstable lately. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is an essential combat asset for Konoha. He certainly does not wish for him to falter at such a critical time. He must find time to reassure Naruto. The peaceful city of peace at night is eerily quiet. Haruno Sakura leans by the window, gazing up at the slightly reddened moon, her thoughts a tangled mess. After Konoha's collapse, she moved to this city with her parents and was assigned a residence. As an ordinary ninja from a common background, she must admit that she does not hold Konoha in such high regard. As long as she can live a happy and stable life, she seems not to resent the daimyo's rule. Perhaps this is the sentiment of the common folk. Their desires are simple and unadorned. Being well-fed is enough for them, and they do not ponder lofty philosophical questions or issues of stance. Sakura feels increasingly distant from her childhood idol, Sasuke. She has long abandoned those infatuated feelings, now only wishing for her parents' safety, no longer daring to hope for anything more. Meanwhile, in the Nara clan's territory, Shikamaru is also gazing at the moon. As a renowned intellect, he possesses a deeper understanding of this so-called city of peace. Adult ninjas are perpetually busy, and they strictly prohibit underage ninjas from participating in their regular missions. Nonetheless, Shikamaru, through subtle clues and some intelligence, has managed to deduce parts of the truth. The city of peace is better renamed the city of slaughter. Of course, Shikamaru, being rather laid back, will not meddle in affairs. Recently, he has been troubled by how to dissuade a Kimichi Choji from indulging in barbecue. A new yakiniku shop has opened next to Ichiraku Ramen. praised for its excellent quality and reasonable prices. However, Shikamaru keenly noticed that the barbecue restaurant rarely received supplies, only dispensing them. Where could the meat be coming from? The thought sent chills down his spine. The dim, crimson glow of the moon cast an eerie veil over the city, prompting a sigh from Shikamaru as a fleeting white figure caught his peripheral vision at the street corner. Were there still people wandering about at this hour? He promptly suppressed his curiosity, burrowing into his blankets, striving to empty his mind of all thoughts. At that moment, a mysterious figure clad in a white haori, resembling a monk, stood silently outside Orochimaru's laboratory. His skin was as pale as parchment, and his expression was devoid of warmth, resembling that of the deceased. A number was tattooed beneath his left eye, and a diamond mark was etched into his chin, while his gaze seemed to wander into the void. How fascinating! This incarnation of Indra was not one of Kagaya's two children, who had been observing this world. Why had they remained passive as chaos escalated? Had they encountered some unforeseen circumstances? Should I test the waters? The mysterious figure mused softly. No, perhaps it would be prudent to observe how those half-bloods would play their cards first. His words dripped with arrogance, as if he viewed the hybrids as mere lambs unable to resist. The mysterious figure then wandered around the city of peace for a while, finding no other anomalies. As he departed, a portal resembling a black hole appeared beside him, swallowing him into oblivion. Tonight, I have caught a significant prize. In the kitchen of Ichiraku Ramen, Asaka spoke while skewering pieces of meat with bamboo sticks. Perhaps the demons left a legacy from their time as the invincible Eastern figure. Every time he encountered such slender, sharp objects, he felt an irresistible urge to hurl them and take down a few individuals. Fortunately, he managed to restrain that reflex. Handa replied, "The Otsutsuki Ishiki has emerged. How will we deal with him? Should we transform and eliminate him, or simply kill him outright?" Asaka responded, "Is there no option to entice him?" Handa clarified, "What I mean is to offer him some benefits to gain his trust, and then trace the roots back to the Otsutsuki clan to capture them all at once." Asaka explained. Handa scoffed, "That's not our concern. A confrontation is imminent here. We should consider expanding the cold storage, or we won't have enough space for our ingredients. That group of ninjas insists on seeking their demise. I have hinted at it, but they refuse to listen." Chapter 71. Itachi's Life Path for Sasuke in the Land of Rain. Conan wore a worried expression. "Have you truly heeded Madara's advice and decided to initiate the plan ahead of schedule?" Nagato sat hunched in his wheelchair, his demeanor weary and gaunt. "Madara is correct. War has erupted in the ninja world. The Jinchuriki may soon find themselves in battle, no longer strictly controlled as before, making it an opportune moment for us to act. Moreover, should a Jinchuriki perish on the battlefield, who knows how long it will be before the tailed beasts can be reborn. I cannot afford to wait any longer." Nagato's tone was grave. "While my body can still endure, I must realize our ideals." Conan gently grasped Nagato's hands. "No matter what decisions you make, I will always stand by your side." Their eyes met, and a warm atmosphere enveloped them. Since being brutally defeated by Sasuke, Obito had been somewhat intimidated and refrained from provoking him again. Although his parents and Rin's soul had been torn apart, Obito firmly believed he would reunite with them in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Those who perished in the real world were mere illusions, while only the infinite Tsukuyomi held the truth. Obito eloquently analyzed the pros and cons, urging Nagato to expedite the tailed beast collection plan, and he succeeded. Simultaneously, he received news that Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside the remaining Leaf Ninjas, were planning a surprise attack on Uchiha Sasuke. Obito wholeheartedly supported this endeavor, covertly instructing Kisame to assist Itachi. Amid the chaos in the City of Peace, the Akatsuki could take advantage of the turmoil. The first target was Shikaku. During the collapse of the Leaf Village, many had witnessed Shikaku's separation from Gaara, sealed within a peculiar sphere. Although it remained unclear how this had transpired, it conveniently facilitated Obito's plans. He instructed White Zetsu to find a way to infiltrate Gaara's side and steal the sphere containing Shikaku. Capturing the tailed beast would be a breeze. After meticulously reviewing the plan, Obito deemed it flawless. The next day, Pain convened a meeting to officially commence the tailed beast capture operation. The Akatsuki's high-level combat power was still sufficient, allowing for a multi-pronged approach. Pain was aware that Itachi would deal with the issues between the Uchiha brothers, and did not impede him. The remaining Leaf Ninjas were on the move, creating internal strife within the Land of Fire, which would facilitate his opportunity to seize the Nine Tails. As the sun sank lower, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze, as if draped in a thin veil. Even until the sun completely vanished, the surroundings remained eerily silent, as if all life on this land had perished. Itachi felt a twinge of unease. He had not paid much attention before, but now realized that the environment had indeed changed. Once vibrant jungles and meadows lay barren, rivers had run dry, and small creatures had all but vanished. No wonder the journey had been so quiet, with only the sound of the wind accompanying him. The feeling of apprehension intensified as they drew near to the City of Peace. After traversing day and night, Itachi and Kisame arrived at a mountain near the city. Itachi, with a calm demeanor, stood atop the mountain, gazing at the distant, bustling metropolis, where the light appeared even dimmer and more profound. All around, only a few scattered lights flickered. The empty streets exuded a chilling aura, as if an ominous presence was lurking, ready to pounce. In a fleeting moment, Itachi's thoughts raced. He sometimes struggled to comprehend why Sasuke had transformed into this current state, yet at other times, it seemed completely understandable. A child who witnessed his brother murder their parents would inevitably descend into madness, turning against humanity and society. Such actions appeared to be within reason. Ultimately, Itachi had been overly optimistic, believing that Sasuke would follow the path he envisioned for him, all the while neglecting Sasuke's mental well-being. Itachi, what are you thinking? Kisame, shouldering the Samahata, perceptively noticed Itachi's emotional shift and couldn't help but grin, revealing his sharp, white teeth. Nothing, Itachi replied dismissively, his expression as tranquil as still water, betraying no signs of distress. Kisame was unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to Itachi's demeanor. This time, the leader will personally capture the tailed beast. Perhaps he will encounter your brother. The leader is immensely powerful, and I imagine your brother will struggle against him, Kisame remarked to Itachi, his understanding of strength confined to the chakra framework. He believed Sasuke, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, should be on par with Itachi, albeit with more intricate and troublesome ocular abilities. Seeing Itachi remain unperturbed, Kisame continued with a hint of significance. Once the Rinnegan is activated, who knows what ramifications may ensue. The implication was clear. Resolve the tumultuous matters between you brothers promptly, or else when Pain took matters into his own hands, there would be no opportunity for theatrics left. Kisame was merely offering a friendly reminder. Due to the extensive leakage of information regarding the Uchiha clan's massacre, many had come to understand the twisted brotherly relationship between Itachi and Sasuke. It was evident that Sasuke would not hold back when the time for vengeance arrived. Itachi fell silent, lowering his gaze, when suddenly a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, stating, Sarutobi Hiruzen has infiltrated the outskirts of the City of Peace with a group of elite ninjas, awaiting your diversion of Sasuke before they strike. And Orochimaru? Kisame inquired, aware that while Uchiha Sasuke was formidable, Orochimaru posed a considerable challenge. That old snake has vanished without a trace. With a face full of resignation, White Absolute lamented, Sasuke has employed some unknown means to detect my shadow clones, rendering me unable to approach the core of the Land of Peace. Itachi mused that Sasuke's abilities had indeed improved, likely making him more formidable than before. Nevertheless, Itachi retained faith in the power of the Kodoame Tsukumi. This ocular technique lacked empirical data, as both Itachi and Danzo had never witnessed its might firsthand. They had only heard about it from Shursui, and their belief in its efficacy remained unwavering. Perhaps this was a passive illusion inherent to the Kodoame Tsukumi, instilling a deep-seated conviction in its effectiveness. Time was of the essence. They had to set off immediately. Absolute, ensure you relay intelligence to Hiruzen Sarutobi at all times. Itachi instructed. His time was fleeting. Burdened by a grave illness and immense psychological pressure, he could not afford to linger long. Before his demise, he must redirect Sasuke's life onto a righteous path and entrust his eyes to Sasuke, allowing him to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to continue safeguarding Konoha. Although Sasuke had committed numerous heinous acts, Itachi believed Konoha would not forsake such a powerful ally. Moreover, Itachi had previously negotiated terms with Hiruzen, who would willingly accept Sasuke back. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke would be bound to Konoha, possessing the capability to confront pain and navigate the impending turmoil of the world. As Itachi and Kisame boldly entered the Land of Peace through the front gates, Sasuke's gaze seemed to penetrate the myriad of structures, landing squarely upon Itachi. Bichi, I have awaited this day for far too long. Chapter 72. Fugaku and Mikoto utilizing his formidable Jinjutsu. Itachi approached Sasuke's residence step by step through the main entrance of the Land of Peace. However, the closer they drew to their objective, the more bizarre and surreal the scenes before them became. It was the dead of night, and two white lanterns hung at the entrance of the Uchiha household, casting an eerie green glow. The courtyard housed two transplanted trees, both cherry blossoms. Rumor had it that Sasuke, with his peculiar temperament, had once nurtured these vibrant trees, only to scald them to death with boiling water. Subsequently, he had adorned the area with climbing ivy and wisteria. In the season of blooming, the decayed branches of the cherry trees were entwined with vines, lush and resplendent. The green light from the lanterns illuminated the cascading wisteria, while the shadows on the ground swayed with the breeze, exuding an unsettling air of horror. Yet, Itachi and Kisame's resolve remained unwavering, swiftly dispelling the unfathomable sensation. Suddenly, with a loud bang, white smoke dissipated, revealing a figure beneath the trees. Itachi and Kisame turned in unison, their gazes fixating on the person beneath the tree. Uchiha Sasuke. Upon seeing his brother, Itachi narrowed his eyes, striving to discern the long-lost visage. But alas, his vision had deteriorated to such an extent that he could perceive only a vague silhouette. Was that truly his brother Sasuke? An overwhelming sense of unease and dissonance flooded Itachi's heart. He forcibly suppressed his myriad thoughts and leaped into the courtyard. Sasuke, it has been a long time, Itachi stated. His expression grave, his tone devoid of warmth, maintaining his usual composure. Indeed, it has been a while, Sasuke remarked, scrutinizing Itachi with a gaze that bore 3 parts mockery, 3 parts disdain, 4 parts contempt, and 90 parts resentment. Since our last parting, my mind, my heart, every fiber of my being has yearned for our reunion. Do you know how much I long for you? Of course, aside from me, there are 2 others who deeply miss you. They truly wish to see you. With that, Sasuke broke into a harsh laugh, the sound echoing through the courtyard. Itachi's brow furrowed, sensing something was amiss, when Sasuke's voice rang out once more. Dear son, to commemorate this special day, I have prepared a little gift for you. I hope you will find it to your liking. Before Itachi could respond, Sasuke summoned 2 coffins, which then dissipated into white smoke. Is this a shadow clone? Kisame wondered, his gaze fixated on the coffins. It seems he anticipated our plan. This may well be a trap. Itachi remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the coffins. The fates of Danzo and the others involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He seemed to grasp an unsettling truth, yet was reluctant to accept it. With a crack, the lids of the coffin slid open. 2 figures emerged, their skin pallid and cracked like porcelain. Itachi's pupils constricted in shock, unable to maintain his calm demeanor. The individuals from the coffins were far too familiar, eternally etched in his memory. Itachi, my child, my proud eldest son, you have finally come to see your mother, was the first to speak, Uchiha Mikoto. Her expression tender, yet filled with boundless sorrow and fury. The palpable aura of despair enveloped him, sending a chilling sensation coursing through his body. Mother? Itachi's mind reeled. But isn't she dead? Kisame exclaimed in astonishment. It seems that our demise is indeed true, Fugaku interjected. However, Sasuke has summoned us back to the realm of the living. He stated that Itachi intends to commit an egregiously excessive act against him, and out of brotherly affection, he wished to avoid direct conflict with you. Hence our resurrection to teach you a lesson, you wayward son. Fugaku's tone was laced with personal emotion, and Itachi opened his mouth to speak, hesitating as he contemplated how to defend himself. Father, mother, you are unaware of Sasuke's recent actions. No, we are well aware. Fugaku interrupted. Eradicating the anti-Konoha factions, becoming the shogun to serve our nation, Sasuke's actions are nothing short of a glorious legacy, a source of pride for the Uchiha clan. To speak frankly, Sasuke's current achievements are arguably the highest in the history of the Uchiha clan. After being resurrected, Fugaku had listened to Sasuke recount how he had bided his time, meticulously orchestrated plans, and successfully dragged Konoha from its pedestal, positioning himself on the moral high ground to exact retribution. He had avenged his parents while simultaneously preserving the Uchiha's honor and status. Fugaku could hardly contain his excitement. It was as refreshing as a chilled cola on a sweltering summer day. My son Sasuke possesses the potential of a god among ninjas. Humph, Konoha has met its match. Truly, they had it coming. Observing Fugaku's increasingly fervent demeanor, Itachi fell silent, plagued by doubts about how Sasuke had portrayed events to his father. Had he employed eloquent rhetoric to elevate himself to unimaginable heights while disparaging others? Why are you silent? Are you feeling ashamed? Mikoto's dissatisfaction with Itachi's silence was palpable, her voice icy and devoid of affection. Mother. Itachi's mind momentarily blanked, his lips trembling slightly, sorrow welling in his eyes. This was the first time his mother had treated him with such severity, and a wave of profound grief surged within him, reminiscent of that unforgettable night. Why? Itachi pondered, recalling the night he had taken her life, when she had not shown him such a countenance. Why now? Had Sasuke said something to her? Indeed. Mikoto's inquiry pierced through the air. Itachi, you once had an affair with Shimura Danzo's niece, Shimura Yakio, even betraying our clan for her, committing patricide and matricide. We are your parents. We might overlook your romantic entanglements, but you promised me you would care for Sasuke. Have you fulfilled that promise? Are you still willing to harm Sasuke for the sake of your so-called love? Mikoto's voice resonated with a profound disappointment that pierced the heart, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. Itachi stared blankly, his eyes wide, his lips moving without sound, as if a chill had swept over him. He felt an agonizing barrier had formed between himself and his parents. Were we communicating in the same language? Why did every word from mother remain incomprehensible to me? What on earth was Shimura Yari? Who was truly fighting for love? It was abundantly clear that I had raised my sword to extinguish my clan for the sake of the village, for peace, for righteousness. To have my dignity reduced to matters of trivial romance was unbearable. How could the noble Itachi Uchiha be so diminished? Chapter 73. Yesterday revisited father, mother. Perhaps your memories are clouded. Itachi earnestly attempted to reason with them, yet Fugaku and Mikoto were deaf to his pleas. In their eyes, Itachi was merely a lovesick fool, seduced by the niece of Shimura Danzo, who had committed countless outrageous acts in her name. In their recollections, Itachi had repeatedly claimed to sever ties with that woman, only to reunite countless times. His current vehement denial seemed all too familiar. Whenever they quarreled, he would feign indifference, refusing to acknowledge their relationship, only to later pursue her with fervor. Mikoto still vividly remembered the woman's vile demeanor, pretty yet weak, her words a nauseating string of comparisons, her tears flowing freely, leading others to believe that Mikoto was an evil stepmother tormenting a delicate soul. Itachi felt numb, disregarding Kisame's probing gaze, as a surge of murderous intent towards Sasuke welled up within him. How outrageous, to so brazenly desecrate the souls of his parents. Noticing Itachi's fury, Fugaku sighed, his eyes slowly transforming into a crimson hue, a chilling aura enveloping the air. Itachi, since you remain obstinately ignorant, let me awaken you and clear the muddled thoughts from your mind. As the words left his lips, Fugaku unleashed a torrent of formidable chakra, his form darting towards Itachi like a bolt of lightning. How swift! Both Itachi and Kisame were taken aback, but quickly reacted, counterattacking without hesitation. Alas, Fugaku's reanimated body rendered ordinary physical and ninjutsu assaults ineffective. Only sealing techniques could serve as a solution. But who among them possessed such skills? Itachi did. The Totsuka blade was a powerful sealing technique. Yet, he could not bear to use it against his own parents. Once again, Itachi fell into silence, his face creased like that of an aging dog. Before this moment, he had envisioned countless scenarios for his meeting with Sasuke, but none had prepared him for the spectacle before him. Whatever happened to the brotherly bond? Why had it morphed into the paternal affection? His long-deceased father was poised to strike down his devoted son. What was to be done? Even the most skilled actor in the ninja world could not play such a role. Yet, at this moment, there was no choice but to act. Sarutobi Hiruzen and a cadre of elite ninjas awaited Itachi to restrain Sasuke. Once more, he found himself facing a dilemma. Time seemed to rewind to the night of the massacre when Itachi had been forced to obliterate his clan for myriad reasons. Now, as the past resurfaced, would he again betray his parents? Contemplating this, he casually released a fire jutsu to counter Fugaku's assault. A crimson fireball surged towards Fugaku. Kisame, witnessing this, could not suppress his frown. Why resort to such futile attacks at this critical juncture? Where was your Mangekyo? If this continued, the ambush would surely fail. Apologizing softly, Itachi seemed resolute, as the three tomo in his eye spun rapidly, transforming into the patterns of the Mangekyo. He leaped towards Fugaku, his expression resolute. He would once again become the dutiful son. Itachi, my child, I see the determination in your eyes. Do you wish to forsake us once more? Fugaku sighed. Yet his assault showed no signs of slowing. With the insight granted by the Mangekyo, Itachi easily discerned Fugaku's attack trajectory, skillfully evading and positioning himself before his father. Fugaku's expression remained unchanged, his Sharingan fixed upon Itachi's every move. Their gazes locked. Itachi's left eye's Mangekyo began to whirl, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner. Tsukuyami. The flow of time within the illusionary realm was dictated by Itachi. He aimed to resolve the battle swiftly within the Genjutsu. Even if it meant failure would not stall him. If Tsukuyami could take effect, there would be no need for the Totsuka blade. Hiruzen awaited the signal. He had to conclude this swiftly. Surely, Itachi had the upper hand now. Having unleashed the Mangekyo, Kisame mused, a smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, a sharp crack interrupted Kisame's thoughts, shattering Itachi's Tsukuyami. Itachi, you seem to have entirely overlooked your mother's presence, Mikoto declared, raising her hand to unleash another stinging slap. This was a maternal blow laden with love. Fugaku and Mikoto undoubtedly adored their child, but no amount of love could erase the fact that Itachi had taken their lives. Their affection was tainted with resentment and bitterness. Resentment for Itachi's betrayal of the clan, bitterness for his failure to care for Sasuke. What a disappointment. Those Mangekyo Sharingan were bestowed upon you by our clan, yet you wield them to annihilate your own family. Do you now intend to use those very eyes to kill us once more? Mikoto's calm inquiry hung in the air, her gaze fixed upon Itachi, seemingly waiting for his next move. The marks of her slaps adorned Itachi's cheeks, his left eye bloodshot. Given his actions, being struck by his mother was but just punishment. The slap bore little physical harm, yet its significance was profound. The psychological impact far outweighed any corporeal injury. Mikoto's two slaps disrupted Itachi's thoughts, shaking his resolve, making him question whether his persistence held any meaning. Would his actions yield a favorable outcome? Haunted by the catastrophic aftermath of the massacre night, which had birthed a deranged Sasuke, Itachi could not confidently assert he had made the right choice. What of this time? Would this ambush lead to even graver consequences? In that moment, Itachi found himself subconsciously avoiding the gazes of his father and mother. Sasuke was indeed ruthless. Itachi was acutely aware that everything unfolding before him was a trap orchestrated by Sasuke, yet he found himself ensnared, unable to escape. Simply killing Itachi would not constitute true revenge. Rather, to repeatedly tear at the unhealed scars within him was a far more effective judgment. Fugaku and Mikoto remained still, seemingly once again relinquishing the choice to Itachi, just as they had on the night of the massacre, surrendering themselves to Itachi's blade without resistance. No matter his decision, his parents would silently support him. This, without a doubt, was another crushing blow for Itachi. The pain was unbearable. Truly, it pierced his very soul. However, Itachi has always been a ruthless individual. Though his resolve wavered momentarily, he quickly reaffirmed his determination. Chapter 74. Itachi, I apologize. Please forgive my grand filial piety. The crimson kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spun rapidly, as dark and ominous chakra swirled around him, coiling and building into a massive red skeletal figure. This was Itachi Susanoo, with the right hand of the skeletal giant wielding a long sword forged from orange virtual flames, the Totsuka blade. This sword has the power to permanently seal its target within a dreamlike illusion. As the blade manifested, it erupted in a dazzling flame, the light extending from its edge. With a gentle sweep, it carved a perfect arc through the air, the sound of the slicing edge howling, ethereal and unpredictable, enveloping the inexorable pressure that surged towards Fugaku and Mikoto. Fugaku and Mikoto stood motionless, much like that fateful night, smiling as they watched Itachi descend with his blade. Even engaging in light-hearted conversation, it seemed that Sasuke, too, had learned the ways of malice. With a piercing thrust, the sword struck both of them. Perhaps the weight of the Susanoo was too great, or perhaps the scene before him was too harrowing. Itachi coughed, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His mind clouded as if pierced by countless sharp needles, his vision dimming. I am so sorry. Itachi's face bore an expression of sorrowful confusion, his whispered words barely reaching anyone's ears. Fugaku and Mikoto, pierced by the Totsuka blade, harbored no resentment, no joy or sorrow. They accepted their fate with tranquility, allowing their bodies to disintegrate as their souls transformed into wisps of smoke. drawn into the mysterious Sasuke gored at the sword's hilt. As parents, how could they not discern Sasuke's intentions? They were willing to cooperate with Sasuke's desire for revenge against Itachi, hoping that this tragic performance would quell Sasuke's anger and temper Itachi's extreme tendencies, preventing the brothers from reaching a point of mutual destruction. The sealing of the Totsuka blade was complete, and Itachi's heart had long since grown numb with pain. No words could encapsulate his feelings at that moment. He wished for death, yet he realized that even in death, he could not reunite with his parents in paradise. It turned out that death was not a release. Kisame stood quietly to the side, observing Itachi's solitary sorrow. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A chilling and piercing aura of malice surged from an unknown source, locking onto Itachi with an overwhelming pressure that rendered him nearly breathless. Itachi felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine as dread surged through him, compelling him to summon the Susanoo once more, positioning the Yata mirror between himself and Kisame. In the next instant, a fierce wind arose, and a ghostly silhouette abruptly materialized nearby. It was a towering figure, over 10 meters tall, composed of swirling mist, resembling a Susanoo yet distinctly different. One of the mist giant's arms gradually transformed into the shape of a long blade, exuding an aura of decay and corruption. Before Itachi could fully comprehend the horror before him, the mist giant swung its long blade directly at him. Faced with such a superlative assault, evasion was futile. When the mist blade collided with the Yata mirror, it was eerily silent, engulfed in a thick fog that threatened to consume everything around it. The Yata mirror was swiftly corroded, the skeletal structure of the Crimson Susanoo crumbled to ruin, and Itachi, unable to withstand the onslaught, fell backward. Kisame hurriedly supported him and asked, "Is that your brother's summoned weapon giant?" He was unfamiliar with the Susanoo and assumed that every pair of Sharingan could summon giants of varying forms. Hearing Kisame's voice, Itachi forced his eyes open. His body racked with pain, his mind foggy from the overexertion of chakra. Cough, cough. Itachi attempted to respond to Kisame, but was overtaken by a violent coughing fit, spitting forth copious amounts of blood. "Itachi-san, you are gravely injured. Do you wish to continue?" Kisame inquired with genuine concern. "Thank you. I have no choice now." With Kisame's assistance, Itachi managed to stand, having once again forsaken his parents. The sacrifices made along this arduous journey were too great to abandon now. Having traversed 90 steps of 100, stopping now would render those 90 steps meaningless. The buzzing in his ears was aggravating, and his vision was filled with swirling golden stars. Both his ocular power and chakra had been severely depleted, yet Itachi forced himself to think. The brilliance of the Totsuka blade and the giant had been dazzling, yet the entire peaceful city remained eerily silent. Clearly, their plans had been exposed. This was likely a trap. The mist giant was not a Susanoo, and Itachi had no idea what it was, but it was undoubtedly connected to Sasuke. According to the intelligence provided by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sasuke had unleashed such mist during the chaos of the Chunin exams. Until now, Itachi had been unable to fathom how that once weak, pitiful, and helpless child, who had been tormented like a stray dog, could transform into such a formidable and vicious entity. "Kisame, how much chakra do you have left? Can you continue fighting?" Itachi aimed to assess his own situation and devise a new battle strategy. Kisame chuckled, "My consumption has not been light either. I have about 90% of my chakra left. It feels somewhat sour, doesn't it?" Itachi mused, acutely aware of his dire state. He feared that a direct confrontation would be futile against Sasuke, and thus sought to devise a plan for Kisame to control the battlefield, creating an opportunity for him to unleash the Kodoame Tsukumi for a decisive strike. "Itachi-san, your brother Sasuke is approaching." Kisame's tone suddenly turned serious as the mist enveloping them began to recede, outlining the figure of a young man. Though Itachi's vision was already blurred, he immediately recognized that familiar silhouette, Sasuke. Typically composed and calm, Itachi could not help but display a complex and tumultuous expression, for Sasuke wore an expression of mockery, disdain, and contempt, devoid of sadness, anger, or pain. Was Sasuke truly indifferent to their parents' fate? The two brothers exchanged no words, their Sharingan locked in a gaze, the crimson within their pupils seemingly flowing from the depths of hell. Sasuke's eyes retained the ordinary three-tomo, yet an unmistakable aura of malevolence and otherworldliness radiated from them, much like an abyssal black hole that would mercilessly consume anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Itachi instinctively sensed that Sasuke's eyes were abnormal. They appeared to share the exterior of the Sharingan, yet their essence was entirely different. Such ominous eyes seemed to threaten the very fabric of one's soul with a mere glance. Itachi, you truly are a beast. Killing our parents once was not enough. And now you inflict further harm upon them? Sasuke's voice dripped with a cold, hissing laughter, akin to a serpent's forked tongue, sending chills coursing through Itachi's body. This laughter stunned Itachi, and a bold, terrifying thought seized him. Are you truly Sasuke? Chapter 75. Who are you truly? Hiruzen Sarutobi had once said that on the night of the massacre, Sasuke had failed to awaken even a single tomo, thus deemed unworthy of attention. Yet on the day of the Chunin exams, Sasuke had suddenly manifested the Mangekyo Sharingan, commanding tailed beasts to assault Konoha and learn numerous strange and mysterious techniques. These peculiar abilities bore a striking resemblance to those wielded by Orochimaru, who had sufficient motive to obliterate Konoha. Recalling that Orochimaru had attempted to seize Itachi's body prior to his defection from the Akatsuki, Itachi could not help but entertain the possibility that Sasuke was no longer Sasuke. Itachi found himself lost in thought. After failing to possess Itachi's body, had Orochimaru infiltrated Konoha to secretly influence Sasuke, leading him astray until he had completely taken over his body? You are Orochimaru, Itachi suddenly declared, his tone surprisingly resolute, though it was merely a probe. Sasuke was momentarily stunned by Itachi's divine intervention, and then, as if grasping a sudden realization, deliberately lowered his voice. Itachi, you truly are clever. Hehehe. Such words undoubtedly confirmed Itachi's suspicions, as an overwhelming wave of murderous intent and sorrow erupted from his being. Yet, Sasuke seemed to toy with his emotions. Abruptly changing the subject, the Uchiha clan must have cursed their ancestral graves to give rise to someone as astute as you. No wonder you were so easily misled that you took it upon yourself to annihilate your own family. As his words fell, the tomo in Sasuke's eyes spun rapidly, forming bizarre patterns that emanated a chaotic aura. Combined with his distorted expression, he resembled a vengeful spirit. Itachi, who should have felt elated upon witnessing Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, found himself uncertain about the true identity of the person before him. Sasuke chuckled. Look at that expression. I know exactly what you're thinking. You believed you could control the situation, only for everything to spiral out of your grasp. Your younger brother, whom you held tightly in your palm, has suddenly awakened his Mangekyo and fiercely opposes your will. You cannot accept such a conclusion, so you seek excuses to evade it. Do you even realize how grotesque your current demeanor is? Upon hearing this, Itachi sighed deeply. Answer me, who are you really? My innocent and beloved brother could never defile our parents' souls, could never alter their memories, nor could he stand idly by as they were sealed away by the Toketsu. Speak. You are merely a demon donning Sasuke's guise. You are not the true Sasuke. By the end of his plea, Itachi was nearly hysterical, his emotions on the verge of collapse. Yet Sasuke felt no compassion. I merely dare to go further. If you can commit patricide and matricide, why should I not toy with their souls? Let us not forget, it was you who slaughtered our clan, and just moments ago, you sealed our parents with your own hands. Having done so, why do you now feign this melodrama? Itachi could no longer contain himself, his nearly exhausted body squeezing out chakra to summon Susanoo, aiming his sword at Sasuke. Return my brother to me. Give him back. Sasuke erupted into laughter, a single tear escaping his eye. My dearest brother, I am your brother. Why do you refuse to acknowledge it? A once familiar figure has turned cold, cruel, and unrecognizable. Surely, you now understand this torment, don't you? You believe I am not the true Sasuke, yet I feel you are not the true Itachi. How could my brother possibly inflict harm upon our parents? With that, a dense fog surged from behind Sasuke, swirling and writhing, producing a low, mournful wail akin to that of a vengeful spirit as it launched itself at Itachi. Water release, water prison technique. In the face of Sasuke's onslaught, Itachi, in a weakened state, was a beat slow to react, yet Kisame immediately responded by unleashing an expansive water release technique. When the decaying fog met the water conjured by the jutsu, it was eerily silent, vanishing without a trace, offering no resistance. The water created by water chakra differs fundamentally from that of the natural world. Kisame displayed a look of astonishment, yet remained unfazed, seeing that the water technique was ineffective. He swiftly unsheathed his sword, Samahata. Sasuke's fog bore a striking resemblance to the mist ninja's techniques, and Kisame, hailing from the Mist Village, was adept at dealing with such troubles. With confidence, he charged straight towards Sasuke with his blade. The moment he stepped into the fog, his exposed skin felt a sharp sting, and Samahata reacted violently, its spines twitching and writhing, struggling to escape. Kisame was struck with disbelief, yet Sasuke's attention was elsewhere, compelling him to withdraw to a safer distance, observing the fraternal clash. Itachi faced Sasuke's fierce assault head-on, experiencing the dreadful terror it contained. There was no escape, no avoidance. He could only endure. The crimson Susanoo wavered within the fog, the Yata mirror in his grasp already corroded beyond recognition. Itachi, overwhelmed, knelt on one knee, his vision deteriorating further, teetering on the brink of blindness. How weak you are, my former brother, Itachi. Is this truly the extent of your capacity? Sasuke's voice dripped with scorn and malice. Where is your Amaterasu? Your Tsukuyami? Why can you no longer wield your blade? Ah, I see now. Your hatred simply isn't deep enough. My foolish brother, in your current state, you hold no value for me to kill. If you wish to survive, turn and flee. Wretched and pathetic, like a rat scurrying for its life. This is my final act of mercy towards you. These words poured forth, dissolving the pent-up frustration that had long lingered within Sasuke. On the night of the massacre, he had been trapped in the Tsukuyami, repeatedly witnessing the slaughter of his kin, while Itachi incessantly whispered similar taunts in his ear, driving him into madness. Now, he could finally repay the torment in full. Itachi remained silent, his gaze lowered, not uttering a word. Time ticked away, and Sasuke's smile gradually froze as he strode forward and delivered a kick to Itachi's head. Itachi offered no resistance, his body flying backward. He was dead. Sasuke's face contorted in an instant. In a deranged and sickly manner, he seized Itachi's hair, thrashing him about. Wake up. I have so much more to say. This was merely an appetizer. How could you die so soon? Alas, the corpse offered no words, no response. Do not think that by merely dying, I will spare you. Sasuke snarled, viciously throwing Itachi's body to the ground, then turned to glare at Kisame, who stood at a distance, hesitant to speak. Did you enjoy the show? I am in need of a sacrifice. Chapter 76. The King of Kings. The battle between the Uchiha brothers was closely observed from the shadows, occasionally receiving commentary. Oh my, brother against brother, what a delightful spectacle. White Zetsu exclaimed with exaggerated tone. White Zetsu's innate talent lay almost entirely in stealth. Neither the Byakugan nor the Ketsuryugen could discern him, yet previously, Sasuke Uchiha had keenly detected White Zetsu's spore clones with uncanny precision. Though unaware of how Sasuke had perceived him, White Zetsu was genuinely reluctant to approach him. Had it not been for Black Zetsu's insistence, he would not have wished to witness the Uchiha brothers' drama. Black Zetsu, why do you choose to spy on Sasuke instead of assisting Obito? White Zetsu questioned, a look of innocent confusion on his face. Black Zetsu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Sasuke's eyes. The beings of the ninja world possessed a certain degree of true prowess. From such a distance, he could clearly discern the patterns within Sasuke's pupils. Sasuke's Mangekyo was rather unique. It could be described as an alternative form of intuitive perception. Those eyes constantly radiated a foreboding aura, as conspicuous as dog excrement on a snowy path, seemingly designed to attract attention. Black Zetsu, who had existed for a millennium, had never encountered such a Mangekyo. It practically bore the words, I am the villain inscribed upon it. It was no wonder that many believed Sasuke to be the mastermind behind the scenes. More astonishing to Black Zetsu was the transfer of Indra's chakra. As a true puppet master, Black Zetsu was acutely aware of who the current incarnation of Indra was. Thus, upon sensing the transfer of Indra's chakra from Sasuke to Orochimaru, he was engulfed in tumultuous emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. It is indeed a matter of great delight to see the old sage of the six paths face adversity. Orochimaru, with his uncanny ability to cling to life, implies that the reincarnation of Indra's chakra may be incredibly challenging. However, should Orochimaru's intellect be combined with the power of Indra's chakra, it would undoubtedly introduce a colossal variable into the equation. One can only wonder what detrimental effects it might have on the Moon Eye plan. Moreover, the recent transformations within the ninja world have been utterly outrageous, resembling a fabrication of fiction. Kurizetsu, inherently a troublemaker lurking in the shadows, raises suspicions of another hidden hand manipulating the situation within the ninja realm. Sasuke appears more as a pawn thrust into the limelight, much like Obito and Madara, who were deceived by Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu observes Sasuke, seeking to unveil the identity of the one behind him, and quietly transfers Indra's chakra, inciting trepidation. At this moment, Sasuke prepares to commit an unspeakable act. Itachi has already passed. Is it truly necessary to so relentlessly desecrate his remains? At the very least, grant him some semblance of dignity in death. This is what Kisame cautiously urges Sasuke, wishing to give Itachi a proper burial. Dignity? Does Itachi merit such a thing? Sasuke retorts, manipulating the mist to ensnare Kisame, wrapping him tightly like a cocoon. Subsequently, he tears a piece of flesh from Itachi's face, forming hand seals and fiercely slamming his palm onto the ground. Impure world reincarnation. Let this serve as a lesson for your prying eyes. Since you are so compassionate towards Itachi, then become the offering for his return to the mortal realm. Kisame, unaware of Sasuke's intentions and having never encountered impure world reincarnation, instinctively struggles, but alas, it is far too late. Amidst Kisame's wretched cries of agony, the earth from the unknown envelopes him, gradually transforming into Itachi's form. Impure world reincarnation is truly remarkable. Such a large entity as Kisame is reshaped into the frail figure of Itachi. As Itachi opens his eyes, a fleeting moment of confusion crosses his face. His body feels neither the ignorance nor the suffering of illness, weakness, or impending blindness. He distinctly recalls the moment he succumbed to darkness. He must have perished. To bring you back from the Pure Land, your shark-faced companion has willingly sacrificed his life. How touching. I hope you don't take it for granted. Sasuke's sardonic voice reaches him. Itachi gazes up, filled with resentment, his eyes devoid of any affection. I know what you're thinking. You still cling to your belief that I am not Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke remarks playfully, a smirk gracing his lips. Do you recall what you once told me? You said everyone relies on their knowledge and understanding, bound by it, calling it reality. You also claim to be the ideal older brother. But what gives you the confidence to assume that only you are playing a role? How can you be so certain that my past demeanor was not an act? Sasuke slightly elevates his chin, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance, as if he has always been a master of cunning, entirely forgetting the night of his clan's massacre, when he was soundly defeated by Itachi. Pretentiousness has always been Sasuke's forte. This demeanor momentarily captivates Itachi, until Sasuke continues. You often say that power breeds arrogance, and the Uchiha are the epitome of this. But you seem to have forgotten, you are also a member of the Uchiha clan. The blood of the Uchiha flows through your veins. Your arrogance is no less than that of any other clansman, perhaps even surpassing it. You have always viewed the world through a self-centered lens, measuring others by your own will and thoughts. As long as you believe it to be right, you will resolutely impose it, indifferent to whether others accept your truth or not. You have positioned yourself as a deity, yet your abilities fall short of your self-appointment. When confronted with a troublesome dilemma, you cannot address the source of the problem. Instead, you seek to eliminate the one presenting it. At the time of the Uchiha Massacre, Itachi was only 13 or 14, likely still in the process of forming a complete value system. Yet, he harbored an inexplicable confidence, believing only he could resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, convinced that his solutions were optimal, dismissing others as empty-headed fools. To place such a burden on a 13-year-old to determine the fate of a clan is a plot even the most cliched novels would shy away from. These thoughts have been bottled up inside me for far too long. Sasuke's voice drips with mockery as he continues. You abandoned a child stripped of parental and familial protection to Konoha. What gave you the confidence to believe Konoha would treat this child kindly? Was it your dealings with the village's higher-ups? Or perhaps your threats against them? Come now, Konoha possesses countless methods to nurture me into a useless being without causing harm. They excel at subtle manipulation, cold violence, and psychological manipulation, all while feigning benevolence, making one bleed, weep, and drink poison, yet still expecting gratitude. Chapter 77. A Feast of Vengeance. Itachi finds himself in rare introspection, tumultuous waves rising within him, refusing to settle. One should not judge a person solely based on appearance and conjecture. True transformation cannot be constrained by rules or limited by premonitions and imaginations. This is a lesson he once imparted, now returning to him like a boomerang. He once felt profound disappointment towards his clan, perceiving the Uchiha as narrowly bound by tribalism, myopic as a frog at the bottom of a well. Yet, Listening to Sasuke, it seems he is viewed similarly by others. Could it be that he too is a frog at the bottom of the well? Itachi experiences a fleeting moment of self-doubt. In truth, everyone is a frog at the bottom of the well in unfamiliar realms. The distinction lies in whether one possesses self-awareness or is steeped in self-delusion. Itachi's prowess lies in combat, where he ranks among the elite. However, in other aspects he chuckles softly. Observing Itachi's ever-shifting expression, Sasuke genuinely smiles. Reveling in the feeling of condescension, lecturing his opponent until they are rendered speechless, reshaping their thoughts to his design. No wonder Naruto enjoys verbal sparring. The exhilaration is unmatched. When reality slips beyond your control and surpasses your understanding, you instinctively question and deny it. You cannot accept your brother has turned into a treacherous butcher, so you unilaterally regard me as a demon occupying your brother's body. You will conjure various excuses to rationalize your beliefs, treating your speculations as established facts to self-soothe. You live within your own delusions, unwilling to confront reality. This is your narrow-mindedness, my foolish older brother, Sasuke declares, contempt evident in his tone. Enough. Itachi interrupts Sasuke. His irritation palpable. Itachi finally realizes that Sasuke's thoughts possess a well-structured logical framework. He understands that to conquer such a meticulously crafted ideology requires an even more refined one. When Itachi's grandiose, yet hollow beliefs collide with Sasuke's reasoning, they shatter into fragments. A confrontation he dreads. He is resistant to being denied by others and unwilling to invalidate the sacrifices he made for peace. Caw! A pitch-black crow materializes at Itachi's command. One of its eyes glowing crimson, the pinwheel-shaped pupil fixated on Sasuke, spinning rapidly. Kodoamatsukami. Sasuke's will is stealthily altered. Yet this transformation is so abrupt that he instantly recognizes it. How could one who harbors a deep-seated hatred for Konoha suddenly develop fondness for it? Fortunately, Sasuke had already prepared a countermeasure against Kodoamatsukami. My precious darling, come forth at once. Sasuke gently called out, as a plump orange cat scampered over amidst Itachi's perplexed gaze. From this day forth, you shall be named Konoha. Fear not, for I shall protect you well. Sasuke tenderly stroked the little feline, casting a triumphant glance towards Itachi. He chuckled, surprise. The grand technique has failed. Observing Itachi's incredulous expression, Sasuke beamed brightly, for the human mind is capricious and ever-changing, while the Kodoamatsukami is but a rigid command. Initially potent, its effects may wane over time, as the agile human intellect inevitably devises myriad ways to circumvent such orders to achieve its ends. Imagine, if you were to use Kodoamatsukami to command Danzo to protect Konoha. How would he react? Would he transform into a devoted servant of Konoha? No, he would not. His nature would remain unaltered. For Danzo has always steadfastly believed that all his actions are for the sake of Konoha. Self-deception, even fooling oneself, let alone a mere Kodoamatsukami. The potency of Kodoamatsukami remains a matter of debate. In the narrative, only Shirsue's Kodoamatsukami has been used against Danzo, yet its efficacy can only be described as mediocre, nearly collapsing upon exposure. Moreover, is it truly so difficult for humans to act against their will and instincts? With all your cards laid bare, do you have anything further to articulate? In this moment, Sasuke was strikingly calm, the tumult of love and hate dissipating like mist in the wake of his earlier words. Is it truly you, Sasuke? Itachi's voice trembled slightly, his eyes intensely fixed upon his brother. Sasuke retorted, you once relished apples, now you favor grapes, and in the future, perhaps watermelons. You cannot even stem your own transformations. Why assume I would remain stagnant and unchanged? Itachi opened his mouth awkwardly, pondering deeply before speaking. Sasuke, your vengeance scheme has succeeded. You have indeed struck at the heart of your enemies. Your growth surpasses my expectations. Both I and Konoha face dire straits. I hope to quell the resentment within you. The ninja world is on the brink of catastrophe, and we need a strong warrior like you to turn the tide. Sasuke regarded Itachi earnestly. Folly is a disease that demands remedy. The chaos in the ninja world is of no concern to me. Surely, you do not naively believe that my quest for vengeance ends here? Surely not. Itachi's eyes widened in alarm. What more do you intend? I shall leave you in this world, and whatever you despise, I shall compel you to confront. You will witness your own downfall, and how Konoha will be forever tainted. Sasuke spoke with malice. Do you remember the name Shimurye? I shall transform your sordid tale into a novel, adapted into a film. Casting Konoha as the most grotesque of villains, relentlessly nailing you to the pillar of shame through entertainment. 3 voices can craft a tiger, many tongues can alter gold. Though Shimura Ye is but a fictional character, should her story spread widely enough, folklore may usurp history. Sasuke mused, drawing an unexpected parallel to the Qing dynasty. His understanding should not have encompassed such a feudal realm from another world. To be precise, Itachi had discerned a fragment of the truth. Sasuke was indeed no longer the Sasuke of old. The dark shadow of the parasitic soul, born of a demonic split, had long since not reappeared. It had not vanished, but rather merged with Sasuke, with the latter's will guiding the initial stages. Sasuke drew forth a kunai inscribed with sigils, embedding it into Itachi's impure form. Go forth and eliminate the remnants of Konoha. This is your first step towards redemption. Chapter 78. The terrifying tale of the Land of Wind. At the very moment Itachi and Hiruzen Sarutobi launched their assault on the peace capital, the Akatsuki also set their plans in motion. Night had fallen, and a cool breeze swept through. A whirlwind stirred up fine sand 100 miles away from the Wind Daimyo's estate, cascading down from the air when it unexpectedly collided with a spiraling spatial distortion. A figure clad in an orange one-eyed mask emerged, none other than Uchiha Obito. Having departed from the Land of Rain, he had raced to the Land of Wind, intending to seal the tailed beasts in the Outer Path Golem in sequential order. Thus, he needed to capture the One Tail with utmost expediency. The situation surrounding the One Tail was particularly unique. Obito's space-time ocular technique, in conjunction with White Zetsu, could stealthily procure the vessel containing the One Tail, rendering him the most suitable for this task. Whereas White Zetsu, stationed near the Wind Daimyo's estate, why does he not show himself? A flicker of darkness crossed Obito's eyes. After a lengthy wait with no sign of White Zetsu, he scoffed, and the surrounding space began to warp as he slipped back into the alternate dimension, heading towards the Daimyo's estate. Although White Zetsu was often inept, he seldom faltered in critical matters. Something must have gone awry this time. Obito could only venture alone to ascertain the whereabouts of Gaara and the One Tail. He could not retreat, for he bore the identity of Uchiha Madara. If he failed to capture even the One Tail, his facade would surely be stripped away. All around him lay only gravel. Traces of avian and insect life were conspicuously absent, the silence unsettling. Obito licked his dry lips, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Since the last encounter with Sasuke, his confidence had been thoroughly shaken, and he no longer dared to swagger as he once did, proceeding with utmost caution. As he approached the outskirts of the Daimyo's estate, Obito carefully emerged from the Kimui dimension, testing the ground covered in gravel beneath his feet. The faint creaking noise echoed sharply in the emptiness of the city. As the core city of the Land of Wind, the Daimyo's estate was meant to be bustling and vibrant, yet it resembled a desolate ruin. Crumbling streets, rusted buildings, deserted houses, and cracked pavements, with resilient weeds struggling for survival in the crevices, evoking the image of a ghost town. The eye of the storm in the ninja world has always been Konoha and the Land of Fire, where the gaze of the masses converge. The changes in Sunagakure and the Land of Wind have always been subtle, akin to boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Apart from the previous incident imitating the Land of Fire's abolition of the ninja village system, which stirred slight ripples, everything else remained shrouded in mystery. What exactly has transpired in the Land of Wind? Confused, Obito began to seek clues regarding Gaara and the One Tail. The glass doors of a luxurious skyscraper in the city center stood ajar, covered in a web of cracks, as if they might shatter at a mere touch. Remaining cautious, Obito gently pushed open the glass door. With a creaking sound, dust billowed into the air. After waiting momentarily for any sign of movement from within, he finally stepped inside. The first floor appeared unremarkable. On the second and third floors, scattered documents and everyday items like chairs and coffee tables were coated in a layer of dust, leading him to preliminarily conclude that this might have once been an office building. As he ascended to the fourth floor, a sudden rustling sound caught his attention, causing every muscle in his body to tense. He was ready to activate Kimui at a moment's notice. Seconds passed, yet Obito remained rooted in place, his body gradually relaxing, a lazy smile curling at the corners of his lips, feeling as though he had returned home. This is bad. My emotions are out of control. In an instant, Obito's face paled, desperately resisting that comforting sensation, and then he promptly retreated into the Kimui dimension, unwilling to advance recklessly. Breathing heavily, Obito took a moment to regain his composure before turning away from the building. He had come to capture the tailed beasts, not to embark on an expedition. Following the dissolution of Sunagakure, the original Sand Shinobi had relocated to the feudal lord's estate. However, what he now witnessed starkly contrasted with the rumors he had heard. Here, not only were there no shinobi, but there were hardly any people at all. This was truly bizarre. Cursing under his breath, Obito stepped into another structure, only to have his expression shift dramatically upon entry. In the center of the floor lay a massive fleshy sphere, nearly filling a third of the room. The ground around it was covered in a vibrant, moss-like substance, with countless pulsating crimson veins connecting the flesh to the moss. The surface of the sphere was adorned with numerous grotesque protrusions resembling human faces, which were not only horrifying but also somewhat repulsive. At first glance, Obito felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the grotesque mass, as if he were encountering his great-grandmother, compelling him to leap forward and merge with it. What the hell was this? He quickly retreated, observing from a distance, yet the fleshy sphere remained unresponsive, seemingly in slumber. What should he do next? These emotion-altering spheres appeared to be numerous. He encountered several more. If only Black Zetsu were present, he could use it as a test subject, but for now, Obito deduced that as long as he refrained from provoking the spheres, he should be safe for the time being. As Obito continued his exploration, he discovered many more of these grotesque masses, which seemed to occupy luxurious residences. Surely, the inhabitants had not been devoured by these monstrosities? Time passed slowly, and Obito grew increasingly anxious. Although he had not encountered any troubles, he had also failed to locate either the One-Tails or Gaara. Just as the sun began to rise above the horizon, an unexpected event unfolded. The fleshy spheres began to hatch. Living beings emerged from within, rolling their eyes and moving with mechanical precision, swiftly taking their designated positions. At the moment the sun fully rose, they transformed into ordinary humans. The cursed city came to life, bustling with activity, as vibrant smiles adorned the faces of the people. Several Black Zetsu mingled among the crowd, appearing both dignified and lively, operating in an orderly manner. They seemed to have no recollection of their previous identities, as if they had become puppets, strictly adhering to a scripted role, working at dawn and resting at dusk in an endless cycle. Hiding in the shadows, Obito observed this scene, feeling a chill run through his bones. Had he succumbed to the influence of the fleshy sphere, could he have become one of them? Soon, Obito spotted Gaara, who appeared regal, adorned with the highest honors. As everyone around him sang praises in exuberant tones, Obito was taken aback. Was Gaara the mastermind behind all this? Was his intent to imprison a multitude of people, merely to receive their endless adoration? Chapter 79. The great benefactor of the shinobi world, Gaara. Obito struggled to comprehend this. Yet he knew he had to focus on his mission. The sphere containing the One-Tails hung from Gaara's gourd, prompting Obito to utilize his Kimui and stealthily approach Gaara from behind. What are you planning? The sudden voice startled Obito, causing him to bristle. Who? In response, a torrent of quicksand lashed out like lightning, and before he could react, one of Obito's arms was violently torn away, the severed appendage belonging to the human side of his body. Retreating rapidly, he clutched his gruesome wound, blood spilling profusely. So it's you, Uchiha Obito, Gaara said, looking down at him with a slight smirk, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Caught off guard by the revelation of his identity, Obito felt a surge of anger. How do you know the name Obito? Is this city you're doing? How utterly wicked. Gaara cast a disdainful glance. A villain must possess a certain awareness. Isn't committing evil the fundamental prerequisite for a villain? From your tone, it seems you consider yourself a hero. How delusional. Obito gritted his teeth. Despite having caused the demise of his teacher, the death of his mentor, unleashing the Nine Tails to wreak havoc, and even aiding Itachi in annihilating his own clan, at his core, he still believed he was a good person. He merely sought to bring ultimate redemption to this filthy world. What was his crime? All the deceased would be reborn within the infinite Tsukuyomi. A mere mortal could never comprehend the magnificence of his aspirations. On the day of his success, he would be the savior of this world. Why could he not perceive himself as a hero? These thoughts flashed through Obito's mind, yet his primary concern lay with how Gaara had uncovered his true identity. How much did he know? Was it Sasuke who leaked the information? Obito inquired cautiously. During the Konoha collapse plan, Gaara had cooperated fully with Sasuke. suggesting a private connection between them. Given Sasuke's vindictive nature, he had ample motive for betrayal. Don't mention that fool's name in my presence. Gaara seemed displeased, unleashing a storm of sand that surged toward Obito. With tensions escalating, Obito felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and swiftly retreated into the Kamui dimension. However, the moment he transitioned from reality to the alternate space, a small amount of sand accompanied him. This sand quickly eroded the surrounding inorganic matter, rapidly forming a new sea of sand. From this sea emerged a sand clone of Gaara, who began mercilessly assaulting Obito with sand. The pressure from this clone equaled that of the original. Obito was left bewildered. How had such a formidable creature emerged from Sunagakure? His greatest trump card had been effortlessly neutralized, leaving him feeling as powerless as a soldier stripped of weaponry, his pride and confidence shattered. Bang! Lost in thought, Obito was struck by the sand and sent flying, his mind buzzing as if struck by a hammer. This was not a battle of equals. It was a game of cat and mouse. As Obito attempted to retaliate with wood release, the rampant thorns intertwined with the yellow sand, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, Gaara dismissed it with scorn. Is this your wood release, sapling technique? Quite impressive, yet it seems to require me to lift a finger. You look a bit weary. Perhaps you need a break? Obito felt a wave of despair wash over him as Gaara's sharp tongue struck a familiar chord, his rage quickly morphing into numbness. As the sand bound him, he ceased all resistance, feeling like a fish out of water, devoid of dreams. Yet, the worst was yet to come. This is Puppet City, a realm without worry. Any living being that steps foot here will receive my benevolence. Suffering, sorrow, and confusion stem from the ability to think. Cease your thoughts, and you shall know no more pain. I have eradicated all suffering in this city. Mr. Obito, I cordially invite you to join us, to become a permanent resident of this city. Will you accept? A fervor gleamed in Gaara's eyes, yet Obito could only respond with 2 words, madman. Gaara nodded, excellent. I knew you would agree. In a fit of fury, Obito exclaimed, do not speak as if you are the authority here. When did I ever agree to this? I understand your urgency, but please, refrain from rushing. Gaara has extended you a remarkable favor. Is this the expression of gratitude you choose to display? The city of no worries welcomes all who genuinely wish to join. Obito responded with a string of curses. Gaara's demeanor darkened. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Have you not taken a moment to reflect on your own countenance? It is out of kindness that I have taken you in. However, with your kind of character, all you would do is bring chaos to this place. Since you refuse to heed my counsel, it is time to reckon with your transgression of intruding into the city of no worries. Obito fell silent, unwilling to engage with someone he deemed deranged. Gaara continued, I have always been benevolent. Even though you have committed heinous crimes, I shall not resort to senseless slaughter. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Obito. As long as he lived, there remained a chance for escape. I have been curious about your eyes, which possess the power of space-time ninjutsu. If, upon entering a different realm, your Sharingan were to be destroyed, would you still be able to return? Gaara's next words dripped with malice. Consider this your punishment. Should you manage to escape, I shall mercifully forgive you. No. Despair washed over Obito, and he could not suppress his fear. Yet Gaara paid him no heed, and with a flick of his hand, he crushed Obito's eyes with sand. Soon, only the desolate Obito remained in the void of the alternate space. Unbeknownst to him, his plight was not solitary. A tragic scene unfolded simultaneously in the land of Earth, featuring the Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori. As a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, Deidara was expected to be well acquainted with both the village and the land of Earth. However, upon crossing the border, they were immediately discovered, surrounded, and a battle ensued. Chapter 80. Is Inoki a handsome man? The land of Earth was dotted with towering mountains, particularly Iwagakure, which was notoriously difficult to breach. Alas, mountains could not thwart the flight of birds. Deidara and Sasori soared through the skies on a clay bird, infiltrating the land of Earth. As they passed a border town, they noticed a vast plaza at its center, featuring a grand altar with a statue prominently displayed. While the statue was as striking as the Hokage rock in Konoha, Deidara and Sasori held no interest in it, merely glancing at it as one might regard an ordinary landscape. Yet, that fleeting glance proved too much for Deidara. He seemed to behold something inconceivable, adjusting the miniature telescope in his left eye repeatedly to confirm he was not imagining things. What troubles you? Sasori inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, Deidara wore a contorted expression akin to one struggling to suppress laughter. Who dared to erect a statue for that uncultured old fool Inoki? But ha ha ha, I can't help but laugh. Deidara flailed his limbs like an octopus, his body language betraying his indescribable feelings. Sasori found himself baffled by Deidara's thought process. They landed the clay bird beneath the statue, where a crowd had gathered in admiration, indicating its fame and significance. At that moment, Sasori finally grasped why Deidara had been laughing uncontrollably. The statue depicted a handsome, tall young man, and beside it was an inscription, "The greatest leader of the land of Earth, Inoki." "This is indeed false advertising," Sasori remarked. No, this is outright fraud. How could Inoki, at his age, suffer from vanity? Shock reverberated through Sasori's thoughts. What a pity to see a once great hero succumb to such superficiality. I've heard tales of nobles who, despite their greasy appearance, believe themselves to be exceptional beauties. But surely Inoki has not fallen prey to such delusions? These thoughts cascaded through Sasori's mind like a barrage of comments. He never imagined Inoki could be so base. No wonder Deidara was a fool. Several figures clad in ninja vests guarded the plaza, rushing towards Deidara and Sasori upon their sudden descent. The common folk, unaware of the true situation, regarded the ninjas with both respect and fear. Deidara, however, could sense that those ninjas were merely chunin, capable of dealing with only the weakest of foes. With this realization, Deidara leaped into action, launching himself onto the statue's head like a cannonball. Countless spider-like explosive clay pieces slipped from his hands, causing the surrounding ninjas to panic. "Stop him!" Ignoring their pleas, Deidara shouted, and then, boom! The plaza trembled under the force of the explosion, scattering the onlookers into chaos. Some shouted accusations at Deidara, while others fled in terror. As Deidara wreaked havoc with his art, the explosions echoed around him. The ninjas fared somewhat better than the panicking civilians, as they could at least fend for themselves while Deidara was not specifically targeting them. "You scoundrel! How dare you desecrate Lord Inoki's statue?" Someone cried out in anguish. Deidara heard the outcry, casually tossing a piece of explosive clay while casting a sidelong glance at the accuser, mockingly declaring, "Inoki? Huh? You call this pathetic thing Inoki? That stinking old man." As his words left his mouth, a large clay bomb erupted from his hands, burrowing into the ground beneath the statue. Another tremendous explosion ensued. The statue was sent flying, dust, dirt, and debris obscuring the view of the crowd. A crack echoed from the airborne statue, capturing the attention of Deidara and Sasori as they peered through the swirling dust. They saw the statue beginning to peel away, as if something were emerging from within. As the dust settled, they finally discerned the figure stepping forth from the statue. It was a tall, well-built young man, nearly 2 meters in height, with exquisitely sculpted features and a physique as if chiseled from marble. His half-long black hair danced in the wind, exuding an inexplicable allure. The statue had come to life. In an instant, a powerful aura washed over them. Deidara pointed at him. "Who are you?" The handsome man chuckled, striking a slightly bizarre pose reminiscent of a legendary stance known as JoJo. "Deidara, it has been a while," he said with a playful tone. "I am your teacher. How could you have forgotten me?" "What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do not speak nonsense." Deidara's forehead throbbed with veins, feeling insulted. Inoki was nearing 80 years old and barely over 1 meter tall. Sasori interjected, claiming to be Inoki with that face is utterly unconvincing. Before Sasori could finish, the shell of his puppet shattered, sending fragments flying. Deidara was left dumbfounded. Sasori's true form was indeed beautiful. Oh no! In a moment of utter disbelief, how could Brother Scorpion have exploded without any warning? For a brief instant, Deidara's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With a modest intellect barely reaching 250, he deduced that the individual before him possessed formidable strength. Quietly reaching into his ninja pouch to consume explosive clay, Deidara resolved to unleash a grand technique. Yet, mere seconds later, he dramatically collapsed, sprawled on the ground, resembling a beautiful fool lost in slumber. The handsome Inoki cast a glance at Scorpion, who was preparing to release his puppet army from the scroll. In that fleeting moment, Scorpion's pink-haired boy puppet detonated, leaving behind only a pulsating core of regeneration. Inoki bent down to retrieve the core and turned to the 2 distant ninjas, instructing them to bind the assailant and escort him back. Yes, the 2 ninjas were filled with excitement. They had just conversed with Lord Inoki. Such fortune! Visions of promotions, wealth, and marrying a beautiful heiress danced through their minds. A bright future awaited them. Chapter 81. The terrifying box of paradise. When Deidara regained consciousness, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, only to discover he was bound and seated beside a severely damaged puppet. It was then he realized that the puppet was Scorpion. The prominent inscription of Scorpion on the regeneration core was impossible to overlook. He felt a twinge of disappointment. The red-haired little boy was not Scorpion's true essence. Scorpion had long since awakened, or perhaps he had never truly lost consciousness. The isolated regeneration core was powerless until it connected with the puppet, granting it mobility. Alas, this puppet was far too broken to accomplish anything. Where was he? Deidara surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling upon an opulent palace displaying the architectural style of the land of Earth. This place could either be a home or a final resting place. Suddenly startled by a voice behind him, Deidara turned to find the strikingly handsome man once more. Who are you? Must you always speak to me in that old man's tone? Deidara expressed his irritation. I am the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, Scorpion calmly reminded him. Huh, brother Scorpion. Why do you also speak in such a manner? Is this some sort of transformation technique? Deidara asked, scrutinizing the handsome figure. Scorpion replied. It is likely a secret technique for extending life and rejuvenation. Deidara retorted. Well, the old man certainly didn't look like this in his youth. Just as he was about to finish his thought, a realization struck him. Wait, isn't Orochimaru known for a body-switching technique? Could it be that you? Deidara was astonished, his expressions shifting like a painter's palette. Inoki's voice turned grave. Deidara, from your gaze, I perceive a base foolishness. Cease your audacious and unreasonable thoughts at once. At this, Deidara recoiled in a manner akin to a widow coveted for her beauty. Are you not coveting my youthful and exquisite form? For a fleeting moment, Inoki felt his head throb, unwilling to indulge in further banter. It was not difficult for the strong to alter their appearance. Very well, Deidara, you were once my disciple. Therefore, I offer you a chance. If you return, I shall overlook past grievances. Deidara cautiously inquired. And if I refuse, what will you do with me? Inoki's smile turned sinister as he dragged Deidara and Scorpion deeper into the palace. Before them stood a colossal box, adorned with faces on all four sides, emanating a chilling aura as if it contained all the negativity of the world. Offer me sweet sacrifices, and I shall grant you your every desire. A voice, seductive yet eerie, whispered in Deidara's mind. Exchanging glances with Scorpion, their shared artistic sensibilities ignited an unspoken connection. You heard that too, right? Scorpion queried. Indeed, Deidara affirmed. Inoki may have used this method to regain his youth and become handsome. That is precisely what I believe. Before they could converse further, Inoki's magnetic yet slightly sinister voice interrupted. This is the box of paradise. Deidara, should you refuse to return, I shall regrettably have to use you as a sacrifice, offering your soul as the final contribution to the land of Earth. You have 3 minutes to contemplate your decision. As his words lingered, Inoki turned away, approaching the box of paradise and murmuring incantations. In an instant, the box began to tremble, the faces on its masks displaying a cacophony of emotions. Soon, one mask fell away, revealing an abyss of darkness behind it. An ominous presence surged forth, and within that inky blackness, countless distorted silhouettes wandered. The visages of those souls were grotesque, their forms indistinguishable by age or gender. Upon catching the first rays of light, they surged forward like famished sharks sensing blood, clamoring desperately to escape. Yet, as they neared the exit, an unseen force would drag them back, ultimately fading into the void. Those are human souls, the offerings it craves. Scorpion exclaimed, his composure wavering despite his puppet form, a tremor of fear evident in his voice. What? Deidara's reaction was even more dramatic. Those are indeed souls. Confronted with such a terrifying spectacle, even Scorpion, a seasoned killer, could not suppress his shock. Deidara, caught between excitement and fear, wondered what manner of creature this was. How many souls had it devoured? Calculating the rate at which those souls vanished in the darkness, the number within a given volume, and the duration for which Inoki had possessed the box of paradise, Scorpion roughly estimated a horrifying figure, tens of thousands, perhaps even exceeding 1,000,000. The casualties of the 3 shinobi world wars combined paled in comparison to the number of souls claimed here. While Deidara was consumed by shock, Scorpion uncovered an even more perplexing question. Why was the shinobi world so indifferent to the box of paradise, treating it as if it were inconsequential? Despite its destruction of the land of grass and the fact that Kankuro was a member of the Akatsuki, why did information regarding the box of paradise evoke a sense of disregard? Because Inoki made a wish. Scorpion surmised. His rejuvenation, his handsome appearance, his immense power, and the livable environment of the land of Earth, all were his desires. He wished to remain inconspicuous while indulging in his own growth, which led to the concealment of information regarding the box of paradise. He sought to maintain control over the entire land of Earth, erecting statues of himself in every city. Through these statues, he could monitor the cities and ignore distance, descending into them at will. Demons are not omniscient. They occasionally feign ignorance of human language, twisting unattainable desires into grotesque forms. Time's up. How have your considerations progressed? Inoki gripped Deidara by the collar, as though he would sacrifice him immediately should he dare refuse. Deidara nodded, but he made one request: spare Scorpion's life. Inoki chuckled coldly. If you devoted even a fraction of this effort towards other women with your talents, you would have long ceased to be single. Deidara replied. Why must I be in a relationship? Is it not enough to have a mouth? The capture plans for the 4 tails and 5 tails by the land of Earth have been declared a failure. Chapter 82. The current state of the Akatsuki organization. Obito, also known as Madara, along with Sasori and Deidara, have vanished without a trace. No news has emerged from the Wind and Earth countries, indicating that their missions have indeed failed. It has been confirmed that the individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara is an imposter. Nagato and Konan had previously harbored doubts about Madara's identity. How could someone don a black cloak and mask and boldly declare themselves as Uchiha Madara? His demeanor, timid and reminiscent of a sewer rat, hardly inspires confidence in his reputation as a god of the shinobi world. Kakuzu and Haiden successfully captured the 2 tails Jinchuriki, while Konan and Karen returned with the 7 tails Jinchuriki from the village hidden in the waterfall. Pain personally intervened to secure the 3 tails and 6 tails Jinchuriki from the land of water, facing minimal resistance, save for Haiden being bitten by insects in the land of lightning. However, Nagato's mindset has shifted significantly, having witnessed the dire state of the land of water, where the tenements stand empty and corpses lie scattered across the desolate landscape. He realizes that even if peace is achieved, it may not avert further tragedy. The Akatsuki convened a collective meeting, where Pain sat at the head of the table with Konan at his side, flanked by Haiden, Kakuzu, Karen, and Zetsu. Pain spoke gravely. Everyone, our original plans for capturing the 1 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails have failed. The Akatsuki has shifted from the shadows into the light, and our current situation is far from optimistic. The organization has suffered severe losses, and news of the captured tailed beasts cannot remain concealed. The major nations will likely turn against us. Kakuzu chimed in, agreeing with Pain's assessment. Indeed, we underestimated our opponents. Obito, Deidara, and Sasori have all disappeared without a trace. Black Zetsu's tone remained calm, which momentarily altered Haiden's expression, as he seemed poised to mock, only to be distracted by an unsettling restlessness in his hands, swiftly forgetting his intended remarks. Each member present possesses formidable individual strength, with favorable odds in one-on-one or small-scale skirmishes. Yet, the lack of numbers poses a significant risk. If confronted with overwhelming forces, we could be overwhelmed. Kakuzu meticulously analyzed their predicament. This is certain. Even the powerful third raikage fell to thousands of IWA shinobi. Of course, this is a matter for you all to consider. I, for one, do not fear for my life. Haiden scratched at his silver-gray pompadour with fervor. Among the remaining members of the Akatsuki, Zetsu serves as the intelligence operative, while Karen and Haiden excel in precision assassination. Kakuzu can barely hold his own against a small army, provided he does not encounter a strong adversary. His ninjutsu is effective for mowing down weaker foes. Six Paths Pain is undeniably powerful, with the Rinnegan granting him devastating area of effect jutsu, able to unleash formidable combat prowess in short bursts, but his body is riddled with injuries, leaving him vulnerable after each exertion. When it comes to hidden talents within the Akatsuki, Konan stands out, wielding a money-burning technique capable of causing Kakuzu immense anguish, as her explosive tags deliver lethal strikes to both individuals and groups alike. In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. The 5 great nations are preoccupied with their own crises and lack the resources to mobilize their forces against us. Besides, if we cannot win, we can always flee. Karen stated succinctly. The Akatsuki has always been a loosely organized entity, with the Tailed Beast plan being Pain's personal ambition. He seeks to possess the Ten Tails, positioning the Akatsuki as the authoritative military force in the shinobi world. However, the other members are indifferent to the success or failure of this plan. If it succeeds, they reap the benefits. If it fails and invites a collective assault from the entire shinobi world, they will simply abandon the Akatsuki to pursue their own freedoms. On the surface, only Pain and Conan seem genuinely invested in the Tailed Beast plan, yet Black Zetsu is equally anxious, musing aloud. If we can promptly revive the Ten Tails, even if all the shinobi unite, they will not stand a chance against us. This statement, though logically sound, is ultimately a mere platitude. By the way, why can't that intern named Obito even capture the One Tails? Kakuzu inquired suddenly. Both Nagato and Conan fell silent, regretting the wasted potential of the masked man who, despite his impressive facade, faltered at a critical moment. Humph. I have always found Obito suspicious, Haiden exclaimed, likely still harboring resentment over Obito's refusal to join his cult. Kakuzu shot Haiden a glance, noting the multiple scratches adorning his face, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. The group continued to bicker for some time, ultimately realizing that the meeting was little more than a time-wasting endeavor. After the assembly dispersed, Pain retained Zetsu, inquiring about Itachi and Kisame, as well as intelligence regarding the remnants of Konoha and the situation in the City of Peace. They're all dead, Black Zetsu replied darkly. Uchiha Sasuke's strength is terrifying. At that moment, Sasuke had just defeated Itachi and used Kisame as a sacrifice to resurrect Itachi through the impure world reincarnation. In this state, Itachi exhibited no discernible weaknesses, controlled by Sasuke, and transformed into a relentless killing machine. The remnants of Konoha, primarily the Sarutobi clan, suffered a devastating onslaught from Amaterasu. Whoever claimed that Amaterasu cannot kill was mistaken. The combination of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu is a genuinely silent instrument of death. Witnessing the Konoha shinobi fall one after another, Itachi's impure body felt an odd sensation, as if his heart were being extracted and brutally rubbed against ice. Sasuke controlled him to remain silent and cleverly concealed the signs of the impure world reincarnation on his face, making him appear indistinguishable from a living person. Until long after others noticed Itachi's ambush, Itachi could not comprehend why some individuals, despite seeing him, chose to ignore his presence, watching their comrades perish before their eyes. Suddenly, a sharp kunai embedded itself in the ground at Itachi's feet, and several shinobi quickly closed in to encircle him. The grizzled Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi lifted his gaze, lazily surveying the opposition. Why rush to your own demise? Clearly, this statement did not originate from Itachi's own volition. He subtly shifted his body, evading a kunai thrown by an unseen assailant, as his Mangekyo Sharingan whirled violently, unleashing a sudden explosion of black flames. In the next moment, the surrounding shinobi began to wail, as the unquenchable black fire consumed them, using their bodies as fuel, resembling black dahlias blooming in the night sky. Observers from a distance, untouched by the chaos, immediately utilized water-style jutsu, only to find the water ignited. Horror etched across their faces. Just then, a dark figure plummeted from the sky, and upon closer inspection, it revealed a man clad in a tight green outfit, exuding a primal aura. No matter how many times he had seen him, each encounter felt as though his eyes were being doused in a caustic substance. Kakashi, the elder Sarutobi exclaimed, astonished. Third Hokage. Might Guy shed tears like noodles. Though Might Guy may not possess great intellect, he was blessed with instincts akin to a beast. On the day Konoha collapsed, he inexplicably developed severe directional dyslexia, later being coaxed by Kakashi to the City of Peace. Initially, all seemed well, but one day, Kakashi went missing. They claimed he was on a classified mission, yet Might Guy felt deep down that Kakashi had left him forever. He waited in anguish. But Kakashi remained silent, leading him, already longing for Konoha, to ally with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He became a part of the plan to breach the City of Peace from within. Previously, the fierce battle between Sasuke and Itachi showcased the formidable Susanoo, and although no offensive signal was received, Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned through experience that this was the opportune moment to launch a full-scale attack. The ambushed leaf ninjas and the insiders within the Peace City sprang into action, executing a decapitation plan. If they could eliminate the daimyo and high-ranking figures like Sasuke and Neji, the leaf could firmly establish itself in this city and experience a rebirth. However, to their astonishment, Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly turned against them, raising his blade against his former allies. Truly, the infamous Itachi, the one who extinguished his clan. With his thick brows and striking eyes, he had become a traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to awaken Itachi's conscience with the fervent will of fire. But Itachi responded with the blazing flames of Amaterasu. Unable to conquer him mentally, the only recourse was to annihilate him physically. Itachi did not afford much time for reminiscing to Might Guy and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amaterasu surged forth. As a pure taijutsu ninja, Might Guy found himself at a disadvantage against Itachi unless he opened the 8th gate. With Amaterasu approaching, a cold sweat broke out on Guy's back, sensing the imminent threat to his very soul. Morning Peacock. Without hesitation, Might Guy opened the 6th gate, his aura swelling, fists tearing through the air, igniting flames as he swiftly dodged Amaterasu and lunged toward Itachi. In an instant, Itachi transformed into a flurry of crows, and amidst the cacophony of their cries, a figure unexpectedly appeared before Might Guy, ready to cast Tsukuyami. Yet, Guy abruptly bowed his head and closed his eyes, ever mindful of the taboos when facing the Uchiha. Itachi gazed down upon Guy, his eyes filled with resistance, yet his hand moved uncontrollably, plunging a kunai violently toward Guy. His speed was overwhelming, though Guy instinctively evaded. He was still grazed on the neck, blood erupting from the wound like a ruptured dam. Guy's complexion paled, his strength rapidly waning, and the state of the 8 gates only accelerated his blood loss. Just as Itachi prepared to strike the final blow, an abundance of white hair suddenly intercepted the kunai, producing a metallic clash. What a bother, Itachi remarked with evident impatience, as countless tendrils of black flames erupted forth, engulfing everything. Jiraiya, adorned with red face paint and flowing white hair, wore a serious expression as he swiftly whisked Might Guy away. The ground transformed into a horrifying mire of Amaterasu, with Jiraiya entrusting Guy to the medical ninjas before immediately executing a sealing technique to restrain the flames. This sealing technique was particularly effective against Amaterasu, or indeed, all fire-based jutsu. Its drawback lay in its lengthy preparation, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others momentarily distracting Itachi, Jiraiya was afforded the necessary time. Previously, ordinary ninjas could do little but distance themselves from the battle, as their involvement would only hinder their allies and lead to their demise by Amaterasu. Now, with Amaterasu temporarily restrained by the sealing technique, ordinary ninjas finally found their opportunity to join the fray, overwhelming Itachi with their combined might. There was no blood, nor the sound of blades cutting flesh, only the cracking of the cursed soil rapidly mending Itachi's wounds. Edo Tensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his expression shifting as if he had come to a realization. He quickly addressed Jiraiya. Itachi Uchiha is already dead. Someone is manipulating his Edo Tensei body. Use your sealing techniques. I will confront the puppet master. The suspects behind the Edo Tensei were 2 individuals, Orochimaru and Sasuke. It was reasonable to suspect that they had conspired together, with Orochimaru's expertise in various forbidden techniques, and Sasuke having learned Edo Tensei under his tutelage. According to the clues from the Aburame clan, Orochimaru was nowhere to be found, but Sasuke was easily located, sitting beneath the cherry tree in his family estate. The courtyard in disarray, Itachi's corpse discarded beneath another cherry tree. Even without a guide, Sarutobi Hiruzen could swiftly find Sasuke, the location of the Susanu's emergence too conspicuous. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no time and launched his attack upon encountering Sasuke. Attempting to engage Sasuke in verbal taunts would be futile. If such tactics were effective, the leaf would not have been obliterated by the tailed beast bomb. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, raising a hand as a massive wall of mist materialized from beneath his feet, engulfing the rampant flames, which vanished without a trace. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed new hand seals, and an array of dazzling ninjutsu clashed violently with the decaying fog, the terrain gradually transforming into a pockmarked battlefield, with only the 2 cherry trees remaining unscathed. Sasuke's expression remained stoic, his eyes reflecting the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Such extravagant techniques and endless stratagems cannot conceal the inherent frailty of a ninja. How long can you endure such intense assaults? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, shadows clouding his gaze. Uchiha Sasuke. You destroyed the leaf and manipulated the daimyo to act against us. You are the true mastermind behind it all, are you not? Though he was 90% certain, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not refrain from seeking confirmation to avoid misplacing his ultimate technique. Sasuke donned a smug expression. Indeed, it is I. Did you never foresee this day when you allowed Danzo to obliterate the Uchiha? That was all Danzo's doing. I am innocent, and the leaf is blameless. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in anguish, then let out a laugh. It is too late to say anything now. You must pay for your malevolence. You are far too dangerous. I will not allow you to continue wreaking havoc upon this nation. As his words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed a peculiar seal, summoning a pale specter from the void. An aura of death permeating the air as if time itself had frozen. The gradually solidifying apparition donned a white robe, its face resembling a ghastly mask. A dagger clenched in its teeth, its eyes void of life, gazing down at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shiki Fujin. Chapter 84. Devouring the God of Death, Shiki Fujin. A forbidden sealing technique originating from the Uzumaki clan revolves around the principle of exchanging life for life. Regardless of Sarutobi Hiruzen's past virtues, in this moment, he was genuinely prepared to sacrifice himself to take down Sasuke, this monumental threat. Perhaps it was at this instant that he ignited the true will of fire, his indomitable spirit becoming the offering, as the specter of death revealed a sinister smile, its clawed hand, imbued with ghostly flames, reaching towards Uchiha Sasuke. The palpable chill of death approached, and Sasuke gazed up at the specter, his eyes glimmering with avarice, for the demon knew that the specter was filled with delectable souls. The concept of God is, in fact, quite broad. For weaker beings, possessing sufficient power can earn them the title of deity. An ancient person, unfamiliar with advanced technology, might kneel in awe upon witnessing an extraterrestrial craft soaring through the sky. However, a god acknowledged by demons is not of the mundane sort. They must wield dominion over laws or authority, or embody a concept that has been animated and possesses self-awareness. Clearly, the specter of death before them was merely a being by name, nothing more. With a burst of energy, Sasuke propelled himself forward, the sound of an explosive shockwave resonating as he suddenly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The swirling mist swept past the specter of death, producing a rustling sound akin to countless insects gnawing at one's heart. The endpoint of decay is death. Yet the illusory specter lacked the power to counteract the encroaching decay. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, his aged, murky eyes widening in horror. Sasuke dared to strike at the specter of death? The old man's time was drawing to a close. Sasuke withdrew his gaze from the Grim Reaper, the crimson kaleidoscope of his Sharingan radiating an overwhelming malice, his youthful form resembling an insurmountable mountain, casting a shadow over Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sinuous mist infiltrated his nostrils and mouth, curling into his body. Sarutobi Hiruzen was desperately maintaining the Shiki Fujin, unable to evade the encroaching fog, and could only watch helplessly as the strange mist invaded his lungs. An excruciating pain surged through his chest, akin to countless ants joyously nesting in his respiratory organs, and putrid blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. The agony was unbearable. As the direct disciple of the second Hokage, had he ever experienced such torment? Oh, it had been years since he last stood on the battlefield. The suffering was now borne by others. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi summoned the last remnants of his strength in a futile attempt to direct the Grim Reaper's claws towards Sasuke. This Grim Reaper appeared devoid of self-awareness. The moment its spectral claws broke free of the mist, they were ensnared once more, unable to reach Sasuke's form. A chilling aura spread, emanating from Sasuke, who smiled as he fixed his gaze upon the Reaper, imbued with profound malevolence. Sarutobi felt as though he were engulfed in an icy abyss. Sasuke showed no fear of death. That very gaze seemed to regard the Grim Reaper as a delectable feast. As chakra gradually dissipated and life waned, he struggled to utter a word, but no sound escaped his lips before the light and his eyes extinguished. The legendary ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen, met his end in such a pitiful manner. The death of the caster rendered the summoned Grim Reaper increasingly ethereal, yet it still desperately approached Sarutobi, attempting to claim his soul, an obligatory toll for the Reaper, its dignity diminished. Sasuke scoffed, "This is my plaything. How dare you covet it?" As punishment, You shall remain here as compensation." With a sinister grin, he transformed the mist into chains that bound the fading Reaper. The Reaper inexplicably began to wail, a chilling cry reverberating through the air, stirring a viscous, ominous wind. Its mouth grotesquely gaped open, a long tongue curling to thrust the blade within towards Sasuke. Alas, the tip of the blade halted mere inches from Sasuke, unable to advance any further. Sasuke appeared entranced, his profound eyes emanating an irresistible allure, as though an unseen abyss awaited to swallow the Reaper along with the souls it had amassed over the years. Oh dear! It seemed he had inadvertently devoured the fourth Hokage and half of the Nine Tails as well. The demon, unimpressed, grimaced, having consumed something unsavory, and with a swift motion, extracted the Nine Tails from his stomach, compressing it into a pokeball akin to Shikaku's. Meanwhile, far above the distant sea, a figure clad in a white haori, wielding a mysterious staff and accompanied by 9 black orbs, floated in midair, exhaling a deep sigh. He sensed the demise of the Grim Reaper. The Sage of Six Paths, enveloped in profound perplexity, looked up to reveal his violet Rinnegan, his gaze seemingly transcending mountains and rivers, peering into the last whereabouts of the Reaper. The future had become obscured, fate entwined in chaos. 2 of the 3 sacred lands had vanished, and Indra's reincarnation had become uncertain. Where lay the source of this turmoil? Could it be the Otsutsuki from beyond the stars? The Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brow in self-reflection. According to his original prophecy, he was meant to resolve the conflict between Indra and Ashura in this lifetime, compelling Indra to obediently serve as Ashura's subordinate, while nurturing Ashura to become the protector of the ninja world, to combat the enemies mentioned by his mother, Kaguya. Why such a disparity in treatment towards the 2 children? It could only be said that as the Sage of Six Paths, his preferences inherently formed a set of rules. Much like Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire and Shimura Danzo's will of roots, subordinates could only ascend if they conformed to their will. In ancient China, many princes were deposed, often due to their divergence from their progenitors. A child's character, misaligned with their parent, is bound to result in turmoil. Ashura's disposition mirrored that of the Sage of Six Paths, and upon his ascension, he would become a continuation of the sage, whereas Indra's character, should he ascend, would likely lead to a complete denial of his father's legacy. Therefore, even if Indra were the more gifted, the Sage of Six Paths would invariably choose Ashura. For Indra's eyes and temperament would instinctively remind him of his arrogant mother. Yet now, everything had unraveled, and the sage found himself at a loss amidst this multitude of troubles. Another long sigh escaped his lips as he waved his staff, sending the crimson ice far away from the shore. Since discovering the peculiar red crystals that covered half the ocean, the sage had been ensnared by this issue, exerting all his effort to protect the continent from this crimson invasion, leaving him no time to address the turmoil within the ninja world. With the Sage of Six Paths' power, he could indeed alter the natural environment on a grand scale. His brother had created a habitable space on the moon, and he could accomplish the same. Had he not remained vigilant here, the current state of the ninja world would be tenfold worse. Chapter 85. The unblinking Sarutobi Hiruzen as Sasuke consumed the Grim Reaper. He felt the weight of a scrutinizing gaze upon him, yet he paid it no mind. He could always discard this guise of Sasuke. Turning his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's lifeless body, a sinister expression emerged on Sasuke's face. "Danzo, your companion shall soon join you." How delightful! Sasuke extracted Hiruzen's soul, who seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, accepting that he was merely being cast into a cesspool. A true man, unafraid of consumption. After all, it was not true consumption. The soul merely simulated the act of swallowing, devoid of taste and texture, and with Danzo and others accompanying him. In short, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never bow to Sasuke and beg for mercy. He would uphold his identity, even in death. Sasuke had no desire to engage in philosophical banter with Hiruzen. Such privileges were reserved for Itachi, who had earned his place. Sasuke simply tapped lightly on Hiruzen's forehead 3 times. "Wake up, fool." In an instant, Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically, not from anger at Sasuke's humiliation, but because he recalled everything. His distorted memories and perceptions had returned to normal. He had not married a second wife. He had no multitude of sons, daughters, or grandchildren, nor a plethora of beautiful mistresses. The Sarutobi clan had fled in disarray, their vitality long depleted. All the so-called hidden powers, such as Sarutobi Konin and Sarutobi Daikichi, were mere fabrications. His defenses shattered, life suddenly felt like a lifeless, desolate well. No, this cannot be. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured in disbelief, and for a fleeting moment, he even suspected that Sasuke had casted genjutsu upon his soul, merely to make him wish for death. Yet, those non-existent individuals bore too many inconsistencies. When his cognition was distorted, he would instinctively overlook the anomalies, but now, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer deceive himself. Souls do not shed tears. He could only wail with his mouth agape, remembering the nights spent with his second wife, the countless moments with his mistresses, and the disappearance of his beloved son, Asuma. What on earth were those beings? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned in despairing fury. Sasuke chuckled softly, remaining silent. He was not the kind of person who would benevolently reveal his trump cards to his adversaries. Those monsters were known as impostors, having been meticulously crafted by the demon, intertwined with a creature called another, capable of altering cognition and memory, specifically designed to torment Uzumaki Naruto. Old man. A startled voice rang out from a distance. Jiraiya and the others had finally managed to seal Itachi, but they were a moment too late. Sasuke, upon hearing the commotion, immediately seized the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen and trampled his lifeless body underfoot. Jiraiya was filled with rage. You scoundrel. Sarutobi-sensei has already passed away. Can you not show even a modicum of respect for a ninja and your elders? Sasuke merely dug into his ear, as if he had heard the greatest joke of all time. Respect from an enemy? Are you serious? When Yang Guifei's sisters were mercilessly slain at Maui Slope, did anyone show them respect? When Saddam was executed, did the Americans respect him for once being a head of state? Throughout history, if the vanquished receive courtesy, it is merely the mercy of the victors. If the victors are unkind, the vanquished must endure whatever humiliation is inflicted upon them. Clearly, Sasuke was devoid of compassion. The face of Hiruzen Sarutobi was already showing signs of decomposition, and without hesitation, Sasuke ground his dusty shoe against the old man's head, exuding a wild and malevolent charm. The corpse is right here. If you have the guts, come and take it yourselves. Jiraiya's eyes widened in fury as he roared and charged at Sasuke. Be careful. His eyes are also a Sharingan. Do not look directly at them. Tsunade shouted from the crowd. She had been preoccupied with treating those burned by Amaterasu, and without the assistance of the slug sage, her healing efficiency had significantly diminished. Only now, having caught her breath, did she notice the corpse of her teacher. Mourning the loss of another familiar face, her sorrow eclipsed her anger. Might Guy, who had already healed his wounds, surged towards Sasuke like a cannonball. However, it seemed he was not particularly concerned about Hiruzen's body. He relentlessly inquired, where is Kakashi? Adhering to the principle of never satisfying the enemy's demands, Sasuke refused to engage with Guy. Instead, he unleashed a dense fog that shot towards him. When Guy threw a punch, the mist shattered into countless tendrils that ensnared him. Upon contact, the skin on Guy's body began to show signs of necrosis. As if pus were about to ooze forth, the searing pain rapidly engulfed him, and he let out a deafening scream, his aura and pressure escalating as he forcibly broke free from the mist's grip. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had entered Sage mode. One cannot deny that the power of Sage techniques far surpasses that of ordinary jutsu. Unfortunately, it still could not alter the fact that a ninja's frail physical form was their greatest vulnerability. Jiraiya could evade countless attacks, but should he be struck even once by Sasuke, it would spell his doom. Conversely, Sasuke appeared indifferent to the damage inflicted upon him. When the fireball of the Great Fireball technique struck his chest, he remained unfazed, maintaining his relentless assault. Jiraiya could not help but exclaim, "Are you even human?" Sasuke retorted, "Haven't you ever seen a root ninja?" In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sasuke seized the opportunity. Mist coiled around his fingertips, transforming into claws that plunged directly into Jiraiya's chest, seizing the thumping heart and squeezing with all his might. Just as disaster loomed, Might Guy charged in with a howl, his body seemingly ablaze like a ferocious tiger, striking Sasuke back and effortlessly rescuing Jiraiya, handing him over to Tsunade for treatment. Tsunade quickly formed hand seals and unleashed her chakra scalpel, making an incision in Jiraiya's chest to perform heart surgery. One must admit, the physical resilience of ninjas is remarkable. Their immune systems far exceed those of purebred humans. Tsunade released green healing chakra over Jiraiya's wound, preserving his life. Might Guy beamed with a brilliant smile, his teeth reflecting a dim light, yet appearing extraordinarily radiant. as if he were the true embodiment of Konoha's white fang. Determined, a fierce resolve ignited in his eyes, and his body erupted with a more powerful aura. Chapter 86. The Death of Might Guy. The Eighth Gate. Open. It was as if the bonds of a beast had been shattered, and Might Guy unleashed a torrent of crimson energy, scalding steam erupting outward. Two withered cherry trees, entwined with vines, toppled to the ground with a resounding crack. The eighth gate of the 8 gates of opening, known as the Death Gate. Might Guy had previously contemplated whether to open this gate, feeling shame for hesitating despite being a proud azure beast. Was it not only fitting to open the Death Gate to avenge his dear friend Kakashi? To eliminate the hidden hand behind the chaos in the Land of Fire? What was the cost of his life? Day and night, he had trained tirelessly, all for that fleeting moment of brilliance in a critical situation. A powerful, tumultuous aura enveloped Might Guy, cracks forming across his face, resembling fragile pottery on the verge of shattering, as molten blood flowed and evaporated. Sasuke frowned, and the ominous fog emitted a shrill wail, morphing into countless sinuous tendrils that lunged at Guy. Guy's eyes bulged like protruding bulbs, radiating a terrifying light, as if they could burst at any moment. With a gentle leap, the ground beneath him cracked into a web of fissures. The mist tendrils missed their target, only to be obliterated by Guy's punch. The red steam generated by the clash roared like a ferocious dragon, dispersing the fog in its wake. As the decaying aura seemed to weaken before the blazing vitality of life, the rotting mist dissipated, revealing a tendency to struggle to regroup. Yet, Guy was not unscathed. His fist made contact with the decaying fog, and though brief, he still exhibited adverse effects. More cracks appeared on his face, and his body ignited from within, revealing that this forbidden technique was draining his future. Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions darkened. When they devised the ambush plan, they had not anticipated such a devastating defeat. Might Guy was their last trump card. If he fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Might Guy maintained his carefree demeanor, grinning widely. Kakashi, my dear friend, my lifelong rival, I will soon join you. With those words, he unleashed the ultimate technique of this world, Night Guy. The red steam coalesced into a dragon shape, a ferocious force capable of distorting space, launching itself at Sasuke. A series of fog walls rose before Sasuke, only to be pierced one by one, and enveloped in a heat wave. Night Guy sent Sasuke hurtling through the air, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Sasuke's body was embedded at the bottom of the pit, his clothing shredded, yet he remained unperturbed. Uchiha Madara had faced the ninja coalition wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. Naturally, Sasuke was undaunted as well. His chest was battered, a gaping wound revealing glimpses of broken bone amidst flesh, but he managed to rise, gingerly touching the agonizing injury. His expression chillingly resolute as he wiped the blood from his face. Indeed, you are Might Guy, the man who nearly kicked out the grand finale. Sasuke grinned wickedly, a crimson mist erupting from his grievously injured chest, writhing and corroding the dead tissue, reshaping and reforming it, replacing his original flesh and blood. The wound gradually healed, albeit with an oddly discolored appearance. Observing Sasuke's restored form, Might Guy gritted his teeth and shouted, launching another assault. His rapidly moving figure streaked through the air like a shooting star, and once again, Sasuke found himself struck. This time, Might Guy offered Sasuke no reprieve. His fists and feet descended upon Sasuke like a tempest, shattering flesh and pulverizing bone, rendering him a pitiful, tattered doll from a distance. It was only when Might Guy approached his limit that the onslaught momentarily ceased. His body was collapsing under the adverse effects of the 8th gate, and unless someone of Sage of Six Paths caliber intervened, his life was beyond saving. Guy? Tsunade cried, tears welling in her eyes as she frantically employed her medical ninjutsu. In her dazed state, she felt herself revert to the helpless girl from years past, who could only watch in despair as her beloved fell in battle. Meanwhile, Sasuke plummeted to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. His once handsome visage was now marred, his body a grotesque mass of decayed flesh, with only his Sharingan still radiating a dark, crimson glow. Quick, keep attacking, Jiraiya shouted, clutching his chest. Even though Sasuke appeared beyond salvation, he needed to be finished off promptly. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Several ninjas joined forces to unleash flames, searing Sasuke's blood and flesh. Surely this time he has done for? Jiraiya relaxed his taut nerves a fraction. If Uchiha Sasuke were indeed the true mastermind, Eliminating him would resolve much of the trouble. Shifting his gaze from the charred remnants of Sasuke, Jiraiya looked back at Might Guy, who clung to the last vestiges of his life. Tsunade was unwilling to surrender, and Jiraiya advised her, Guy in this state, even if saved, will only suffer in his remaining days. The ninja world does not advocate excessive medical intervention. Suddenly, a startled gasp pierced the air, and both Jiraiya and Tsunade turned toward the source, equally astonished. They beheld the heap of near-raw bones and flesh tremble and rise unsteadily. Two mangled Sharingan, barely attached, glared viciously at everyone present. The scene was horrifying beyond imagination. Freed from the constraints of human form, Sasuke appeared to transcend himself, leaping up with a crash, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh that hurtled towards Might Guy. Tsunade stepped in front of Guy, encasing her fist in chakra and striking with tremendous force, the sickening sound of tearing flesh echoing as Sasuke split into two heaps. From one heap emerged a voice, I, Uchiha Sasuke, am immortal. Such a monster. Tsunade grimaced in disgust, a flicker of blood phobia creeping into her heart, which she forcefully suppressed. The so-called hemophobia had been exaggerated from a mere discomfort to an overwhelming fear. Now was not the time for her to succumb to such weakness. Discomfort had to be endured. The two masses of flesh lunged at Might Guy, splitting several times mid-attack. Tsunade protected Guy but neglected her own safety. Slimy, viscous remnants inadvertently clung to her ankle, slithering up her leg like a serpent. Damn it! Tsunade seethed with indignation, furious at the affront, and immediately grasped at the two remnants. Seizing the moment, a tendril emerged from the decaying mass, slapping Might Guy's body with a resounding thud. Might Guy was reduced to a heap of debris. Chapter 87. The Death of Jiraiya Guy. Tsunade roared in anguish, her face ablaze with fury, stomping the ground as her eyes glinted with a predatory ferocity, locking onto the heap of shattered bones and flesh. More specifically, the mass embedded with Sharingan. The patterns of the Mangekyo spun wildly, a crimson glow intermingling with bizarre and malevolent powers, exuding a twisted beauty. The Sharingan was a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, but regrettably, Sasuke's eyes were mere imitations, filled with inferior techniques inserted by a demon. Earthbinding was solely a torment for the dead, while Cursed Grudge was too random, yielding trivial curses with 100 casts. The last time it had turned Might Guy into a disoriented fool, it was merely a backdoor opened by the demon. Now, Sasuke was indistinguishable from the demon, retaining those eyes as mere ornaments, a manifestation of his obsession with his clan. Die. Tsunade formed hand seals and unleashed a fire technique, her chakra amplifying the flames into a raging inferno. Although she was more adept at medical ninjutsu and physical prowess, it did not imply she was inept at other techniques. She simply rarely used them. Given Sasuke's high immunity to physical attacks, Tsunade felt compelled to unleash fire, determined that incinerating him to ashes would put an end to his torment. Sasuke instinctively evaded the flames, his gaze towards Tsunade betraying unmasked greed and resentment. Despite her age, her skin remained smooth and taut. They had ruined his form, so why not exchange it for hers? Damn you, perish! Tsunade retorted. The flame struck Sasuke, sizzling like roasting meat, but the moment was fleeting as the encroaching mist swiftly engulfed the light and heat of the fire technique. This level of offensive power paled in comparison to Might Guy's. Sasuke scoffed mockingly, a chilling aura rapidly closing in, as Tsunade felt a primal instinct that she was being stalked by a predator. A bone-chilling cold gripped her spine, and sweat quickly soaked her attire. Tsunade, get out of the way, Jiraiya shouted. Without a second thought, Tsunade leaped backward, and in the next instant, a thick fog erupted from the ground where she had stood, corroding the earth into a large pit. Cold sweat dripped from Tsunade's forehead. Jiraiya sighed deeply. The azure beast of Konoha was dead, and Uchiha Sasuke, despite being shattered, still lived on. He felt sorrow for Might Guy's demise, but the tenacity of Sasuke posed a significant challenge. He understood the might of the Eight Gates. Years ago, Guy's father had single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Now, the power Guy had sacrificed his life for had merely stripped Sasuke of his human form. The unfolding scene caused Jiraiya's heart to plummet, especially when Sasuke mentioned wanting Tsunade's body. An icy dread enveloped him, nearly overwhelming him with terror. With Orochimaru's whereabouts unknown and the enigmatic Niji Hyuga still absent, Konoha's numbers, though numerous, were vastly outmatched in power, rendering them little more than fodder. The prospect of victory appeared bleak. Jiraiya's rusty mind began to entertain thoughts of retreat. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and Might Guy fallen, faced with a losing battle, continuing to sacrifice their remaining forces was futile. Tsunade, disengage from combat, retreat immediately. Jiraiya's voice rang clear. Tsunade bit her lip in frustration. She knew a retreat was necessary. However, the sunk cost of this battle weighed heavily on her, too burdensome to confront. Jiraiya, however, was resolute. Crafting hand seals, he dispatched several shadow clones towards Sasuke and Tsunade. The slithering mist tendrils ensnared Jiraiya's clones, bursting them into clouds of white smoke, yet perfectly creating an opportunity for Tsunade to escape the battlefield. The scattered remnants of flesh leaped high into the air, hurtling towards Tsunade. She remained extraordinarily alert, enveloping herself in chakra, twisting her waist to deliver a powerful kick. Aware that such an attack would be ineffective, she aimed to clear the meat chunks and seized the moment to withdraw. Unexpectedly, however, the piece of flesh morphed and elongated, the putrid, slimy tendrils ensnaring her ankle with a sudden jolt. Instantly, the protective chakra she had summoned to ward off the mist was torn, the cold, sticky sensation sending shivers down her spine, and blood rushed back in her veins. How had she never realized the Uchiha were so grotesque? Sasuke, what is this? When Senju Tobarama conducted human experiments, and your monstrous strength slaughtered on the battlefield, when the three Sannin summoned colossal summoning beasts that likely crushed countless lives into pulp. How could you find it disgusting now? Once a harlot, one must erect a monument for oneself. Idly establishing a facade of grandeur is nothing but contemptible. Tsunade's face twisted in rage. She had no time to spar with Sasuke. She felt the flesh beneath her skin seeping through, accompanied by excruciating pain, akin to being flayed alive. Sasuke desired her skin. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade decisively used her chakra scalpel to sever the flesh at her ankle. Blood splattered. Yet she did not flinch as she swiftly executed the healing technique. You cannot escape. No one can. Sasuke cackled as he pursued her. Tsunade, take everyone and go ahead. I will hold him off. Jiraiya unhesitatingly shouldered the burden. Tsunade refrained from uttering any trivialities about leaving together. She gazed intently at Jiraiya and resolutely organized the retreat. Jiraiya cast multiple shadow clones, surrounding Sasuke's bloodied form. As Tsunade's silhouette receded into the distance, Jiraiya sighed in relief. His own demise mattered little as long as Tsunade remained unharmed. Facing Sasuke alone, Jiraiya chose to launch fire techniques as his primary assault. The orange flames intertwined with the dark mist. It wasn't long before the mist gained the upper hand, and Jiraiya's attire was reduced to tatters as if doused in strong acid. Tsunade had left, so he would have to manage with what he had. Sasuke's fragmented flesh reassembled into a human shape, albeit much of his skin was decayed, and his internal organs rendered useless. Jiraiya incessantly searched for an opportunity to retreat, but Sasuke relentlessly pressed forward. Unsurprisingly, the victor of this cat-and-mouse game was Sasuke. In the distance, anguished cries echoed from a narrow alley. Upon closer inspection, the chilling sounds of sucking and flesh tearing, along with eerie laughter and lamentations, resonated simultaneously, a cacophony of horror. Unfortunately, there were no spectators to witness the grim spectacle. The sun gradually ascended on the horizon, and Sasuke remained the strikingly handsome youth he had always been. Chapter 88. Orochimaru's Invasion. I told you, no one can escape. The sinister voice reverberated, causing Tsunade's complexion to turn ashen, for the sound did not emanate from behind her, but rather seemed to resonate from within her very cochlea. The others around her remained oblivious, and Tsunade steadied herself, revealing no signs of distress. She was the bedrock of this group and could not afford to falter. The Konoha ninjas had long been ensnared in a deceptive illusion, believing Konoha to be the pinnacle of the ninja world. They could neither provide evidence to substantiate this claim nor dare to shatter this lie. Even when subjected to bullying, they would turn a blind eye, justifying their acquiescence as an act of peace and a broader agenda, calling their forbearance a testament to Konoha's magnanimity. When faced with reason, Konoha would act with arrogance. When confronted with arrogance, Konoha would revert to reason. Years ago, the Cloud Village had discerned this trait in Konoha's leadership, ultimately leading to the demise of Hyuga Hayashi. Now, Konoha faced Sasuke, a headstrong and unreasonable adversary, and their dreams were finally shattered. forcing them to confront the harsh realities of life and the bloodshed that accompanied it. How long had it been since they could boast of being the strongest in the ninja world? Tsunade's thoughts swirled. Having experienced Konoha's glory in her youth, she now witnessed its decline. She could not articulate why it had come to this. The group returned to their temporary stronghold, disheartened. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted that this was the new Konoha, the facade was transparent, a mere self-deception. In the distance, dark smoke wreathed the skies above the new Konoha, igniting a sense of foreboding within Tsunade. Her intuition proved correct. The streets were littered with severed limbs and charred remains, flames consuming homes and trees, leaving little hope for survivors. How could this be? A ninja fell to his knees in despair, having just witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, only to return home to face the horrific deaths of his loved ones. He was shattered. It was Orochimaru. Tsunade clenched her teeth. As a former comrade, she was all too familiar with Orochimaru's combat style. His serpentine ninjutsu was unmistakable. Residual tailed beast chakra lingered in the air. The Nine Tails may have encountered trouble, another ninja remarked. Tsunade's fists tightened with resolve. That wretched Orochimaru had audaciously invaded their home. After a thorough search, it was confirmed that Naruto was missing. Tsunade naturally assumed that Orochimaru had seized the opportunity to abduct him for reasons unknown. Perhaps Naruto had struggled or even lost control. Yet he was ultimately no match for Orochimaru. Was this the truth? It was nearly as Tsunade speculated, albeit with some minor discrepancies. Orochimaru was eternally loyal only to his own ideals. Upon hearing that the remnants of Konoha planned to assault the City of Peace, he immediately recognized his opportunity. He cared little for Konoha's victory or defeat. He sought only his desires. After learning of the hidden history of the ninja world from an anonymous source, he coveted the chakra of the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. In ordinary circumstances, he would not have dared to abduct Naruto under the protection of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya. However, with Konoha in disarray, the timing was perfect. Orochimaru was not inherently bloodthirsty, but by the time he infiltrated the new Konoha, most of its inhabitants had already perished. Naruto had gone berserk, utilizing his silver tongue, which had proven effective with children. Along with the allure of Indra's chakra, Orochimaru successfully charmed Naruto and learned of his horrific experiences. Naruto adamantly asserted that those around him were imposters, monsters in disguise, and that he alone was the sane one. Under such immense psychological pressure, he erupted. The Nine Tails chose not to interfere, resulting in severe devastation for this so-called new Konoha. Naruto even showed Orochimaru a blank diary. What could Orochimaru say? He could only play along. The ninja world's peculiarities and unsolved mysteries were abundant. Orochimaru would temper his curiosity appropriately. He sensed impending disaster, and before that occurred, he needed the power to ensure his survival in the chaotic times ahead. Orochimaru took Naruto with him, based on prior intelligence regarding Jinchuriki and careful observation along the way. He gained a relatively clear understanding of Naruto's character and the influence of Ashura's chakra. Overall, Naruto's tendency to forgive, regardless of the harm inflicted upon him, was neither unusual nor rare. Such a trait may appear odd in an individual, yet when observed within a group, it seemed entirely natural. Orochimaru recognized the embodiment of the common folk of the Land of Fire within Naruto, no matter how the Land of Fire harmed them. Regardless of the deplorable actions taken against them, these citizens ultimately chose to forgive. They stubbornly clung to hope for a better tomorrow, even rationalizing the Land of Fire's leadership. Some citizens genuinely loved the Land of Fire. Others had seen the harsh truths, realizing that no matter how dismal their circumstances, they could not seek refuge in other nations where they would be treated even worse. Like Naruto, no matter how poorly Konoha treated him, he would not flee to the Cloud Village, for he would likely face even harsher treatment there, perhaps even risking his life. Thus, choosing forgiveness became the only viable path forward. However, Naruto and the common folk are fundamentally distinct. Naruto not only excels at forgiving others, but also possesses the remarkable ability to forgive himself. After ruthlessly annihilating the new hidden leaf, he felt disheartened for only a brief moment before returning to his carefree demeanor, as if all negative emotions had been cast aside. He forgot the wrongs others had done to him, as well as his own cruelty towards them. A light grudge bears little favor. This phrase inexplicably flashed through Orochimaru's mind. After a series of events, Orochimaru brought Naruto back to the base in the Land of Rice. Honglien, Kabuto, and other subordinates were already present. And Naruto soon integrated into this collective, astonishingly gaining everyone's acceptance. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru licked his lips with fervor. In the days that followed, Naruto led a fulfilling life, filled with training and peculiar medical examinations. Orochimaru did not guide Naruto, but allowed him to grow freely. Regarding Naruto's strength, due to the destruction of Konoha and Myoboka Mountain, Jiraiya had little time to instruct him. Coupled with his previous fear of monsters, he had wasted considerable time and made minimal progress. Honlian's crystal release often overwhelmed Naruto, forcing him to unleash the Nine Tails each time. Chapter 89. The bond between Naruto and Orochimaru once again defeated by Honlian's crystal release. Naruto felt a wave of dejection. Sister Honlian's strength is truly impressive. I've been working hard lately. Why does it seem like it amounts to nothing? Naruto-kun, what troubles you? This pitiful demeanor is far from your usual character. Have you been so disheartened by Honlian's prowess that you've given up? Orochimaru appeared silently behind Naruto, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, Naruto jumped up like an agitated cat, pointing at him and proclaiming, I am Uzumaki Naruto. How could I ever give up? Just wait, I will not only surpass Sister Honglian, but I will also exceed you in the future. TSK, TSK, TSK. And you think you can surpass me, Orochimaru? Orochimaru scoffed, his smile fading as he sensed something unusual. Something feels off. Orochimaru's expression twisted as if he had bitten into a piece of candy that tasted like dog excrement. Ignoring Naruto's declarations, he turned and returned to the laboratory. He had obtained Indra's chakra from a mysterious individual and integrated it into himself. It was no surprise that the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths retained its overwhelming power even after millennia, with an indomitable will embedded within. Orochimaru was significantly influenced, behaving like an immature child, engaging in banter with Naruto without regard for the occasion. Fortunately, as an adult with a well-formed worldview, Orochimaru was able to resist this influence and quickly escape that state of mind. I must find a way to eliminate Indra's will. Otherwise, I will inevitably be subtly transformed. Orochimaru firmly resolved. Orochimaru, why are you suddenly ignoring me? Naruto, noticing Orochimaru's abrupt departure, inexplicably followed him to the laboratory door. Orochimaru, unwilling to acknowledge Naruto, shut the door with a decisive thud. Naruto became furious and pounded on the door. Orochimaru, open up. Don't hide in there and stay silent. Listening to the noise outside, Orochimaru felt torn. One half urged him to open the door and argue with Naruto, while the other half restrained him from engaging in such an embarrassing act. He was tempted to slice Naruto into pieces, yet yearned for Ashura's chakra, forcing him to suppress his murderous intent. Many in the base noticed Orochimaru's peculiar behavior. Hey, don't you want to know what the relationship between Orochimaru and that little yellow-haired boy is? Suigetsu remarked, his face brimming with curiosity. If you're so curious, why not ask yourself? Honglian replied impatiently. Orochimaru's actions surely carry profound meaning. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Suigetsu fell into contemplation. In the time that followed, Orochimaru remained immersed in the laboratory, tirelessly attempting to merge his chakra with Naruto's, striving to discover the correct method for their perfect integration. Although this task was arduous, he believed that with enough experimentation, a miraculous change would eventually occur. Orochimaru was visibly exhilarated, having grasped the threshold of a higher-level chakra, one that transcended the ordinary 5 elemental natures. Orochimaru, what strange experiments are you conducting in here? Naruto interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts by suddenly pushing the door open. Orochimaru's face hardened. Naruto, how many times must I remind you to knock before entering the laboratory? Oh, my apologies, Naruto chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Due to the mutual attraction of their chakra, Naruto and Orochimaru shared a peculiar connection. Orochimaru could control this instinctual reaction, minimizing their encounters. However, Naruto, being just a child, instinctively sought to be close to Orochimaru, even if it meant awkward small talk. Orochimaru took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions within him. As time passed, the ninja world was once again engulfed in turmoil. Although Orochimaru's fusion plan still had numerous flaws, he could no longer afford to wait. Orochimaru-sama, are you not being a bit hasty? Shouldn't we prepare a bit more? Kabuto's voice carried concern, though his face retained a smile, his glasses reflecting a chilling light. No, we cannot delay any longer. Orochimaru shook his head. For the sake of my ideals and to confront the impending crisis, I must act swiftly. Of course, he had left many contingencies. Even in failure, the losses would not be substantial. Orochimaru-sama, what about Naruto? Will he be in any danger? Honglian suddenly inquired, revealing her growing concern for Naruto after spending time with him. Orochimaru ignored Honglian. Unnecessary emotions were merely obstacles. The operation swiftly commenced, with Kabuto adding substances to Naruto's meal, and while he was sound asleep, binding him like a dumpling. With Naruto's physical prowess, the drugs could not control him for long. Sure enough, he soon awoke to find himself tied up and immediately shouted, "Damn it, Orochimaru, what do you intend to do? Let me go? Naruto, I need your assistance with something that may cause you some harm, but surely you will forgive me, won't you?" Orochimaru softened his tone, almost pleadingly. Naruto was momentarily bewildered. Or rather, Ashura could not withstand such Indra. Orochimaru had discerned the dynamics between the two brothers. Swiftly seizing the opportunity to cover Naruto's mouth and lay him flat on the experiment table, removing his shirt and placing his hand on the sealing mark on his abdomen. Naruto remained in a daze, staring at Orochimaru with an expression of bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Orochimaru decisively unsealed the 8-trigram seal, releasing the 9 tails. A dark red chakra, brimming with violent energy, surged forth from Naruto's stomach. "Ha! At last, I see the light. I am finally free." The 9 tails roared with excitement. "Honglian, the rest is up to you." "Understood, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru and Kabuto departed the base with Naruto, while Honglian unleashed her crystal release technique, summoning a massive dragon formed of pink crystals that immediately caught the 9 tails' attention. Provoked by Honglian, the 9 tails engaged in battle with her. While Honglian was certainly no match for the 9 tails, her task was merely to delay the fight long enough for Orochimaru to retreat. Orochimaru sought to consume the Ashura chakra residing within Naruto, yet the presence of the 9 tails significantly escalated the risk of failure. Thus, he resolved to extract it first. However, lacking the means to reseal the 9 tails and unwilling to squander time and energy, he liberated the creature. In Chapter 90, Naruto's demise echoed through the land as the explosion of tailed beast bombs wreaked havoc. Orochimaru and Kabuto had already transported Naruto to a different base. The fate of Honglian was of no consequence. With the 9 tails extracted, Naruto's life was nearing its end. The Uzumaki bloodline would only prolong his existence a while longer, and Orochimaru intended to exploit this interval. Following Orochimaru's instructions, Kabuto placed Naruto at the center of a ritual array, the walls and floor inscribed with sealing barriers to isolate external perception. Kabuto then exited the room, standing vigil outside. Naruto, with great effort, managed to open his eyes and gazed deeply at Orochimaru. An inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within Orochimaru, yet it did not deter his impending actions. He formed hand seals, and, opening his mouth wide, a peculiar white serpent emerged from within him. This serpent bore Orochimaru's face, its body adorned with writhing scales that resembled serpents. This was Orochimaru's true form, a transformation he had undergone to perpetually exchange his aging body for a youthful one. In essence, Orochimaru had transcended humanity. Startled, Naruto felt a wave of despair wash over him. It dawned on him that there were no ordinary beings around him, only monsters of various forms. He experienced a resurgence of PTSD. In the next moment, the white-scaled serpent devoured Naruto whole. The extraction of Ashura's chakra from within Naruto was an exceedingly arduous task, prompting Orochimaru to forego separation altogether and instead consume Naruto entirely through the reanimation jutsu. Outside, Kabuto sensed the commotion within and felt a twinge of anxiety. He remained oblivious to the shadow in the corner, slowly coalescing into the shape of an eye. A demon was watching. At that moment, Orochimaru endeavored to merge with Naruto, and the demon eagerly anticipated the outcome, wondering if Orochimaru would succeed and when the Sage of Six Paths would reveal himself. Even if Orochimaru completely absorbed Indra's and Ashura's chakra, he would likely not reach the Sage of Six Paths level, for Indra and Ashura merely inherited a fraction of his power. However, given Orochimaru's scientific prowess, with ample time for development, he would eventually ascend to a similar level of strength. Regrettably, most in the ninja world possessed a short-sighted vision. Those who aspired for long-term growth often found themselves unable to survive the initial stages or were crushed in the process. While prodigious seedlings were abundant, few matured into true masters. Reality compelled these gifted individuals to abandon their long-term aspirations, as the overwhelming majority lacked the fortune or resources to endure, ultimately sacrificing their potential for immediate survival, fading into obscurity. Had Orochimaru not been fortunate enough to be taken in by Hiruzen Sarutobi, his scientific talents would have been squandered. Much like the forsaken rogue ninja, Hiru, Orochimaru's path in scientific exploration was fraught with obstacles, and he lacked the time for development. His teacher, friends, and disciples all failed to comprehend him, often vehemently obstructing his ventures into forbidden domains. Now, daring to meddle with the reincarnated chakra of the sage's son and to study Indra was one thing, but to audaciously consume Ashura was an act that would not go unpunished by the sage of six paths. In the early stages of the demon's descent, attempts were made to eradicate Naruto and Ashura's chakra, but the sage of six paths kept a vigilant watch from afar. The demon had never underestimated such a formidable presence, recalling vividly the times it had been bested by Kuro and Doraemon. Thus, the demon maliciously divulged the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan to Orochimaru, knowing full well that his insatiable curiosity would drive him to target the two sons of the sage, ultimately leading him to act against Naruto. It was a crude, yet effective, scheme to incite conflict. The sage of six paths was no benevolent elder. In many respects, he was quite ruthless. He cared little for Naruto's fate or that of the reincarnated Ashura. These vessels were merely hosts for his son's chakra. As long as the essence of Ashura's chakra remained unharmed, he would remain a passive observer to the tragedies of the reincarnated. However, at this moment, with Orochimaru aggressively pursuing Indra and Ashura, should he succeed, both would cease to exist. Indeed, as Orochimaru consumed Naruto, the two chakra forces began to converge and dissolve, prompting the immediate attention of the sage of six paths. What followed was an overwhelming force traversing time and space, descending upon Orochimaru with cataclysmic intensity. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed into slits. Trapped in the fusion process, he could do nothing but watch in terror as he was obliterated, his very soul annihilated. "Orochimaru!" Kabuto exclaimed, utterly shocked and pained, his anxious demeanor betraying his fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, whispering a prayer for Orochimaru's safety. The base echoed with violent explosions, the devastation spreading as the earth trembled beneath the onslaught. Kabuto fled with unparalleled speed, vowing he had never run so fast in his life. Utilizing the body flicker technique repeatedly, his muscles burned with strain, yet he dared not pause. In an instant, he had covered over 1,000 meters, yet even then, amidst the terrifying aftermath, he remained in dire straits. Casting a glance back at the obliterated base, Kabuto felt a shiver of dread. As Orochimaru's most capable assistant, he had been privy to some of Orochimaru's recent experiments, aware that the cunning serpent was playing with fire. He had not anticipated such severe consequences. If the chakra of the sage's son could endure for millennia, what of the sage himself? Orochimaru had previously contemplated this issue, hence the numerous layers of sealing barriers that enveloped the laboratory, yet it had proven utterly futile. He had underestimated the sage of six paths. Had Kabuto not maintained his vigilance and fled at the first sign of danger, he would have perished alongside Orochimaru. His chakra was nearly depleted, yet he persisted. For the sage of six paths likely had no interest in pursuing a mere insect like him. At this moment, above the ruins of the snake base, the shadowy outline of an eye clashed with the gaze of the sage of six paths. "You can perceive my gaze. You should also be able to hear my voice." The sage intoned gravely, not waiting for a response, proceeding to speak assuredly. "It is you who has brought about this twist of fate." The demon's eye melted away, transforming into a swirling mass of black, viscous substance, from which two yellow eyes emerged, revealing sharp, white teeth. "Hagoromo, you ungrateful child." Upon hearing Hagoromo, the sage's expression shifted dramatically. "Who are you?" "I am your brother," the demon proclaimed with a laugh. "Wait for it. I shall deliver a fitting punishment to you and your descendants." With that, the demon disguised as Kuro seeped into the ground, vanishing from sight. Chapter 91. Hell on Earth. Time rewound to the night, when Hiruzen Sarutobi led the remnants of Konoha to assault the peaceful city. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Might Guy, and other elite shinobi had fallen, with the remaining elite suffering heavy losses. As the sun rose, Sasuke emerged from his residence, a joyful smile gracing his face. A new day heralded a new beginning, and he had donned fresh attire, his spirits high. Sasuke's original attire was ruined last night, compelling him to tear some fabric from Jiraiya to patch himself up. The result was surprisingly effective. The age-worn leather had its advantages, being resilient and durable. The battle had not concluded, or rather, a new conflict was only just commencing. The City of Peace required a brutal and bloody cleansing. Traitors had no place here. Nor did dissenting voices. Sasuke hovered above the ground like an ethereal being, shrouded in mist, casting a meaningful glance towards the distant white figure, Neji. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself. Lowering his gaze, he surveyed the minuscule lives below, resembling ants. He raised his right hand high, revealing a colossal, swirling orb of clouds in his palm, as if to herald the coming of doom. His arm swung down abruptly, and the orb plummeted vertically. Its spinning edges eagerly extended numerous tendril-like protrusions, resembling a gigantic virus model. A sense of decay and withering enveloped the air. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Terror arrived silently. Buildings aged in an instant. The streets became riddled with craters, and the wails of agony echoed incessantly, occasionally revealing the grotesque remains of ninja corpses, reduced to puddles of pus. The cacophony of screams pierced the air, the high-decibel shrieks seeming to penetrate the eardrums. Countless individuals rushed from their homes in a panic, akin to ants on a hot skillet, filled with fear and fury. The original few members of Team 7 gathered near the Ichiraku ramen shop, dumbfounded as the chaos erupted. The scene was far more shocking than the day of Konoha's collapse, a chilling atmosphere permeating the surroundings. Hearing of a tragedy and experiencing it firsthand were two vastly different sensations. Inuzuka Hinata's gaze was fixed on Sasuke, her face twisted in fear, pale and trembling. Gasping for breath, Sakura clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip until it bled. Beside her, Rock Lee, clad in his garish spandex, his bowl-cut hair bristling, had veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes blazing with fury. He had received the news of Might Guy's demise. To him, Guy was not merely a teacher, but a father figure. The flames of hatred spread within him, gradually consuming his sanity. Tintin, her hair styled in buns, watched Lee, hesitating to speak, ultimately saying nothing and quietly retreating behind the others. To her surprise, she caught a glimpse of Shikamaru also stepping back. They exchanged awkward smiles, tacitly agreeing to diminish their presence. On another street, Neji suddenly appeared, clad in pristine white robes, resembling a celestial being untouched by earthly matters. An eerie power coiled around him. Wherever he passed, living beings collapsed to the ground, their faces reflecting sheer ecstasy, suffering, or sorrow, until death claimed them. You are all so weak, he proclaimed. Your existence holds no meaning, and living only subjects you to greater pain. As Neji walked past two entwined corpses, the raw emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and madness rampaged, claiming vibrant lives. I detest the stench of blood, he exclaimed, covering his nose as he beheld the gruesome remains of those felled by the decaying mist. The grotesque corpses emitted nauseating odors and slime. Should a living being accidentally come into contact, they would surely succumb. Sasuke's efficiency in slaughter surpassed Neji's. Neji appeared to have a distaste for bloodshed, his grayish-white eyes scanning the battlefield of corpses, his body untouched by a single drop of blood. However, to an ordinary ninja, facing either of them made no difference. The decaying mist continued to spread, vibrant ninjutsu clashing against it with no effect, instead provoking a more ferocious counterattack. Ninjas were either corroded by the mist's tendrils or suffocated by its grasp, disintegrating from within until only tattered flesh remained. Wherever the mist traveled, life and soul were severed. Suddenly, countless frenzied branches erupted from the ground, enveloping an entire block. The lively wood release managed to withstand the encroaching decay, granting a moment of respite to some. Dato, a wood release ninja wearing a traditional vest, maintained his hand seals, an overwhelming chakra continuously flowing as he shouted to Nara Shikaku behind him. Quickly, find a way to stop Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Whatever they desire, we must fulfill it. Dato held no confidence in himself or the Konoha ninjas. They could never overcome the combined might of Sasuke and Neji. The fall of Konoha had already proven this, so all he wished for was survival, hoping for a more favorable surrender. Shikaku shook his head in despair. It's futile, they will not relent. If surrender were effective, the Nara clan would have long since been hiding in fear. Shikaku, like a reed in the wind, had once believed that regardless of whether Sasuke or or Sarutobi won. The Nara clan, with their cunning intellect, could secure a place for themselves. Little did he expect Sasuke to overturn the table entirely. Long before, Shikaku had sensed Sasuke's profound malice towards everyone. He had thought that upon becoming the shogun, Sasuke would temper his cruelty for the sake of reputation. To his astonishment, after Sarutobi's machinations, Sasuke had abandoned all pretense. The demand to eliminate everyone was absurd. How could Shikaku possibly satisfy him? Determined to flee, Shikaku recognized the odds were slim, but he would fight with all his might for his son's chance at survival. Dato, your strength surpasses my expectations, Sasuke murmured. Dato's wood release could not compare to Senju Hashirama, yet it was more than mere landscaping. With a wave of his hand, the mist surged once more, transforming into tendrils that viciously clashed with Dato's wood release. The air was filled with falling wood chips, and life rapidly withered. With a few sickening sounds, the plants birthed by wood release began to develop numerous holes, gradually becoming mere lifeless twigs. Sasuke vanished into the mist, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes glowing, locking onto Dato with deadly intent. An overwhelming wave of malevolence surged through Dato, akin to being ensnared by a cold, slick substance that crept up his ankle, inching towards his neck, tightening mercilessly. Dato felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, yearning to retreat, yet his legs had inexplicably lost all sensation. Chapter 92. Frenzied slaughter. Sasuke casually dispatched several ninjas attempting to rescue Dato. Their corpses disintegrated before even hitting the ground. The plants nurtured by wood release had withered. A gentle push caused them to collapse, and the swirling wood chips reflected in Dato's clear pupils. He found himself with nowhere to escape, no retreat available. The overwhelming mist pierced Dato's body like a sieve. A flicker of confusion crossed Sasuke's face. If I were to perform Edo Tensei using Dato's cellular tissue, would I summon Dato or Senju Hashirama? A spark of excitement glimmered in his eyes. He resolved to test this at a later time. Turning his gaze to the other Konoha ninjas, a cruel smile curved his lips. Shadow imitation jutsu. A slender shadow twisted and coiled, merging with Sasuke's own. Nara Shikaku. From a distance, formed seals, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Lord Sasuke, may I have a moment of your time? Shikaku's demeanor was exceedingly humble. Sasuke's power was so terrifying that it offered no glimmer of hope, and not only was he strong, but he was also utterly unreasonable. Against a benevolent strongman, one might attempt to impose moral constraints. Yet, in the face of a villain like Sasuke, one could only endure in silence, treating him like a revered ancestor. In truth, Shikaku had long regretted his decisions. Given a second chance, he would seize Sarutobi by the throat, teaching him the true meaning of eradicating threats at their roots. You ruthlessly annihilated the Uchiha clan, yet why do you choose to spare this wretched pup? Is it a futile attempt to showcase your misplaced benevolence? Do you genuinely believe that by raising this child after slaughtering his parents and kin, you can absolve yourself of hatred? Surely, no one can be that naive. The chasm of desire cannot be satiated merely by abundance, and the mountain of resentment will not dissipate through acts of kindness. Danzo had always assumed that Hiruzen Sarutobi had devised numerous countermeasures to contain Sasuke, only to discover that he had allowed Sasuke's growth unchecked, without any contingency plan. The current plight of Konoha is nothing less than deserved. Sasuke found himself ensnared by the shadow imitation technique, feeling an oppressive force akin to sinking into a quagmire. However, this binding power was not particularly formidable, and he easily broke free. He had no desire to listen to Nara Shikaku's prattling, which would only consist of various compromises and declarations of fealty. Weak individuals band together for warmth, forming societal groups and establishing a set of orderly rules. For solitary frailty cannot endure without the support of the collective. Yet, when an individual attains a certain level of strength, immortal and omnipotent, the group becomes a superfluous entity. What need is there for the scheming of others when one can fulfill all desires independently? Is it merely to flaunt superiority? Sasuke scrutinized Nara Shikaku, pondering how much benefit the Nara clan had reaped since the fall of the Uchiha. As thick fog began to envelop the surroundings, the boy's fingers extended like spectral claws, seemingly defying the distance. As space itself appeared to tear apart, the ghostly talons arriving in an instant. The technique meant to bind the enemy became a trap of self-entanglement, and Shikaku found himself ensnared in a viscous darkness, unable to retract his shadow, his body slipping beyond his control. With a derisive chuckle, Sasuke seized Shikaku's wrist. The mist emanating from his fingertips invading ruthlessly, corroding skin and exposing bloodied muscle, the torment ascending mercilessly along the arm. Shikaku felt excruciating pain, as if his very flesh were dissolving and rotting, emitting a foul stench, while even the bones creaked in lament. Multiplication technique. Akimichi Choji bellowed, his arms ballooning in size as they lunged toward Sasuke. Meanwhile, Yamenka Ino leapt into action, preparing to unleash the mind-body switch technique. Sasuke smirked with scorn. Why must you announce your moves before executing them? I can't even pretend to be unaware. As his gaze swept past Shikaku, the mist rapidly enveloped him completely, causing him to freeze, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at him, his chakra depleting rapidly. The sound of dripping putrid fluid echoed as Shikaku's lifeless body was unceremoniously cast to the ground, akin to a watermelon bursting open, juices splattering everywhere. Witnessing the gruesome death of his dear friend, Akimichi Choji's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape in anguished wails, as he unleashed all his might into the multiplication technique, transforming into a giant. Sasuke was perplexed. Why did Choji's clothing also enlarge alongside his body? Surely, this must be one of the unsolved mysteries of the shinobi world. Sasuke had encountered many such enigmas before, such as why the reincarnated souls wore clothing, or how Uchiha Madara's dirt body had retained his large shorts upon being resurrected. Did the pants constructed of dirt also revive? Choji's colossal foot came crashing down toward Sasuke, creating a deep footprint in the ground, followed by a resounding rumble as fissures spread across the earth, revealing the hollowed depths beneath the peaceful city. What is that? Someone gasped in disbelief. Beneath the fractured surface lay a dark, gaping void, as if excavated by some terrifying subterranean creature, with an unsettling miasma rising, mingled with the stench of decay. Even without sight, one could sense the heavy malice seeping from the depths, accompanied by the faint sounds of bones and flesh being consumed, sending chills down the spines of all present. A fireball was ignited, illuminating the scene where either whole or dismembered corpses were meticulously arranged, some processed into chunks of meat, organs, and bones. Choji was momentarily taken aback by the grotesque sight, but quickly regained his composure to continue his assault on Sasuke. Mind-body switch technique. Yamenka Ino seized the moment to unleash his secret technique, his mental energy transforming into a direct line into Sasuke's being. A glimmer of hope flickered in Choji's eyes. If physical attacks proved ineffective, perhaps a mental assault could yield results. Ah! Yamenka Ino suddenly screamed, veins bulging on his forehead as he appeared to witness horrors beyond his comprehension within Sasuke's mental realm. Ino, what's wrong? Choji shouted in concern. Ino struggled to articulate. He is not human. Chapter 93, Flee. Ino had only managed to utter half a thought before his voice faltered entirely. His mind felt as though it might explode. Upon casting the mind-body switch technique, he encountered a barrage of terrifying images, though they seemed non-threatening. The overwhelming influx of information flooded his consciousness, rendering him unable to cope, his mental faculties short-circuited. This mental technique is perilous, Sasuke calmly assessed. In truth, many seemingly straightforward techniques in the shinobi world carry significant risks of loss of control, such as the ubiquitous shadow clone technique. When demons create clones, they meticulously restrict their abilities, establishing numerous countermeasures, and they do not share all memories with the clone. The formidable beings he had encountered would never casually create clones of equal power, often forbidding their existence altogether. When life ascends to a certain echelon, ensuring one's uniqueness becomes paramount. As for clones, with differing experiences, they gradually evolve into entirely new entities over time. Sasuke recalled an incident when he was detained in a certain world. A demon had conjured a clone to infiltrate a group of D-class personnel, only to have the unfortunate clone thrown into the trial of the fairy of Qiangyao, emerging utterly unrecognizable, tainted by the sordid emotions of affection. Enraged, the demon promptly extinguished its own clone. The fog silently spread, seemingly enveloping the entire city, as countless black strands darted through the fissures in the ground, stitching the earth back together, gradually restoring it to its original tranquility. A voice of complaint echoed from an unknown source, lamenting the damage to the meat storage, which had cost him effort to repair, urging others to exercise caution in the future. The atmosphere turned eerie. A profound silence descended, as if the world had been paused, and none dared to ponder the implications of that remark. The gathering of young warriors near the Ichiraku ramen shop was engulfed in horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, and their hair standing on end. Once regarded as promising elites by their predecessors, they had experienced the horrors of bloodshed and grave digging. Yet, what had transpired moments ago surpassed their capacity to endure. A chilling dread enveloped them. The sky was shrouded in mist, and the young warriors stood frozen, their worldviews shattered. As an icy terror seeped into every cell of their being, their minds seemed to trigger a self-protective mechanism, rendering them blank and unwilling to confront the overwhelming despair. This stifling fear was shattered by a piercing scream. "Dad!" Yamanaka Ino, pale as paper, her pupils constricted, trembled violently. In the distance lay her father, Yamanaka Haichi, lifeless on the ground, his eyes burst and oozing a grotesque fluid, certainly beyond saving. Ino's scream jolted her companions from their stupor. Nara Shikamaru desperately grasped Ino, trying to prevent her from rushing towards Haichi. Though he too mourned for her father, Shikamaru's astute mind recognized the urgency of their situation. Negotiation had failed. They had to find a way to escape. Lee, in his impulsiveness, unleashed the 8 gates and charged towards Sasuke. Shikamaru refrained from intervening. Protecting Ino and Choji was already a challenge in itself. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the despair clawing at his heart and whispered to Ino and Choji, "Konoha is doomed. And now this city too will fall. A ninja's combat relies on intelligence, yet we know almost nothing about Sasuke and Neji. I suspect they are no longer the real Sasuke and Neji. Beneath those skins lurks an unknown monstrosity, with weaknesses we cannot discern." Without waiting for a reply, Shikamaru gazed at the distant bodies of their elders, tears finally streaming down his face as he hoarsely declared, "Our fathers have fallen. If we charge in, it would be suicide. We must flee together." Inuzuka Kiba clutched his dog tightly, trembling with fear, unable to utter a sound. He had lost the ability to think, believing their location to be the safest. Ichiraku Ramen had always miraculously weathered various crises. The rampage of the Nine Tails years ago, the turmoil following the Uchiha Massacre, and the bombardment during Konoha's collapse. However, the truth was that ninjas clad in vests, covered in scars, charged from another direction, and one woman seized Kiba, pulling him away. "Sister? Mom is still behind," Kiba shouted. Inuzuka Hana remained silent, her movements unceasing, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Inuzuka Zaku and Yamanaka Shino, alongside ninjas from their clans, formed a united front, urging the children, "You are our last hope. You must escape." A derisive laugh echoed through the mist, accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air. A tendril of fog lunged toward Shikamaru. Choji, quick-witted, yanked Shikamaru away, saving him from danger. The putrid stench almost invaded Shikamaru's nostrils, sending chills down his spine as he turned to his companions and growled, "Run, scatter. As mere leaf genin. Do not harbor illusions of saving the world. Just flee. Every life saved is a victory." Choji abandoned his cherished chips, grasping the hands of Shikamaru and Ino, while Akimichi Choza used his imposing figure to clear their path. In the face of imminent death, humans can unleash unimaginable speed. The encroaching mist transformed into a chaotic sea, occasionally leaving behind ninjas who chose to cover their comrades' retreat, pouring all their chakra into resisting the mist's advance. Before long, these brave souls would become corpses upon the ground. The living dwindled, and the outskirts of the Peace City remained shrouded in swirling mist. Destined to be a survival path paved with lives, yet countless individuals chose to selflessly sacrifice themselves. Sasuke's expression was complex. Konoha was not without merit, for these ninjas before him embodied the true will of fire in their hearts. Yet, in the next moment, his countenance shifted drastically. "What's wrong? Why do I feel compassion and reluctance?" Sasuke, in a moment of clarity, recognized his missteps and resolved not to let his malevolent spirit be tainted. Chapter 94. The tyrant Sasuke. The entire Peace City had been submerged, an overwhelming mist tainting every inch of land. The sunlight dimmed, a suffocating silence spread, rendering the atmosphere eerily quiet. It was as if the world had plunged into a hopeless darkness, where even the sound of breathing had vanished, leaving only an icy chill. Inuzuka Zaku stood guard for his 2 children, side by side with Yamanaka Shino, who also positioned himself to protect the children. He felt a strange sense of relief that Shino's presence was naturally low profile, increasing the likelihood of survival. The parasitic insects sensed danger instinctively, restlessly crawling. each cell trembling in fear. Shino too felt the insect's agitation, the suffocating pressure lodged in his chest. The ultimate coldness, a fear that penetrated to the marrow, endless sorrow. And despair coalesced into Zaku's fierce roar. Uchiha Sasuke, is destroying Konoha not enough for your vengeance? Have you no fear of retribution for slaughtering your once innocent comrades? Retribution? Sasuke regarded the furious Zaku and the grim Shino, a hint of mockery in his eyes. When you slaughter chickens and donkeys, do you consider them innocent? Do you fear retribution? In contrast to Zaku's seething rage, Shino remained rational. He did not deter Zaku from confronting Sasuke, but welcomed their dialogue. For every second they delayed here increased the children's chance of survival. Shino vaguely sensed that Sasuke wielded a power distinct from chakra, which could herald a catastrophe. Memories of Shino throughout his childhood flashed in his mind, revealing a profound resolve. I am the leader of the Yamanaka clan. The spirits of my kin gaze upon me from this land. I am about to perish alongside them, yet this may be my last vestige of dignity. The gentle breeze swept by but failed to disperse the mist. Zaku spoke only a few words before engaging Sasuke in battle. Yet it was clear that Zaku was no fool. Her intention was to buy time, and she would not fight to the death, opting instead for distraction. The secret techniques of the Inuzuka clan were intimately tied to their canine companions, akin to a mutated form of taijutsu, offering no advantage against Sasuke. Her one-eyed wolf quickly shielded her from peril, yet countless tendrils of mist ensnared its form. With a sickening squelch, the fallen wolf erupted with pus and blood. Its final moments spent gazing longingly at Zaku as consciousness slipped into darkness. The loss of her beloved companion aged Zaku by a decade, robbing her of more than half her fighting spirit. Struggling with every ounce of strength felt futile. Had she foreseen this day, would she have acted differently? Sasuke feigned a sigh. How delightful it would have been to live quietly in this city. Why did you conspire against me with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Zaku scoffed coldly. You will never understand. Ninjas do not fear death. We guard something far more significant. When we first arrived in this city, we all sought a fresh start. Yet you, a shogun, have proven utterly disappointing. You lack even a glimmer of humanity, unworthy of our allegiance. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Zaku, softly stating, what were the upper echelons of Konoha like in the past? Did you not also feign ignorance? However, it is merely that the blade has not fallen upon you. You turn a blind eye to the sufferings of others. The brutality at the roots is well known. Yet you choose to feign ignorance, shifting all blame onto Danzo, while comfortably feasting upon the bloodstained buns, remaining an innocent lily in the aftermath. As the last of the Uchiha clan, I shall bring fairness, justice, and equality to this world, extinguishing every life. Do you not find human lives utterly insignificant? Are you not afraid of annihilating the ninja world? Inuzuka Kiba gazed intently at Sasuke, acknowledging that, at this point, you can hardly be considered human. Who knows what monster lurks beneath that human facade? Sasuke let out a low, sardonic laugh. Human? Upon the surface, there are hearts and eyes painted with madness and folly. Beneath the surface, desires and despair burn unquenchably. This is humanity, who does not harbor a monster within. I merely set it free. You see only the destruction of the ninja world, while I behold the dawn of a new era. The crimson kaleidoscope flickered as Sasuke's expression turned fervent. This is the chasm between us. Only through destruction can new life emerge. As his words fell, a thick mist surged towards Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba swiftly evaded, a layer of chakra forming a protective barrier on his surface. Though it remains uncertain who first discovered this technique to ward off the encroaching fog. However, should the dense mist coalesce and strike directly, this shield would shatter instantly. Amidst the rising dust, Kiba nimbly leapt, while Sasuke appeared unfazed, playing with his prey as a cat does with a mouse. The ninja profession, born of instruments of slaughter, cannot be adorned with flowery language to obscure the stark, cruel truth. The will of fire may be passed down, yet in Konoha, it is the hidden filth and the anguished cries of the weak that are most buried. This grotesque world, this twisted era, merits not an ounce of pity, and now, I am personally thrusting open the gates to a new world. At first glance, Sasuke's words may seem profound, but do not ponder too deeply. For he is merely posturing. Merging with a demonic parasitic soul, he has shed much of his humanity, yet cleverly retained a trace of his original essence, ensuring he remains Sasuke. Posturing is indeed his most pronounced characteristic, a skill at which he excels with utmost seriousness. As a mere tool for his bravado, Once Sasuke is satisfied with his performance, Kiba may gracefully exit. In an instant, a searing pain coursed through Kiba's body. The last image her eyes beheld was Sasuke's exaggerated smile, countless threads of mist clinging to her, as her chakra and life force rapidly dissipated. Knowing her end was near, she expended her final strength to lay her lifeless form beside her beloved dog. Next up is you. Sasuke directed his gaze towards Shino Aburame. It won't hurt much. Bear with it. After a moment of silence, Shino solemnly inquired, was the incident involving your clan's attack on the Cloud Village related to you? That event was a disgrace to the Aburame clan, raising the specter of breeding insects that set them apart from normalcy. And the scandal surrounding Aburame Shino only tarnished their reputation further, leading many to believe their clan produced deviants. Sasuke cast a cryptic glance, for he himself was unaware of who was responsible, and thus chose not to respond, allowing Shino to carry this confusion to his demise. Chapter 95. Escape from Death. Choji Akimichi grasped Ino's hand with his left, while pulling Shikamaru with his right. His father, Choza, sacrificed himself to carve a path through the encircling mist for them, leaving behind a trail of chaotic footprints and the remnants of severed limbs. At long last, having exited the city, Choji looked at the fleeing group and pondered, if we cluster together, we will be annihilated if pursued. Ino and Choji understood Shikamaru's implication. Yet they were reluctant to let go. They had only each other left. Split up. Inuzuka Hana, however, had no such hesitations, swiftly dragging Kiba and Akamaru in another direction, their figures vanishing into the withered woods. With the parasitic insects leading the way, Shino Aburame also chose a different path to flee. The trio of pig, deer, and butterfly remained huddled together, while the whereabouts of the pink-haired Sakura Haruno were unknown. Perhaps no one anticipated that Sakura would closely follow Tenen's steps, becoming one of the first to safely escape the peaceful city. Sakura possessed a modicum of luck, entwined with Naruto and Sasuke in the original tale, ultimately emerging as a victor. Now, she had inexplicably noticed the unusual Tenten, managing to survive amidst the looming crisis. Her lungs gasping for air, her body taut as a drawn bowstring. Sakura was uncertain if her parents, Haruno Shoutaru and Haruno Mabuki, had successfully escaped. The chakra within her surged, pushing aside the guilt of leaving her parents behind and spurring her to run faster. In contrast to Sakura, Tenten maintained a calm demeanor, as her parents did not reside in the peaceful city, alleviating her concerns. They had relocated before Konoha's destruction due to the economic downturn that forced their weapon shop to close. At that time, Niji had not yet succumbed to his darker nature, subtly hinting to Tenten and Lee. While Lee Rock remained oblivious, Tenten stayed vigilant. Her parents, being merchants, had a keen sense for financial matters and had stockpiled supplies and scrolls, leaving this turbulent land well ahead of the Chunin exams. Just as Sasuke postures, Niji retained certain human traits. He would open up to Tenten and Lee, but only to a point. If they were foolish enough to seek death, Niji would show no mercy. Tenten clung to a slender thread of hope, attempting only to rescue Lee. After her failure, she refrained from aiding others. Though she felt a twinge of guilt, yet in such dire circumstances, self-preservation was already a daunting challenge. In the original Konoha elite, Tenten's team was already a year ahead of the others. Her familiarity was primarily with Niji and Lee from the third team, while the rest were acquaintances only formed during the Chunin exams. Tenten saw no need to risk herself for them. She did not mind Sakura falling behind. Saving more lives was always a good thing. As the environment grew increasingly dire, the vitality of the Fire Country's forests waned. The ground littered with layers of dead branches and leaves, resembling demons poised to devour the unwary. Occasionally, distant screams echoed, and both Tenten and Sakura understood that these were the mournful cries of those who had not escaped. Perhaps among the deceased were familiar faces. Yet they had no time for sorrow, nor could they turn back to save anyone. Instead, they must seize the opportunity to flee faster. Each life lost was a moment gained for them. Selfish and realistic thoughts intertwined. Complex and contradictory emotions swirled within Tenten, as two voices seemed to argue in her mind, one urging her that she was right to escape, while the other scolded her for her lack of compassion. On the outskirts of the peaceful city, a peculiar white creature cautiously emerged from the ground, its nostrils twitching as it sniffed the chaotic scents in the air, a look of disgust crossing its face. How repulsive, White Zetsu muttered to himself. The dandelion technique can delve deep underground. He had glimpsed the corroded cavities beneath the peaceful city, as well as countless incomplete corpses. All of them are corpses. The cavern was suffused with a stench of decay, as carnivorous creatures crawled over the heaps of rotten flesh. Yet White Zetsu felt no revulsion. He simply mimicked human behavior instinctively. White Zetsu dared not approach too closely, fearing instantaneous obliteration. The City of Peace underwent a thorough extermination, successfully eliminating all harmful creatures. The likes of Inuzuka Tsum and Oil Woman Shirwei, along with other scattered lives, were dealt with. However, Sasuke chose not to pursue them, finding the endeavor tiresome. Since earlier, he had sensed a pair of eyes observing him, clad in a white haori, with a swirling mass of black spheres trailing behind. The figure exuded an aura that could chill the soul. The concentric patterns in his eyes and the whirlpool-like red mark on his brow unmistakably identified him as the Sage of Six Paths. The sage could easily discern that Sasuke wielded a power entirely different from chakra. Historically, during major wars or massacres, the sage remained indifferent, observing from a lofty vantage point, detached from the moral dichotomy of good and evil. His concern lay solely in the impact of individuals or events on the future. Much like a business owner who prioritizes profit over the character of his employees, the sage maintained a dispassionate perspective. Despite the heinous acts of figures like Long Qua, who mutilated his wife, or the Emperor Yongzheng, who overlooked such transgressions for the sake of loyalty, the sage's vision extended beyond immediate concerns. Even the third Hokage, aware of Danzo's dark past, still permitted him to ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha. This was, in essence, the paradox of private morality versus greater good. The sage's power and perspective were so vast that he had already foreseen the future. As long as his preferred outcome remained intact, he would remain unaffected by any intervening events. Yet, as the situation spiraled beyond control, he found himself compelled to intervene personally. Among the seeds sown by the demonic essence, Sasuke was undoubtedly the most remarkable, possessing an unparalleled ability to attract ridicule. After observing for some time, the sage could not identify the mastermind behind Sasuke. But Sasuke himself became a valuable lead in unraveling the web of intrigue, thus earning the coveted gaze of the sage buff. The demon pondered deeply. Should he allow Sasuke to continue drawing the sage's attention, or should he unleash more chaos through his true form? Upon reflection, he realized he had overlooked Black Zetsu, a critical player in the shadows, and as a competent puppeteer, the demon could not allow anyone else to usurp his narrative. Thus, he decided it was time for Black Zetsu to take the fall. Chapter 96. The fugitives. A somber hue enveloped the City of Peace, the streets immaculate, devoid of any trace of battle as everything was restored to its original state, as if tranquility had reigned from the beginning. At the city gates stood two towering trees, bearing the weight of many lifeless bodies, shriveled and decayed, yet their eyes remained eerily alert. Ichiraku Ramen continued its operations, albeit with a new decor, splattered with dark reddish-brown stains that hinted at an enigmatic atmosphere. With no patrons to serve, the chef dozed on the counter, occasionally snoring, drooling onto the surface, which soon bore a small pit filled with writhing fungi, seamlessly disguising the imperfection. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Fire Country's daimyo, cloaked in black ceremonial robes, the daimyo drafted a document. This list of rogue ninjas from the Fire Country would be disseminated to all nations, concluding with a stern warning. Any entity daring to harbor these traitorous ninjas would be seen as a provocation and would face the consequences. Once the document was completed and duly signed and sealed, the daimyo made it known far and wide, emphasizing the legitimacy of his actions. Meanwhile, what were the fugitives up to? They found themselves amidst the ruins of a devastated landscape, where collapsed structures and charred remnants lay strewn about, and countless severed limbs littered the ground, devoid of any living souls. Only corpses remained. The air, warm and humid, was thick with the stench of decay, while small carnivorous creatures scuttled about, gnawing on the remains, which were infested with worms, some having already transformed into skeletal remains. The fall of Takigakure was a bitter revelation. This group of about 10 had escaped the City of Peace. Finding no pursuers, they banded together and fled to the Land of Waterfalls. Nestled next to the Land of Fire, Takigakure was known for its reclusive nature, although its ninjas had once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. Such ancient grievances had long faded from memory. Those who survived the City of Peace were either extraordinarily fortunate or selfishly inclined, all possessing commendable strength. Initially, They intended to take refuge in Takigakure, perhaps even usurp it, but the scene before them shattered their illusions. After a strenuous search for the underwater passage into Takigakure, they found only ruins. Who could have done this? They were puzzled. What could possibly warrant the destruction of such a humble village? Was it the Seven Tails? What was to be their next course of action? Was there any place left for them in the ninja world? With Konoha in ruins and Gaara from Suna clearly allied with Sasuke, the other major villages would surely harbor no goodwill toward Konoha ninjas. Even the smaller villages appeared unsafe. Disasters piled upon disasters. Someone lamented while crouched down to inspect a relatively intact corpse. Its desiccated hand clutching a tattered piece of fabric emblazoned with the red cloud on a black background, the attire of the Akatsuki. A collective sigh of realization swept through the group. They had long heard of the Akatsuki's acceptance of S-rank renegades, and this glimpse into their dealings confirmed their ominous reputation. The leader clenched his jaw, scanning the weary faces of his comrades, and sought their opinions. Some suggested notifying Kumogakure and the Land of Earth to enlist their aid in eliminating Sasuke and Niji, proposing a possible alliance of all ninja forces, as their powers were too enigmatic, potentially heralding a calamity for the entire ninja world. Others recommended finding a secluded corner to hide, trusting that a taller figure would bear the weight of the calamity. Still, others wished to seek out Tsunade, hoping to align with another small village. Drifting along the currents of fate, ninja typically operated in small teams, accustomed to tight-knit groups, and thus, this band of fugitives dispersed, as none could discern the right path forward. In due course, news of the rogue ninjas from the Fire Country spread far and wide. For reasons unknown, the Land of Earth began actively recruiting these remnants from Konoha, boldly opposing the Fire Country. Tensions escalated, while Orochimaru received intelligence from various factions, prompting him to hasten his plans to absorb Ashura. Unbeknownst to him, this would incite the wrath of the Sage of Six Paths. In the aftermath, the sage encountered a counterfeit black Zetsu, revealing that the true puppet master had begun to surface. The Akatsuki convened once more, with figures clad in black adorned with red, clouds gradually assembling. First, Pain announced a minor development. The organization had welcomed a new member, Yakushi Kabuto, who had inherited Orochimaru's legacy and mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, seeking refuge within the Akatsuki, which was in dire need of talent. Subsequently, Pain addressed another matter. The ongoing conflicts between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire had drawn the attention of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water, both subtly gravitating toward the Land of Earth, while the Land of Wind steadfastly aligned with the Land of Fire. Unbeknownst to them, the refugee forces, spurred by an unknown entity, began to gather and sharpen their blades for what lay ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, should this war erupt, it may not merely be the Fourth Great Ninja War, but rather the First World War. Pain's voice remained as indifferent as ever. The room fell into a shroud of silence. An unusual pitcher plant slowly emerged from the ground, producing a number of photographs to distribute among the crowd. These are fragments of intelligence I risked my life to capture while infiltrating the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. As they gazed upon the images, several members exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with incredulity and dread. The defected ninjas who joined the Akatsuki were formidable, allowing them to perceive the strangeness and terror emanating from the photographs. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and stated, "I have even graver news to share." In an instant, all eyes turned to Kabuto as he continued. Orochimaru once secretly observed Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji. Their extraordinary abilities exhibited no chakra fluctuations whatsoever, representing an entirely new force beyond the realm of ninjutsu. Perhaps this power originates from another world, or perhaps it is something altogether alien. In any case, we are likely to confront unknown invaders. As his words hung in the air, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. The Akatsuki members exchanged glances. Their lack of education and scientific background rendered them unable to grasp Kabuto's concerns. Was it not merely a power beyond the traditional ninjutsu? There existed sage techniques. And closer to home, Haiden's blood-based immortality seemed unrelated to ninjutsu. Speaking of Haiden, during his last excursion to capture the Two Tails in the Land of Lightning, he was bitten by a peculiar insect, which then laid its eggs within him, establishing a breeding ground that he could not eradicate despite his best efforts. Now, Haiden's body was riddled with wounds, an unsettling sight that could induce trypophobia in any onlooker. Fortunately, his immortal nature spared him from a fate that would have befallen an ordinary person. This was the insect plague plaguing the land of lightning. Initially, the oil girl had intentionally offered herself as a sacrifice, leading to the extraction of nanotoxic insects from her body, which spiraled into chaos as several genetically modified specimens escaped the laboratory. These insects exhibited peak survival, reproductive, parasitic, and adaptive capabilities, consuming anything in their path. The citizens of the Land of Lightning suffered greatly, and neighboring small nations were gradually infected as well. Notably, Haydn initially struggled with the excruciating torment of being devoured by countless insects, but he soon learned to savor the agony, embracing the doctrine of his malevolent deity, striving to ensure others would also become hosts for these creatures, proclaiming it a divine blessing. Haydn carried this plague back to the Land of Rain, prompting Conan to resolve that once her objective was achieved, she would obliterate Haydn into nothingness. In the atmosphere of silence, Kabuto felt no embarrassment as he turned to Haydn. Although my assertions may seem outlandish and beyond your comprehension, the parasites infesting Haydn are likely entities from another world, which is why chakra proves ineffective against them. Furthermore, those who have gathered the refugees into an army possess no known origins, as if they materialized from thin air. With the Akatsuki's intelligence capabilities, it is inconceivable that so many extraordinary individuals could go unnoticed, yet the reality is, you know nothing of them. The crimson ice of the ocean, the insects of the Land of Lightning, the unheard of powers, and Uchiha Sasuke's enigmatic abilities may all stem from realms we fail to comprehend. More importantly, chakra offers little advantage when confronted with such anomalous forces. Kabuto's words were blunt and clear. Many of his deductions derived from Orochimaru's insights. Orochimaru, rare in his cleverness and meticulousness, had deduced that chakra and the Otsutsuki clan originated from beyond the stars. Faced with the alien powers wielded by Sasuke, he could not help but hypothesize, piecing together a truth from scant evidence. However, the alternate world Orochimaru envisioned likely referred to other planets or formidable races capable of traversing the cosmos, akin to the Otsutsuki. Kisame rubbed his temples. Reflecting on his extensive time in the ninja world, he had never heard of such alternate realms. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The parasites residing within Haydn indeed possess peculiarities. Conventional medical techniques in the ninja world have failed almost entirely. If they are life forms from another world, it would make some sense." Another world? Pain cast a stoic glance at the assembly. This world, rife with filth and despair, had fallen to the brink of annihilation by another realm. The ripples of darkness flickered within his Rinnegan, and Nagato's resolve to resurrect the Ten Tails grew ever stronger. Previously, Inoki had openly sheltered defectors from the Land of Fire for reasons unknown, subsequently issuing a call for an alliance. The hidden villages of the Land of Clouds, Land of Mist, and Konoha responded. Among them, the situation in the Land of Clouds was relatively stable, while the Land of Mist and Konoha could only be described as barely surviving. The Sand Village had completely vanished. Even those fortunate sand ninjas who survived had retreated into hiding, fearing Gaara would reclaim them and condemn them to a life devoid of worry. Under Inoki's leadership, several major ninja villages formed an unprecedented alliance, a process fraught with obstacles. Initially met with skepticism, they were ultimately compelled to cooperate. After all, Inoki's might was undeniable, and as Pain had indicated, a world war was impending. Ninjas were powerless against the relentless tide of time. Without uniting, extinction awaited them. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji sought out Tsunade, marking their return to the organization, while Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and Sakura were missing, their fates unknown. The remaining resilient members had already been confirmed as deceased. In recent years, Inoki had employed unknown methods to eliminate all spies. Anyone entering the Land of Earth was immediately detected and apprehended, effectively sealing off all information about the country, rendering it shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing its true state. When ninjas from other nations returned to the Land of Earth after many years, disbelief marked their faces as they beheld the azure sky, pristine clouds, and boundless fields. What was once an ordinary scene now appeared exceptionally rare, as the outside world, plagued by environmental changes, was perpetually shrouded in gray, as if veiled by a thin film, with vegetation suffering significant decay, signs of decline evident everywhere. The vitality of the Land of Earth was indeed remarkable. Inoki personally welcomed the three Kage, who, upon seeing the remarkably handsome figure before them, felt a dissonance. They sensed that Inoki should not appear in such a manner. Yet, recalling past memories, where Inoki had always been the most striking figure in the ninja world, they soon dismissed that sense of incongruity. Due to Inoki's harboring of defectors, the Land of Fire seized this as a pretext to launch a full-scale war. In this conflict, a new system of power, entirely distinct from chakra, began to surface, with many individuals in the refugee army wielding this force. In a stark, cold laboratory, several soldiers from the army were secured to operating tables, having been stealthily abducted by ninjas. Chakra's surgical knives mercilessly sliced open their chests, revealing their distorted organs within. Their hearts pulsed slowly, their heart rates significantly below normal, emitting an aura of malevolence and corruption, with not a single drop of blood spilling from their wounds. The blackened muscle fibers writhed and struggled, appearing as necrotic tissue, yet visibly healing before the naked eye. Despite the absence of anesthesia, the soldiers exhibited no signs of pain or fear, only a silence akin to the dead, their hollow eyes fixated on the surrounding spectators, their gaze hauntingly intense, as if some horrific entity were observing everything through those very eyes. The bodies of these individuals have been transformed by a peculiar power, resembling puppets, with metrics far surpassing those of ordinary humans. Their average strength is akin to that of a mid-level ninja, yet they have lost all emotions and sensations, their body temperature aligning with that of their surroundings. Aside from their appearance, they cannot truly be considered human. The medical ninja responsible for the dissection furrowed his brow, questioning whether this was indeed our enemy, as they did not seem particularly formidable. In response to the disdainful remarks of this naive medical ninja, the others remained silent, merely extracting the heart of the experimental subject and crushing it into a pulpy mass. Black, foul-smelling liquid splattered forth, staining the white coat, which was carelessly discarded into the refuse pit, the expression grim. This is merely the most ordinary of primary modified bodies. Alone, it is indeed not particularly strong. But the problem lies in their overwhelming numbers. Moreover, the bodies on the battlefield that were not destroyed in time, or the captured prisoners, could all be transformed into these inhuman monstrosities. Many had already harbored a vague suspicion of this conclusion, but to have it articulated so bluntly was still jarring and difficult to accept. In that moment, it felt as though a great hand had seized their hearts, an unrelenting chill coursing through them. The expressions of everyone fluctuated, and a stifling atmosphere spread silently. The situation was exceedingly unfavorable for us. With every comrade we lost, the enemy's combat effectiveness would only increase. Someone coldly remarked, delivering a fatal blow to a soldier whose heart had been removed, yet still moved with vitality. The brain matter splattering like watermelon juice. This scene was witnessed by all, including Inoki, Tsunade, and the leaders of the water and lightning nations. The power possessed by these monsters is entirely distinct from that of ninjas. I had initially intended to buy time to understand their power characteristics and seek out their weaknesses. However, we must now confront the harsh reality. Procrastination equates to a slow form of suicide, and we are out of time. If we delay any further, the entire world will be shrouded in darkness. Inoki's expression turned grave, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. Previously, the Land of Earth had been experiencing a robust period of development. Although the sacrifices to the Box of Bliss would claim numerous innocent lives, their deaths held value. While the entire ninja world was on a downward spiral, only the Land of Earth was thriving. Inoki prided himself on being the strongest ninja in history, the foremost sage, and the most handsome man, a paragon of perfection. He believed that by simply biding his time, the other great nations would eventually self-destruct, allowing him to unify the world and offer up all to fulfill an even greater wish. The chasm of desire can never be filled. Alas, Inoki's grand dreams were shattered with the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths. The sage sought him out, or rather, it could be said that he appeared in a dream, compelling him to unite all ninja forces against the dark forces to save this world. The cunning Inoki quickly realized he was embroiled in a conflict among great powers. He had thought himself significant as the third Tsuchikage, governing the entire Land of Earth. But he was unprepared for the emergence of even greater figures, including the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Upon first encountering the sage, Inoki feared being held accountable for his misdeeds involving the Box of Bliss. Although he often claimed his actions were for the greater good of the Land of Earth, he was acutely aware that he had entangled personal interests with righteous causes, and as his desires grew, so too did his selfishness. leading him far astray from his original intentions. Fortunately, the Sage of Six Paths did not inquire about the Box of Bliss. Seemingly oblivious to the existence of such a perilous weapon, Inoki had no intention of bringing it up. He preferred that the world remained ignorant of the box's existence. The sage sought Inoki because he was currently the strongest living ninja. Previously, when Orochimaru absorbed Naruto, the sage sensed the chakra of his beloved youngest son dwindling. In a fit of rage, he struck down Orochimaru from afar, only to inadvertently attract a mysterious entity resembling black slime. This creature not only knew the sage's true name, but likely also understood the hidden secrets of Kagaya's seal from 1,000 years ago, emanating a wave of dark energy that led the sage to instinctively label it the mastermind behind the turmoil in the ninja world. Though their encounter was brief, the black creature fled, yet the sage was determined to pursue this lead. He dug deep and eventually found a semblance of it within the Akatsuki organization, known as Zetsu. The sage was not unfamiliar with Black Zetsu. However, this version within the Akatsuki was far weaker than the black sludge creature he had confronted, raising suspicions of it being a mere clone or pawn. The chakra of the sage's two sons continued to reincarnate, creating numerous formidable ninjas, and these reincarnations were essentially the sage's pawns. He did not believe his methods to be unique, that black creature might also employ similar strategies, such as the exceptionally powerful Uchiha Sasuke. The Zetsu within the Akatsuki was likely another pawn, primarily tasked with monitoring the Rinnegan, ultimately to facilitate Kagaya's release. Regarding the Rinnegan of the Akatsuki, it would be impossible for the sage to remain completely unaware. However, he chose to turn a blind eye. Perhaps for the sake of a final reconciliation between Indra and Ashura, or perhaps for other reasons known only to him. Returning to the matter at hand. After the sage discovered Black Zetsu within the Akatsuki, several unknown figures emerged in the ninja world. They gathered refugees into armies, selecting some to extract their souls and infuse their corpses with dark energy for transformation, appearing almost miraculous in nature, thereby fostering strong cohesion among these leaders. Subsequently, a demon disguised as Black Zetsu challenged the sage, claiming to be the so-called true body of Black Zetsu. The actual Black Zetsu had been relegated by the sage to the status of an inconsequential clone. The false Black Zetsu declared its intent to incite a world war, eradicate ninjas, reclaim chakra, and release Kagaya. The Sage of Six Paths was preoccupied with eliminating the red ice and was reluctant to lower himself to engage in a direct confrontation. After all, Black Zetsu had always operated from the shadows, manipulating puppets, and the leaders of those armies were clearly his handiwork. The sage aimed to maintain his air of mystery. Whoever revealed their hand first would lose the advantage. Thus, the sage sought out the current strongest ninja, Inoki, urging him to gather the forces of ninjas to save the world. When the sage approached Inoki, the box of bliss concealed its magical energy fluctuations from both him and Inoki. It is uncertain how the sage pieced together the origins of Black Zetsu, but it is likely he misjudged its motives. The reclamation of chakra and the release of Kagaya were merely veils for its true intent, an equal opportunity harbinger of death for all. Chapter 99. The leaders of the armies Inoki had always been intelligent and ambitious, yet after encountering the Sage of Six Paths, his inflated ego promptly deflated. If the sage truly existed, might not the deities from other mythologies be real as well? Inoki felt a flicker of fear towards the unknown, but also a sense of yearning. Being regarded as a pawn by the sage did not bother him. It indicated that he held sufficient value for utilization. Inoki, along with the other three Kage, was engaged in a meeting. On the surface, they appeared to be equals, and Inoki was willing to show respect to these collaborators, as he intended to use them as cannon fodder in the future. It was reasonable to treat them well now. After all, one cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it. Reikage was known for his fiery temperament. After hearing Inoki's words, his knuckles cracked ominously, and faint flashes of lightning flickered around him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that rather than sitting idly by, he would take the initiative to strike. Dying on the battlefield was preferable to the suffocating feeling of hiding in the rear. Indeed, Reikage felt frustration. In recent years, the land of lightning had been plagued by a locust infestation, placing immense pressure on Kumogakure. The insects had escaped from their laboratories, and somehow this had been publicized, forcing them to endure public condemnation while scrambling to manage the aftermath. Yet, the insects proved relentless. The task of eradicating the infestation was both intricate and tedious. The ninjas of Kimogakure were ill-equipped to handle such matters, as they excelled in action rather than strategy, but dealing with the insects required intellect. In truth, they were not entirely without hope. Those creatures were fundamentally transformed fodder, and the root of the issue lay with their leaders. If they could eliminate those few commanders, the problem would resolve itself. Inoki instinctively rubbed his lower back before quickly withdrawing his hand, his eyes radiating wisdom. Terumi Mei sat silently nearby. Although she was the Mizukichi, the land of water had become inhospitable for humans, rendering Kirigakure virtually non-existent. Previously, refugees from the land of water had been driven to cause unrest in other countries, with Kirigakure clandestinely exacerbating the situation, believing that if they were to suffer, so too should others. The ninjas of Kirigakure had survived on the remnants of resources from the land of water, and when Inoki sought their alliance, they eagerly obliged, initially hoping to take advantage of the situation. However, upon entering the land of earth, they were taken aback by the serene and stable environment, far removed from the bizarre red ice they had known. This was precisely the life the ninjas of Kirigakure longed for. They began to waver, contemplating an allegiance to the land of earth and to Inoki. Although they might be treated as cannon fodder, it was certainly preferable to remaining in the land of water, a place devoid of any glimmer of hope. After all, hadn't he, the scorpion of Sunagakure, been thriving in the land of earth? It appeared their status was quite respectable. Terumi Mei hesitated briefly before agreeing with this notion, thereafter deferring to Inoki as their leader, both parties understanding each other without words. While Konohagakure had been reduced to a mere remnant of its former glory, they still clung to the ideal of reviving the village, for the foundation of the land of fire remained intact, unlike the land of water, which was under full invasion by the red ice. How much do you know about the leaders of the refugee corps? Inoki inquired. Tsunade's expression suddenly turned grave. The refugee corps primarily stationed themselves in the wind and fire countries, while the land of lightning was beset by locusts and the land of water faced the red ice, making them unsuitable for large gatherings. With no representatives from the land of wind, Sunagakure, present, Inoki's question was implicitly directed at Tsunade. Tsunade, having had some dealings with them, recalled an encounter during her journey to the land of earth for a joint conference, where Konoha ninjas had unexpectedly crossed paths with one of the corps, avoiding conflict due to Tsunade's foresight. Each surviving Konoha ninja was a valuable resource, not to be squandered. Gathering intelligence on these corps leaders proved challenging. The available data was limited, yet the inferences drawn from it were quite alarming. Tsunade spoke slowly. I have encountered one of the corps leaders, an elderly woman. Her distinctive abilities are as follows. She is accustomed to wearing peculiar clothing and sports an odd, flat headdress adorned with a large pink flower at its center. She often wields a slender needle, seemingly able to extract needles from various parts of her body to manipulate and stab others. Her abilities do not correspond to any known bloodline limit and exhibit no chakra fluctuations. She can evade most physical and ninjutsu attacks, and if struck by her needle, an individual undergoes a grotesque transformation into a monster soldier with certain undead traits under her control. Tsunade paused momentarily. That is all I know. The intelligence was acquired by chance. Reikage and Terumi Mei nodded. Having not faced the corps leaders directly, it was not the time to speak. Observing their silence, Inoki continued. Now, allow me to share what I know. The leader Tsunade mentioned is called Yomo, who is skilled with needles. The second leader is named Beelzebub, possessing the ability to manipulate a specific type of grain and exhibiting a variety of bizarre traits associated with it, including forced excretion, grotesque appearances, and debilitating conditions on the battlefield. Anyone afflicted by such circumstances would immediately lose their combat effectiveness, making them vulnerable to Beelzebub. Given the limited intelligence, it is difficult for me to make further assessments. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension and foreboding. Even without direct confrontations with the corps leaders, the descriptions provided by Tsunade and Inoki painted a vivid picture of their formidable nature. Particularly concerning was Beelzebub, whose abilities, though not lethal, could certainly incite revulsion. Reikage's face darkened, a sense of helpless agitation rising within him. The land of lightning was indeed besieged by internal strife and external threats simultaneously. He suppressed his breath, furrowing his brow tightly. Is this all the known intelligence regarding the corps leaders? Please continue. Are there any further analyses or conjectures? Inoki shook his head. These individuals had seemingly materialized out of thin air, and prior to this, no one had heard of their names. The ninjas still had not grasped the true motives behind the global conflict they had instigated. At this moment, Tsunade added, I suspect that Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga are affiliated with those core leaders. Their abilities exhibit no chakra fluctuations, representing a completely foreign system distinct from chakra. And this unknown power system appears to be highly developed. It is possible that Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga have been replaced. If my suspicions are correct, it indicates that these invaders have long been lurking in the ninja world, biding their time. Chapter 100. Deidara's current situation as Deidara entered the restaurant. All the ninjas turned to him with laughter, one calling out, Deidara, I heard you had another quarrel with Scorpion. He did not respond, instead addressing the owner. I'll have a serving of Odin with a fried egg. He pulled out some bills, and they shouted louder, You must have been beaten by Scorpion last night. Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you slander my reputation like this? What reputation? I saw you getting hung up and spanked by a puppet yesterday. Deidara's face flushed crimson, veins popping on his forehead as he retorted, That was just a friendly spar. An art. Can a spar between good friends be considered a beating? He then launched into a convoluted explanation about the nature of artists, declaring that the ignorant wouldn't understand the nuances of friendship, which elicited laughter from the crowd, filling the restaurant with a cheerful atmosphere. Scorpion did not need to eat, and Deidara had come out solely to procure food for himself. Their situation in the land of Earth was somewhat awkward, although Inoki had welcomed him back. He no longer enjoyed the same level of esteem as before. The leader's attitude influenced that of the subordinates, and Deidara, once a defector, was understandably not well regarded. Despite his carefree demeanor, he was not a fool. Having been forcibly recruited by the Akatsuki, he was now reduced to acting meekly in the land of Earth. Inoki had assigned him a designated area where he could freely play with explosives, provided he did not overstep his boundaries or disturb the peace at night. Scorpion was regarded as his subordinate and similarly restricted. Both Deidara and Scorpion harbored dissatisfaction with such a lifestyle, as they despised the constraints of rigid regulations, preferring the lax management of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing of the outbreak of war outside, their spirits were invigorated. One yearned to hurl bombs, while the other sought to collect corpses to fashion into puppets. Inoki remained oblivious to the fact that his beloved disciple was plotting an escape, even if he were aware. It would hardly concern him. In the past, he was an old man on the brink of death, eager to find a successor, which had led him to be exceedingly lenient towards Deidara. However, now that he had regained his vitality, flourishing like the sun at its zenith, the need for a successor had diminished. At this moment, Inoki and others were engaged in fervent discussions within the office. Tsunade mentioned Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga, naturally bringing forth intelligence regarding the two. Uchiha Sasuke possessed the uncanny ability to dissolve into mist, manipulating its form, which bore an exceptionally corrosive quality capable of eroding nearly anything. It was speculated that even sealing techniques would prove ineffective against him, and he could resist most physical and ninjutsu assaults. This ability did not fall under any known bloodline limit and was devoid of chakra fluctuations. Additionally, Uchiha Sasuke wielded a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, which, based on current assessments, seemed capable of binding and manipulating souls. Furthermore, he had teamed up with Hyuga to seize the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan and several Sharingan from the stockpiles in Konoha, enabling the deployment of the forbidden technique Izanagi. Tsunade did not disclose the origins of the Sharingan in Konoha's reserves, as it was a scandal. Yet she revealed all the secrets surrounding the Sharingan. Izanagi was classified as a top-secret technique, but as the leader of Konoha, Tsunade had the authority to peruse the remnants of the Roots documents. She reasonably speculated that Sasuke possessed a considerable number of Sharingan, which allowed him to disregard fatal injuries repeatedly. Sasuke had committed numerous heinous acts. Konoha could never accept the Uchiha clan again. Tsunade unflinchingly disclosed all the secrets of the Sharingan, which implied that Uchiha Sasuke possessed more than one life, with immunity to physical attacks, ineffective sealing techniques, and multiple lives. It was no wonder Konoha suffered such a devastating defeat. The Raikage pondered to himself, calculating his odds against Sasuke, his expression growing increasingly grim. Tsunade continued, Hyuga is more low-key than Uchiha Sasuke, and the intelligence leaked about him is relatively scarce. Currently, we only know he can transform into another form and possesses the ability to manipulate extreme emotions. The threat level of Hyuga is not as high as that of Uchiha Sasuke, allowing for some degree of communication. However, My advice is to avoid engaging with him lightly, as the ninja world currently lacks techniques targeting emotions. Inoki contemplated for a moment before solemnly stating, if Tsunade's conjecture is correct, Sasuke and Niji are accomplices, and those wielding unknown powers have long been scheming to invade the ninja world. The situation may be worse than we anticipated. Who knows how many formidable foes are still lurking in the shadows? I suspect that what we see now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Their full power has yet to be unveiled. His words fell like a heavy bomb into the water, causing both the Mizukage and Reikage to gasp in shock. Their respective nations had suffered disasters leading to a lag in intelligence work, and they had not anticipated the current state of decay. Since the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect, the entire world has gradually entered an era dominated by ninjutsu. The threshold for chakra cultivation is low, and its reach is vast. Other powers, such as samurai, onmyoji, and priestesses, have gradually been phased out, with only the Land of Iron retaining samurai and the Land of Demons holding onto a single lineage of priestesses. Now, with the emergence of new, unknown powers, a reshuffling of the world structure is inevitable. Tsunade's mind involuntarily conjured that scene once more, the fog that obscured the heavens, the overwhelming dread and ferocity. As if the gates of apocalypse had been thrust open, the events of that day lingered in her heart like a terrifying nightmare that could not be banished. Deathly fog enveloped the land, blood-red eyes gazed mockingly, and the dark-haired youth loomed over the earth like an evil deity. As the conversation continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. What about the Akatsuki? The Reikage suddenly inquired. Inoki shook his head. He had previously attempted to unite with the Akatsuki, but communication had faltered. The Akatsuki refused to ally with them, still intent on capturing tailed beasts. Recently, intelligence indicated that Akatsuki members had been spotted near the Land of Earth. Photographing and gathering information, I intentionally leaked news about the Legion's leader and those inhuman entities to them, and the Akatsuki must have realized the gravity of the situation. They are bound to take action, though the specifics remain unknown. The Akatsuki has always been a malignant presence in the ninja world. I cannot trust them for collaboration. Their refusal is fortuitous. We can use their strength to probe those legions, the Reikage coldly remarked. A flicker of lightning crossing his forehead as he recalled the humiliation of losing the two-tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, his voice laced with fury. Let the Akatsuki serve as bait. We shall wait in the shadows for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 101. Let the Akatsuki scout ahead. The Reikage suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from all present. Ninjas, by their very nature, thrive on bloodshed and bore no qualms about pushing others forward as bait for reconnaissance. It was not seen as a despicable act. Not to mention that the Akatsuki was composed entirely of dangerous rogue ninjas. Even if they were all virtuous individuals, they would not hesitate to commit acts of violence. As long as an appropriate pretext could be found, pillaging could be justified as wealth redistribution, and murder could be portrayed as extermination of evil. They were now acting in the name of national stability and world peace, reluctantly sacrificing others' lives. Utilizing the Akatsuki was not a particularly challenging endeavor, as their motives were clear. They sought tailed beasts. By using Jinchuriki as bait, they could be lured out. However, the question arose, which Jinchuriki should be used as bait? Currently, only the 8 tails from Kumogakure remained, while the 4 tails and 5 tails from the Land of Earth were still intact. The Reikage found himself momentarily at a loss. He was as close as a brother to the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and had no desire to put him at risk. Yet, this suggestion had originated from him, and he had not anticipated using a tailed beast as bait, leaving him in a precarious situation. Inoki immediately resorted to moral coercion, invoking lofty notions of the greater good and the necessity of sacrifice, insisting that the Land of Earth would contribute a Jinchuriki, but Kumogakure must also participate. They could not shoulder the burden alone. What other options did the Reikage have? He could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. Both Inoki and the Reikage relinquished their most precious Jinchuriki, while other matters such as assisting the Jinchuriki in luring the Akatsuki and ensuring their safe withdrawal were left to Konoha and Kirigakure to handle. Everyone was making sacrifices. That was what true cooperation entailed. However, afterward, both Tsunade and the Reikage felt a lingering sense of unease. It seemed as though Inoki had suffered no loss at all. The Jinchuriki named Oinoki had always been at odds with Inoki's political views, and given the current state of the Land of Earth and Inoki's strength, Oinoki was merely a burden to him, of no significant loss. Sighing, Tsunade couldn't help but lament, even in such dire times, must we persist in our internal struggles? It is truly a despairing reality. Countless white pieces of paper fluttered down from the sky, akin to a waterfall cascading downwards. The air stirred by the sharpness of the paper, mingling with a hint of searing heat. Each piece of paper was a detonating tag poised to ignite, resembling a rain of fire descending upon the city below. Wings composed of white paper traced a line across the dim sky, while a robe of black adorned with red clouds billowed in the wind, as the notorious Akatsuki, concealed in the shadows, suddenly launched a fierce assault against a refugee legion. As the detonating tags exploded, the chakra energy in the air thickened, and the city where the legion was stationed erupted like a volcano. Dazzling light bursting forth as violent explosions engulfed everything, and in an instant, buildings crumbled and the ground fissured. The wind hissed softly, as myriad shimmering needles trailed long threads that pierced the sky, creating a tumultuous stir. The explosive shockwaves gradually dissipated, and the threads wove into a grand net, shooting upwards. Conan, with her short blue-purple hair adorned with a paper flower, leaned down to gaze at the approaching net, her form instantly transforming into a flurry of paper that scattered in the air. Meanwhile, a colossal clay bird soared from the distance, releasing a swarm of clay spiders that cascaded from its body, followed by a thunderous explosion, accompanied by mushroom clouds ascending into the heavens. Deidara, with a miniature telescope perched over his left eye, bore a maniacal smile. Art is an explosion, clad in a red cloud-black robe. It was evident he had returned to the Akatsuki. His escape from the land of Earth was facilitated by Inoki's leniency, the reasons of which traced back to the Raikage scheme. The intent was to lure the Akatsuki to probe the leaders of those factions, and who better than Deidara? Originally a member of the Akatsuki, the initial plan was not conceived thus, but the Raikage grew increasingly suspicious, fearing Inoki might deceive him. Coincidentally, he had heard of Deidara and Sasori, and thus they were included in the scheme. It was said that Inoki held Deidara, his apprentice, in high regard, so his involvement would presumably prevent Inoki from acting rashly. However, the Raikage was mistaken. Inoki truly did not care whether Deidara lived or died. Inoki's decision to keep Deidara in the land of Earth was not due to deep-seated emotions, but rather to preserve certain aspects of himself. After making numerous wishes with the box of bliss, Inoki realized his humanity was gradually eroding, a process so subtle that he initially failed to notice it. By the time he became aware, it was somewhat too late. He regarded his son and granddaughter as inconsequential strangers, and at times even contemplated sacrificing them. Inoki did not understand why this transformation was occurring within him. Was it a side effect of using the box of bliss? Instinctively, he sensed that this was not a good sign. The complete loss of humanity could lead to dire consequences. Deidara served as a tool for Inoki to maintain his humanity, as his emotional fluctuations were evident whenever he beheld Deidara. Yet recently, Deidara had become inconsequential. Inoki's humanity had been quietly supplanted by a divine or demonic essence, with the latter being more probable. Ultimately, he abandoned Deidara. Inoki and the other three Kages first fabricated a false narrative that Killer Bee and the old man were captured by a certain faction leader, as the faction also had an interest in the tailed beasts. Subsequently, they covertly infiltrated the refugee faction, leaking intelligence to Deidara and Sasori. In order to reclaim the tailed beasts, the defensive forces of the land of Earth became lax, allowing Deidara to escape. Simultaneously, White Zetsu uncovered the whereabouts of the tailed beasts, corroborating information with Deidara, further solidifying the intelligence. This plan was not particularly meticulous, yet it was a bold move. To resurrect the Ten Tails, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly take action, even if they knew the Ninja Alliance was the true source of chaos. Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan and proudly referred to himself as a god, had initially intended to storm the land of Earth and seize the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails. Unfortunately, Inoki and the others acted before him. Nagato did not mind being temporarily outmaneuvered. A god does not concern himself with such trivialities. After all, once the 10 tails were revived, everyone would have to bow down. Nagato's enigmatic confidence in the 10 tails being the strongest was unwavering. He dared not waver in this belief. The Akatsuki was almost fully mobilized. Considering there were only a few members left in the organization, and their opponents were a faction leader and 2 Jinchuriki. With the 8 tails being a perfect Jinchuriki, caution was not excessive. Who dares to interrupt my dance? A sudden, husky female voice echoed, and in an instant, numerous fine needles shot forth from the ground, seemingly chaotic yet precisely aimed at every living person present. The dense, glimmering needles revealed their malicious intent, prompting Conan to immediately deploy her defenses, surrounding herself and Pain with layers of white paper. Unconcerned with the fates of others, Conan focused on protecting the regeneration core of Sasori, while Haydn willingly embraced the pain of the needles, letting out unrefined cries. Kenkaro, curled beneath his dark red-brown human skin robe, inwardly cursed, "Damn you, Granny. I'm an undercover agent. Can't you go a little easier on me?" Amidst the chaos, each person ingeniously mitigated the initial wave of needle attacks, yet Deidara, the stubborn fool, commanded his clay bird to ascend high, determined to confront the needles in a duel of masculinity. Countless tiny clay insects rained down, followed by brilliant bursts of fire, unleashing a wave of terror upon the ground as the refugee faction scattered, unmodified humans fleeing in all directions. The clay bombs burrowed into the earth through the fissures created by the explosions, illuminating the subterranean caverns in a brief yet vivid moment, revealing a scene where countless individuals, their bodies riddled with needles, hung upside down, seemingly in a sleep disturbed by the explosions. One by one, they revived, crawling from the depths to the surface, their lifeless eyes glaring at the intruders. "I see the four-tails and eight-tails Jinchuriki." From a great distance away, concealed within a paper-mimic tree hollow, Nagato commanded Pain. "Eliminate every living creature." His Rinnegan gleamed with a purple light, coldly observing the bizarre soldiers emerging from the ground, calmly issuing orders to the other members of the Akatsuki. He was not bloodthirsty, but these beings were no longer human. They had become the monsters that plagued the ninja world, and he had no qualms about eradicating them. "This is my forte. I shall send them to meet the Dark Lord." Haydn's face contorted with madness as he tore off his red cloud robe, revealing a body riddled with insect bites and scars. The evil god pendant around his neck glowing ominously as he swung his crimson crescent blade towards several faction soldiers. The sharp blade cut through their bodies, yet no blood flowed, only a foul black ichor. Severed limbs twitched on the ground, trying to reassemble, and Haydn crushed their skulls. Yet they remained undeterred. Out of the corner of his eye, Haydn caught sight of a large pink flower. Before he could discern its nature, a powerful slap struck him. The impact sent him reeling, crashing to the ground, and as he scrambled to rise, he coughed up blood mingled with countless insect eggs. Raising his head, his pupils contracted as he gazed at his assailant. How can this be an old woman? Haydn faltered for a moment, but this did not deter his sacrificial intentions. In his simplistic mind, notions of respecting the elderly held no sway. Who cares if she's an old woman? Is that a matter of courtesy? Forgive me. I'm not yet 70. I'm still in my prime. Granny Rong's voice rose and fell, her pupils shimmering with an eerie light, her face wrinkling as she fixed her gaze upon Haydn. "I have perfected my needle dance. You shall serve as my practice." What a strange character. Will the Dark Lord find such a sacrifice worthy? Haydn scratched his head in confusion. Beside him, Kakuzu unleashed a series of formidable fire-based jutsu, scorching numerous modified soldiers and filling the air with the nauseating stench of charred flesh. Yet, from the cracks in the ground emerged dark tendrils that dragged the burnt corpses back, painstakingly piecing them together to birth a new soldier. Such cruelty! Did they not spare even their own fallen? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, noticing an abundance of black threads that had appeared around him, slowly encroaching upon his position. Madame Rome, with a flick of her wrist, sent a barrage of needles flying towards Haydn before turning her gaze upon Kakuzu, a smirk playing on her lips. "It is quite astonishing to hear such words from you. I have heard that legendary bounty hunters often sell the corpses of their comrades for profit." As Kakuzu formed his hand seals, attempting to divert her attention, he retorted, "Do you not fear that such a heartless approach will cause your soldiers to revolt?" The Akatsuki was a small organization with loose rules, easily managed by pain through force. Yet, with an army so vast, did she not fear the potential for insurrection? Typically, ninjas operated in small teams, and large-scale armies were rare. Kakuzu's awareness of the potential for rebellion indicated his considerable experience. Madame Rong scoffed, releasing more flying needles aimed at Kakuzu's eyes. As a mere construct of a demon, she cared little for the unity of her troops. They were merely sustenance to her. If necessary, she could consume them all. Moreover, the refugees who joined her army did so for sustenance. not for ideals, morals, or the pursuit of love and peace. Kakuzu deftly deflected her pursuing needles and suddenly extended his hands. The seams on his body burst open, releasing black threads that surged toward Madame Roan with lightning speed. The land of the dead was akin to a grotesque byproduct of contact with ancient malevolent deities. Madame Roan laughed. If I did not already know we were not connected. These black tendrils would easily suggest otherwise. Kakuzu paused. I have no desire to be associated with you. Nor do I. As human and beast do not intermingle, she replied, launching another set of needles with a tone of disdain. You are quite unattractive. No one would want you in their harem. To which Kakuzu retorted, how absurd. A wrinkled old hag has the audacity to call others ugly. Haiden, undeterred, charged forward once more, with Deidara providing aerial distractions. The trio combined their attacks against Madame Roan, albeit with a disjointed synergy, as Deidara's explosives occasionally struck Haiden, prompting Madame Roan to inquire, what is the nature of your relationship? You seem rather dysfunctional. Meanwhile, on another front, Pain and Conan sought to capture the two Jinchuriki. At that moment, Killer Bee and Old Purple were ensnared by numerous needles and suspended upside down in a subterranean cavern, their circumstances decidedly dire. The demon cared little for the tailed beasts and would not treat the Jinchuriki, used as bait, with any kindness. To prevent any disruptions, they were swiftly incapacitated, leaving them barely clinging to life. Led by Inoki, the Ninja Alliance aimed to exploit the conflict between the Akatsuki and the refugee army. Unaware that the latter might turn the tables, eliminating much of the ninja world's elite combatants. The demon lacked the cunning intellect for such schemes, but possessed ample information, allowing it to manipulate events at will. As Pain attempted to use Shinra Tensei to pull the Jinchuriki closer, a surge of dark, murky water suddenly assaulted him, revealing grotesque, dark, and decayed forms within. The Rinnegan granted Pain exceptional vision, and in that instant, his pupils trembled as he sensed a potent mental pollution. Such filth. To behold it was to be tainted. As paper scraps swirled in the air, Conan, with her origami wings, caught sight of the polluted water. In a flash, she closed her eyes and retreated with unprecedented speed from the noxious abyss. The onslaught of filthy water intensified, threatening to engulf the two Jinchuriki. Pain hesitated, internally chastising himself.